10.5 trillion US dollars. That's the amount which cyber crimes will cost us by 2025. Surprisingly, the number of unfilled vacancies in cybersecurity grew by 350%. Hello everyone and welcome to this amazing session on cybersecurity by Intellipaat. In just 2023, it's predicted that there will be more than 43 billion devices connected to the internet. They will generate, share, collect and help us to make use of data in all manners of ways. And it's no brainstormer that this will inadvertently give rise to cyber crimes and hence the need of skilled professionals who can prevent these crimes even before they happen. So if you want to become a skilled cybersecurity professional and start your career in this domain, stay tuned with us until the end of the session as we provide you with this precisely curated session on cybersecurity. In this session, you will touch base with all the important cybersecurity and ethical hacking concepts, going through over a dozen quizzes which you must answer in the comment section below, and the most asked interview questions in a cybersecurity or network security professional interview. Now make sure you subscribe to our channel, like, share and comment on our video and click on the bell icon to never miss any updates from us. So without any further ado, let's quickly discuss our agenda for today. We'll start with a quick introduction on cybersecurity. Who is a cybersecurity engineer and what are the various cybersecurity skills you must have to make a career in this field? From there on, we'll move to the concepts of ethical hacking. We'll discuss what are DDoS attacks and what is phishing. We'll understand the complex working of the Sql Injection with demo software development and security. We'll understand what are the concepts of security risk and management. You'll also get a clear understanding of what are the top 10 reasons for you to learn cybersecurity. And then we'll wrap this session with the most important part of all, the cybersecurity interview questions, where you get to learn what kind of interview questions are asked in a cybersecurity professional interview. So that's all for the agenda. Let's move on to our first topic.
Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a constantly evolving industry and it impacts all of us. The internet has made our lives invariably easier since its invention. But while it has made our lives easy and more manageable and opened up new incredible opportunities for humanity's future, there are those who want to exploit it for personal gain. As you guys know, using cloud technology is a necessity for our daily lives. And because of this, there is a massive spike in cybersecurity requirements. In simpler terms, cybersecurity is a process or method to protect systems, networks, and devices from any risk of cyber attacks. Now, why cybersecurity is important, you ask? Well, here are some examples of companies who had a data breach in security, and this shows why you must protect your data. There was a huge data breach of 50 million Facebook accounts in March 2018. It was done by a firm known as Cambridge Analytica, which harvested data for US election predictions. The data came to limelight and Facebook was levied a huge fine since they did not protect user details and due to their lack of transparency in the system. Imagine, such a big firm like Facebook is susceptible to such data breach. So cybersecurity is an important measure for every organization. Now let's talk about history of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity initially started as a research project when a guy named Bob Thomas designed a creeper to move between the terminals of ARPANET, and a guy named Ray Tomlinson replicated a similar program named Reaper to delete the same creeper. Historically, organizations and governments have taken a reactive point product approach to combating against cyber threats, producing something together with individual security technologies, one on top of another to save their networks and the valuable data within them. Not only this method is expensive and complex, but news of damaging cyber breaches continues to dominate headlines, rendering this new method ineffective. In fact, given the number of groups of people involved in data breaches, the topic of cybersecurity has risen to the top of priority list for boards of directors, which they sought in a less risky way. Instead, organizations can consider a natively integrated, automated next-generation security platform that is especially designed to provide consistent prevention-based protection on the endpoint, in the data center, and on the network and in private clouds. By focusing on prevention, organizations can prevent cyber threats from impacting the network in the first place and less overall cybersecurity risk measure to a manageable degree. The threats countered by cybersecurity are threefolded. Cybercrime. It includes single actors or groups targeting systems for financial gain or to cause disruption. Cyber attack often involves politically motivated information gathering. Cyber terrorism. It is intended to undermine electronic systems to cause panic or fear. So how do malicious actors gain control of computer systems? Here are some common methods used to threaten cybersecurity. There are a lot of methods. Methods like malware, like viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, and many more. They use skills like SQL injection, phishing, man-in-the-middle attack, denial of service attack, and even social engineering. Now, cyber attacks will cause more damage financially and reputational even to the most resistant organizations. The organization which suffers cyber attack has to face the losing asset, business reputation, and potentially the organization have to face regulatory fines and taking legal action and cost of remediations. Cybersecurity is one of the highest demanding job roles. There is nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Due to this reason, experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salary since recent years. On an average basis, an expert earns around $42,000 to $78,000 after getting the required skills. In Indian rupees, you can earn from 10 lakh rupees to 25 lakh rupees. That's all about cybersecurity, guys. So now guys, let's see what exactly cybersecurity is. So basically cybersecurity is the practice of protecting systems, networks and programs from digital attacks. These cyber attacks are usually aimed at accessing, changing or destroying sensitive information. Implementing effective cybersecurity measures is particularly very challenging today. The reason behind this is there are more devices than people and attackers are getting more and more innovative day by day. Now people have a misconception between cybersecurity and hacking. So cybersecurity is a defensive term whereas hacking is an offensive term. Hacking generally refers to an unauthorized intrusion or access into a computer or a network. It can be either organization network or a personal network. Hacking is identifying weakness in computer systems or networks to exploit its weaknesses to gain access. Now that we know what cybersecurity is and what hacking is, let's see some basic concept of cybersecurity. Now cybersecurity basically consists of these three components, that's integrity, confidentiality and availability. Together, these three principles form the cornerstone of any organization's security infrastructure. In fact, they function as a goal and objectives for every security program.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question we have here is the common name for the crime of password stealing is called dash dash dash. Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are spoofing, hacking, identity theft and password cracking. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment section with 1 or 2 liner explanation.
Now first let's see what is confidentiality. It refers to an organization's efforts to keep their data private or secret. In practice, it's about controlling access to data to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Typically, this involves ensuring that only those who are authorized have access to specific assets, and that those who are unauthorized are actively prevented from obtaining access. As an example, only authorized payroll employees should have access to the employer payroll database. Furthermore, within a group of unauthorized users,
just a quick info guys, Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
There may be additional, more stringent limitations on precisely which information those authorized users are allowed to access. Next, let's see what integrity is. In everyday usage, integrity refers to the quality of something being whole or complete. Integrity is about ensuring that data has not been tampered with and therefore can be trusted. It's correct, authentic, and reliable. E-commerce customers, for example, expect product and pricing information to be accurate, and that quality, pricing, and availability and other information will not be altered after they place an order. As in the case with confidentiality, integrity can be compromised directly via an attack vector such as tampering of detecting systems, modifying configuration files, etc. Now let's see a third aspect, that's availability. Systems, applications, and data are of little value to an organization and customers if they are not accessible when authorized users need them. Quite simply, availability means that network, system, and applications are up and running. It ensures that authorized users have timely, reliable access to resources when they are needed. Countermeasures to help ensure availability include redundancy, hardware fault tolerance, regular software patching and system upgrades, backups, comprehensive disaster recovery plans, etc. Now, depending on an organization's security goals, the industry, the nature of the business, and any applicable regulatory requirements, one of these three principles might take precedence over another. For example, confidentiality is vital within a certain government agencies, integrity takes priority in financial sector, and availability takes place in customer care services. Now let's see why cybersecurity is important to learn. The first reason we have is cybersecurity is very high in demand. For those having professional recognition of their skills, there are currently a very large number of vacancies which are available across the globe. The workforce is expected to rise by around 6.5 million to the end of next year. The next reason we have is it's very highly paid. There's nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Now, due to this reason, the experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salaries since recent years. The next reason we have is cybersecurity is future-proof. After getting the required training, the professionals are free to work in any organizations, and this is because almost all of them, whether small or large scale, need security experts in this arena. Since the demand is more and supply is less, the salary of cybersecurity professionals is expected to grow at a rapid pace. And the fourth and final reason we have is it increases your value as a cybersecurity professional. One of the best things about cybersecurity is there's a huge number of organizations where professionals are required. So when you have some certifications and required skill set for cybersecurity, it increases your value as a professional and you get to work with well-known organizations such as Dell, Accenture, etc. So why cybersecurity is important for a company? The first reason we have is it protects your business. That's obvious. Cybersecurity protects your customer database, it protects your network, it protects your systems and everything. So that's how it protects your business. The second reason we have is it increases your productivity. So as everything is secured, it has an impact of your increased productivity in the business. And when you have increased productivity, you have increased customer confidence. So when customers' data are not leaked and they trust on you, it increases their confidence and they keep on working with you. The next and the last reason we have is it stops your website from crashing. So hackers might try to get into your website and steal information, but when you protect it with cybersecurity, it never crashes. Who is a cybersecurity engineer? Well, cybersecurity engineers are the people who identify threats and vulnerabilities in systems of an organization. They are highly skilled and use those skills to design and develop high-tech solutions to ensure that they are secure if they are attacked by cyber criminals. Now, let's see what work a cybersecurity engineer does in a company. First, implementing, managing, monitoring, and upgrading security measures for the protection of an organization's data, systems and networks. He also responds to all system or network security breaches, ensuring that organizations' data and infrastructure are protected by enabling the appropriate security measures. Apart from these, he also participates in the change management process of a company. He also have daily administrative tasks like reporting and communication with the relevant departments in the organization. After doing all these work, he also tests and identifies network and system vulnerabilities. Well, that's a lot of work, right? So now let's move on to why we need cybersecurity. Remember we talked about how many things a cybersecurity engineer does in a company in last part? Well, that's the reason this role is very high in demand and paid very well. Companies are getting cyber attacked daily multiple times. So in order to protect their data, companies are hiring cybersecurity engineers. Well, that's why your future is secured, right? If you are certified in cybersecurity courses, your market value is raised by a lot of time as an individual professional. So let's jump into knowing what are the cybersecurity job roles present in any company. So these are the roles that are there in cybersecurity: security architect, consultant, penetration tester, chief information security officer, cryptographer, security analyst, and security engineer. So if any job role looks interesting to you, please let us know in the comment section. Now let's move on to requirements that you should have before starting your career in cybersecurity. First, let me show you what companies require from the job roles of cybersecurity engineer. IBM is hiring for cybersecurity analyst. The candidate should have the knowledge of firewalls, IDS, IPS, security incident and event management. And even the languages that you require are also mentioned over there. The certifications that you have to do, CISSP, OSCP or any other technical certifications are also a requirement for cybersecurity analyst. You should also know the different models that companies run against cyber attacks. Now let's see one more company, Deloitte. Deloitte has a requirement for an experienced professional with 3 to 4 years of experience. We even see ERP security as well. The candidate must have the knowledge of models and tools that are shown. In addition, you must have experience in performing segregation of duties and mitigation risks. And you even have to work with the information security and risk management teams. Now that you have seen companies' requirements, let me summarize what companies are looking for. So, the first and most important requirement is you must have a graduate degree in computer science or cyber security or information science or any related field. Apart from these, you should understand the architecture, administration and management of operating systems like Linux, Windows, Mac, etc. You should be very good at vulnerability testing. It is a process that detects and classifies security loopholes in the infrastructure. You should also know basic networking like routers and switches. In other words, get to know and love things like firewalls and network load balancers. There's also need to understand more common programming languages including C, C++, disassemblers, assembly language and scripting languages like PHP, Perl or Shell. Now these are the most famous tools about which you should have knowledge. Wireshark, Metasploit and Nmap are tools for Kali Linux used for testing and scanning. MySQL is a database language that will be helpful to understand data storage and how to secure it. Now we come to a phase where you will get to know how to kickstart your career in cybersecurity field. Now there are two main certifications that are required to get into cybersecurity. First, Certified Ethical Hacker, that is for beginners, and second, CCSP, that's Certified Cloud Security Professional for advanced professionals. We will look into these certifications one by one. CEH course is provided by EC Council. To start your career in cybersecurity, you have to write this certification. This course will teach you the latest hacking tools, techniques, and methodologies used by hackers and information security professionals to lawfully hack an organization. It's a 4-hour MCQ exam, and if you want to increase your value even higher, you can attempt for CEH practical exam, that's for 6 hours as well. And when you clear both of them, you will earn a CEH master degree. Now these are the job roles that you get after you do the certification. Now you notice that these are just the level 1 job roles that you get. When you are new to this technology, you will get basic job roles. You will get promotions and new job roles as you move up the ladder in a company. Now we have CCSP, that is for professionals. A CCSP applies information security expertise to a cloud computing environment. It also demonstrates competence in cloud security architecture, design, and operations. Now, for this, candidates must have experience of 5 years into information technology or any other related field. Now, if you have experience in other fields except this, then you are not qualified to get a certification in this. And these are the job roles that you have after you do these certifications. Now you notice that these job roles are very highly paid, and these are very important in any company. When you start getting experience and knowledge, you will be paid more than anyone in an organization. And the reason behind this is you are protecting the critical information of the company. If that information is leaked, the company might get heavy losses or it might shut down. And now comes the most interesting part. You will know how much a cybersecurity engineer earn. I have divided the salary into two parts for better understanding. One is for beginners and second is for professionals. If you get any job role after CH certifications, you will earn $104,500 annually. While in India, you will earn 3.5 up to 6 LPA based on your experience. For professionals, you can earn up to $2 million a year and 30 LPA in India. That's a lot of money, right? One more interesting thing is, these are the companies that are hiring for cybersecurity engineers. All these companies are very big, right? So getting a lot of money and working in such big companies really gets you excited.
Most of you out there want to become a cybersecurity expert, but are not certain that what skills to learn or where to begin. These top skills will assist you in getting a good start in your cybersecurity career. So let us have a look one by one. The first skill on the list is computer networking and system administration, technical fundamentals. The third skill is cloud security, and the fourth skill is network security control, and the fifth one is operating systems. So let us dive further and look into these skills in detail. First one is networking and system administration. Computer networking is the most important skill to have in cybersecurity because it is the internet's backbone. To begin a career in cybersecurity, one needs to gain extensive expertise in computer networking. Let us know what is a network. A network is a group of connected devices. It is an approach done that understands how data between these devices is transmitted, transferred, and received. You need to understand and know various routing protocols and models such as TCP, IP, and OSI. Learning networking helps you to understand the technical aspects of data transmission that instead help you secure your information and personal data. For a strong networking basis, security certifications such as Security Plus and Cisco are the skills you can use to master the management of your networking system. The second skill we'll talk about is coding or technical fundamentals. C, C++, Python, SQL and JavaScript are the best programming languages to make your cybersecurity career worthwhile. Coding is one of the technical skills required for cybersecurity. To have a colorful career in cybersecurity, technical expertise is deemed necessary. You may be wondering if coding is vital to become a cybersecurity professional. Most cybersecurity professionals do not have or require code skills, but the knowledge of zero codings can limit your chances in the future. Knowing some languages in programming will help you identify the plan behind an attack and defend yourself against deadly hacking techniques. The first programming language you should master on is C++. C++ plays an important role as this is low-level programming language that have access on hardware and low-level IT infrastructure, which are most often vulnerable to hacking techniques. The second programming language is C. C is also known as the mother of other programming languages, and it is also a low-level fast programming language. It helps in gaining low-level access to memory and system process. Many security experts use C to simulate library hijacking attacks. The third language you should master on is SQL. Sql injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications. By knowing SQL, one can defend and overcome SQL injection attack. The other programming language is Python. Python is an advantageous programming language for cybersecurity because it can perform malware analysis, scanning, and penetration testing functions. Java is another high-level programming language that adds interactivity to web pages. A good advantage of knowing Java is that you can prevent cross-site scripting attacks from occurring. You can't lock yourself into one programming language in cybersecurity, and it is advisable to master a couple of programming languages. So the third skill on our list is cloud security. In the next few years, there will be a greater demand for cybersecurity specialists with cloud security abilities. Companies are on the lookout for security experts who have a basic knowledge of AWS and Azure, since these two are cloud-related techniques. Cloud security is the protection of data stored online via cloud computing platform from theft, leakage, and deletion. Now let us see Amazon Web how exactly AWS and Azure will help us in cloud security. Cloud security at AWS is the highest priority. Beyond securing its own users' data, Amazon has two primary areas to focus for cybersecurity and data protection. Microsoft Azure provides a secure foundation across physical, infrastructure, and operational security. People with experience and knowledge in managing these platforms are in high demand. The fourth skill is knowledge of operating systems and virtual machines. The cybersecurity expertise must have a thorough understanding of multiple operating systems. Hands-on experience with operating systems such as Mac, Windows, and Linux is required. Cybersecurity isn't just limited to computers. You will need to be comfortable working on a variety of operating systems, computer systems, and mobile devices, and keep up to date on advances in the field for all of them. Most cybersecurity specialists make use of Linux operating systems. Linux plays an incredibly important part in the job of a cybersecurity professional. Specialized Linux distributions such as Sql Linux are used by cybersecurity professionals to perform in-depth penetration testing. The last skill on our list is network security control. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data from unauthorized access. Network security control, it is one of the fundamental abilities that every cybersecurity practitioner should possess. As a cybersecurity specialist, you must be able to run intrusion detection systems and identify suspicious activity on the network and understand the differences between IDS and IPS and how they relate to firewall. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data. Here, in-demand skills are authentication, authorization, malware analysis, and data recovery. As a cybersecurity expert, you must be prepared to handle any imminent threat of violating an organization's security policy. By following an updated incident response in your team can proactively protect your data and minimize the damages. A security incident can be an active threat or a successful compromise of data or an endured intrusion. It can also be incidents like DOS attacks, phishing apps, ransomware, and many more. Now that we have seen the top 5 cybersecurity skills, here are the additional key skills. The first one is risk identification. Identifying risk even before their arrival is a great skill. Cybersecurity professionals are required to identify, manage, and mitigate risk. Risk management and mitigation is a skill set that is going to be highly in demand in the coming years. Blended with technical expertise and experience in cybersecurity, it helps them identify the most severe threats to their companies, and they can assign fewer resources successfully to provide the highest possible level of security. The second skill you must master on is DevOps. Having an understanding of DevOps helps a lot in cybersecurity. Organizations are seeking to add security considerations into the application design and development phase to ensure more secure apps. That requires security people with development and operation knowledge and experience. You must also have interpersonal skills. The cybersecurity function has become not only more critical with the rise of digital economy, it has become more prominent as well. That puts cybersecurity professionals in front of the C-suite, board members, and employees with greater frequency. So they must be able to collaborate, communicate, and consult with these various stakeholders. Communication is a key skill in cybersecurity.
Introduction to ethical hacking. Now, before we actually get to all of that, we need to understand what hacking is, right? So, hacking by definition is defined as gaining unauthorized access to a computer system or a network. So, basically getting into some place where you don't have access by some illegal means or offhand means. And then to understand that diagrammatically, if you're a hacker and there's a target system that you need to hack, there will always be security measures in today's world placed between you and the target system. So you have two choices. The first way would be to bypass those security measures, and the second way would be crack those security measures. So that is how hackers operate all around the world. There are types of hackers, obviously. Not all hacking is illegal and unauthorized. So firstly, we have the black hat hacker. Now, the black hat hacker is a malicious hacker. This hacker could be after your money, could be after disrupting your day-to-day operations, or just in general, he means ill towards your organization. So this is the kind of hacker who is operating illegally without the permission of the systems or the people that he is trying to hack. And then we have the white hat hacker. Now, this is the polar opposite of the black hat hacker. This hacker hacks into systems with the permission of the owner of that system. And often the owner of the system has hired this particular individual to hack into his system. So this particular profession is a white hat hacker profession. This is completely legal as long as it is with permission. And then you have the gray area hacker, which is the gray hat hacker. Now, this could be illegal or legal, depending on the laws of that particular country or organization or place. This hacker does not necessarily mean ill intent towards the target, but this hacker may not necessarily be operating with the permission of the people that he is trying to hack.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
So obviously the black hat hacker is an illegal profession. You shouldn't go for it. The gray hat hacker is in the gray area, so it is completely on your own risk. Whatever you do as a gray hat hacker, the recommended profession, if you're opting for this particular job role or this particular domain professionally, is to become a white hat hacker. So that is completely legal. So let us understand what ethical hacking is. So, ethical hacking is the authorized and legal process of finding out vulnerabilities, threats, and exploits in a system or computer network through penetration testing. So, penetration testing means basically testing all of the flaws or exploits in a system which could make it vulnerable to attacks. Now, a white hat hacker is a ethical hacker, obviously. So the hacker hacks into the target system with permission of the owner of the target system. He compiles a report as to how he was able to hack into that system, all of the security flaws and exploits, compiles the report of that and sends it to the employer or the owner of the system. Now, the owner of the system can hire a security patching team to patch that flaw or flaws up, and then basically stay one step ahead of any black hat hacker with actual malicious intent. So the common hacks that are prominent around the world, and some of these we are actually going to be doing in our course that we have today. So the first is malware. We're going to be implementing malware. Malware is something essentially that is a unwanted file on the system which could harm your computer system or basically cause you annoyance or basically leak sensitive details of yours to potential attackers, right? So this is what a malware is. It can be a file, it can be an injection into your web browser. So all of those things are possible with a malware. And then we have phishing. Now, phishing is a social engineering attack. We are going to be understanding that in much detail as we move along with our course here today. SQL injection, we're also going to be going over an example of SQL injection. We're actually going to be implementing it in one of our tutorials. And cross-site scripting. Now, cross-site scripting is you go onto a website which is not entirely moderated. It is not recommended that you go onto that website. It is not a popular website. It's a very niche website. You go onto that, and then there's some pop-up, then there's some JavaScript that is running on that. So JavaScript is essentially an executable. So anything executable that runs on your web browser can potentially harm your system if it's not properly mitigated, or if your system is not properly protected against those sort of things, right? Because your web browser runs JavaScript code, so it's important that JavaScript code is not malicious, right? So whenever that code is malicious, that is called cross-site scripting. So it affects you on the client side, it runs on your browser, and it might affect your system in a harmful way. Then we have denial of service. Now this is something we're going to be discussing here today. It's essentially when you attack a system in such a way that it is rendered useless for other consumers or users of that system. So essentially denying them service, right? And then there's the man in the middle. Now, man in the middle is somebody sends a message to somebody, right? And it is an a encrypted format, or it may be non-encrypted as well, which is not recommended, by the way. So the man in the middle will basically take that message in between the path that it is traveling from the sender to the recipient, understands the meaning of that message, and then sends it, or lets it go to the recipient. So basically, it was meant for only the recipient. The man in the middle got access to the confidentiality in that message. So these are the most common hacks that are prominent today, right? So we're going to be going over some of these in our tutorial as well. So there are phases involved in ethical hacking. So obviously anything has a process, right? So there are processes involved in a complex hacking sort of routine. So if the ethical hacker is trying to properly hack into a system, not just ethical hacker, any hacker essentially, he has to go through a method, right? But it is entirely recommended for an ethical hacker because he has to go through these methods to find out if any security vulnerabilities are in the system. So he has to follow all of these steps before he actually, generates a report or sends the details back to his employer. So firstly, there is a reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is exactly what it seems to be. It is also called as footprinting. This phase is dedicated to collecting information about the target, right? So this could be information pertaining to the people who are the target, could be information pertaining to the host system, which is the target system, or it could be information pertaining to the network where the systems or the people are running their computers, right? So gathering information as to the specifics of these particular things, like all of the details, all of the complex details that could be basically used to guess their passwords or used to guess their credentials, is called a reconnaissance. To basically understand what you're trying to hack into, basically understand the entire layout of the situation. And then you have scanning. Now, scanning is the phase where you scan the entry ports, that the vulnerable ports, basically the application ports that you can basically get your hands on and get into the system, get into the target, vulnerabilities of the target, or the topology of the target net. So you also need to understand how the network actually looks like, where the switches are, where the routers are, or what kind of subnetting does the network follow. So to understand all of that, to basically understand what you have to hack and what would your route be, you need to perform this scanning phase. And then you have gaining access. So once you've mapped it all out, so once you've understood how reconnaissance works and scanning works, once you've got the entire layout of the situation, you know what is vulnerable, you know the information pertaining to the target, then you can begin with your actual hack. Now this is an active phase of hacking, which is gaining access into the target system or net, right? So this is what it actually is, the actual step of breaking into a system or network. And then once you have basically accessed the system, once you have gained your access, then you have to maintain this access, right? So your hack might be a long hack, right? And if there is a security patch on the end of the target, if the target basically patches his system and then you lose access, there's no point of gaining access in the first place. So the next step that the hacker would do is install a backdoor onto the system, which is basically a point of re-entry. So even if the target system is patched up or updated, you still have the privileges to access that system because you've installed this little backdoor script or backdoor tool onto the target system. So you have permanent access to that system essentially until you get caught or somebody actually sees the backdoor in operation. And then finally, once you have finished your hack, it is essentially important for any hacker to avoid security liabilities. So the last step would be to clear the tracks of how you were able to hack. So it is also the job of an ethical hacker to ensure if he can successfully clear his track, right? So the job of the ethical hacker is also to basically ensure that if he is able to clear his tracks, he should basically write that down in his report that he was able to do it via this means, and then the security team can essentially ensure that an actual attacker cannot get away with that. So that is what clearing track is, wiping any traces of your intrusion or hack from the target. So these are all of the steps that are involved in hacking and ethical hacking. And these were important to understand because these are the 5 phases of ethical hacking that you're going to be going through a lot if you actually try to opt for this particular domain. So a quick introduction to CEH, which is the Certified Ethical Hacker Examination and Certification. So this is one of the most widely accepted certifications for ethical hacking. It is accepted by national security agencies in the United States and a lot of multi-billion-dollar organizations around the world, right? So all of these organizations need their security, right? They need their data security and network security. So all of these organizations prefer people who have this particular certification. Now, who is a certified ethical hacker? A certified ethical hacker who has been officially certified as an ethical hacker after passing the CAH certification exam by the EC Council. Now, the EC Council is a widely renowned council for their certifications. So, if you're able to basically qualify for this particular exam, you have a high weightage in job interviews for this particular job role. So, the International Council of Electronic Commerce Consultants is the full form of the EC Council. It is a professional organization that certifies individuals in various e-business and information security skills. And that is exactly what we are talking about today, information security. So, with regards to that, the position is of a ethical hacker, but the minimum qualifications that you would need in order to attempt this exam, so the option one to attempt the CEH exam would be with training. So, with training would basically mean that you have to go through an accredited training center by the EC Council to basically prepare for this training. So, once you have prepared for that training, you can essentially attempt the official CEH exam. Now, Intellipaat is a partner with the EC Council. We're going to be going over more of that when we go to the tutorial section, but that is your first option. You actually go through one training of some place which is EC Council certified to basically attempt your CEH examination. The second option is without training. Now, without training would mean that you would need to have a minimum of 2 years of work experience in the information security domain, and this particular experience should be certifiable. So, you should have a proof that you have actually worked 2 years in the information security domain. That also makes you eligible for the CEH exam, right? So these are the 2 ways you can go about that. So what are the job roles that you can get after you've successfully completed your examination? You've passed it. So the first is the most basic one, the most common one actually, which is the cybersecurity analyst. This is also called the information security analyst. The job of this particular person is to basically list down all of the security flaws and basically have an entire view of the security architecture of an organization, particularly the organization that he is working for. That is the job of the cybersecurity analyst to analyze all of those things. The second is more of a developmental sort of role. Now, what that means is essentially a security engineer's part in an application development life cycle is to ensure that the application is following some secure security protocols, basically in the development phase itself. So once the application is deployed, there is no privacy breach. There is nobody who's able to hack into the server or hack into the data, basically all of that. So, for instance, the job of the security engineer would be to ensure that the application is not susceptible to SQL injection attacks. So that is one of the things. And then finally, there is the penetration tester. Now, this is the exact job of an ethical hacker. Now, the only job that this particular person has is to hack into his own employer's system and generate a report for that. He doesn't have to concern himself with any of the security attributes. The only job that this particular person has is to hack into the system and find out all of the security exploits and flaws. So that is the job of the penetration tester. What is the average income of a certified ethical hacker? So this is the average, keep in mind. So in the United States, it's $75,000 US. India, it's about 7 lakhs per annum, and in the UK, it's about 46,000 pounds. Now, keep in mind that this is not the starting or the end salary of a certified ethical hacker. This is the average. So, this is the ballpark of what you will get if you're actually proficient at your domain. And the sky is the limit if you actually get more proficient and learn newer skills in ethical hacking, more advanced skills, right? So, this is the average income for all of that. So, let us go to the hacking tutorial configuration that I am going to be using today for this ethical hacking full course, right? So what I'm going to be using today are essentially, what is it, 5, 6 virtual machines in conjunction and essentially at times, which is what I'm going to be using today for my tutorials, right? So it's Windows 10, Server 2019, Server 2016, Parrot Security, Android, and occasionally Kali Linux as well. So these upcoming tutorials have been executed on virtual machines. Now keep in mind, Parrot Security and Kali Linux are essentially the same thing, right? They are different operating systems, definitely, but they basically achieve the same thing when it comes to security domain, the information security domain. So what I'm going to be using today, because I cannot obviously run all of these virtual machines together simultaneously because my computer does not have those many resources. I only have 4 gigabytes of RAM. And to run all of these things together would mean that I would have to have a lot of computer resources. So I'm not going to be running them locally. So if you opt for a accredited training, essentially, if you opt for an accredited training for the CH certification exam, you get access to the EC Council iLabs, right? So I'm going to be explaining to you how that works in a bit. So since Intellipaat has partnered up with the EC Council, if you opt for the accredited training for the CEH certification exam at Intellipaat, you get access to iLabs, which is a cloud platform where you get all of these virtual machines already running without you having to actually run them on your own system, right? So this is basically what that is. You can complete your lab exercises and essentially practice on these cloud systems. So let's talk about iLabs for a second. iLabs is this really convenient utility that basically the EC Council provides to you as part of the package if you decide to opt for Intellipaat's CEH certification training. Now, instead of running all of these virtual machines that I talked about a little bit earlier on, like Windows Server 2019, Windows 10, Windows 2016, and your Linux and Android virtual machines all at once, it is really infeasible for any normal user grade computer to run all of those virtual machines together. So, what the EC Council provides to you is all of these virtual machines on cloud running simultaneously. So the advantage that you get with that is incredibly fast performance, and you can do all of your practice on this cloud environment, complete all of your practicals. So these are the practicals that would be part of the CEH V11 course. So these are all of the modules that you're going to be doing. These include a plethora of tools in a plethora of ways in which you can penetration test and test the security vulnerabilities and hack into the systems to basically complete your course in ethical hacking. So I'll just show one of these particular implements by launching them and showing you how that works. So if I launch one of these, you can see that it checks the browser capabilities and just starts up all of the cloud virtual machines. It says it will be ready in about 1 minute 30 seconds. So let's wait. So after it opens up, this is what you sort of get, right? So you can see on the top, I have Windows 10 selected currently. If I click on that, you can see that there are other operating systems available as well. So all of these operating systems are currently running, currently active. And then you can experiment with all of these in a sort of environment, in a network environment, because you can find all of these. You can ping one operating system device from another operating system device. So that is the advantage that you get. So you can test all of your hacking implements, right? So this is the advantage of iLabs. So the most of these tutorials that I'm going to be doing today is going to be performed on iLabs, except some. But most of these have been feasible only because I have been using iLabs and I have a 4 gigabyte computer. So first tutorial, footprinting with Nercraft. We discussed earlier on that the first phase is footprinting to understand one of the tools that helps us achieve that. So Nercraft is a provider of cybersecurity disruption services across a range of industries. The company provides web server and web hosting market share analysis, including web server and operating system detection. Now, keep the last line in mind because I'm going to be showing you exactly how that works. So, essentially, Netcraft is a service, right? So, you can either opt for the premium applications of the service to protect your organization against cybercrime, right? The second way is to actually use this particular website to understand how vulnerable is your website, right? So if you type in a website name in the little utility that Netcraft gives you, if you go to netcraft.com and type in a little name, right, for the website that you're trying to basically get the information out of, footprint that website essentially. So if you type the website name, you'll get all of the servers that are basically operating for that website. You can get all of the subdomains of that website and the parent organization of that website, the owner of that particular domain. So to basically track all of those things down, you can essentially enter the website name and the netcraft.com web browser. That is the utility of this. Now, this helps because you can get some personal information out of it. You can understand the location of the servers, and all throughout, you can get a layout. You can get a layout of how this entire organization is operating and how the web application is working. So, when you actually try to plan out your hack, you can keep all of those things in mind and then accordingly implement or script or basically go on with your hack. And the key draw factor of Netcraft is you can gauge the operating systems which are essentially running on the servers, right? So the website is hosted on servers and you can understand which operating systems are running on those particular servers. So Netcraft is a pretty interesting tool. It is used for the purpose of footprinting and reconnaissance. So to simply open Netcraft, you can type Netcraft on Google or you can simply type in netcraft.com in your URL bar. Once you've reached the website, it'll look something like this. Now, if you want to find out information with regards to websites that you aim to hack, or to simply just find out details about a particular organization, like for instance, if I simply open up the Facebook URL in this search bar over here at the bottom, so we can see what's that site running. So if you simply scroll down to the bottom of the Netcraft web page, you'll see this. And once you click on this little arrow icon over here, it'll first scan the details for this particular URL, which is facebook.com. So we can see some details with regards to that over here. So we can see that it gives us the website description, which means that we can create or log into our Facebook account if we go to this particular website, right? We can see the website that we've entered. We can see the owner of this particular website. We can see that's Facebook Incorporated. The hosting company is Facebook, so it's registered officially. The hosting country is the United States, obviously. We can see the IP address. There are a lot of other network related details as well. We can see the IPv6 address as well. We can see the domain is facebook.com. All right. The one of the other interesting things is that we can also see the address for the Facebook offices. We can see that it's given over here because every organization that needs to basically buy a domain would need to give some details, right? So this is a pretty interesting way to find out details, although this information is available publicly as well. But we can understand that if we were dealing with websites where the information was not available as easily, we can simply use this tool called Netcraft, right? So this is one of the basic tools. There's also one very interesting thing that we can do if we simply click on this NetBlock owner over here, right? That'll open up and we can see other domains, other websites that are registered under this particular NetBlock, right? So we have internet.org. So if you're from India, you must be familiar with this particular website, right? Which was an initiative by Facebook. We can see that if we simply type fb.com on Facebook, it'll redirect us to the Facebook login page. That is also registered under Facebook. Oculus is a virtual reality technology that is also owned by Facebook. So a lot of these websites are owned by Facebook. Basically, we can see WhatsApp, and if I simply go to the next page, we can also see that there's Instagram as well. So these companies are owned by Facebook today. So we can see all of it is there, free basics as well, right? And we can also see that the operating system on which these websites are hosted is Linux based. So that is also a very handy detail. right? We can also see the website report. If I simply open that up, we can see the site ranking. You can see a lot of other details as well with regards to that particular domain. We can also see web server related information of this particular website. So we can see that the backend is on PHP, XML, and we can see the encryption tool is the SSL. We can also see that over here, the cryptographic protocol providing communication security over the internet. And we can also see some popular websites other than Facebook that are using this technology. That means PHP. We can see what is being used on the client side. So in the case of Facebook, on the client side, JavaScript obviously is used. So we can see all of that information as well. So let us get to the hacking tutorial of Nmap and understand what Nmap is in the first place. So this is a topic that comes under the reconnaissance phase of hacking, where you're essentially trying to find out the flaws or entry points that you have in your particular target system. So what is Nmap in the first place? Nmap is an open source and free utility for discovering network elements and security auditing, compatible with all of the major operating systems. So this is not limited to Linux. You can also install Nmap on Windows and Mac OS. I'm going to be using Kali Linux, where Nmap is already installed, and I would advise you to do the same. So it'll scan all of these things. It is used as a security auditing tool as well, not just for hacking into a system. So what is Nmap used for? Nmap has many uses. It is used by network and system administrators and network security professionals for various purposes. So it's used for network inventory to understand what elements are there in your particular network, to understand the topology of the network. It is used for that, and to understand if any unknown devices are present within your network as well. So that comes under intrusion detection. So when you're doing the network inventory, if you see something that is unknown, so that is definitely an intruder. Or you can do host monitoring with it. You can see what all services are running on the host system or the systems that are available on the network. You have service upgrade scheduling. So you can also see the versions of the services that are running on these host systems. So you can upgrade your services according to that and schedule them. And you have your service uptime. Now this alludes to how long have the services been running. You can also keep track of that as well. So what is the workflow of Nmap? So Nmap works in the simple request response basis. So Nmap sends out raw IP packets across a network to perform host discovery and get host related information like the services that the host is offering, the host's operating system, and a dozen more characteristics. So IP packets are sent out to all of the hosts that are available in the IP range in your network. And then after the IP packets are received by these hosts, they will send responses back, and that in turn will tell you all of the services that are available on these host systems. And you can then plan your hack or your security analysis accordingly. So let us now get to the hands-on section. So what we have here are two Linux-based operating within a virtual network that I have created. So currently I have a Windows system, and on top of the Windows system, I'm using virtual machine or VMwares to basically create these two Linux instances. So as we can see, the first instance is a Kali instance. So this is Kali Linux, and Nmap is pre-installed on Kali Linux, so we don't have to worry about installing it or anything. And on the second Linux instance, we can see that we have our Metasploitable 2 Linux. So this is the system that we are going to be hacking, right? So firstly, let us get some background information first before we actually start using Nmap. So let us see the IP of the Metasploitable Linux. So I'll simply type in ifconfig and press enter. So we can see the IP address within this virtual network of this Metasploitable 2 Linux is 192.168.160. So I'll just show you guys. If you simply see over here, you can see the IP, that is that 192.168.160. So that is the IP address of our Metasploitable 2 Linux instance. So let's first run the most basic command that Nmap provides to you. So let us just simply type in Nmap and the IP address of the target system. So 192.168.1.60, and I'll press enter. So it will start a scan and it will basically tell me whatever TCP ports are open on my target system and what services are those particular ports corresponding to. So as we can see, we have our scan report for our IP address, which is 192.168.160, which is of the target system. And we can see all of the ports that are open with all of the services that the ports are corresponding to. See now, if you want a really verbose output, as in output in much detail, as opposed to the one that we just got, you can simply add in a switch in your command. So if I simply type in clear the screen now, bring up the previous statement again, and just simply add a -v over here. It will give us the output in much detail, and I press enter. Then we can see that there are much more details associated to our output. So we're getting essentially the same thing with all of the ports which are open being informed to us. It also mentions the IP address where the ports are available, right? And on the bottom, we can see there are some other details available as well, which was the previous form of output that we got. So we can see how convenient it can get when we're using Nmap to basically map out the entire configuration and all of the services that are open on the target system. So let us do something new now. Alongside finding all of the open ports in our target system, let us also find the operating system of our target system. So for that, simply type in Nmap, give in the O switch. So I'll type in sudo before that, give in the O switch. And after you've given in the O switch, give the V switch again to get our normal information. And then give in the IP address 192.168.1.60. Press enter. So let us see now. We also have gotten the information about the Linux system that we are trying to get into. So if I simply scroll up, we'll look from the above. So firstly, we have all of the open ports that are available on the target system, right? We have our SIM scan for that. And next, we've initiated our OS detection as well. So once we've initiated that, the services are again shown, all of the open ports. We get the MAC address available for that particular target system. And then we can also see the Linux that is running on our target system as well, which is...
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, instead of implementing single computer and its internet bandwidth, a dash utilizes various systems and their connections for flooding the target website. The options that we have here for this particular question are POS attack, DDoS attack, DOS attack, and denial of server attack. Think thoroughly and mention which option out of these four is the right one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Linux 2.6.9. We can see that raw data packets were sent, raw IP packets were sent to our target system as a request, and we got a response back as well. So this is quite a good tool for network monitoring, for an administrator, or for penetration testing to essentially see the topology of our particular target network. We also have the option to get more details about the services that are running. So if I simply bring the previous statement back up again and given another switch, which is the SV switch, we'll also get the versions and the exact name of the services that are running on our target system. So if I press enter, it will scan for it, and then we'll get our output. Now we can see all of the exact services running on our Metasploitable Linux. So we can see that the services which are corresponding to FTP, SSH have their versions and names. So this could be useful when you're penetration testing and you're actually trying to find out which particular versions of these softwares or services are running on your target system, essentially. So you can manipulate your hack according to that. This also is useful to understand if there are any processes that are not supposed to be running on your target system as well. So by looking at this, we can get that information. There are also options for you to get some details as well. Instead of getting these extensive details, we can also limit our output to a certain quantity. So for that, we'll simply type in, firstly, just clear the screen up and simply type in sudo nmap. And let us just simply use a ping command, the Nmap's version of ping command. So we'll basically send a raw data packet and get a response back with the basic information about our target host. Type in -s, capital P, and then given the address, which is 192.168.1.60, and press enter. Now we can see the MAC address associated to that target ping. So we have our MAC address. So there may also be times where you don't exactly know the IP address of the target system, or you just simply want to find out what devices are available in the network that you're operating within. So for that, you simply bring up the previous statement again, which is the ping statement, and just remove the last part. Depending on the network subnet that you have, you can simply put in an asterisk and press an enter. And you'll get all of the IP addresses present within the 192.168.1 range that are available within your network at once. So right now, I only have 2 IP addresses within that range. So the first IP address is my IP address, which is 192.168.1.50 of the Kali Linux operating systems device that we have right now, which is the host device. And the second one is the target system, which is 1.60. So that has also been scanned from our ping scan right now. So what if there's a case where you want to find out what services are running on port 80 in all of the systems that are present within your network range? So for that, you can simply type in sudo nmap, given the option of -p80, so this will only scan the 80 port in all of the target systems, and then you can simply give in your IP range, which is 192.168.1. And when I press enter, it will give me what is available on port 80 on all of the systems in your network within this particular IP range. So as we can see for the IP address 192.168.160, we can see the HTTP service is open on port 80 on our target system. And for us as well on the host system, we also have the service of HTTP that is open. So port 80 is generally assigned to HTTP. So that is not a surprise. So we can understand from that this is working the way it is supposed to work. So let us look at another case where you have multiple ports that you want to scan. So for that, simply put in a comma after 80. So say if you want to scan the port 24, if you want to scan the port 28, 80, 80, 12, and simply press an enter after that. So this will basically scan all of the ports that I just mentioned. So we can see that the 24th port is closed, and it is basically reserved for private mail. And we can see that the 8080 is for the HTTP proxy, and our 80 again is for the HTTP. So you can use all of these tools to understand the complexities of the target network that you're dealing with, or the target host that you're dealing with. And it can essentially tell you the vulnerabilities as well of the target system when you're running these commands. It is also a great tool for network administration because you can understand if any unknown device has entered your network. You can also understand what kind of services are running on that unknown device. So you can see that it is a very handy tool when we're dealing with hackers and attackers as such. Network enumeration with NetBIOS. Now, enumeration means counting or listing out. So, one of the utilities that you can use to enumerate all of the hosts that are present on a particular network is NetBIOS, and it is an acronym for Network Basic Input Output System. It provides services related to the session layer of the OSI model, allowing applications on separate computers to communicate over a local area network. So, what the NetBIOS essentially does is you can type in a IP address in your particular network of a host, and it will give you information pertaining to that IP address, maybe the MAC address, right? And if you scan within a range, right, you can get all of the hosts that are present within that IP range in your net, right? So NetBIOS enumerator is a UI tool that you can use for that. You can enter the from IP address and the to IP address, and within that particular range, it will give you all of the IP addresses that are allocated to hosts. Right. So the NetBIOS enumerator is a tool used to list all of the hosts present on a particular network within a specified IP range, also giving certain information pertaining to the host's configuration, which include the username of that host. Say you log into your Windows computer, you enter a username, there's a username, and you enter the password for that. So it will give that information. The domain that your particular computer is registered to, the MAC, and the latency. So the MAC address and the latency, which means how long it takes for the target system to respond once the attacker system sends in the request, the ping essentially, so the latency. So let us understand how this works. So let us now understand how we can use the tool NetBIOS to perform network enumeration. So say you have multiple devices present on your network. How would you find out the information with regards to them? So simply open up your command prompt with administrative privileges if you're dealing with Windows computers, and then simply go to the terminal and type in nbt stat and given a hyphen a. This is the option which I'll explain later. And then type in the IP address of the target system that you're trying to hack, which is 10.10.10.12. This might be different in your case. And when you press enter, it'll basically enumerate certain information about the target system. And as we can see, the particular option A, when we put it in with the IP address of the target system, it gives us the name of the target system, which in our case is server 2012, and it gives us the MAC address of the target system. Now, assuming the target system is not MAC spoofing, which means it's not giving us a fake MAC address, this is the actual MAC address of the target system. So this could help us further identify the technology that is being used in the target system itself. Now, the other thing that you can do with it, in the case that you do not know the IP address of the target system, you can simply scope your network out by typing nbt stat -c and you press enter, and it will give you all of the hosts that are present on your target network. And in this case, we can see that the server 2012 is available on our target network, and we can see the IP address that it has, right? So we can also scope out the IP address of the target system. Now, the second step that we can do afterward is simply type in nbt stat and hyphen a, and given the IP address itself, and you press enter, then you can get further details about that particular host. There's another tool called the NetBIOS enumerator. In this, you can specify an IP range. For instance, if I specify something like 10.10.10.11 to 10.10.10.16, it will give me all the possible hosts that are available on this particular IP range if I simply go ahead and click on scan. So as we can see, one result has come up, which is the server 2012, which we saw earlier on in our command as well. So if I simply expand this, I can see a certain amount of detail available for this particular IP, right? So this IP has been found between this particular IP range, right, on this network. Then we can see certain information with regards to that. The username, which is no one is logged onto the system currently, domain on which that particular system is, which is the CEH domain. And as the name suggests, this is useful in enumerating the network, finding out all of the hosts that are present on the target network. Vulnerability analysis with Nessus. Now, Nessus is a tool. You can opt for the premium Nessus services, which is Nessus Professional, or you can go for the free version. You obviously get a lot less features in the free version, but it is a tool that you can essentially use to scan a particular network, right? So what does Nessus essentially scan? So you can see there's a really beautiful UI that Nessus has, and you can see all of the problems that are critical are listed in the first priority, and then you have medium range problems and high range problems as you go down. So it is a very essential tool for a security analyst to basically understand what sort of exploits are present in the network and in the hosts, and to basically look at the critical problems and resolve them as soon as possible before the black hat hacker or the hacker with the malicious intent can basically start an attack and get access to that system or cause harm to the organization. So Nessus is a very important tool for that. It runs a variety of scans to get that information. So what exactly does Nessus help patch and secure? So first thing that it does is it tells you the vulnerabilities that allow unauthorized control access over sensitive data. So any threat, any exploit that can be used to get access to sensitive data, misconfigurations that leave systems exposed. So sometimes some particular individuals in departments could misconfigure their softwares or utilities that could leave an opening for an attacker to get into the system, right? So it is the job of Nessus to detect those things, and the job of the security professional to patch those things up. And second, finally, to detect default passwords. So oftentimes a lot of people, what they do, if they are operating within a domain, a network, they don't configure tough passwords. They let the default passwords be. So the default password could be something like password itself. So those are not essentially good practices. So if there is a loophole like that, Nessus will detect that, and then Nessus will obviously inform that to the security professional as a critical problem that exists within the domain, and then the security professional could ask that particular individual to change his password or change it himself manually. So that is one thing that Nessus does. And then there are DOS vulnerabilities, which is denial of service vulnerabilities. So any opening, any entry point that may make the network or system susceptible to denial of service attacks, Nessus also lets you know about that. So these are the properties of Nessus. Let us understand how this works in practice. With tools like Nessus Essentials, you get your core pack of vulnerability analysis utilities. So it provides you with a simple user interface where you can simply go to My Scans, which you can see very conveniently represented visually, and then click on Create a New Scan, right? Now this gives you a plethora of new options, right? So you can select from any of these. So firstly, if we want to simply calculate all of the vulnerabilities in the system, we can specifically provide an IP range. If we do a basic network scan, we can simply name this scan 1. We can call this a vulnerability scan, and we need to provide the target IPs, right? So in our case, let us provide 10.10.2, 10.10.10.16, right? So within this IP range, which is 10.10.10.10 to 10.10.10.16, it will basically find all of the basic vulnerabilities. So if I simply click on save, right, and if I simply select this and click on launch, the scan will begin. So we can see that the scan is currently running. After it has finished running, we'll see that icon over here. We can also go ahead and simply check the current prognosis. So we can see that we have found a certain bunch of vulnerabilities. So if I simply click on vulnerabilities, we can see that there are a lot of details that are available. We can see the Nessus SNMP scanner, DCE services emulation. If I simply open up some of this, we can see that the vulnerabilities that are involved are very detailed, and this could really help a hacker who has successfully infiltrated inside a network basically find all of these things out. And all of this information also is very beneficial to any security official whose job is to basically audit the security of their employer's network or the security of the network that they are trying to secure. We can also see a very critical analysis of the entire exploits and vulnerabilities present inside the system, because it also provides us with pie charts of the sort where we can see that there are about 81% non-threatening vulnerabilities. There's about 4% high vulnerabilities and 15% medium. And based off of all of these details, the hacker can simply plot a very well detailed hacking plan as to how he would go about infiltrating the system. System hacking with Loftcrack. Now, as the name suggests, we are going to be cracking something with this, right? So, passwords. There are passwords associated to all of the hosts that are present on a particular network. So, in order to get into those operating system accounts, you need to have passwords, and Loftcrack is one such tool that does exactly that. Loftcrack is a password auditing and recovery application originally produced by Mudge from Loft Heavy Industries. So that is the organization. It is used to test password strength and sometimes to recover lost Microsoft Windows passwords by using dictionary, brute force, hybrid, and rainbow tables. Right. So these are the various methodologies by which password cracking can happen. It is originally meant for good because it is used as a tool by the security expert to understand how strong passwords are in the domain. So if somebody writes something like password as his password, this will immediately detect that and this will inform, and then you can essentially let the person know to change the password. But yeah, it also helps with recovering lost passwords because this is the tool for that. It uses a lot of methods to understand that. So dictionary method is one where there's a word list essentially, and the brute force attack will go through that word list and try various combinations of those words to guess the password. Then there's brute force, which means the system or the tool will essentially try combinations of all characters specified for that particular brute force attacks. So it's basically a permutation and combination attack where all of the possible combinations of those characters will be tried. So that is brute force. Then there's hybrid attacks, which is the combination of dictionary and brute force, where a lot of dictionary words can be jumbled up together to try those particular attacks. And then there's rainbow tables. So what does it do? Loftcrack retrieves the hash of a particular system logon. So there's hash files that are generated. What are hash files? Whenever you enter a password, the password is not entered into systems as plain text. So they are not entered into systems as what they are. They are first converted into hashes, and then the hashes are matched with the databases present on the target system. When they are matched, when there's a successful match, then only you get your login. So this is a method to basically ensure that no particular system has the actual passwords stored. So even if somebody hacks into the database of that system, the hacker cannot simply enter the password out of that database and get access. He has to enter the correct password, which will then be algorithmically encrypted into the hash, and then it will be matched with the one present in the database, and then you'll get your login. So that is what hashing is. So it retrieves the actual hashed password. Then based on the hash password, it converts a combination of plain texts and encrypts them into that hash, matches it with that, and then you finally get your right password when the combination actually matches. So let us understand how this works as a tool. So let us implement Loftcrack version 7. So it's a pretty simple tool to use, but we can obviously implement more complexities with it. So all of those complexities would be discovered if you opt to dwell further into this particular topic. So for now, let us find out the passwords of the devices that are present on my network, right? So how to go about that? So Loftcraft gives you a simple utility which is called the password auditing wizard. This is basically used to assess the security of the passwords that your systems have, right? Because if the hacker gets access to the administrative computers, that could be really messy for the entire business, right? So you don't want that to happen. So you want to assess the security of the passwords on all of your devices. So I'll simply click on next. And then there are two options that I get. So one is for Linux and one is for Windows. So let us focus our hack currently on Windows systems. So we'll simply click Windows. We'll retrieve the password hashes from our Windows systems. And then I'll simply get a password hash. Now I can simply have a password dump from another tool such as this, a password auditing tool for that matter. Or I can simply use my own credentials, my own hashes from my own Windows system. So for that, I'll simply click on the local machine. So I'll make sure I have administrative privileges so that I can actually use that. And once I have that option selected, I'll click on next. And then I'll simply use the use logged in user credentials instead of using specific user credentials because I am currently an administrator on the system, so I don't need specific user credentials. And then I have various options available to me with regards to what sort of hack I want to perform, what sort of audit I want to perform. So what these audits are essentially going to do is that they're going to run a series of brute force methods and dictionary methods to guess the password based on the hash. And there are various options for that. Like we can apply for the strong password audit. So this is a very taxing audit. It takes about 24 hours to completely finish, right? Because it tries a various number of combinations basically to guess your password. Then there's the thorough password audit, right? It could take up to 6 hours, and then you have the 1 hour common password audit. So let us go with the 1 hour one and simply click on next, right? And I also have the option of generating a report of my auditing at the end. So if I can simply click on CSV format and I'll get my report in CSV format in this particular location. I can simply specify that as well, right? And then I'll simply click on next. So once I click on next, it will basically give me the option to select when I want to run this particular audit. So I'll simply click on run this job immediately. And once I have that selected, I'll click on next. So it will give me all of the options to basically verify if I want to go with this. So you can check this, cross verify it, and then you can simply click on finish. So it will basically ask me for administrative privileges. So I'll click on yes. And it'll basically start running onto my network. So we can see that 3 accounts on my network were without a password. So they were instantly cracked because they didn't have a password. And as we can see furthermore, other accounts are getting guessed. So the account which was Martin had the password Apple. So that was guessed. So this was a pretty simple password. So it was guessed rather quickly. But basically what happens is the password is in plain text format. The password in plain text format runs through an algorithm which converts it into a hash code, right? So this is the hash code that you can see over here. So it basically takes a random bunch of words, tries dictionary words, and tries to convert it into the hash format. And if the hash matches with the existing hash on the target system, it basically tells us that the password hack has been successful. You've successfully cracked the password. So some particular hacks can take more than other hacks, and it basically depends on the complexity of the password. You also get a lot of options with this particular software, which is Loftcrack. So you can use custom repositories of dictionary words that you have that you may think might be compatible with the systems that you're trying to hack. They might be the passwords of the systems that you're trying to hack, right? And you can get your hashes from elsewhere as well. So if you're trying to hack into a system and it has localized hashes, you can get it from there, and you can simply get a speed boost in your hacking attempts. ARP Poisoning with Cain Able. Now, Cain Able is a tool which is used for primarily password recovery, but that is not what we're going to be using it for today. It can recover, though, many kinds of passwords using methods such as network packet sniffing, which is something relevant to today's tutorial, cracking various passwords, hashes by using methods such as dictionary. So similar to what we discussed earlier on. So what is ARP poisoning? So ARP is a short form for address resolution protocols. right? So in ARP spoofing or poisoning or ARP cache poisoning is a technique which the attacker uses to spoof address resolution protocols, right? And messages which are basically sent on local area networks. So he can modify those messages. He can essentially alter those messages. So it is the job of Wireshark, which we can use optionally to detect these sort of things. So in a particular network, if you have an administrative PC for that particular network, you can detect all of the network activity happening with Wireshark. So Wireshark is a free and open source packet analyzer. It is used for network development, troubleshooting, analysis, and software and communications protocol development and education. So Wireshark is also used to basically understand how all of these hacks work, because you can see network activity that is happening. So for ARP spoofing attempts or ARP poisoning attempts, you can see those things exactly as they happen when they are happening in this particular log that is appearing on your Wireshark terminal. So Wireshark helps detect packets with suspicious origins or intent. So any packets which are suspicious, which means the corrupted or poisoned ARP packets, you can detect that with your Wireshark. So we'll see how that happens in a bit. So to implement sniffing, we will be using a tool called Cain. So we'll open that up. Once we open that up, we'll simply click on configure. After we've clicked on configure, we'll click on sniffer, right? And we'll select the device, the adapter that we're currently using. After we've selected the adapter, we'll click on OK. Once we've clicked on OK, we'll click on the sniffer icon that we have, which is the start stop sniffer. Once we click on that, a warning will come. I'll simply ignore that. Then we'll click on the sniffer icon over here to see the current status. The next step is to detect all of the devices that are present within the specified IP range. So for that, we'll click on the plus icon, right? And here we can specify the range. So in my case, I will specify 10.10.10.1 to 10.10.10.30. And I'll click on all tests, right? Because we want to test for every sort of ARP, and click on OK. So we get the list of all of the devices that are present in our subnet within that IP range. Now to detect communication between two hosts that are present in this IP range, we need to specify the to and fro IP, right? So firstly, we'll click on APR and then we'll click on this particular area and click on the plus icon, right? Now we can specify to and fro. So firstly, let me select 10.10.10.10 to 10.10.10.13, right? These are the two that I'm going to be selecting, and I'll click on OK. So as we can see here, we have our to IP address over here and we have our fro IP address over here. Now, the next step would be to actually simulate some packet sending. Now, the next step would be to simulate communication between these two hosts. So let us do that. So firstly, I'll switch over to my Parrot Security. This is a Linux-based operating system. Firstly, I'll open up the terminal. So after switching to the root, let us type the hping command to send some packets to our Windows 10 PC. So we'll type hping 3 10.10.10.10. So this is the IP of the Windows 10 computer. And then we'll give the packet count of about 100,000. And then we'll press enter. So this will begin our ping. So firstly, I'll open up Wireshark to detect this network traffic, right? And after I've opened that up, I'll go to edit and preferences. So the first thing that I'll do is go to protocols, expand it, and simply scroll down to ARP RARP. We get this option, and then we'll simply click on the tick icon on detect ARP request storms. Once we've done that, we'll select our Ethernet adapter. Now we will start poisoning our packets. So we'll click on start stop APR. Right now the poisoning is active. So we can see that the status of the packets are being poisoned currently. And if we switch back to Wireshark, we can see very well what is currently happening. We can see that between these particular IPs, source being .13 and the destination being .10, the packets are currently being intercepted and poisoned. Now what we can do is stop this detection process with the help of Wireshark, right? And we can go to analyze and click on expert information, right? So we can clearly see that over here there is a warning which says that duplicate IP addresses have been detected, which are mapped to 10.10.10.10. So what has essentially happened currently is if I switch back Cain Enable, we have replicated that particular IP, which was the Windows 10 IP address 10.10.10.10, and we have assumed that IP address to receive those packets instead of the actual Windows 10 device. So we are basically sniffing those packets that are being sent by the Linux system to that Windows 10 system. So what the Wireshark has done, it has successfully managed to detect that there's a duplicate IP because there are two different MAC addresses attached to the same IP address. So this is essentially how you would detect packet sniffing if you're a security professional with the help of Wireshark. Phishing with social engineering toolkit. Now, this is one of the most popular attacks that happen around the world. It still happens today, but it is very easy to spot these things, right? You can see the IP address of these websites and you can easily spot these things. So, what is phishing with SE Toolkit? So, the social engineering toolkit, first of all, is an open source penetration testing framework designed for social engineering. SET has a number of custom attack vectors that allow you to make a believable attack really quickly, right? So it is a tool that you can download on your Linux systems, and you can initiate these attacks with this particular tool. So a lot of attacks you can do with that: social engineering attacks, penetration testing attacks, third-party modules. These are the particular things that you can do with that. There are a lot of integrations with social engineering toolkit as well. So phishing is one of those attacks. This is present in the social engineering attack section of the SE toolkit. Phishing is the process of creating a fake login page resembling an application identical or based on something that the target uses, sending the link to that page to the victim and extracting their login credentials in plain text format. So that means that you create something that looks identical to the Facebook login page, right? And you send something like a facebook.xyz to your victim, to your target. The person opens that link, thinks it's Facebook, enters his username and password in that link. So you're smart enough to redirect him to his actual Facebook page. So he actually logs into his Facebook page. But what the target does not know is that you have successfully gained access to his password and username in plain text format. So if you go ahead and go to the login tab of Facebook and type in those things that you've gained, you will also be able to log into his particular session. That is how phishing works. It's exceptionally harmful if it's happening on your bank account. Although these days there is two-factor authentication to prevent exactly this. So that means even if somebody is able to rightfully guess your password, they still wouldn't get access to your account because they'll get a text on their phone or they'll get an authenticator message on their phone. And until you enter that authenticator message that they've received on their phone, you cannot actually log in. So this is how social engineering toolkit works. So we'll understand how phishing works with an example right now.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
So let us now understand website phishing through the social engineering toolkit that you get. So firstly, let us start our social engineering toolkit. So simply type in SE Toolkit in your Parrot terminal, right? So once you've done that, you'll get a lot of options, and then we'll select social engineering attacks because that is what we're going to be doing. Now we're going to select website attack vectors, and then we're going to select credential harvester attack method, where we're going to harvest the credentials of victims who decide to choose our phishing link. So once we've done that, we'll use site cloner right? Firstly, we have to give the postback URL for the website that we're going to be cloning. So we're going to use the IP address of this particular host, which is 10.10.10.13. So we will type in the URL that we want to clone. In our case, it's http://moviescope.com. So it'll take a bit of time to actually clone the website. So let us now try to open that particular link. So http 10.10.10.13. So we can see that we've successfully opened up a cloned website now. If you actually hide this IP address behind a link that looks like it leads to the actual website, then you can successfully trick your victim into basically giving up their username and password that they would have normally entered when they were logging into this movie scope website. So let me show you how this works. So say I type in something like admin and I type in something like password and I press login, right? So I clicked on the login button, nothing happened. It could have happened as well if we had actually logged in, but let us see on our parrot security as to what information we have obtained. So we can see that whatever the victim had written down, like for instance, the username had been admin and the password was password, right? So we got that in plain text format. So we can see how this could be useful for a hacker who's trying to gain access to their victims' bank accounts or social media accounts. Just by simply giving them a dummy link or a phishing link, they could fool that particular user into registering for a fake account and giving up their credentials. So this is how phishing works with the help of the social engineering toolkit. DDoS attacks with H.O.I.C, which is the high orbital ion cannon. Sounds like a pretty fancy name, but this particular thing has been developed by fancy people, which is anonymous, the Hacktivist Collective. So it is a free open source network stress application developed by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective, and used for denial of service attacks. So it's not entirely intended for harm. It's basically used to test the proficiency of a network in handling high traffic. So, what is a denial of service attack? It is essentially an attack where a particular host or a particular server is flooded with requests. So, these particular web applications these days they work on a request response basis. So, the client sends a request to the server sends a response back. It goes on and on. That is how a website works. So in this particular case, what will happen is a lot of like thousands or to millions of requests would be sent to the web server at once. And then obviously the web server will slow down and it will crash at some instances, or it will slow down to the extent that none of the other users are able to use it, right? So that is essentially denying them the service. So that is why it's called denial of service, right? So DDoS, it is exactly that, but at a much higher extent, where you're using these botnets, you're using these bots that are present all around the world. So it is harder to detect a DDoS attack, because in a DDoS attack, what will happen is all of these attacks, all of these requests will be coming from different hosts, right? So it's not entirely easy to identify if they are malicious in intent or not, right? That is what a DDoS attack imitation is, what a high orbital ionic cannon will do. You can simply click on the fire the laser button and it will send a plethora of requests to a particular server at once. And then you can see how well the server deals with that, right? Or if the server is able to sort of subvert that attack. So that is what a denial of service attack is. So let us understand how this works in the tutorial. But before we actually do that, we also need to understand about anti-DDoS Guardian, which is a tool to prevent exactly this. So there are DDoS attacks. So there are tools to prevent those DDoS attacks. So anti-DDoS Guardian is a high-performance DDoS protection software for Windows servers, specifically the Windows servers that we are going to be using today, the Windows 2019 and 2016 server. It stops most DDoS or DOS attacks, including SYN attacks, IP flood, TCP flood, UDP flood, ICMP flood, slow HTTP DDoS attacks, Layer 7 attacks, application attacks, Windows remote desktop brute force password guessing attacks. So a long list of things, but the DDoS Guardian is prepared for this, especially if you subscribe to their premium services as well. But even in non-premium mode, it works exceptionally fine. So anti-DDoS Guardian monitors the server and keeps a lookout for suspiciously large number of incoming requests and prevents a server overload by mitigating those requests. So say what this particular tool will do is it'll establish a baseline of activity for a particular web application. So if the baseline of activity is altered, if somehow there are a lot of requests suddenly, right? So obviously something is wrong. That should not be happening because that is not on the baseline of activity, right? So once that happens, this particular tool will automatically detect that and subvert that attack. So we'll see this in action as well in this particular tutorial. So this is going to be a demonstration with regards to how to initiate and detect a DDoS attack. So in this particular case, what is going to happen is my Windows 10 virtual machine has this tool installed called the Anti-DDoS Guardian 5.0. Right now, this tool is supposed to detect DDoS attacks. So any attack which has a lot of packets coming from one IP in general, this particular Guardian will stop that. So I have it installed and ready to be deployed. So let me switch to the attacker computer. So my attacker computer in this case is going to be a Windows Server 2019, and I already have a high orbit ion cannon in place. Now the name might sound fancy, it's just a replacement name for a DDoS attacker. This particular application will send a lot of packets to the target computer, in this case my Windows 10 virtual machine, at the same time and effectively dismantle the services of that particular Windows 10 computer. So the first thing that I would do is select that particular IP. So I'll click on the plus icon and put in the IP address of the Windows 10 virtual machine. So I've put that in, and then I am going to increase the power of this particular orbital cannon attack to high. So this means instead of a low number of packets, a high number of packets will be sent, which means a higher load. And then I'll select the generic boost H.O.I.C attack, right? And I'll click on add. Just a moment, my IP was a little bit wrong. I'll edit that. So I'll also make sure that I put in the IP in the form of a URL. So HTTP. And after I've done that, put it to high and select the generic boost. Click on add. Now, as we can see, the status of this cannon is ready. I just have to simply click on this red button over here, which is fire the laser. So once I click on that, this particular DDoS attack will start. So let me begin. Right, so the status is engaging. Let me switch back to my Windows 10 PC and look at what is going on in the DDoS Guardian. So if I scroll down, I can see, like right over here, I can see that there's a lot of activity in outgoing and incoming IP packets, right? So this is obviously an attempt to DDoS this computer, or it might just be suspicious. So we'll check it out. Right. So once we double click on that, we can see that a lot of IP packets are coming in. It's just swarming this computer with IP packets, right? So one simple thing I can do now that as a security specialist, I have detected that a computer or a IP is trying to hack into the system by causing a DDoS attack. I'll simply block this IP. So once I block this IP, we can see that it goes red, and it doesn't matter how many packets are being sent by that particular PC or virtual machine. It does not matter to us because we are simply hard blocking that particular IP. So we can see how with the tools such as anti-DDoS Guardian or any other anti-DDoS tool, we can prevent such attacks. And it is important as well because if we are operating in organizations like Amazon or Facebook, it is very damaging for any of those organizations to have these attacks put on them because it could temporarily suspend their services. session hijacking with BetterCap. Now, BetterCap is a tool that is used for this particular task, which is called session hijacking. So essentially, when you log into your social media accounts or your bank accounts, what happens is these particular websites are generating a session key for you. Now, this session key is valid only and only for you because they need to provide you with the privacy because these particular accounts are very sensitive. So BetterCap is a tool. If your session is unprotected, BetterCap is a tool that can detect all of these things and essentially get access to your session, right? That is called session hijacking. So if your session is unprotected, BetterCap can give the attacker access to your username and password. So it is also used as a tool for a lot of engineers, red team users, and researchers. It is an essentially easy to use all-in-one solution with all of the features that they might possibly need to perform reconnaissance and understanding how susceptible systems are to Wi-Fi network attacks or how their Bluetooth low energy devices are susceptible or wireless HID devices and devices all spread all across the Ethernet networks, right? So if your session is unprotected, BetterCap can very easily capture credentials and sensitive information or confidential information from unprotected sessions on a particular network. So if you log into a particular website, BetterCap has got it. It'll basically get your user ID and login credentials, and then the attacker has access to that as well. So it is used as an application to test whether these sessions are protected or unprotected. So let us understand how this works in action. So in this particular tutorial, we're going to be doing two things. The first thing that I'm going to do is turn on my Wireshark, wait for that to open up, and then I'll select my Ethernet device. So I'll skip this particular thing, remind me later, and then I'll select Ethernet 2, right? So I have begun monitoring Ethernet 2, right? So all of the packets that are being transmitted from one particular device to another in this particular network, I can monitor from this Wireshark outlet. Now, to demonstrate network sniffing and network sniffing in action, we're going to switch back Pirate Security. So I'll just log into this. So once I have logged into that, the next thing that I'm going to do is open up the terminal in Parrot Security. And we're going to be using BetterCap, obviously, to initiate this network sniffing attack. So firstly, I'm going to switch to the root user in this terminal of Parrot Security. So for that, I'll type in sudo su, and then I'll type in the password, and then I'll go back to the root directory. So now I am in the root directory. Now I can run BetterCap. But before we do that, actually, we need to find out the name of the Ethernet device, similar to how we found that out when we were using Wireshark in Windows 10. So I'll type in ifconfig. Right. So in ifconfig, we can see that this particular IP address is our IP address, and this particular Ethernet device name is ETH0 is the name of the Ethernet device that we're going to be using in Parrot Security. So let us begin with that. I'm going to clear this up. So now that I know the name, I'm going to type BetterCap hyphen iFace ETH0, which is the name of the device, and then I'll press enter. Now what we can do is type help, and it will give us all of the possible commands that we have for BetterCap. So we want three things on, which is netprobe, netrecon, and netsniff. So we're going to turn them on one by one. Netprobe on, netsniff, no, netrecon on, and netsniff on. So once we do that, it will start sniffing all of the network activity in the subnetwork, which consists of all of these virtual machines, right? So to see basically what is going on, we'll switch back to Wireshark and see what's going on. So let us switch back, go to Windows 10 again, right? Now we can see certain activity happening in Wireshark. So we can see the sniffing activity in the works. We can see the recipient is 10.10.10.13, which is the Parrot Security IP address, which we saw earlier on. And we can see that these particular messages, like who has this particular IP and all of this information is being sent to 10.10.10.13. So we have successfully detected a particular IP which is sniffing the network. So that is how network sniffing happens, and Wireshark is how we can detect network sniffing. Honeypotting with HoneyBOT. Now, HoneyBOT is a tool used for honeypotting. What is honeypotting? We'll get to that. HoneyBOT is a medium interaction honeypot for Windows. It is a fake device occurrence on our local network. The device works as a target for hackers and to get what they want from a fake data on the device. This is great to learn how the attacker thinks and what his intent is. So essentially, you're creating a trap for the attacker. So the attacker will basically access that trap and might reveal something about how he attacks your system, or might reveal his own personal information as well. Because you're essentially baiting the hacker into hacking into your system by pretending that there is some information that is available, which is fake information, right? So how does it work? A honeypot is a device placed on a computer network specifically designed to capture malicious network traffic. The logging capability of a honeypot is far greater than any other security tool and captures raw packet level data, including the keystrokes and mistakes made by hackers. So essentially baiting the hacker into thinking your system is vulnerable and susceptible. The hacker will do whatever he needs to do and might reveal something about himself or something about the nature of the attack that he's trying to carry out, right? So all of this information is very relevant for security team experts because they can understand how these hacks work. And secondly, to basically track down any person with ill intent, essentially, because any person who commits a mistake and is caught can be caught using a honeypot. So let us understand how this works in practice. So as it can be seen here on my Windows Server 2016 virtual machine, I have my HoneyBOT service currently open, right? So this is being used to monitor any activity that happens. Now, the next thing that I'll do to basically imitate an attack is I'll switch to my Parrot Security terminal. So let us open up the terminal and switch to the sudo user. So once I have done that, I'll simply put in an FTP request to 10.10.10.16, which is my Windows Server 2016 virtual machine's IP. When I press enter, it says connected to 10.10.10.16. So if I go back and switch back to my Windows Server 2016 and check back in my honeypot, simply by firstly I'll log into that. So we can see that there's some information available over here. So if I expand ports, right, so I can see this. So the thing that I can do is view details. So when I view details, I can get the details about the attacker that may be trying to get into my system, specifically the file system of my system, because the attacker has initiated a file transfer protocol, the FTP. So we can see those details over here. We can see the packet information over here when I open up the view details section, right? So if I close this up and I expand remotes, we can also see the attacker IP, which is 10.10.10.13, which is the IP of my Parrot Security virtual machine, right? So in this way, you can essentially determine which particular system within your own network may be trying to get into your system or your file system. So this is how certain people would evade firewalls and other security measures. And this being a honeypot basically is a trap for those potential attackers to identify themselves. Web server reconnaissance with HTTP recon. Now, HTTP recon or HTTP fingerprinting is a tool developed by Computec and modified by W3DD. These are the authors to help return highly accurate identification of given HTTP implementation. So essentially, you enter the URL of a particular website and the server of that website. This particular tool will return the information of that server. So this is very important within professional vulnerability analysis because you need to ensure that your server's information is not accessible to any outside person. So if you run the HTTP recon tool for your particular web application and some sensitive information with regards to how your server is operating is revealed to the attacker, that is a very risky thing, and you should ensure that whatever means you're implementing in your particular website is subverting those particular risks, right? So that is the entire role of HTTP recon in the professional security community. It is used by hackers to essentially gain information with regards to how your server is operating. It is used by security professionals to patch those things up, to not basically allow that information to be revealed to the hacker. Let us understand how this works for websites. From footprinting of a particular website, we can also use HTTP recon. So let us open that. You can open that up without any administrative privileges, but that might cause some issues. So I'll open that up with administrative privileges. So once you've opened that up, I'll expand this a little bit. So in here, you can write the website name that you want to footprint. So in our case, let us type in www.intellipaat.com, right? So once I've written that, stop, and then I'll click on analyze. So it will take a bit of time, but it will give us all of the footprinting details of this particular website. So we can see right over here on the get existing part, we can see over here there are servers that are mentioned. So there are percentages that are over here. There is a match percentage that we can see. So for this Microsoft IIS 6.0, we can see that it is a 100% match. So what footprinting will do, it will essentially analyze the data from the website, and it will try to determine which particular backend server is being used for this website. So the traits for this particular one match 100% with Microsoft IIS, but you can also see there are other matches as well, which are not as accurate as the Microsoft one. You have an AOL server, you have Apache, right? You have Zeus, you have Nginx, so on and so forth. You can see the match percentage is decreasing in descending order. So we have all of this. So right now we don't need to worry about it much because we already have 100% match. But in the cases where we don't get a 100% match, we have to go on probability. To see all of the get requests, I'll click on get long requests, right? So over here we can see all of the get requests, right? The other thing that I can do is click on fingerprint details. So one of the most important details that we can see over here is that there's a protocol name and there's a protocol version, which is 1.1. So hackers can essentially use these details in order to basically maneuver their hacks in accordance with the exploitations that are available for these particular protocol versions. So you can see if you are a hacker with a certain level of knowledge, you can manipulate all of this information to basically help you out in whatever hack you're planning to do. So this is a software utility in order to basically recon a particular website to perform footprinting and reconnaissance. Web application footprinting with what web? Now, this is very similar to what we just discussed, except this also gives information with regards to the application itself, not just the server. So what happens is what web recognizes web technologies, including content management systems, blogging platforms, statistical analytics packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded services. What happens is, what web will scan a website to detail out the category of a web application, the author, and the technologies that are being implemented in that web application. So a website is authored by someone, that will be revealed. What is the password field? What is the login ID field? That will be revealed. So everything on the client side that is visible is revealed. So the HTTP server information, what server it might be using, all of that information, the IP address, the author. So these particular details are there. So even something like what particular organization is powering this particular website, that is also revealed. So that is how what web essentially works. So let us see what web in action as well. Keep in mind that this is exclusively for web applications. For web servers, it is entirely recommended to go with HTTP recon. For web applications, the client side of things, you can go for what web. So one of the tools that we use when we are trying to actually hack into a web application is what web. So let us see the sample website first. The sample website is moviescope.com. So we can see that it is a dummy website, which we are essentially going to get some information out of. So if we go to our Parrot Security terminal, and I'll open up a parrot terminal. So I'll first switch to sudo mode. So for that, I'll simply type in sudo su and enter in the password for my sudo account, right? And then I'll change my directory to the root directory. And afterward, I'll simply type in what web, right? So this is a utility that is present in Parrot Security, which is used for this exact purpose. When I enter that, it will give me a help, essentially has some help commands as to what the usage format for what web actually is, right? So if you want to actually run this on a particular application, so for instance, on this particular subnet, the website that we previously saw, that was moviescope.com exists, right? It exists on the Windows Server 2019. So if we simply type in what web and type in moviescope.com and I press enter, it will take some time and then it'll give me some information, right? So we can see certain information with regards to what web. So the information that I'm currently getting is from FortiGuard server. So what I want now is I want to actually get the information about the web application. So for that, I'll change this to HTTP. I'll enter in the protocol and I'll type in what I typed in the web browser. So www.moviescope.com and then I'll press enter. So we can now see that it is actually not forbidden anymore. It is actually getting us the right information, right? So this is a bit jumbled up. Let us get this in detail. What if we want all of this in detail, right? So for that, I can simply add in an option over here, which is a hyphen V, and then I press enter, right? So this will give us all of the information in much detail. So if I scroll up, I can see that the main page that I logged into with the help of this particular URL is the login page for Moviescope. We can also see the IP. So this is the IP that is resolved when I type in moviescope.com. So this is the IP that we are actually connecting to, right? We can see that the server is based in ASP.NET. And if we go down below, we can see that some details associated with all of the technologies that are being used in this website are mentioned. So the detected plugins under that section, we can see that certain information of ASP.NET is given. We can also see HTTP server information, the meta author information. So the string is EC council in this case. And down below, we can see the HTTP header information.
Now let's go ahead and understand what is SQL injection. So guys, SQL injection is basically a method using which you are able to run commands on an SQL server or on an SQL database through the user interface of a website. And then you are able to do malicious tasks such as logging into the website without even knowing the username, password of an account, or getting or retrieving the details of a particular account or all the accounts which are there on a website by running some SQL commands from the user interface, right? For example, in this session today, what we're going to do is we are going to have a look at a website like this, which is basically going to have the username and password fields. And we are basically going to check when we basically enter the username, we basically enter the password, then we are able to log in to the website. But what happens when you do not know the username or when you do not know the password? How can you inject an SQL query from this user interface and log into the website without even knowing any username and password, right? So that is something that we're going to understand. And the method of passing SQL queries from a website into the database directly is basically called SQL injection. Okay, so now you might be wondering, how does it basically work? All right, guys, so let's go ahead and first understand how does a site basically work. So first thing that you have is a database, right? And inside the database, you will have a table which will have all the usernames, which will have all the passwords. And this usernames and passwords will then be basically fetched by a website like this, right? So whatever username and whatever password you will be entering, right, it will be checked against the names and the passwords which are entered over here, right? If they are an exact match, that is that if the email, let's say if the username is Sam and if the password is QWERTY123, if this matches exactly, that means it's a correct input, and then in that case you will get a
success message. In case the username is Sam, but the password is something else, let's say the password is not matching what is there in the database. In that case, the output or the input will be wrong. And with that, even the output will be failed, right? So first of all, we will need an application which is going to work like this. And what I've done is I've created a sample application which works exactly like this. So what I have is basically a website. So basically I have written some code in Python, which is basically going to help us have a web page, right? So let's run this code. So let me just run it quickly. Python 3 1.py. And with this, my code is now running. So if I go to my browser and if I go to localhost 5000, this is the website which I created. Now in this website, what I can do is I can enter some username, I can enter some password, and then I can sign in. I can check whether that username and password is correct or not. Okay. So what is the username and what is the password? It will be basically be picked up from MySQL. So this is the username, this is the password which I have in the database as of now. So if I enter a username which is Intellipaat and if its password is Intel123, in that case, I will get a success message over here. So let us try that. Let us enter Intellipaat and let us enter the password as Intel123. Let me click on sign in and you can see the messages login is successful. Similarly, if let's say I enter the username as Intellipaat and now let's say I enter a wrong password. Let's say I enter Intellipaat123, let's say 4. So if I click on sign in that case, it is going to tell me login failed. Why? Because in my database for the username Intellipaat, the password is Intel123. So I can add more usernames over here. So let's say if I add a username, let's say insert into user, let me enter a username. Let's say the username is sample and the password for the same is going to be sample123. Let's say this is a query that I pass and I missed out on values over here. So let me enter that. Okay. So now if I check my database, so these are the 3 records that I have. So my username is sample and my password is sample123. So now if I go ahead and if I try this out, so if I enter the login name as sample and if the password is sample123, if I click on sign in, you can see the password is login is success or the output is login is success. If I let's say enter some wrong password and if I click on sign in, it will say login has failed. So guys, with this, you now get to know that the website is working, right? And this is the prerequisite that you need in order to understand how SQL injection will work. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to spoof this website into believing that I am a correct username or the username that I am entering and the password that I'm entering is correct. Let's see how we can go ahead or how to do that. Let's go ahead and understand. But before doing that, you will have to know some basics about SQL injection. So let's understand those basics. So guys, these are some commands or these are some syntax that you need to know in order to perform this attack, right? So first of all, what you need to understand is what is the meaning of hyphen hyphen. So whenever you enter hyphen hyphen in an SQL query, that basically means it's a start of a comment. What is a comment? A comment basically means in this Python code, if I want to make this line a comment, which when basically a comment is made, then basically that line is not processed or that code is ignored, right? So if I wanted to make this line a comment, what I can simply do is I can add a hash in front of it. And now you can see this code has now become gray, which basically means when I will be running this code now, this line will be ignored. So in SQL, if you want to add a comment, the line for, hyphen hyphen. So wherever you will write hyphen hyphen, all the commands after hyphen hyphen will be ignored. All right. Then you have something called as OR. Now what is the OR operator? OR operator basically means either of the inputs should be true. So if I'm using this website, either the username or the password should be correct. All right. To simulate this, let me just go to my database. So let's say I enter something like this. So if I enter select star from user where username is equal to Hemant, right? This is correct. The username is there or password is equal to let's enter something random. Then it should tell us whether this username is correct or not. This is the query. Let's hit enter. It says password in where clause. Okay, so not password, sorry. It will be pass. The column name is pass. So can you see it is still returning me the username and password saying that these exist. Why? Because I've used the OR operator. But this is not the correct output, or this is not the output that I want when I'm trying to log in. When I'm trying to log in, what I want to do is I want to see whether the username and the password are correct or not, right? So taking the same statement again, if I change this OR to be AND, then it will not give me any output, which means empty set, which basically means that there is no username with the name Hemant and the password this, and hence it will give me a wrong, or it will give me a empty set, which basically means that the user does not exist, and hence I will get a login failed on my website, right? This is the difference between OR and AND. So in OR, either of the input should be there in the database, and in AND, both the input should be present correctly in the database. Only then it will give us a successful message. What is 1 is equal to 1? 1 is equal to 1 is a statement which is always true, right? And what does that mean? Whenever I will write, let's say if I write when username is equal to Hemant and 1 equal to 1, which basically means that this statement is always going to be true in case the username is Hemant, because the second condition is always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? So this syntax basically means that the statement or the condition is true, and you can use it anywhere. You can use it while you are working with an SQL query, or when you basically want to go ahead and execute a statement. So now let's go ahead and try these out and understand how will this work when you're working with an SQL query using these syntaxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and write an SQL query and let's see what the output would be according to what we have just learned. So coming back to my MySQL shell. So let's say I go ahead and first show you all the records again, which I have in the table. So these are all the records that I have in the table, right? Now what I'll be doing is, let's say I type in select star from user where Hemant, username is equal to Hemant and 1 is equal to 1. Now what do you think will be the output of this? So let's try and analyze. So what did we learn? We learned that when we use AND, then both of the input should be true. So do we have username equal to Hemant in the user table? Yes, we do. And this is the condition which we are using. So this is true. Now let's see if this is true or not. And according to what we have learned, this condition is always true, right? Now if you try and execute this, you will get the username Hemant and the password Hemant123. And then if we type in, let's say I type in a query like select star from user where username equal to Hemant and password is equal to, let's say, a wrong password. Let's say it's 12345, right? So in this case, it will not return anything. Now let's try to edit this query and let's try to apply the syntax that we have just learned, right? So what we'll do is, first let's comment out the part which we don't need. So we don't need the pass, the part over here. This is correct, but this part is wrong, right? This, because of this, the SQL query is not running. So let's comment this part out. So we'll add hyphen space. So this part is now commented. And now if we just enter 1 equal to 1 over here and give a semicolon, let's see what is the output that we get. And now, as you can see, you were able to bypass what you just wrote, right? So you commented out whatever was there later and you added 1 equal to 1 before that comment. And because of this, this query is just executing up till here, and whatever was there after and, you have commented it by adding hyphen, right? So this is the basics of an SQL injection. If you understand this, now it will be very easy for you to gauge what I'll be telling you later, right? So now let's, alright guys, so what we know of this website right now is that if I enter the username and let's say this is the correct username as I know, let me enter a wrong password over here. So what happens, let's see. So if I enter the wrong password and if I click on sign in, I get login failed. So I want to change this, or I want to achieve that I should get login success over here. So let's see how we can bypass this feature. So as we know right now that the syntax that the current website is running in the background is select star from user, where username is this and password is this. So this is how most of the login websites basically work. Now, in order to achieve an SQL injection query or an SQL injection use case, what I will have to do is I will have to change the SQL query, or I will have to try to change the SQL query from this user interface so that I can basically bypass into the system. So how can we do that? So that can be achieved by using the syntax that we learned earlier. And let me first show you how we can do it, and then I'll explain you what would have happened. So before, whatever string that I'm entering over here, that will have a that will have a apostrophe starting before it, or that will have an inverted comma starting before it. So let me close the inverted commas first, and then what I'll type in is I will type in or, and then I will type in the query which is also always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? And then I will going to close this statement. And after this, whatever is there, I'm going to comment it out by typing in hyphen hyphen and then space. Okay, so this is the argument that I'm going to pass over here. And now let's click on sign in. So it says this field is required. No issues, you can fill this field. And now let's click on sign in. So now, as you can see, it says login success. Now, how do you think this would have happened? Let me go ahead and show you. So the query that we have in the code is select star from user, where username is equal to Hemant and pass is equal to some password. Okay, this is the query which is executing in the background. Now what I've done is I've replaced Hemant with a string which goes something like this. So I first entered inverted comma, then I entered a space, and then I said or 1 is equal to 1 semicolon space comment sign and then space. Now see what has happened. This query has now changed to this query, and I've commented the rest of the part out. Now if you execute this query, what will you get? You will get all the usernames and you will get all the password. Let me hit enter. Can you see? I've got all the usernames and I've got all the password. And because this is something which is not an empty set, the website is now telling me that the login is successful. So guys, this is a very simple and this is a very dangerous SQL injection that we have just done, because not only you have got access to the website, not only you have spoofed the website, but in case you are able to get this result set out through some method, you will be able to get all the usernames and all the passwords that are there on the database of this website, right? So guys, this is how you do SQL injection. Now that we know,
let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, a DDoS with 20 to 40 Gbps is enough for totally shutting down the majority network infrastructure. Is this statement false, true, both 1 and 2, or can't say? Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is right one in the comment section below with 1 or 2 liner explanation as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Injection is done. Let's go ahead and understand, is it really important to prevent SQL injection? So you might be wondering now, whatever I've told you, not a lot of people will be knowing about it, right? And that is actually true. Not a lot of people know about how to hack websites, or what would be the purpose of someone hacking your website. So probably it just happens to big companies like Sony, like LinkedIn, like Twitter, right? So why should you be worried about it? So that's a valid point. But imagine right now if you're doing a startup, right? Probably right now the need is not there. But if something like this happens to your website, because as we are growing towards a more technological world, a world which is more online, more and more people are getting the skill sets to work online or use the internet. And with that, if let's say somehow somebody targets your website, it is going to be a huge loss to your business, because the users which were using your website will not trust your website anymore. So to sum up, what is it important to prevent SQL injections? The point is that yes, the prevalence is going to be very less. The attack might be happening to your website or it might not be. The chances of it happening is very less because there are very less individuals in the world out there who can do SQL injections, right? And who would want to target a very small company that you have just started? But does this mean that you should ignore it? Well, no, because the ease of exploitation for this particular subject that we just discussed is very easy, right? And with that, in the future, as and when we are going into the future, more and more people will get aware about this particular concept, this particular technology, and hence the chances of even somebody playing around with your website is going to get you a huge business loss, right? And that's why the impact of this is going to be devastating. So that's why it is very important to prevent SQL injections, be it a very small company, be it a medium-sized company, and it is important for large companies, obviously, right? And that's why you should learn all the best practices for development. You should include people in the team who are cybersecurity experts. You should have test cases in your development team, which is basically going to go and help you out in understanding if your code is safe or not. Because it does not matter if your code is just working, your code has to be safe as well. And this is why the demand for ethical hackers, the demand for security specialists is now increasing day by day, because companies have now started to recognize that yes, this is a threat, yes, this is something that needs to be addressed. Okay, so with that said, how to prevent SQL injections? Now you will say, okay, so it's very important to prevent SQL injections, but how should you go ahead and advise a company so that they can prevent SQL injections? So let's understand that. So first thing is, you should use the principle of least privilege, which basically means, let's say this website is able to insert or select data out of the database. So this website should have a username which has the least privileges allotted to it, so that it can only do what it is supposed to do. For example, we just saw that if we use this website, we are able to list all the usernames and all the passwords which are there in the table. So probably that should be a permission which should not be allowed to the user who's going to be assigned inside your code. For example, if you have a look at the code, the username that we have given over here is root and that is absolutely wrong. You should never use root, or you should never use an admin user in your code. So it's very important to have a username which is going to have the least privileges, the privileges which will only help you to get the work done, and that should be assigned to your code. So that's point number. Second point is that all the passwords, all the usernames, if they can be hashed in some way, then also this attack can be basically avoided. How? Because right now we relied on the fact that whatever I'm entering, it is not being encrypted somehow, and then it is plainly being passed to SQL. But what if we put in a system in between which can basically encrypt all the data or all the user inputs that you're giving, and that encryption is basically tested out in your or it is passed to SQL as an argument. So in that case, what is going to happen is you will not be able to run any SQL query, right? So that is also a possible preventive measure that you can take. And third thing that you can do is you can always employ third-party authentication. So you would have seen that a lot of websites now have options like login with Facebook, login with Google, right? So all these big companies, they have gone through a lot of work-X. They have been through a lot of situations. They have a lot of people who are working on the security aspect of their website, and you can be rest assured that you as a owner or you as a manager of a tech team, if you apply your brains and try to create a model which cannot be spoofed, obviously that is not going to help you out, because the kind of feedback which Facebook and Twitter as a company gets, because they have a lot of people like you, right, who probably would be able to test the application before it goes on to production, test out with different kind of scenarios, right? And with that fact, their application obviously is more mature, right? So it's always a good idea if let's say you do not want to go ahead and just make your application secure, because otherwise your thought would be just in making your application secure, whereas your stakeholders would want more features in your application, right? So if you have to balance both of them, why not use things which are already available? And with that fact, why not use the third party authentication tools which are already available out there, right? So this would be some of the methods that you can use to prevent SQL injections. And obviously there are more ways as well. So you can go ahead and practice the best practices of coding. For example, instead of concatenating the arguments like we just did in the code, you can also pass them as arguments, and that is a topic for a separate discussion altogether. But majorly, if you follow all these 3 points, they should be enough to prevent a SQL injection.
Creating a Trojan with njRAT. So there are a lot of ways you can actually create a Trojan with, but what we are going to be doing today is creating a remote access Trojan with the help of a tool called njRAT. So this is one of the most common hacks that is possible today if security is not implemented in the target system. So remote access Trojan essentially is something that gives you remote access to the target's computer or PC or host system or host network, right? So njRAT, also known as Blada Bindi, is a remote access Trojan or a RAT, which allows the holder of the program to control the end user's computer or the target's computer. How does it work? It is a convenient application which helps you in creating your own RAT, which directs back to your remote IP. So when you're creating this particular RAT, this Trojan, what it'll ask you is what is your own IP, right? And then you'll enter your own IP. And once you've done that, you can start creating the Trojan. It will be created. There will be a file that will be generated. You can send that file maliciously to your victim's computer. And if the victim happens to run the file even once, then boom, you have access to the victim's PC, right? So which means that you have access to the victim's file system. You have access to the victim's command line terminal. You can remotely operate their computer if you have to. One of the most scary things is you have access to the victim's web camera if that is there in the victim's computer. You can get the passwords that are cached in the victim's computer. You can open the chats in that victim's computer. You can see the amount of damage that you can cause with this particular tool if it happens to run on the victim's computer. So it's usually detected by antivirus softwares, but if you're intelligent with how you implement it, you can basically get access to the victim system. Now, this is highly recommended not to try it with somebody you don't have permission, because this is something extremely illegal to do. But this is very much a practice that is followed when you are in an ethical hacking job, and it is your task to basically find how vulnerable your system is to these rats, right? You'll create a rat and see if you're actually able to do anything with that rat, and if the rat is actually detectable by that target system. So njRAT is a convenient application, helps you creating your own rat, and once the Trojan is launched, like it's packaged, it's created, it's sent and launched to the target system, it remotely connects the target system to the attacker system without the target's knowledge. So you'll just simply click on the executable, nothing will happen, and you'll think, okay, you'll move on. But you have actually started a process which has connected your system to a attacker's computer, right? Now the attacker can see all of these things. You can see it. There's a very convenient drop-down menu on the attacker's end where he can access all of that information that you can see. Like the drop-down menu has all of those things, right? So let us implement this in real life by actually implementing this on virtual machines. So we'll do that just about now. So let us implement a RAT in real life and practice. So we are going to be using njRAT. Now this is a tool which is used to create remote access Trojans. So what this does is essentially it creates a Trojan file. And once you install this Trojan file onto the target system, you basically have access to the target system's processes, services, and file system, right? So it's a pretty invasive RAT to have. Let us just begin with it. So the port by default is 5552. I'll just simply click on start, right? So once I've clicked on start, we can see that there are no lists available until now because we haven't actually invaded into a system yet. So what we'll do is firstly we'll create a RAT. So we'll click on builder, right? So in builder we can simply type in the host. So the host in our case is our Windows 10 system. So it's 10.10.10.10, right? So this is where the Trojan, this is where the RAT is going to report back to, right? And uh, and then I'll simply click on copy to startup, right? And then I'll click on build. So once I click on build, it will basically open up a browser window. So I can navigate to wherever I want to store my hack. So in my case, let us store our hack in the CEH tools directory. So this is the shared directory, the shared network directory in between all of the folders. So once we store it over there, I'll call it test.exe, right? And click on save. So our Trojan has successfully been created. This is our RAT. Now all we have to do is run this RAT on the target system, right? So let us get along with that. So currently I am on my Windows Server 2016 and we can see that we have that file available to us, right? So if I simply open up this file, we can see that absolutely nothing happens. Now, this is where the hacker gets you, right? So, according to you, the file did not work, right? But if we switch back to our Windows 10 machine, we can clearly go back and check our status. And we can see that we've hacked the Windows Server 2016 computer, right? So, I can expand this and elaborate on this. If I simply open that up, by right clicking on it, we can get a whole bunch of options, right? So the first thing that we get is the file manager. So if I open that, take some time, but we can browse through all of the files that are present on the target system, right? We can go to the process manager, right? So this will tell us all of the processes that are running on the target system. It takes a bit of time to load. And as we can clearly see, we can see all of the processes that are running on the server 2016 computer, right? We can see the connections. So depending on the network speed that you have, it may take a little bit of time. So we can see all of the port and IP details. We can look at the registry of the target system, which is very important if you're hacking a system. And you can also access the remote shell of the target system, right? There are other options, very invasive options available to you. So you can also run a file. So this could be from your own disk. This could be a script, yeah, or you could simply access the computer's remote desktop. You can access the webcam of that computer. You can get the passwords. You can even enable and access the keylogger, which will basically tell you whatever the target user is typing onto his keyboard. You can open up a chat to basically send messages to the target system. So as you can see, there are a lot of other options as well that you can implement with this invasive remote access Trojan.
Let's talk about the principles of security, also known as the CIA triad. The C in CIA stands for confidentiality. Confidentiality ensures that the necessary level of secrecy is enforced at each junction of data processing and prevents unauthorized disclosure. So it basically means that it refers to an organization's efforts to keep their data private or secret. In practice, it's about controlling access to data to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Typically, this involves ensuring that only those who are authorized have access to specific assets and that those who are unauthorized are actively prevented from obtaining access. Then, the I in CIA stands for integrity. Integrity is upheld when the assurance of the accuracy and reliability of information and systems is provided and any unauthorized modification is prevented. So this means that integrity refers to the quality of something being whole or complete. In cybersecurity, integrity is about ensuring that data has not been tampered with and therefore can be trusted. It is complete, authentic, and reliable. So that is what integrity means. Then the A in CIA stands for availability. Availability protection ensures the reliability and timely access to data and resources to authorized individuals. So quite simply, availability means that networks, systems, and applications are up and running It also ensures that authorized users have timely, reliable access to resources when they are needed. Now, let's talk about the types of security controls. There are three types of controls with different practices that come under each of them. The first one is administrative controls. This refers to the policies, procedures, or guidelines that define personal or business practices in accordance with the organization's security goals. So, security documentation, risk management, personal security, training, culture, etc. are the practices that come under administrative controls. The second one is technical or logical controls. This includes the hardware or software mechanisms used to protect assets in an organization. So, firewalls, IDS or intrusion detection systems, encryption, authentication, input validation, etc. are the practices that come under technical or logical controls. Then the third one is physical controls. This refers to anything tangible, that is anything that can be touched, that's used to prevent or detect unauthorized access to physical areas, systems, or assets in an organization. Security guards, logs, fencing, lighting, CCTV, etc. are tangible security measures which come under physical controls. Now, let's discuss the security controls that enforce the principles of security or the CIA. So, the CIA, also known as the CIA triad, includes confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality ensures that the necessary level of secrecy of data is enforced. So, data encryption at rest, data encryption in transit, access control, etc. are the controls employed for ensuring the confidentiality of the data. Then there's integrity. Integrity refers to the assurance that the accuracy and reliability of information is maintained and unauthorized modification is prevented. So the controls used to ensure integrity of the data are: first one is hashing. Hashing is a practice used for where an algorithm is used to map data to any size of a hash value which is of fixed length. So this can be used to check that the data has not been altered. So this can be used as an authenticity check for the data. Then there is configuration management, then change control, and CRC functions. CRC functions are a cyclic redundancy check, which is an error detecting code commonly used in digital networks and storage devices to detect accidental changes to raw data. Then there's availability. Availability ensures reliability and timely access to data and resources to authorized individuals. So clusters, load balancing, RAID, which stands for redundant array of independent disks, which is a way of storing the same data in different places on multiple hard disks or solid state drives to protect data in the case of a drive failure. Then backups, co-location, etc. are the practices that come under availability to ensure the smooth availability of all the systems. So these controls work together to provide a healthy, safe, and productive environment. Now let's talk about security framework. So framework refers to the basic structure underlying any system. So a security framework, when done properly, will allow an organization to more intelligently manage their information security risks. So the framework is actually a compilation of the policies and practices that are used to ensure the security of critical infrastructure. A security program is a framework. Organizations are free to plug in different types of technologies, methods, and procedures to accomplish the necessary protection level for their environment. So a framework can include different programs, different methods, different technologies, whichever are necessary for the security scenario that the organization requires. Now let's talk about ITIL, which stands for Information Technology Infrastructure Library. ITIL is the de facto standard of best practices for IT service management. The ITIL is actually a framework designed to standardize the selection, planning, delivery, maintenance, and overall life cycle of IT services within a business. So the ITIL was created because of the increased dependence on information technology to meet business needs. Now let's see what security governance is. So security governance is actually the set of responsibilities and practices exercised by executives with the goal of providing strategic direction, ensuring that objectives are achieved, ascertaining that risks are managed appropriately, and verifying that the enterprise's resources are used responsibly. So basically, security governance is the means by which you control and direct your organization's approach to security. So when done well, security governance will effectively coordinate the security activities of your organization. So security governance always flows from top to bottom, and it should always cut across all the business verticals so that it is functioning properly. Now let's talk about what is third-party security governance. Third-party governance is the system of oversight that may be mandated by law, regulation, industry standards, contractual obligation, or licensing requirements. This generally involves an outside investigator or auditor designed by a governing body or the consultants hired by the target organization. Another aspect of third-party governance is the application of security oversight on third parties that your organization relies on. So these parties need to stay in compliance with the primary organization's security stance. Otherwise, they present additional risks and vulnerabilities to the primary organization. Let's discuss standards, guidelines, and procedures. So first of all, standards. So standards define some compulsory requirements for the use of hardware, software, technology, and security controls. So these standards are basically documents that say how these methods should be accomplished so that the goals required for security principles can be achieved. So standards are mandatory courses of action or rules that are needed to accomplish for certain security practices to be completed. Then there are baselines. So these baselines are a minimum level of security that every system throughout the organization must meet. So it's like a threshold that every system has to meet. The baseline establishes a common secure state on which all additional security measures can be built. Then there are guidelines. So guidelines are recommendations on how standards and baselines are implemented. So guidelines say how the above mentioned standards and baselines has to be put in place. Then guidelines are also flexible that it can be customized in unique cases or condition. And finally, there are procedures. So procedures are detailed step by step how to documents that describes the exact actions necessary to implement a specific security mechanism, control, or solution. Now let's see what is threat modeling. So threat modeling is a security process where potential threats are identified, categorized, and analyzed. It can be performed as a proactive measure during design and development or as a reactive measure once the product has been deployed. There are different types of identifying threats, and they are: the first one is identifying threats focused on assets. So this method uses asset valuation results and attempts to identify threats that are valuable to these threats that are focused on these valuable assets. Then there are identifying threats focused on attackers. So sometimes it is possible to identify potential attackers and the threats they represent based on their goals or the procedures that they use. So these procedures are known as TTP or technique procedures. Then there are threats that are focused on software. If an organization develops a software and it can consider potential threats against its specific features and input mechanisms. Now let's see what is risk management. So risk management is the process of identifying and assessing risk and then reducing that risks to an acceptable level. So there is no such thing as a 100% secure environment. Like we cannot say there is all the risks can be completely removed. So what risk management does is it identifies and reduces risk and then ensures that risk is maintained at the level that is not harmful. Then information systems risk management policy. We'll see what is the information systems risk management policy. The first one is it includes the objectives of the information system risk management team. Then it has information about the level of risk the organization will accept. Then it has formal processes of risk identification. It has the responsibilities of teams and individuals. It has the mapping of risk to internal controls. And it also has key indicators to monitor the effectiveness of controls. Now, what are the steps involved in the risk management process? So the first step is framing the risk. Then the second step is assessing the risk. We have identified the risk and now we are assessing the risk. The third step is we'll be responding to the risk with the tools that we have. And finally, we'll monitor the risk and keep it at the stable level. Now we'll see what is risk assessment and analysis. So risk assessment is the method of identifying vulnerabilities and threats and assessing the possible impacts to determine where to implement security controls. Whereas risk analysis is a detailed examination of the components of risk which is used to ensure that the security is cost effective, relevant, timely, and as well as responsive to the identified threat. It also helps companies to prioritize their risks and the amount of resources that one should apply to protect against the risk. So the achievements of risk analysis should be identifying assets and their value to the organization, determining the likelihood that a threat exploits a vulnerability, determining the business impact of these potential threats, and finally providing a cost-benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the cost of the countermeasure. Now we'll see what are the risk analysis approaches. So there are three approaches. The first one is quantitative risk analysis. A quantitative risk analysis is used to assign monetary and numeric values to all the elements of the risk analysis process. So here a numerical or monetary value is given to every component of the risk analysis process. So each element within the analysis, like asset value, threat frequency, severity of vulnerability, impact damage, safeguard cost, safeguard effectiveness, uncertainty, and probability items, etc., is quantified to determine the total and residual risks. Whereas in qualitative risk analysis, a qualitative risk analysis does not quantify the data or assign any numeric values. Instead, it is more opinion and scenario based and uses a rating system to relay the risk criticality levels. Then there is also automated risk analysis. So collecting all the necessary data that needs to be plugged into risk analysis equations and properly interpreting the results can be overwhelming if done manually. So what we can do now is several automated risk analysis tools are available which will make the task much easier and more accurate. Now we'll see what is risk management framework. So the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, has developed the risk management framework. So this is a set of processes for organizations to integrate information security and risk management into their systems. So the 6-step framework includes, first of all, categorize information systems, select security controls, implement security controls, assess security controls, authorize information systems, and monitor security controls. Just like the NIST RMF, there are other frameworks as well, like OPTIV, which stands for Operationally Critical Threat, Asset and Vulnerability Evaluation, FAIR, Factor Analysis of Information Risk, and TARA, which stands for Threat Agent Risk Assessment. Now, what is supply chain risk management? So, a supply chain refers to a sequence of suppliers involved in delivering some kind of product. There are two types of suppliers, upstream and downstream suppliers. So, the upstream supply chain shows the relation between the supplier and the raw materials and the supplier's supplier. So this means that who is supplying the raw materials to the supplier in first place. That is upstream supply chain. What is coming to the company is often termed as upstream supply chain. Then the downstream supply chain is the final product or the thing leaving the company. So it is often left in the form of a final product to serve the customer. So we call it the downstream supply chain. Now there is something known as a service legal agreement or SLA. So SLA is a contractual agreement that guarantees a certain level of service from service providers. So if the service is not delivered at the agreed upon level, then there are consequences, typically financial consequences. So these SLAs provide a mechanism to mitigate some of the risk from the service providers in the supply chain. Now we'll see what is personal security. So people are often the weakest link in security. We say that often human error accounts for up to 95% of security breaches. So the reason for this is that either accidentally through mistakes or lack of training, or intentionally through the fraud and malicious intent, personal causes more serious and hard to detect damage to security than attacks or outside espionage or equipment failure, etc. So this is a huge problem. Properly trained personnel is very vital for maintaining security. Although the future actions of individuals cannot be predicted, it is possible to minimize the risk by implementing preventive measures and some best practices. Now let's see what are the measures that are used in personnel improving personal security. The first one is separation of duties. So separation of duties is a preventive administrative control put into place to reduce the potential of fraud. For example, an employee cannot complete a critical financial transaction by herself or himself. He will need to have the supervisor's approval before the transaction can be completed. So separation of duties makes it difficult to commit any fraud without resorting to collusion or conspiracy. Then there is dual control. Here, two or more individuals are authorized and required to perform a duty or task. So both of these individuals must be available and active in their participation to complete the task. Not a single person will be able to complete the task on his or her own. So, for example, two officers must perform an identical key turn in a nuclear submarine to send a missile, something like that. Then there is split knowledge. No one person knows or has all the details to perform a task. For example, two managers might be required to open a bank vault with each only knowing part of the combination to open the lock. Then there is job rotation. So job rotation is an administrative detective control used to uncover fraudulent activities. So no one person should stay in one position for a long time because they may end up having too much control over a segment of the business. So rather than keeping one person in one job for a long time, job is rotated. Then there is mandatory vacation. So employees in sensitive areas should be forced to take vacation so that other people can fill their position for that time, and this ensures that no fraudulent activities are occurring there. Now we'll see what are due diligence and due care. So due care means doing what a reasonable person would do in a given situation. It is also often called the prudent man rule. Then there is due diligence. Due diligence means making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required action and tracking the work that you have done after implementation so that you can improve after the work also. Then what is the significance? In today's business environment, prudence is mandatory. Showing due care and due diligence is the only way to disprove negligence in an occurrence of loss. Senior management must show due care and due diligence to reduce their culpability and liability when a loss occurs. So, business continuity planning. So, despite our best efforts, disasters of one form or another definitely will strike an organization. Be it a natural disaster such as a hurricane or an earthquake or a man-made calamity such as a building fire, every organization will encounter one threat in their existence. So, one thing that can be noted here is business continuity planning. It is a practice. This involves assessing the risks to organizational processes and creating policies, plans, and procedures to minimize the impact of risk. So, BCP focuses on maintaining business operations with reduced capabilities. If this continuity is broken, then the business processes have stopped and the organization is in disaster mode. This is when the disaster recovery planning takes over. So the top priority of BCP and DRP is always people. The primary concern is to get the people out of harm's way. Then you can address IT recovery and restoration issues. Now we have talked about BCP and DRP. We'll see what are the differences between BCP and DRP. So business continuity plan refers to the means by which loss of business may be avoided, and it ought to define the business requirements for continuity of operations. It also defines the business requirements for a disaster recovery plan. Disaster recovery plan, on the other hand, deals with the restoration of computer systems with all attend software and connections to full functionality under a variety of damaging or interfering external conditions. Essentially, disaster recovery plan DRP addresses the procedures to be followed during and after the loss, whereas BCP is the preemptive process put in place in preparation for handling the disaster. The overall goal of BCP is to provide a quick, calm, and efficient response in the event of emergency and to enhance the company's ability to recover from a disruptive event promptly. So now let's talk about in detail about the BCP process. So the BCP process has four main steps. They are project scope and planning, business impact assessment, continuity planning, and finally approval and implementation. Now let's talk about the laws that are connected to cybersecurity. The first one we are talking about are criminal laws. So criminal laws are laws that are put in enforcement by the police or the law enforcement agencies so that people are prohibited against acts such as murder, assault, robbery, etc. These laws also make sure that penalties are paid to the court or the government for committing these crimes. There are also a number of criminal laws that are put in place to serve the society against computer-based crime also. Then there are civil laws. So civil laws form the bulk of our body of laws. So civil laws basically maintain the order of our society. So It governs matters that are not crimes but that require an impartial arbiter to settle between individuals and organizations. So examples include contract disputes, real estate transactions, employment matters, etc. Usually, law enforcement authorities do not become involved in matters of civil law. Then there is administrative law. Laws and legal principles created by administrative agencies to address a number of areas including international trade, manufacturing, environment, immigration, etc. come under this administrative law. But when talking about laws related to computer crime, earlier computer crime prosecutions were attempted under traditional criminal law, and many cases were dismissed because judges thought that applying traditional law to this modern type of crime was too far of a stretch. Legislators responded by passing specific statutes that define computer crime and laid out specific penalties for various crimes. So these acts were created because of the lack of laws pertaining to computer crimes, and they are Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Computer Security Act of 1987, Federal Information Security Management Act. Now let's talk about the three categories of computer crime. So the first one is computer assisted crime. This is a crime where a computer was used as a tool to help carry out the crime. So the examples include attacking financial systems to carry out theft of funds and or sensitive information, obtaining military and intelligence material by attacking military systems, carrying out industrial spying by attacking competitors, and gathering confidential business data. Then there are computer targeted crimes where a computer was specifically the victim of an attack. So the examples include distributed denial of service attacks, capturing passwords for or other sensitive data, installing malware with the intent to cause destruction, etc. Then there is crimes where the computer is incidental. So here the computer is not necessarily the attacker or the victim, but just happen to be involved in the crime. So an example would be an attacker gathering information about his victim using a laptop. So that is an example for a computer incidental crime. Now let's discuss what a copyright is. So copyright law guarantees the creators of original works of authorship protection against the unauthorized duplication of their work. So broad categories of these works qualify for copyright protection, and they are literary works, musical works, dramatic works, choreographic works, sculptural works, motion pictures works, architectural works, etc. Computer software can also come under the copyright protection, but it is done under the scope of literary works because it is important to note that copyright law protects only the expression inherent in computer software. That is, only the actual source code is protected, and it does not protect the ideas or processes behind the software. So officially, registering a copyright is not a prerequisite for copyright enforcement. The law states that the creator of a work has an automatic copyright from the instant the work is created. Copyright ownership always defaults to the creator of a work. Exceptions include works for hire where the person is hired to make something. Then current copyright laws provides for a very lengthy period of protection. Works by one or more authors are protected until 70 years after the death of the last surviving author. Now we'll see what is DMCA. DMCA, or Digital Millennium Copyright Act.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Serves as the copyright law in the US. So this law prohibits attempts to circumvent copyright protection mechanisms placed on a protected work by the copyright holder. This also provides copy preventions for CDs and DVDs on the earlier times. The DMCA also limits the liability of internet service providers when their circuits are used by criminals violating the copyright law, given the service providers' activities must meet the following requirements. So, if the internet service providers' activities meets the following requirements, they can be stripped of the liability under if a crime is happening over their network. So, the requirements are: transmission must be initiated by a person other than the provider. Transmission, routing, provision of connections, or copying are carried out by an automated process. The service provider must not determine the recipients of the material. Any intermediate copies must not ordinarily be accessible to anyone other than the anticipated recipients.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And the material must be transmitted with no modification to its content. Now we'll see what are trademarks. So a trademark is a type of intellectual property consisting of a recognizable sign, design, or expression which identifies products or services of a particular source or brand from those of others. So trademarks do not need to be officially registered to gain protection under the law. If you use a trademark during your public activities also, you are automatically protected and can use the superscript TM symbol to show that you intend to protect words or slogans as trademarks. Trademarks can also be registered if you want with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO. Once you have received your registration certificate from the USPTO, you can denote your mark as a registered trademark with the R in a circle superscript symbol. Trademarks are granted for an initial period of 10 years and can be renewed unlimited number of times with 10-year increment periods. Then there are patents. So a patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or a process that provides, in general, a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to something. So to get a patent, technical information about the invention must be disclosed to the public in a patent application. So they provide a period of 20 years during which the inventor is granted exclusive rights to use the invention, whether directly or via licensing agreements. At the end of the patent exclusivity period, the invention is in the public domain available for anyone to use. So for something to have patents, there has to be three main requirements. The first one is the invention must be new, then the invention must be useful, and the invention must not be obvious. In the technology field, patents have long been used to protect hardware devices and manufacturing processes. Recent patents have also been issued covering software programs. Now, what are trade secrets? So trade secrets are a type of intellectual property that comprises formulas, practices, processes, designs, or compilations of information that have inherent economic value because they are not generally known or readily available to the public, and for which the owner takes reasonable measures to keep it secret. So those are the things that are known as trade secrets. So many companies have intellectual property that is critical to their businesses, and significant damage would happen if it were disclosed. Some examples worth mentioning would be the secret formulas of Coca-Cola, KFC, etc. Copyrights or patents could be used to protect trade secrets, but the catch here is that the trade secrets would have to be publicly disclosed for the all the details of the work has to be publicly disclosed, and copyrights or patents would only provide protection for a limited period of time. So protecting trade secrets with copyrights or patents is not a very good idea. So to preserve trade secret status, organizations must implement adequate controls to ensure that only authorized personnel with a need to know the secrets have access to them. Also, trade secret protection is one of the best way to protect computer software. This is the technique used by large software development companies like Microsoft to protect its core base of intellectual property. The US government recognized the importance of protecting trade secrets and enacted the Economic Espionage Act of 1996. Now we'll see what is software licensing. The common types of licensing agreements in use today are: the first one is contractual license agreements. So this uses a written contract between the software vendor and the customer, outlining the responsibilities of each. These agreements are commonly found for high-priced and or highly specialized software packages. Then there are shrink-wrap license agreements. So these are agreements written on the outside of the software packaging. They commonly include a clause stating that the user acknowledges agreement to the terms of the contract simply by breaking the shrink wrap seal on the package. Then there are these click-through license agreements. So the click-through agreements include contract terms that are either written on the software box or included in the software documentation. During the installation process, you are required to click a button indicating that you have read the terms of the agreement and agree to abide by them. Then there are cloud service license agreement. Most cloud services do not require any form of written agreement and simply flash legal terms on the screen for review. In some cases, they may simply provide a link to legal terms and a checkbox for users to confirm that they read and agree to the terms. Now let's talk about privacy laws. The first one is the Fourth Amendment. So this prohibits government agencies from searching private property without a warrant and a probable cause. The courts have expanded their interpretation of the Fourth Amendment to include protection against wiretapping and other invasions of privacy. So no government agent can listen into a call without proper warrant or a probable cause. Then there is Privacy Act of 1974. This severely limits the ability of federal government agencies to disclose private information to other agencies without the prior written consent of the affected individuals. Then there is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, also known as the HIPAA. So this strictly regulates the hospitals, insurance companies, and organizations that process or store medical information about individuals. This defines the rights of individuals who are the subject of medical records and requires organizations that maintain such records to disclose these rights in writing. Then the European Union Privacy Law. This law creates a balance between the interest of data holder and the interest of the data subject. The directive outlines key rights of individuals about whom data is held and or processed, like right to access data, right to know the data's source, right to correct inaccurate data, right to withhold consent to process data in some situations, right of legal action should these rights be violated. The General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) was enforced by the European Union in May 2018. This includes regulations that protect the personal data and privacy of the European Union citizens. So this law defines three things. The first one, data subject. So the data subject is the individual to whom the data pertains. The data controller, any organization that collects the data on European Union's residents. Then the data processor, any organization that processes the data for a data controller. The regulation applies if any one of the three entities is based in the European Union. The key provisions of the law include consent, first one. So the consent means that data controllers and data processors cannot use personal data without explicit consent of the data subject. Then right to be informed. So data controllers and data processors must inform data subjects about how their data is used. Then right to restrict processing. Data subjects can agree to have their data stored by a collector but disallow it to be processed. Then there is right to be forgotten. Data subjects can request that their personal data be permanently deleted. Data breaches. Then data controllers must report a data breach within 72 hours of becoming aware of it. Now let's see what is compliance is. So basically compliance in business refers to following the relevant laws and regulations for your industry. Regulatory compliance describes the goal that organizations aspire to achieve in their efforts to ensure that they are aware of and take steps to comply with relevant laws, policies, and regulations. Due to the increasing number of regulations and need for operational transparency, organizations are increasingly adopting the use of consolidated and harmonized sets of compliance controls. Now let's see what are ethics. So there is actually a code of ethics preamble which states that the safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principles and to each other, requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is a condition of the certification. The International Information System Security Certification Consortium, or the ISC Square, requires all certified system security professionals to commit to fully supporting the code of ethics. If a CISSP intentionally or unknowingly violates this code of ethics, he or she may be subject to a peer review panel which will decide whether the certification should be revoked. The code of ethics includes the first one, protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence and the infrastructure, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly and legally, provide diligent and competent service to principals, advance and protect the profession. Most often, laws are based on ethics and are put in place to ensure that others act in an ethical way. However, laws do not apply to everything. That is, sometimes when ethics should kick in, some things may not be illegal, but that does not necessarily mean they are ethical. Now, is security an overhead? So basically, companies just want to do their business, and everyone likes to have unrestricted access to internet. So, and most probably, we might not have seen any attack in the company or on our devices in the past. So why invest millions to install firewalls, proxies, AVs, WAF, etc.? So the main question is this, and the answer is that it is actually we are taking precautions, and the world is very huge, and an attack can happen from anywhere in the world, and the internet is very open to anyone. So it's all possible. So we are actually taking care of the company security. So when you're having this thoughts that should I do security or should I be worried about security, just think that the world is not a simple place anymore. One data breach and the business could never recover again. So we have discussed about the CIA. Now, what is the priority within the CIA? Which should be the most important? So the most important one cannot be said directly, and actually it depends. So at the end of the day, you need a balanced approach to security, and not that the one is better than the other. For instance, in military, confidentiality is important, and in banking, integrity is important, and in digital entertainment, availability is the most important one. Now, let's talk about security terms. The first one is vulnerability. Vulnerability refers to weaknesses in a system that allows a threat source to compromise its security. Now, what is a threat? So, threat is any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of a vulnerability. Now, a threat agent is the entity that takes advantage of this vulnerability. And now, risk is the likelihood of a threat source exploiting a vulnerability and the corresponding business impact it can have. Exposure is the instance of being exposed to losses, and controls are the mechanisms put into place to mitigate the risk and reduce the risk. Now that we have seen the different types of security controls, we should see what are the different functions of security controls. So the functions can be classified as preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, recovery, finally compensating. So in preventive controls, or the controls that functions as preventive, comes security guards, security policy, encryption, ACL, antiviruses, etc. And then in detective functions, or the controls that give detective functions, are monitoring, CCTV, job rotation, audit logs, intrusion detection systems, etc. The corrective functions are server images and patching, and controls that give deterrent functions are fences, lighting, dogs, CCTV, etc. So the controls that give recovery functions are DR facilities, backups, and high availability, and compensating functions are scenario based. So a control can exhibit multiple functions. While classifying, think of the primary purpose of that control. So the defense system, or the security defense system in depth, can be thought of like this. So if we go from the outside, the threat or the threats come the outside. The first line of security is the perimeter security. Then comes network security. Then there is endpoint security, application security, data security, and at the center are mission critical assets. So here policy management comes under prevention, and the operations comes under monitoring and response. Now security through obscurity. So let's check the adversary. That is actually what is happening. So examples are making the application complex and assuming that the attacker would never be able to break it. Then keeping a copy of passwords on the keyboard, in-house cryptography algorithms, etc. So not just assume, so it is better to validate. Now what are the different frameworks, standards, and programs? So enterprise architecture is there, security programs are there, security controls and process management is there. So under enterprise architecture comes the SACMAN framework, TOGAF, DODAF, MODAF, SABSA, etc. And security program, ISO 27000 is security program. So in security controls comes the COBIT5, H.O.I.C, which are integrated frameworks. Then there are NIST SP 853. And in process management, it is ITIL, Six Sigma, capability maturity model integration, etc. Now what is ISO or IEC 27000? This is a standard that describes the purpose of an information security management system, and which is used to manage information security risks and controls within an organization. So the series is deliberately broad in scope, covering more than just privacy, confidentiality, and IT or technical cybersecurity issues, and it is applicable to organizations of all shapes and sizes. What is the SACMAN architecture framework? So the SACMAN framework is a fundamental structure for enterprise architecture, which provides a formal and structured way of viewing and defining an enterprise. So there are objective scopes, enterprise models, system models, technology models, etc. And what data, how it functions, where or what kind of network, who is involved, when or what time, and what is the motivation. All these things are structured, and this is what the SACMAN framework represents. Now, SABSA, or Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture. So the SABSA ensures that different views of security are taken in consideration through the layered model, and as different stakeholders will need to be differently informed about what it means to them, while still allowing for traceability across the stack. So the recipe for success are strategic alignment, business and enablement, process enablement, and security effectiveness. Now the COBIT or Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. So the Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology is a framework for governance and management developed by ICACA, Information Systems Audit and Control Association. So the 5 key principles here are meeting stakeholder needs, covering the enterprise end-to-end, applying a single integrated framework, enabling a holistic approach, separating governance from management. At any point in our IT governance or management process, we should be able to ask the question, why are we doing this? And we led to an IT goal that is tied to an enterprise goal, which is in turn tied to a stakeholder goal. Now, what is the COSO? The COSO or International Control Integrated Framework, HOPE, it was derived from the COSO actually. So, and is developed by the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations that sponsored the Treadway Commission in 1985 to deal with fraudulent financial activities and reporting. So, the COSO-IC framework is a model for corporate governance and COBIT is a model for IT governance. So, the COSO-IC deals more at strategic level while the COBIT focuses more at the operational level. And the COBIT or COBIT is a way to meet many of the COSO objectives, but only for the IT perspective. And the COSO-IC deals with non-IT items also, as in company culture, financial accounting principles, board of director responsibility, and internal communication structures. Now, what is the CMMI or Capability Maturity Model Integration? The Capability Maturity Model Integration was developed by Carnegie Mellon University to determine the maturity of an organization's process. So each maturity level within the CMMI model represents an evolutionary stage. The stages like initial, manage, defined, quantitatively managed, and finally optimizing. So these are the levels that indicate the maturity of an organization's different processes. So in the initial stage, the processes are unpredictable. In the managed stage, the processes are characterized for projects and is often reactive. In the defined stage, the processes are characterized for the organization and is proactive. Then in quantitatively managed, the processes are measured and controlled. And in the optimizing level, the focus is on process improvement. Now, security and business. So in a business, when you're considering a business like a car, security is like brakes in a car and it gives you confidence to go faster. So security should always work towards business enablement and align with the organization's mission, goals, strategy, and objectives. So a well-defined business case should always exist for any security-related initiative. Security management is a responsibility of upper management and should always be supported by senior executives. Now, what is documentation review? So this is the process of reading the exchanged materials and verifying them against standards and the expectations. So if the exchange documentation is sufficient and meets the expectations, then an on-site review will be able to focus on compliance with the stated documentation. And if the documentation is incomplete, inaccurate, or otherwise insufficient, the on-site review is postponed until the documentation can be updated and corrected. Now, what is security management planning? So the different planning ways are, the first one is strategic planning. So this is a long-term plan that is fairly stable and it defines the organization's security purpose and aligns to its goals, mission, and objectives. Then there are tactical plans, which is a midterm plan developed to provide more details on accomplishing the goals set forth in the strategic plan or can be crafted ad hoc based upon unpredicted events. And finally, an operational plan is a short-term, highly detailed plan based on the strategic and tactical plans. Now, security policies. So a security policy is a document produced by senior management that states how a company plans to protect its assets, functions, and people. So the features of security policies are that they are generic, then they are non-technical, they are reviewed periodically, and they align with the business. Now, what are the common security policies? The common security policies are access control policies, computer security policy, environmental design policy, data protection policy, physical security policy, remote access policy, and user account policies. And more organizations opt to use well-defined security templates. Now, what is threat modeling, the DFD and reduction analysis? So, DFDs helps in understanding of the relationships of resources and data flow and identify attacks that could be targeted at each element of the diagram. Some key elements are trust boundaries, data flow paths, input points, and privileged operations. And in reduction analysis, it is decomposing the application, system, or environment to understand logic of the product and its interaction with external elements. So breaking down a system in its constituent parts makes it easier to identify the components of each element as well as take notice of vulnerabilities and points of attack. Now, threat modeling stride. So this is a model developed by Microsoft for identifying and categorizing threats. So the threats can be spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, or elevation of privilege. And the desired property that is being protected here are authenticity, integrity, non-repudiation, confidentiality, availability, and authorization. And now threat modeling, DREAD. So DREAD rating system is designed to provide a prioritization solution that is based on the answers to 5 main questions about each threat. So the questions or aspects that are being rated here are damage potentiality, that is how bad would an attack be, then reproducibility, that is how easy is it to reproduce the attack, exploitability, which shows how much work it is to launch the attack, affected users, how many people will be attacked or impacted, and then the discoverability, that is how easy is it to discover the threat. Now, what are value of information and assets? An asset can have both quantitative and qualitative measurements assigned to it. The actual value of an asset is determined by the importance it has to the organization as a whole. So, what is the cost to maintain and protect the particular asset? Value of the asset to owners and users, value of the asset to the adversaries, and the cost to replace the asset if it is lost, the operational and production activities affected if the asset is unavailable, and the liability issues if the asset is compromised. Now, what is a delayed loss? So, the delayed loss is a secondary in nature and takes place well after a vulnerability is exploited. It may include damage to the company's reputation, loss of market share, accrued late penalties, civil suits, etc., and the delayed collection of funds from customers and the resources required to or reimage the compromised systems, etc. Now let's talk about quantitative risk analysis. So the first one here is asset value, which corresponds to the value of the assets that we need to protect. Then exposure factor, which is the percentage of loss realized or percentage of loss the realized threat could have on a certain asset. Then single loss expectancy, SLE, which is the cost associated with a single realized risk against a specific asset, which is calculated as the product of asset value and exposure factor. Then there is analyzed rate of occurrence, ARO, which is a value that represents the estimated frequency of a specific threat taking place within a year. The range can be from 0.0 never to 1.0 once a year to greater than 1 several times a year and anywhere in between. Then there is analyzed loss expectancy, ALE, which corresponds to the possible yearly cost of all instances of a specific threat realized against a specific asset. ALE is the product of SLE and ARO. Now, what is quantitative risk analysis examples? So, let's take a scenario. Here, the risk of a hurricane to a company's data center. The asset value is around 1 million. The EF is 20% and the ARO is once in 10 years. So the SLE is the product of asset value and EF, which comes to around $200,000, and then ALE is $20,000. Now, what is qualitative risk analysis? Qualitative methods walk through different scenarios of risk possibilities and rank the seriousness of the threats and the validity of the different possible countermeasures based on opinions. And qualitative analysis techniques include judgment, best practices, intuition, and experience. So the techniques used include Delphi, brainstorming, storyboarding, surveys, questionnaires, checklists, and interviews. So Delphi, this is the feedback that is collected anonymously by the moderator, and it is then collated, summarized, and the most common solutions are selected. In each round, the solutions get refined, and the least popular ones are dropped out by the moderator. Now, this is a qualitative risk analysis example in the form of a graph between probability and impact. Now, let's compare quantitative versus qualitative. So, when you take about quantitative, the pros of quantitative analysis are that the object processes and the matrix. Then it is expressed in monetary terms, and then there is credible cost or benefit assessment. But the cons include that the calculations are complex, there is a lot of information required, and the lack of proper standards. In qualitative assessment, the pros are that the calculations are very simple, and these are general indications of areas of risk. And the cons are that assessment and the results are subjective, and there is no cost to benefit analysis, and it doesn't help in security budgeting. Now let's talk about security control selection. So a security control for a business must make good business sense and meaning that it is cost effective. This requires another type of analysis which is the cost to benefit analysis. So we calculate value of control as yearly before control minus yearly after control minus the annual cost of control. So when choosing an effective security control, the costs are production cost, implementation cost, environmental modifications, my maintenance requirements, effects on productivity, and man hours for monitoring. Then the features that these courses represents are modularity, uniform protection, default to least privilege, interactive, minimum human intervention, and audit functionalities. Now, what is residual risk? So the reason a company implements countermeasures is to reduce its overall risk to an acceptable level. And we can never say that no system or environment is 100% sure, which means that there is always some risk left over to deal with. This is called residual risk. So the residual risk is total risk minus countermeasures, or the residual risk also is also the product of total risk and the control gaps. So what is continuous improvement? So the risk analysis or risk assessment is a point-in-time metric. Threats and vulnerabilities constantly change, and the risk assessments needs to be redone periodically in order to support continuous improvement. So security is always changing. Thus, any implemented security solution requires updates and changes over time. Now, this is a flowchart representing handling risk. So, in management, there is risk mitigation, risk transference, and risk acceptance, and also risk avoidance. So, how we handle it is we plan. First, we plan, identify the team, we identify the scope, identify the methods, identify the tools, understand acceptable risk levels. Then there will collect information, identify the assets that are involved, assign the value, identify the vulnerabilities and threats, calculating the risk, cost-benefit analysis, and uncertainty analysis. Then we'll define the recommendations, the risk mitigation, transference, acceptance, avoidance. And then we'll go to the management where all these are implemented. So we control selection, implement, monitor, then purchase insurance, risk. If there is a risk acceptance, we do nothing. And then in avoidance, we'll discontinue the activity. Now let's see about the hiring practices for personal security. So the first one is job description. So this describes or defines the roles to which an employee is assigned to perform their work tasks. It should define the type and extent of access the position requires on the secured resources. Then there is candidate screening, which is background checks, references, education verification, and security clearance. These are which are essentially proving that a candidate is adequate, qualified, and trustworthy. Then employment agreement, which a new hire should sign an employment agreement which outlines the rules and restrictions of the organization, the security policy, the acceptable use and activities policies, details of the job description, violations and consequences. There may be other security related documentation like a non-disclosure agreement, etc. And an NDA is used to protect the confidential information within an organization. Then there is employment termination, which is essential for a secure environment when a disgruntled employee must be removed from the organization. So this makes sure that the employee returns any organizational equipment, disable the employee's network user account, and HR should issue a final paycheck and arrange for a member of the security department to accompany the released employee and escort him off the work area. Security awareness and training. The successful implementation of security solution requires the changes in the user behavior. So, attribute, level, learning objective, example, teaching methods, test measures, and impact time frame. So, the first one is awareness, then we train, and finally, education. So, in attribute, awareness means what, and in training, that is how, and education is why. And in level, this is information, then there is knowledge and insight. And in learning objectives, it is first recognition and retention, then training, we are giving the skill, and education is understanding. In example, teaching method, in awareness, they are media, then training, practical instructions are given, and education is theoretical instructions. And test measures are true or false, multiple choice, etc. Then training is problem solving. In education is essays, etc. Interpret learning to interpret how the learning is. And impact time frame is short term, intermediate, and long term. BCP, the project scope and planning. So the first one is business organization analysis. This is the analysis of the business organization to identify all departments and individuals who have a stake in the BCP process. For example, senior management, HR operations, IT, facilities. So it should account for headquarters as well as any branch offices. Then there is business BCP team selection, which include representatives from each of the organization departments responsible for the core services performed by the business. So IT, security, HR, legal, and senior management should be included. Then there are resource requirements which assess resources required during the different phases like BCP development, BCP testing, training and maintenance, and BCP implementation. Then legal and regulatory requirements, where legal, regulatory, and contractual obligations apply to your organization and industry. It is essential to include your organization's legal counsel in the BCP process. Business impact assessment of BCP. So the business impact assessment identifies the resources that are critical to an organization's ongoing viability and the threats posed to those resources. It also assesses the likelihood that each threat will actually occur and the impact those occurrences will have on the business. So the first one is the quantitative assessment, which involves the use of numbers and formulas to reach a decision. So this type of assessment often expresses options in terms of the dollar value to the business. Then there is qualitative. So this takes non-numerical factors such as emotions, investor or customer confidence, workability, work stability, then other concerns into account. And this type of data often results in categories of prioritization. Now, business impact assessment involves the following steps. The first one is identifying priority. So there will be certain activities that are most essential to our day-to-day operations when disaster strikes. And the priority identification task or critical prioritization involves creating a comprehensive list of business processes and ranking them in order of importance. So asset value can be used. So here the BCP team should draw up a list of organization assets and the value that the asset has in monetary terms. Then maximum tolerable downtime. This defines the maximum length of time a business can function without inoperable harm to the users or the business. Then recovery time objective, which is the amount of time in which the function can be recovered after the disruption. The goal of the business BCP process is to ensure that your RTOs are less than your MTDs. Now, risk identification. So this is the second step, and the risk comes in two forms. So natural risk and man-made risk. So natural risk can be hurricanes, earthquakes, etc., and man-made risk can be fires, theft, terrorism, etc. So the risk identification of the process is purely qualitative in nature. At this point in the process, the BCP team should not be concerned about the likelihood that each type of risk will actually materialize or the amount of damage such an occurrence would inflict upon the continued operation of the business. So the likelihood assessment is expressed in terms of an annualized rate of occurrence, ARO. These numbers should be based on corporate history, professional experience of team members, and advice from experts such as meteorologists, seismologists, fire prevention professionals, and other consultants. Then there is impact assessment. Here, we analyze the data gathered during risk identification and likelihood assessment and attempt to determine what impact each one of the identified risks would have on the business if it were to occur. So, in quantitative, we calculate metrics like EF, SLE, ALE, etc. And in qualitative, we calculate reputation loss, customer loss, etc. Here, we do resource prioritization, which is prioritize the allocation of business continuity resources to the various risks that you identified and assessed in the preceding tasks of the business impact assessment. Now let's talk about continuity planning. So developing and implementing a continuity strategy to minimize the impact of the realized risks might have an unprotected assets. So there are multiple subtasks involved in continuity planning. So the first one is strategy development. So this bridges the gap between business impact assessment and the continuity planning phases of BCP development. The BCP team must now take the prioritized list of concerns raised by the quantitative and qualitative resource prioritization exercises and determine which risks will be addressed by the BCP. Then there is provisions and processes. So the BCP team designs the specific procedures and mechanisms that will mitigate the risk deemed unacceptable during the strategy development stage. So three categories of assets must be protected through BCP provisions and processes: the people, buildings or facilities, and the infrastructure. Then there is plan approval, which requires to get the top level management endorsement of the plan. So this move demonstrates the importance of the plan to the entire organization and showcases the business leaders' commitment to the business continuity. Then plan implementation, where the BCP team should get together and develop an implementation schedule that utilizes the resources dedicated to the program to achieve the stated process and provision goals. Then there is training and education. So everyone in the organization should receive at least a plan overview briefing. So people with direct BCP responsibilities should be trained and evaluated on their specific BCP tasks. And at least one backup person should be trained for every BCP task. Now, documentation. So committing our BCP methodology to paper provides several important benefits. Like it ensures that BCP personnel have a written continuity document to reference in the event of an emergency, even if senior BCP team members are not present to guide the effort. and it provides a historical record of the BCP process that will be useful to future personnel seeking to both understanding the reason behind the various procedures and implementing necessary changes in the plan. And it forces the team members to commit their thoughts to the paper, a process that often facilitates the identification of flaws in the plan. So having a plan on the paper also allows draft documents to be distributed to individuals, not on the BCP team, for a sanity check. Now, statement of importance. So this reflects the criticality of the BCP to the organization's continued viability. This document commonly takes the form of a letter to the organization's employees, stating the reason that the organization devoted significant resources to the BCP development process and requesting the cooperation of all personnel in the BCP implementation phase. So, statement of priorities is it flows directly from the identify priorities phase of the business impact assessment, and it simply involves listing the functions considered critical to continued business operations in a prioritized order. The statement of organizational responsibility, it comes from a senior level executive and can be incorporated into the same letter as the statement of importance. It basically echoes the sentiment that business continuity is everyone's responsibility. Then vital records program. So the BCP documentation should outline a vital records program for the organization. This document states where critical business records will be stored and the procedures for making and storing backup copies of those records. One of the biggest challenges in implementing a vital records program is often identifying the vital records. Then emergency response guideline. So this outlines the organizational and individual responsibilities for immediate response to an emergency. This document provides the first employees to detect an emergency with the steps they should take to activate provisions of the BCP. And immediate response procedures like security and safety procedures, fire suppression procedures, notification of appropriate emergencies, etc. And also this includes a list of individuals who should be notified of the incident. Then maintenance. So this BCP documentation has the plan itself, and it includes documentation, and it must be living documents. So every organization encounters nearly constant change, and this dynamic nature ensures that the business continuity requirements will also evolve. Now, what is advanced persistent threats? APT. APT is very focused and motivated to aggressively and successfully penetrate a network with variously different attack methods and then hiding its presence while achieving a well-developed multi-level foothold in the environment. So the advanced aspect of this term pertains to the expansive knowledge, capabilities, and the skill base of the APT. And the persistent component has to do with the fact that the group of attackers is not in a hurry to launch an attack quickly, but will wait for the correct opportunity. This is also referred to as low and slow attacks. Now, what is intellectual property? Intellectual property refers to creations of the mind, such as inventions, literary and artistic works, designs and symbols, names and images used in commerce. So the major types of intellectual property are copyrights, trademarks, patents, and trade secrets. Now, what is privacy? So personally identifiable information, PII. These are data that can be used to uniquely identify, contact, or locate a single person, or can be used with other sources to uniquely identify a single individual. So the PII needs to be highly protected because it is commonly used in identity theft, financial crimes, and various criminal activities. So the typical components are full name, national identification numbers, IP addresses, vehicle registration plate number, driver's license number, face, fingerprints or handwriting, and credit card numbers. Now let's talk about employee rights. So within a corporation, several employee privacy issues must be thought through and addressed. So the monitoring must be work related, meaning that a manager may have the right to listen in on his employee's conversation with customers, but he does not have the right to listen in on his personal conversations that are not work related. So monitoring also must happen in a consistent way such that all employees are subject to monitoring, not just one or two people. So here we have to have the employees read a document describing what type of monitoring they should be subjected to, what is considered acceptable behavior, and what the consequences of not meeting those expectations are. The employees should be asked to sign the document referred to as a waiver of reasonable expectation of privacy. Now let's talk about international issues. When computer crime crosses international boundaries, the complexity of such issues shoots up considerably and the chances of the criminal being brought to any court decreases. So Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. So this is states the global organization must also follow OECD guidelines on the protection of privacy and transport of flows of PI. So like collection limitation, data quality, purpose specification, use limitation, security safeguards, openness, individual participation, and accountability. Now export or import. So the government recognizes that the very same computers and software technologies that drive the internet and e-commerce can be extremely powerful tools in the hands of a military force. For this reason, a complex set of regulations were developed governing the export of sensitive hardware and software products to other nations. The regulations include the management of transported data flow of new technologies, intellectual property, and personally identifying information. So encryption technologies are used here, and these are controls on exporting encrypted software were even more severe, rendering it virtually impossible to export any encryption technology outside the country. Now, what is PCI DSS? This is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. This is a set of security standards formed in 2004 by Visa, MasterCard, Discover Financial Services, JCB International, and American Express. This is governed by the Payment Card Industry Security Standard Council, and the compliance scheme aims to secure credit and debit card transactions against data theft and fraud. The PCI DSS has no legal authority to compel compliance. It is a requirement for any business that processes credit or debit card transactions. And PCI certification is also considered the best way to safeguard sensitive data and information, thereby helping business build long-lasting and trusting relationships with their customers. Asset security. Now, what is information classification? Information classification is a process in which organizations assess the data that they hold and the level of protection it should be given. So, data classification helps ensure that data is protected in the most cost-effective manner. So, asset classification is used to store or process information should be as high as the classification of the most valuable data in it, like media, laptop, phones, paper prints. Now, what are the classification criteria? Once the scheme is designed, the organization must develop the criteria it will use to decide what information goes into which classification. Following are the parameters. So, they are usefulness of data, value of data, age of data, level of damage that could be caused if the data were disclosed, level of damage that could be caused if the data were modified or corrupted, legal, regulatory, or contractual responsibility to protect the data, lost opportunity cost that could be incurred if the data were not available or were corrupted. So the classification rules must apply to data no matter what format it is in: digital, paper, video, fax, etc. Now, what are the security controls? The security controls used to protect the asset based upon their classification levels are marking, labeling and handling procedures, strict and granular access, encryption of data while stored and while in transmission, auditing and monitoring, separation of duties, periodic reviews, backup and recovery procedures, change control procedures, physical security protection, proper disposal actions such as shredding and degaussing. Now, let's talk about the classification procedures. So, in that, first define classification levels, then specify the criteria for classification. Then we identify data owners who will be responsible for classifying data. Then identify the data custodian for maintaining data and its security level. Then indicate the security controls. Document any expectations. Methods to transfer custody of the information to a different data owner. Procedure to periodically review the classification and ownership, procedures for declassifying the data, and integrating into the security awareness program. Now, what are the retention policies? So, the retention policy is a key part of the life cycle of a record. So, this describes how long a business needs to keep a piece of information, and it determines where data is stored and how to dispose of the record when it is time. And organizations segregate the specific data sets that have mandated retention requirements and handle those accordingly. Example, if a company may want to keep data from its R&D division for a much longer period, then it keeps data from its customer service division. This helps managing the cost and should consider the industry-wide compliance and regulations, and country laws are also an important factor. Now, what are the considerations in the retention policy? So, every data retention policy answers three fundamental questions. So, the first one is what data do we keep? This includes customer data, employee data, R&D, etc. Then, how long do we keep this data? It can be any number of years. And then, how do we retain? So, on-prem, like tapes, disk, servers, cloud, etc. E-discovery. E-discovery is the discovery of electronically stored information and is the process of producing for court or external attorney all ESI pertinent to a legal proceeding. So this is the identification of data required under the order, preservation of this data to ensure it is not destroyed while complying with the order, collection of the data from the various stores in which it may be, processing to ensure the correct format is used for both the data and its metadata, review of the data to ensure it is relevant, analysis of the data for proper context, production of the final data set to those requesting it, presentation of the data to external audience to prove or disprove a claim. Now, what is pseudonymization? Pseudonymization process of using pseudonyms to represent other data. It can be done to prevent the data from directly identifying an entity such as a person. Example, a medical record held by hospital, instead of including personal information, it could just refer to the patient as the patient 123 in the medical record. The hospital would still need the patient information and it could be held in another database linking to the patient's pseudonym. Now, what is anonymization? Anonymization mechanism is used to convert identifiable data into anonymized data in a manner where the anonymized data cannot be transferred back to the original personal data. Example, PII collected as part of a survey should be anonymized and only required statistics are maintained. Let's see what an asset is. An asset is anything of worth to an organization. A more formal definition would be that an asset is a resource with economic value that an individual or an organization owns or controls with the expectation that it will provide a future benefit. This includes people, partners, equipment, facilities, reputation, and information. So, information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization, and it lies at the heart of every system. So, in information security, asset security domain focuses on collecting, handling, and protecting information throughout its life cycle. A primary step in this domain is classifying information based on its value to the organization. Now, let's see what is information lifecycle. Information lifecycle refers to the different stages through which information passes in its whole lifetime. So the different stages are, the first one is acquisition. So this is how the information is acquired. Information is acquired in two ways. That is, they are either copied from elsewhere or created from scratch. After the information is acquired, we attach the details about this information to it. That is, we attach the system and business metadata. Then the next stage is use. So in this stage, information will be read and modified by a variety of users. From a security perspective, this stage is the most challenging it is at this stage that the information is coming in contact with a large number of people. The next stage is archival. The information is stopped being used regularly at some point. The information will not be at use at every point in time. So when this happens, but before we get rid of it, it is retained for a variety of reasons like regulation, compliance, etc. So we are just storing this information until the time it is actively used. Then there is disposal. So eventually every organization will dispose of the data. All mailboxes, former employee records, and past financial transactions, etc. are examples of the data that are thrown out. Now let's see what are the differences between sensitivity and criticality. So information can be classified by sensitivity or criticality. So sensitive data refers to information that should be protected from unauthorized access or disclosure due to its secretive nature. This might include proprietary information that a business or company wouldn't want its competitors to find, or personally identifiable information about patients or clients, etc. The disclosure of this kind of sensitive information would mean loss to an organization if the information was revealed to unauthorized individuals. It also can directly affect the trust and reputation of the organization. Then, on the other hand, data criticality refers to the level of importance of the data is to the success of a process or business. For some, that might be research data, customer addresses, contacts, or even employee records. Data that is critical to a business is information that typically helps them operate or earn money. So the disclosure of this kind of critical data could directly affect the availability of vital business function. So both these factors are absolutely critical for the business and must be carefully assessed, keeping in mind the compliance and regulation which the business needs to abide. Now let's talk about the classification levels in data. So there aren't actually any rules that specify the conditions for classifying information. It's up to the organization to classify their information based on its importance. So the common classification levels in a commercial setup are confidential, private, sensitive, and public. And the classification levels in a military setup are usually top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive but unclassified, and finally unclassified. Now let's see what are data roles. So many people within an organization manage, handle, and use data. Although each role is important to the overall security of an organization, some specific roles must be clearly defined. So the first one is data owners. So these are the people who have the ultimate organizational responsibility for the data. Typically, these people are the heads of the departments or the CEO or the president. So they identify the classification of data and ensure that the data is labeled properly. They also ensure that the data has adequate security controls based on the classification. Then there are system owners and administrators. So the system owners are people who owns the system that have the sensitive data or that processes the sensitive data. Typically, the same person is the data owner, or they can be different as well. So they are also responsible for ensuring that the data processed on the system remains secure. Also, they identify the highest level of data and ensures that the best security controls are applied on the data. Then about administrators, they are responsible for granting the appropriate access to the people working in the organization or the personnel. Administrators are also the person who assigns permissions based on the principles of least privilege or the need to know. Then there are data custodians. So data custodians work under the data owners, and they delegate the day-to-day tasks for the custodian. So these people help protect the integrity and security of data by ensuring it is properly stored and protected. An example is that custodians would ensure the data is backed up in accordance with the backup policy. And finally, there are users. So users are any person who accesses the data to accomplish work tasks. So users should be given periodic security awareness training, and users are often the weakest link in the data hierarchy. Now let's see what goes into protecting the privacy of the personnel in an organization or the people working in an organization. For that, organizations needs to identify personally identifiable information as well as protected health information and handle them in a secure manner. So what is personally identifiable information? Personally identified information, or PII, is any data that could potentially be used to identify a particular person. So examples like full name, social security number, driver's license, biometric data, telephone number, etc. are all personally identifiable information. They can also include medical, employment, financial, or educational records. Then there are protected health information, or PHI. So protected health information under the US law is any information about the health status, provision of healthcare, or payment for healthcare that is created or collected by a covered entity, and this can be linked to a specific individual. This also includes medical payment history or records of a patient. Let's talk about the necessary actions to be taken while data handling. All classified information and assets must be marked and labeled. So now let's see what are labeling and marking. First of all, labeling. So labeling is a process in which a mark or a label is placed on different data sets to identify their classification level. So depending on the different classification level to which a data belongs to, we mark the data according to them. So a top secret label informs that the information is of utmost sensitivity. Also, labels should be used even for unclassified equipment and media, as this reduces the chances of omission or mishandling of classified data. Then there is marking. Physical labels for data stored on media or process system, which means physical labels are used for data that are stored on systems or media. Digital marking is used for pages, or is digitally marked using watermarks or headers, etc. Now let's see what is data disposal. So data disposal is the last and often the most ignored phase of the information lifecycle. So most of the time everyone is concerned about acquiring the data, using it and processing it, but no one really cares about data disposal. So what happens is, when data is not properly disposed of, some data can remain in the system, and this is known as data remnants. So data remnants refers to data that remains on a media as residual magnetic flux. Using system tools to delete data generally leaves much of the data remaining in the media. This information can be retrieved using many tools. So data policy should be able to define acceptable methods of destroying data based on the data's classification, because conventional deletion methods can leave remaining data on the disk. Now let's see what are the methods of data disposal. The first one is erasing. So erasing means simply performing a delete operation against a file, a selection of files, or the entire media. In most cases, deletion or removal process removes only the directory or the catalog linked to the data. This means the actual data remains on the drive. Then there is clearing. Clearing or writing is a process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the cleared data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. So when media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all the addressable locations on the media. Then there is deghosting. So a deghoster creates a strong magnetic field that erases data on some media in a process called deghosting. So this is done so that the data that is remaining in the magnetic drives can be removed. Technicians commonly use deghosting methods to remove data from a magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to its original state. Then there is encryption. So data stored on the medium is encrypted using a strong key. To render the data unrecoverable, the system simply needs to securely delete the encryption key, which is many times faster than deleting the encrypted data. So recovering this data is like computationally impossible. So encryption is a really good method to dispose of data. Then purging. Purging is the more intense form of clearing that prepares media for reuse in a less secure environment. A purging process will repeat the clearing process multiple times and may combine it with other methods such as deghosting to completely remove the data. Then there is sanitization. So sanitization is a combination of processes that removes data from a system or from media. It ensures that the media cannot be recovered by any means. When a computer is disposed of, sanitization includes ensuring that all non-volatile memory has been removed or destroyed. Then finally there is destruction. So destruction is the final stage in the life cycle of media and is the most secure method of sanitizing media. When destroying media, it's important to ensure that the media cannot be reused or repaired and that the data cannot be extracted from the destroyed media. Now let's see what are the data security controls. The controls that we use for securing our data does not only depend on the value of the data, it also depends on the dynamic state in which the data exists. And data can exist in one of three states, that is either it can be at rest, it can be in motion, or it can be in use. So let's see the security controls used for data in rest. So first of all, what is data at rest? So data that resides in external or auxiliary storage devices such as hard disks, solid state drives or optical disks or even on magnetic tapes are called data at rest. So the data in this state is very vulnerable not only to threat actors attempting to access it, but also to anyone who can gain physical access to the device. So the solution to protecting data in such scenarios is encryption. So encryption is every major operating system now provides means to encrypt individual files or entire volumes in a way that is most transparent to the user. So the examples of encryption services are like BitLocker on Windows, DMCrypt in Linux, etc. Then let's see what are the security controls for data in motion. So what is data in motion? So the data that is moving between computing nodes over a data network such as the internet is called data in motion. This is perhaps the riskiest time for our data as it is going through a multiple number of places. So the best way to protect data in motion is to use a VPN or a virtual private network. TLS or IPsec, which stands for Internet Protocol Security, can be used for encrypting the data in motion in a virtual private network. Now let's see what are the controls for data in use. So data in use refers to data residing in primary storage devices like the volatile memory, RAM, memory caches or CPU registers. So when a process is using a data, it is typically stored in the primary storage devices for a short period of time. The common issues that can happen in this period is buffer overflow attack, which can happen when a program, while writing data to a buffer, overwrites the buffer and overwrites the adjacent memory locations, memory leaks, or side channel attacks. So the best protection for data in use is secure software development practices. Now let's see what is security baselining. So baselining provides a starting point and ensures a minimum security standard. So the practices used in attaining this security baseline are, the first one is imaging. So what we do here is we'll configure a single system with desired settings, capture its image and then deploy the image to other system. After deploying the systems in a secure state, auditing process can be periodically done to check the systems to ensure that they remain in a secure state. But we should always remember that a single set of security controls does not apply to all situations, and organizations can select the set of baseline security controls based on its needs. Then there is scoping. So what we do here is we review the baseline security controls and select only those controls that apply to the scope of our organization. Then there is tailoring. So tailoring is the modifying the baseline security controls so that it will align with our needs, or it will align with the mission of our organization. Now let's talk about data loss prevention. So data loss prevention comprises the actions that organizations should take to prevent unauthorized external parties from gaining access to sensitive data. The real challenge here is taking a holistic view of our organization, and the perspective must be to incorporate our people, processes, and then our information. So the data loss prevention technology features sensitive data awareness, policy engines, interoperability, and accuracy. Now, the different types of DLP are: the first one is network DLP. So this is where we apply DLP to data in motion. Normally, this is implemented as dedicated appliances at perimeter. So it will not protect data on devices that are not on the organization network, and high cost probably force the organization to deploy only at network choke points.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, through which system we can detect SQL injection attacks? Now, for this MCQ question, the options that we have here are attack detection system, injection detection system, intrusion prevention system, and intrusion detection system. Think thoroughly and mention which out of these four options is the right answer for this particular question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Then there is endpoint DLP, where DLP is in use for data in use and data in rest. So here a DLP agent is installed on the endpoint systems. The features of this is that it is more complex, and we have to manage the agent, and the endpoint DLP is unaware of the violations happening to data in motion. And finally, there is hybrid DLP, where we deploy both endpoint DLP and network DLP. But this is the costliest and most complex approach, but this offers the best coverage and protection as it has the features of both the network DLP and endpoint DLP. Security architecture and engineering. Now, what is secure by design? So security is best if it is designed and built into the foundation of anything we build, and not added as an afterthought. So once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated, and potentially certified and accredited. So the security of a product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity, and confidentiality it claims to prove. Now, what are registers in CPU architecture? The CPU has various types of registers containing information about the instruction set and data to be executed. There are general registers which are used to hold variables and temporary results as the ALU works through its execution steps. Then there are special registers which hold information such as the program counter, stack pointer, and the program status word PSW. The program counter registers contains the memory address of the next instruction to be fetched, and the program status word PSW holds different condition bits. One of the bits indicates whether the CPU should be working in user mode or privileged mode. Now, what are the different modes? The first one is user mode. This is a lower privileged mode, and most applications and user-owned processes run in this mode, and this cannot directly communicate with the kernel. Then there is the kernel mode, which is the highest privilege level, and all trusted processes operate in this mode, and all processes in this mode can communicate directly with the kernel, and this is extremely robust and secure by design. Now, what are the execution types in CPU architecture? First one is multi-programming. So this is the concurrent residency of more than one program in the main memory, and it is referred to as multi-programming. Once the currently executing program finishes its execution, the next program is dispatched for its consumption. Then multi-processing. When one system is connected to more than one processor which collectively work for the completion of the task, it is called multi-processing. So there are symmetric multiprocessing, where the operating system here resides on one processor and the other processor run user's program. Then asymmetric multiprocessing, the OS runs on any available processors. All the processors simultaneously run the user programs. Then there is multi-threading. So multi-threading is a programming paradigm where a process is divided into several sub-processes called threads. Each thread is independent and has its own path of execution with enabled inter-thread communication. So thread is a lightweight process and each thread has its own program counter, stack and register. Then there is multitasking. So this is the capability of OS to accept more than one task per user, and this is termed as multitasking. So multiple jobs are executed by the CPU simultaneously by switching between them. What is a memory? So the memory refers to different types of data storage technologies that a computer uses, like RAM, ROM, and flash memories. So the memories can be mainly divided into primary memories and secondary memories. And then in primary memories, there are memory caches, RAMs. In secondary memories, there are main memories. And then what we call as our magnetic tapes, magnetic disks, flash memories, etc. And these memories are also classified as volatile and non-volatile. Volatile memories are memories which cannot hold on to information longer. So when it is switched off, the information is gone. And then in non-volatile memories, the memories or the information is retained for longer periods. Now, what is interrupt? An interrupt is a signal to the processor emitted by the hardware or software indicating an event that needs immediate attention. There are two types. The first one is hardware interrupt. This is an electronic alerting signal sent to the processor from an external device, which is either a part of the computer itself, such as a disk controller, or an external peripheral. For example, pressing a key on the keyboard or moving the mouse triggers hardware interrupts that cause the processor to read the keystroke or mouse position. Then there is software interrupt. This is caused either by an exceptional condition in the processor itself or by a special instruction in the instruction set which causes an interrupt when it is executed. For example, computers often use software interrupt instructions to communicate with the disk controller to request that data be read or written to the disk. Now, let's talk about the ring model. The OS has several protection mechanisms to ensure processes do not negatively affect the critical components of the system. One of the security mechanisms is a ring-based architecture. So they are containers and provide an execution environment for processes to carry out their functions, and barriers in that the different processes are walled off from each other based upon trust the operating system has in them. The OS components that operate in ring 0 have the most access to memory locations, peripheral devices, system drivers, and sensitive configuration parameters. Because this ring provides much more dangerous access to critical resources, it is the most protected. And applications usually operate in ring 3, which limits the type of memory, peripheral device, and driver access activity, and is controlled through the operating system services and system calls. The less trusted processes that are working in ring 3 send their communication request to an API provided by the operating system. Now, what are security modes? The US government designated 4 approved security modes for systems that process classified information. They are dedicated mode, system high mode, compartmented mode, and multi-level mode. So there are 3 specific elements that must exist before security modes are deployed. They are hierarchical MAC environment, total physical control over which subjects can access the computer console, and total control over which subjects can enter the same room as the computer console. Now we'll see what are the clearance and access approval I need to know in the dedicated mode, system high mode, compartment mode, and multi-level mode. In dedicated mode, the clearance are that the subject must have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access includes that the subject must have access approval for all the information, and in need to know is that the subject must have valid need to know. In system high mode, the subject must have clearance to access of all the information, must have access approval for all the information processed by the system, and it must have valid need to know for the some information processed by the system. In compartmented mode, the subject must have clearance to all information. It must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, and it have valid need to for all information they will have access to on the system. And in multi-level mode, some subject may not have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access is provided if the subject's clearance level dominates object classification. And they must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, must have valid need to know for information they will have access to on the system. Now, what is virtualization? So, virtualization is a technology that enables running multiple operating systems side by side on the same processing hardware. The benefits include efficiency, higher availability, and lower cost. So, there are different types. The first one is hypervisor, which is a software which is installed to virtualize a given computer. Then there are host machine, a computer on which a hypervisor is installed, and a guest machine, which are every virtual machines. So type 1 hypervisors run directly on the host machine's hardware. Example, Microsoft Hyper-V, Hypervisor, VMware, ESX or ESXi. Then there are type 2 hypervisors which run within an existing operating system environment. Example, VMware Workstation, VirtualBox, etc. Now, what is a trusted computing base or TCB? The trusted computing base is a collection of all the hardware, software, and firmware components within a system that enforces the system's security policy. The components that make up the trusted computing base provide extra layers of protection around these mechanisms to help ensure they are not compromised, so the system will always run in a safe and predictable manner. The trusted path is a communication channel between the user or program and the TCB, and the TCB provides protection resources to ensure this channel cannot be compromised in any way. The trusted shell means that the processes in that shell, command interpreter, cannot burst out of it, and other processes cannot burst into it as well. A reference monitor. The reference monitor is an abstract machine that mediates all access subjects have to objects, both to ensure that the subjects have the necessary access rights and to protect the objects from unauthorized access and destructive modification. So for a system to achieve a higher level of trust, it must require subjects to be fully authorized prior to accessing an object. A subject must not be allowed to use requested resource until the subject has proven it has been granted access privileges to use the requested object. So access control is made up of rules which specify what subjects can communicate with which objects and what operations can be performed on them. Now let's talk about security models. A security model maps the abstract goals of the policy to information system terms by specifying explicit data structures and techniques necessary to enforce the security policy. The security model is usually represented in mathematics and analytical ideas, which are mapped into system specifications then developed by programmers through programming code. Security policy outlines goals without regard to how they will be accomplished. A model is a framework that gives the policy form and solves security access problems for particular situations. Now let's talk about the state machine model. So state is the snapshot of the system at one moment in time. Current permissions and current instances of subject accessing object must be captured. The state machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrences called states. So every possible state of a system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between the subject and object. And if every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. Once the system is in a secure state, state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, it will transition only from one secure state to another secure state. Example, if any component in the OS or firewall fail, it must fail to a secure state only. Now let's talk about the lattice model. So lattice based access control, LBAC, is a complex access control model based on the interaction between any combination of objects such as resources, computers and applications and subjects such as individuals, groups or organizations. In this type of label-based mandatory access control model, a lattice is used to define the levels of security that an object may have and that a subject may have access to. And the subject is only allowed to access an object if the security level of a subject is greater than or equal to that of the object. Now, what is access control matrix? The access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to every object in the system. An access matrix can be envisioned as a rectangular array of cells with one row per subject and one column per object. The entry in a cell, that is the entry of a particular subject-object pair, indicates the access mode that the subject is permitted to exercise on the object. Each column is equivalent to an access control list for the object and each row is equivalent to a capability list for the subject. Non-interference model. So this model ensures that the objects and subjects at different security levels don't interfere with those at other levels. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs are classified as either low sensitivity, not highly classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed by unclear individuals. A computer has the non-interference property if and only if any sequence of low inputs will produce the same low outputs, regardless of what the high-level inputs are. That is, if a low user is working in the machine, it will respond in exactly the same manner, whether or not a high user is working with sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of the high user. The real intent of non-interference model is to address covered channels. A covered channel is a way of an entity to receive information in an unauthorized manner. Now, what is information flow model? The information flow model is based on a state machine model and consists of object, state transitions and lattice states. So information flow models are constructed to block unauthorized, insecure or restricted information flow either between subjects and objects at the same classification level or between subjects and objects at different classification levels. It permits authorized information flows within the same classification level or between different classification levels while preventing all unauthorized information flows between or among the classification level. Example, Bell, LaPadula and BIBA. Bell LaPadula model. So this model enforces the confidentiality aspects of access control. A system that employs this model is called a multi-level security system because users with different clearances use the system and the system processes data at different classification levels. So the rules and properties are the simple security rule is where a subject cannot read data at higher security level. Then the star property rule, subject cannot write data to an object at a lower security level. Then the strong star property rule, a subject can perform read and write functions only to objects at same security level. The drawbacks here are that it does not address integrity or availability and it does not address covert channels. Then there is the BIBA model. This model addresses the integrity of data within a system. It is not concerned with the security levels and confidentiality. The BIBA model uses integrity levels to prevent data at any integrity level from flowing to a higher integrity level. So the rules and properties are the star integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot write data to an object at a higher integrity level. And symbol integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot read data from a lower integrity level. And invocation property, where a subject cannot request service at a higher integrity. The drawbacks are that it does not address integrity or availability and it does not address covert channels. Then there is the Clark-Wilson model. So this is a commercially used model which preserves integrity. It focuses on well-formed transactions and separation of duties. It addresses all the goals of the integrity model, like prevents unauthorized users from making modifications, prevents unauthorized users from making improper modifications, and maintains internal and external consistency. This model uses the following elements: users that are active agents, transformation procedures, which are programmed abstract of operations such as read, write, and modify, constrained data items that can be manipulated only by TPs, unconstrained data items that can be manipulated by users via primitive read and write operations, and integrity verification procedures which check the consistency of the CDIs with external reality. Now let's talk about the Brewer and Nash model, also known as the Chinese wall. The Brewer and Nash model, also called the Chinese wall model, states that subject can write to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in a different data set. So it was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon a user's previous action. The main goal of the model is to protect against conflicts of interest by users' access attempts. Now, what is the Graham-Denning model? So this model defines basic rights in terms of commands that a subject can execute over an object. It has 8 protection rights that detail how these functionalities should take place securely. So how to securely create an object, how to securely create a subject, how to securely delete an object, how to securely delete a subject, how to securely provide the read access right, how to securely provide the grant access right, how to securely provide the delete access right, how to securely provide the transfer access right. So the model is based on access control matrix model. Now let's talk about the Sutherland model. The Sutherland model is an integrity model. It focuses on preventing interference in support of integrity. So it is formally based on the state machine model and the information flow model. However, it does not directly indicate specific mechanisms for protection of integrity. Instead, the model is based on the idea of defining a set of system states, initial states and state transition. Through the use of only these predetermined secure states, integrity is maintained and interference is prohibited. A common example of the Sutherland model is its use to prevent a covered channel from being used to influence the outcome of a process or activity. Then take grant model. So this employs a direct graph to detect how rights can be passed from one subject to another subject or an object. So this defines the following rules like take rule, which allows the subject to take rights over an object, grant rule, which allows the subject to grant rights to object, create rule, which allows the subject to create new rights, and remove rule, which allows the subject to remove rights it has. Now let's talk about the composition theories. So systems are usually built by combining smaller systems, and security of components must be considered when these components are combined into larger ones. So this is based on the notion of how inputs and output between multiple systems relate to one another, which follows how information flows between systems rather than within an individual system. So types of composition theories are cascading, which where input for one system comes from the output of another system. Then there is feedback, where one system provides input to another system, which reciprocates by reversing those roles. So that system A provides input for system B, and then system B provides input to system A. Then there is hookup, where one system sends input to another system but also sends input to external entities. Now, what is a covert channel? So this is a type of attack that creates the capability to transfer information objects between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate by the computer security policy or by the usual communication channel. So covered channel storage is there. This communicates by modifying a storage location such as a hard drive, and occurs when out-of-band data is stored in messages for the purpose of memory reuse. Example is steganography. Then there is covered timing channel. This performs operations that affect the real response time observed by the receiver. The methods are knowing when data is transmitted between parties and monitoring the timing of operations. Security evaluation. Security evaluation examines the security relevant parts of a system, that is the TCP, access control mechanism, reference monitor, kernel, and the protection mechanism. The relationship and interaction between these components are also evaluated in order to determine the level of protection required and provided by the system. The purpose of security evaluation is to measure the security of protected systems, provide a common mechanism to evaluate vendor products, publish the findings of the product, and give level of security assurance to the product, and assure or allow customers to select products based on the evaluation results. The techniques used are TS-SEC, ITSEC, and common criteria. Now, what is TS-SEC? The Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, TS-SEC, developed by the US DoD to impose security standards for the systems it used. The TS-SEC established guidelines to be used when evaluating a standalone computer from the security perspective. These guidelines address basic security functionality and allow evaluators to measure and rate a system's functionality and assurance. It combines the functionality and assurance rating of the confidentiality protection offered by a system into the following categories, like the labels like A1, B3, B2, B1, C2, C1, and D. And it requires a verified design, security domains, structured protection, label security, discretionary protection, controlled access, and minimal security. Now, what is ITSEC? The Information Technology Security Evaluation Criteria represents an initial attempt to create security evaluation criteria in Europe. It was developed as an alternative to the TCSEC guidelines, and the ITSEC guidelines evaluate the functionality and assurance of a system using separate ratings for each category. The differences between both these guidelines are TCSEC concentrates exclusively on confidentiality, while ITSEC addresses some concerns about the loss of integrity and availability also. The ITSEC does not rely on the notion of a TCP, and it doesn't require a system's security components to be isolated within a TCP. Unlike TCSEC, which required any change systems to be re-evaluated anew, be it operating system upgrades, patches, or fixes, application upgrades or changes, and so forth, the ITSEC includes coverage for maintaining targets of evaluation after such changes without requiring a new formal evaluation. Now, what is the common criteria? The common criteria for information technology security evaluation is the official name for the international standard, that is ISO/IEC 15408. It is an international set of specifications and guidelines developed for evaluation of information security products. The thorough evaluation of computer security products is assured by rigorous evaluation of the process of implementation, specification, and testing of computer security products. Evaluated products are assigned evaluation assurance levels, or EAL, and these addresses functionality and assurance. The ISO/IEC 15408 is used as the basis for evaluation of security properties. The 15408 1 is introduction and general evaluation model, 2 is the security functional components, and 3 security assurance components. Now, what is the process involved in the common criteria? So, the common criteria uses the following specific terms. The first one is protection profile. So, for a particular category of systems or products such as firewalls or IDS, protection profile is an independent set of security requirements and objectives. Then, target of evaluation. This is the target product or system whose evaluation has to be done. Security target, the document that describes the target of evaluation, which includes security requirements and operational environment. And evaluation assurance level, which is the degree or score of evaluation of the tested system or product. Now, what are the different levels in the common criteria? The common criteria has 7 assurance levels. The range is from EAL1, where functionality testing takes place, to EAL7, where thorough testing is performed and the system design is verified. So, the different levels that come in between are the EAL2, where the structurality is tested or is structurally tested, then EAL3, where methodically tested and checked, EAL4, methodically tested, designed and reviewed, EAL4 semi-formally designed and tested, EAL6 semi-formally verified, designed and tested. Now, what is shared security in cloud computing? So, the shared responsibility model for security in the cloud defines what should be the user's responsibility and what should be the cloud provider's responsibility. So in the given table, the things given in the red font are the customer's responsibility or the user's responsibility, and those given in gray are the cloud security provider's responsibility. So if you see in the case of on-premises system, for reference, everything is the users or the customer's responsibility, like user access, data, applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, physical, all comes under the customer's responsibility. But in cloud, for IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, different things are comes under customers' responsibility and providers' responsibility. Infrastructure as a service, user access, data, applications and operating system, network traffic comes under customer responsibility, where hypervisor, infrastructure, physical comes under cloud providers responsibility. In platform as a service, user access, data and applications comes under customer responsibilities, while operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure and physical comes under cloud providers responsibility. In software as a service, user access and data comes under customer responsibility, whereas applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, and physical comes under cloud providers' responsibility. Now let's talk about Intersect Control Systems, ICS. So the first one is Programmable Logic Controller, PLC. These are small industrial computers originally designed for factory automation and industrial process control. These can be programmed as per the process that needs to be controlled, and they are used as the primary controllers in smaller systems configuration. And they are extensively used in almost all industrial processes. Then there are distributed control systems, or DCS. These monitor and control distributed equipments in process plants and industrial processes. Unlike the PLC, which is standalone, DCS consists of dividing plant or process control into several areas, each managed by its own controllers, with the whole system connected to form a single entity. Supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA. So this monitor and control a plant or equipment industries such as telecommunications, water and waste control, energy, oil and gas refining, etc. And they consist of remote terminal units spread geographically for the collection of data and are connected to this master station for centralized data acquisition via any communication system. The SCADA has remote terminal units, which are endpoints that connect directly to the sensors or actuators, data acquisition surveys that are backends that receive all data from endpoints, and human machine interface, HMI, that users in charge of controlling the system interact with. Now, what is the Kirchhoff's principle? So, August Kirchhoff published a paper in 1883 stating that only secrets involved with the cryptography system should be the key. He claimed that the algorithm should be publicly known. He asserted that if security were based on too many secrets, there would be more vulnerabilities to possibly exploit. Making an algorithm publicly available means that many more people can view the source code, test it, and uncover any type of flaws or weaknesses. But everyone does not agree with it. Governments around the world create their own algorithms that are not released to the public. Their stance is that if a smaller number of people know how the algorithm works, then a smaller number of people will know how to possibly break it. So it is basically the same as the open source versus compiled software debate. Now, what is the strength of a crypto system? The strength of a crypto system depends on its algorithm, the secrecy of the key, the length of the key, and the initialization vector. The term that is used here is work factor, which is used to define the cryptographic strength, which is an estimate of the effort and resources it would take an attacker to penetrate a crypto system. Now, what is a one-time pad? So, a one-time pad is a perfect encryption scheme because it is considered unbreakable if implemented properly. It was invented by Gilbert Vernon in 1970, so sometimes it is referred to as the Vernon cipher as well. So, a plaintext message that needs to be encrypted has been converted into bits, and our one-time pad is made up of random bits. This encryption process uses binary mathematical functions called exclusive OR, usually abbreviated as XOR. The scheme is deemed unbreakable only if the following conditions are met. The pad must be used only one time. The pad must be as long as the message. The pad must be securely distributed and protected at all destinations. And the pad must be made up of truly random values. Now, what are key derivative functions? For complex key to be generated, a master key is commonly created and then symmetric keys are generated from it. For example, if an application is responsible for creating a session key for each subject that requests one, it should not be giving out the same instances of the one. So key derivation functions are used to generate keys that are made up of random values. Different values can be used independently or together as random key mix. It is important to remember that algorithms stay static and randomness provided by cryptography is mainly by means of the keying material. Now, what are confusion and diffusion? So, a strong cipher contains the right level of two main attributes, confusion and diffusion. So, confusion is commonly carried out through substitution. So, this uses complex substitution functions so that attackers cannot figure out how to substitute the right value. This makes the relationship between the key and the resulting ciphertext as complex as possible, so the key cannot be uncovered from the ciphertext. Each ciphertext value should depend upon several parts of the key. Then there is diffusion, which is carried out by using transposition. So diffusion takes place as individual bits of blocks are scrambled throughout the block. It means that a single plaintext bit has influence over several of the ciphertext text. So changing a plaintext value should change many ciphertext values, not just one. So this is also called avalanche effect. What are block ciphers? So when a block cipher is used for encryption and decryption processes, the message is divided into blocks of bits. These blocks are then put through mathematical functions one block at a time. So to encrypt a message using a block cipher that uses 64 bits. So the message of 640 bits is chopped up into 10 individual blocks of 64 bits, and each block is put through a succession of mathematical formulas, and what you end up with is a 10 blocks of encrypted text. They generally use symmetric keys and are widely used in commercial encryption algorithms. Examples are DES, 3DES, and AES. Stream ciphers. So a stream cipher does not divide a message into blocks. Instead, a stream cipher treats the message as a stream of bits and performs mathematical functions on each bit individually. A plain text will be transformed into a different ciphertext bit each time it is encrypted. Stream ciphers use key stream generators which produce a stream of bits that is XORed with the plain text bits to produce ciphertext. This process is very similar to the one-time pad. Stream ciphers require a lot of randomness and encrypt individual bits at a time. This requires more processing power than the block ciphers require, which is why stream ciphers are better suited to implement at the hardware level. Because block ciphers do not require as much processing power, they can be easily implemented at the software level. Stream ciphers are considered less secure than block ciphers and are used less frequently. One difficulty in proper stream cipher implementation is generating a truly random and unbiased key stream. Now, what is an initialization vector? Initialization vector or starting variable is a fixed size input to a cryptographic primitive that is typically required to be random or pseudo-random. This number is sometimes referred to as a nonce or number occurring once, as an encryption program uses it only once per section. If IVs are not used, then two identical plaintext values that are encrypted with the same key will create the same ciphertext. The characteristics are they are easy to implement in hardware. The long periods of no repeating patterns within key stream, a key stream not linearly related to the key, and statistically unbiased key stream. Now, what is a hybrid encryption? A hybrid system is one that uses symmetric and asymmetric encryption methods together. Public key cryptographers or cryptography uses two keys for protecting encryption keys and key distribution, and a secret key is generated by a symmetric algorithm and used for bulk encryption. Each algorithm has its own pros and cons, so using them together can be the best of both worlds. This method is also sometimes called the digital envelope. Now, what is session keys? So, a session key is a single-use symmetric key that is used to encrypt messages between two users during a communication session. It provides more protection than static symmetric keys because it is valid for only one session between two computers. If an attacker captures the session, he will have a small window of time to use it to try to decrypt the messages being passed back and forth. Almost all data encryption takes place using session keys. Now, what is symmetric cryptography? So, several types of symmetric algorithms are in use today, and they have different methods of providing encryption and decryption functionality. The one thing that they all have in common is that they are symmetric algorithms, meaning the sender and receiver are using two instances of the same key. So, some the algorithms are data encryption standard, triple DES, Blowfish, international data encryption algorithm, RC4, RC5, and RC6, advanced encryption standard, etc. Now, what are DES modes? Electronic Code Book (ECB). This is the simplest and the weakest form of DES. So, the plain text is broken into independent 64-bit blocks which are encrypted. Each block is encoded independently of the other blocks, and operations can be run in parallel, helping to increase speed. Errors are contained and non-cascaded, and these are mostly used only for shorter messages like pins and passwords. This will produce identical ciphertext for identical plaintext and keys, and susceptible to non-plaintext attacks as there is not enough randomness while encrypting independent blocks. Then there is cipher block chaining. So it is stronger than ECB and uses an IV to add randomness to encryption. The previous ciphertext becomes IV for the next block using a chaining function. Uses 64-bit plaintext blocks which are XORed with 64-bit IV. Same plaintext block results in different ciphertext block. Each previous cipher block should be chained to be input with the current plaintext block. The encryption of a block depends on current and all blocks before it, and repeated plaintext is encrypted differently. Errors gets cascaded and it is used for bulk encryption. Then there is cipher feedback. So this is used when it is required to encrypt stream of data. The plaintext is divided into 1, 8, 64 or 128 bit segments, and a ciphertext segment depends on the current and all preceding plaintext segments. A corrupted ciphertext segment during transmission will affect the current and next several plaintext segments. So size of the ciphertext must be same as that of the block of plaintext, and the users are streaming data encryption and authentication. Then there is output feedback. So this mode uses or is used when the error propagation is not accepted. So encrypted key stream of previous block is fed to the next block to create the next portion of the key stream. So the block cipher is used as a stream cipher, and key stream needs to be of the same size as the block of plain text. The IV should be generated randomly each time and sent with the ciphertext. The users are streamed encryption over noisy channels, digital video and audio signals. Then there is counter. So this uses 64-bit random data blocks counter as the first IV and uses an IV counter that increments for each plaintext block that needs to be encrypted. So like stream cipher, the encrypted counter values generate a key stream which is then XORed with the message stream. This can be any function which produces a sequence which is guaranteed not to repeat for a long time. There is no chaining involved, and users are high-speed network encryptions encrypting ATM cells, IPsec, and wireless 802.11i. The strengths of this counter are random access to encrypted data blocks. Blocks can be processed in parallel, and simple and fast encryption or decryption. Then there is triple DES, also known as 3DES. It uses 48 rounds of transposition and substitution. It uses 3 56-bit keys instead of 1, and compared to DES, it is approximately 56 times stronger. It is used in secure electronic transmission of data. The 3DES modes are DES 333 that uses 3 different keys for encryption, and the data is encrypted, encrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES EDE3. It uses 3 different keys for encryption. The data is encrypted, decrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES 222. This uses only 2 keys, and first and third encryption processes use the same key. Then there is DES EDE2, uses only 2 keys, and the first and third encryption process use the same key. This is a table of the summary of all the symmetric algorithms. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? So, asymmetric cryptography, also known as public key cryptography, is a process that uses a pair of related keys, one public key and one private key, to encrypt and decrypt a message and protect it from unauthorized access or use. Examples are the Rivers-Shamir-Edelman, elliptic curve cryptostem, Diffie-Hellman, L-Gamal, digital signature algorithm. Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So, the Diffie-Hellman algorithm enables two systems to generate a symmetric key securely without requiring a previous relationship or prior arrangement. This allows two users to exchange a secret key, requires no prior secrets, does not provide for encryption or digital signature functions. The algorithm is based on the difficulty of calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field, and is currently used in many protocols, namely SSL, TLS, SSH, IPsec, and public key infrastructure. This is vulnerability to man-in-the-middle attack. Now, what is the RSA algorithm? The RSA, named after its investors Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman, is a public key algorithm that is the most popular when it comes to asymmetric algorithm. RSA is worldwide de facto standard and can be used for digital signatures, key exchange, and encryption. The security of this algorithm comes from the difficulty of factoring large numbers into their original prime numbers. It can be used for encryption and digital signatures. It can be used as a key exchange protocol, meaning it is used to encrypt the symmetric key to get it securely to its destination. Elliptic curve crypto system. The elliptic curve crypto system is when instead of generating keys as the product of very large prime numbers, ECC generates keys through the properties of the elliptic curve equation. An ECC key of 160-bit provides the same protection as a 1024-bit RSA key. ECC is more efficient than RSA, provides encryption, digital signature, and key exchange, and is used in devices with limited processing, storage, and bandwidth capacity. Example are wireless and mobile phones. Then there is the L-Gamal algorithm, which is a public key algorithm that can be used for digital signatures, encryption, and key exchange. It is based on calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field. A discrete logarithm is the power to which we raise a given integer in order to get another given integer. In other words, if b and g are integers, then k is the logarithm in the equation. Pk equals L. Gamal provides the same type of functionality as some of other asymmetric algorithms. Its main drawback is performance. When compared to other algorithms, this algorithm is usually the slowest. L-Gamal is an extension of the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Now, what are one-way functions? A one-way function is a mathematical function that is easier to compute in one direction than in the opposite direction. RSA algorithm and all other asymmetric functions are based upon this concept. The easy direction of computation in the one-way function that is used in RSA algorithm is the process of multiplying two large prime numbers. Multiplying two numbers to get the resulting product is much easier than factoring the product and recurring the two initial large prime numbers used to calculate the obtained product, which is the difficult direction. So the work factor is the amount of time and resources it would take for someone to break an encryption method. In asymmetric algorithms, the work factor relates to the difference in time and effort that carrying out a one-way function in the easy direction takes compared to carrying out a one-way function that in the hard direction. In most cases, the larger the key size, the longer it would take carrying out the one-way function in the hard direction. Zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proof is a method by which one party can prove to another party that they know a value x without conveying any information apart from the fact that they know the value x. Zero knowledge proof is used in cryptography. For example, if user encrypts something with his private key, you can verify his private key was used by decrypting the data with her public key. By encrypting something with a private key, user is proving to you that she has her private key, but she does not give or show you her private. Now, what is message integrity? Message integrity means that the message has not been tampered with or altered. Parity bits and cyclic redundancy check functions have been used in protocols to detect modifications in streams of bits, but they can usually detect only unintentional modifications. Parity bits cannot identify whether a message was captured by an intruder, altered, and then sent on to the internet destination. For this type of protection, hash algorithms are required to successfully detect unintentional or intentional unauthorized modifications to data. Now, what is hashing or one-way hash? A one-way hash is a function that takes a variable length string and produces a fixed length value called a hash value. So, the hashing algorithm is not a secret, it is publicly known. The secret of the one-way hashing function is its one-wayness. The function is run in only one direction and not the other direction. The receiver does not attempt to reverse the process at the other end, but instead runs the same hashing function one way and compares the two results. The problem here is the lack of any authentication. So if, for example, Alice writes a message, calculates a message digest, appends the digest to the message and sends it to Bob, Eve can intercept this message after Alice's message, recalculate another message digest, append it to the message and send it on to Bob. When Bob receives it, he verifies the message digest, but never knows the message was altered by Eve. Now, what are MAC functions? A message authentication code MAC function is an authentication scheme derived by applying a secret key to a message in some form. This does not mean that the symmetric key is used to encrypt the message. The key is just used for the purpose of authentication. There are three basic types of MAC functions. They are hash MAC or HMAC, CBC MAC, and CMAC. Now, what is hash MAC? If Alice were to use a HMAC function instead of just a plain hashing algorithm, a symmetric key would be concatenated with her message. The result of this process would be put through a hashing algorithm and the result would be a MAC value. This MAC value would be then appended to her message and sent to Bob. So if he were to intercept the message and modify it, he would not have the necessary symmetric key to create the MAC value that Bob will attempt to generate. Then what is CBC MAC? In cipher block chaining message authentication code, the message is encrypted with a symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and the output of the final block of cipher text is used as the MAC. The sender does not send the encrypted version of the message, but instead sends the plaintext version and the MAC attached to the message. The receiver receives the plaintext message and encrypts it with the same symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and calculates an independent MAC value. The receiver compares the new MAC value with the MAC value sent with the message. This method does not use a hashing algorithm as does HMAC. Now, what is a public key infrastructure? PKI. A public key infrastructure consists of programs, data formats, procedures, communication protocols, security policies, and public key cryptographic mechanisms working in a comprehensive manner to enable a wide range of dispersed people to communicate in a secure and predictable fashion. So, PKI provides authentication, confidentiality, non-repudiation, and integrity of the messages exchanged. PKI is an ISO authentication framework that uses public key cryptography and the H.O.I.C. It is a hybrid system of symmetric and asymmetric key algorithms. Now, what are digital certificates? So, one of the most important pieces of a PKI is digital certificate. A certificate is the mechanism used to associate a public key with a collection of key components in a manner that is sufficient to uniquely identify the claimed owner. The standard for how the CA creates a certificate is X.509, which detects the different fields used in certificate and the valid values that can populate those fields. The certificate includes the serial number, version number, identity information, algorithm information, lifetime dates, and the signature of the issuing authority. Now, what is the certificate authority? The CA is the trusted third party that allows people who have never met to authenticate to each other and to communicate in a secure method. The digital certificate is created and signed by a trusted third party, which is a certificate authority. When the CA signs the certificate, it binds the individual's identity to the public key, and the CA takes liability for the authenticity of the individual. When a person requests a certificate, the registration authority verifies that individual's identity and passes the certificate request off to the CA. CA are organizations dedicated to this type of service. Examples are Interest and VeriSign. All browsers have several well-known CAs configured by default. Most are configured to trust dozens or hundreds of CAs. Now, what are digital signatures? A digital signature is a hash value that has been encrypted or signed with the sender's private. The hashing function ensures the integrity of the message, and the signing of the hash value provides authentication and non-repudiation. The act of signing just means the value was encrypted with the private. NIST proposed a federal standard called the Digital Signature Standard. It requires to use DSA, RSA, or the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, and SHA. Now, what is key management? Key management is the most challenging part of cryptography and also the most crucial. It is one thing to develop a very complicated and complex algorithm and key method, but if the keys are not securely stored and transmitted, it does not really matter how strong the algorithm. The key management principles are: key should be stored and transmitted by secure means, key should be extremely random, and the algorithm should use the full spectrum of the key space. The key's lifetime should correspond with the sensitivity of the data it is protecting. The more the key is used, the shorter its lifetime should be. Keys should be backed up or escrowed in any case of emergencies, and keys should be properly destroyed when their lifetime comes to an end. Now, what is a key escrow? Key escrow is a process or entity that can recover lost or corrupted cryptographic keys. When two or more entities are required to reconstruct a key for key recovery process, this is known as multi-party key recovery. Multi-party key recovery implements dual control, meaning that two or more people must be involved with a critical task. Now, what is a TPM or Trusted Platform Module? The Trusted Platform Module is a microchip installed on the motherboard of modern computers and is dedicated to carrying out security functions like storage and processing of symmetric and asymmetric keys, hashes, and digital certificates. The use of a dedicated and encoded hardware-based platform drastically improves the root of trust of the computing system. The most common usage scenario of the TPM is to bind a hard disk drive, where the content of a given hard disk drive is affixed with a particular computing system. The content of the hard disk is encrypted, and the decryption key is stored away in the TPM chip. And another application of the TPM is sealing system state to a particular hardware and software configuration. Sealing a computing system through TPM is used to deter any attempts to tamper with the system's configuration. Digital rights management. This refers to a set of methods that is applied to control access to copyrighted data. DRM mostly makes use of cryptographic technologies. DRM technologies are also used to protect documents. Adobe, Amazon, and Apple all have their own approaches to limiting the number of copies of an ebook that you can download. And another approach to DRM is the use of digital watermarks, which are stenographically embedded into the file and can document details such as the owner of the file, the license, and the date of purchase. An approach to DRM that does not require internet connectivity is the use of product keys. When you install your application, the key you entered is checked against the proprietary algorithm, and if it matches, the installation is activated. Site and facility design. Without control over the physical environment, no collection of administrative, technical, or logical access controls can provide adequate security. Physical controls are your first line of defense. The first thing is a secure facility plan. A secure facility plan outlines the security needs of your organization and emphasizes methods or mechanisms to employ to provide security. Critical path analysis is a systematic effort to identify the relationship between mission critical application, processes, and operation and all the necessary supporting elements. When critical path analysis is performed properly, a complete picture of the interdependencies and interactions necessary to sustain the organization is produced. Security staff should participate in site and facility design considerations. Site selection. Site selection should be based on the security needs of the organization. Cost, location, and size are important, but addressing the requirements of security should always take precedence. At a minimum, ensure that the building is designed to withstand fairly extreme weather conditions and that it can deter or fend off cover-based break-in attempts. Then visibility is important. What is the surrounding terrain? Would it be easy to approach a facility by vehicle or foot, etc. should also be considered. Then there is facility design. A proper level of security must be planned and designed before construction begins. Important issues to consider include combustibility, fire rating, construction materials, placement, control of items such as walls, doors, ceilings, etc. There is also a concept called crime prevention through environmental design. The guiding idea is to structure the physical environment and surroundings to influence individual decisions that potential offenders make before committing any criminal acts. CPTD, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, is a discipline that outlines how the proper design of a physical environment can reduce crime by directly affecting human behavior. Three aspects of CPTD are natural territorial reinforcement. This creates physical designs that emphasizes companies' physical sphere of influence. So, legitimate users feel a sense of ownership of that space. Can be done through walls, fences, landscaping, etc. Then there is natural surveillance. The goal is to make criminals feel uncomfortable by providing many ways of observers or many observers who could potentially see them and make all the people feel safe and comfortable by providing an open and well-defined environment. Then there is natural access control, the guidance of people entering and leaving a space by the placement of doors, fences, lighting, and even landscaping. Access control should also be in place for all facility entrances and exits. Then there is wiring closet security. So wiring closet is where the networking cables for a whole building or just a floor are connected to other essential equipment such as patch panels, switches, routers, LAN extenders, and backbone channels. A more technical name for wiring closet is premises wire distribution room. In a multi-story configuration, the wiring closets are often located directly above or below each other on their respective floor. The ground rule for wiring closet security are never use the wiring closet as a general storage area, have adequate locks, keep the area tidy, do not store inflammable or flammable items in the area, set up video surveillance for monitoring activity, using door open sensors to log entries, not giving keys to anyone except the authorized administrator, regular physical inspections, and ensuring the environment control and monitoring as well as detect damaging conditions such as flooding or fire. Media storage. Media storage facilities should be designed to securely store blank media, reusable media, and installation media. Whether hard drives, flash memory devices, tapes, etc., media should be controlled against theft and corruption. So, media should be stored in locked cabinets or safe, have librarians or custodians who manage them, use check-in and check-out process to track who is coming. Then for reusable media, when the media is returned, run secure drive sanitization or zeroization process to remove all data remnants. Then safes are commonly used to store media. Passive locking can be used for where safes can detect if someone attempts to tamper with it, in which extra internal boards will fall into place to ensure it cannot be compromised. Thermal locking safes can identify temperature changes and implement additional locks. Then there is evidence storage. So as cybercrime events continue to increase, it is important to retain logs, auditories, and other records of digital events. It also may be necessary to retain image copies of drives or snapshots of virtual machines for future analysis. So, secure evidence storage needs to employ the following: a dedicated storage system distinct from the production network, keeping the storage system offline, blocking internet and connectivity to and from the storage system, tracking all the activities in the system, calculating hashes for all the data sets stored in the system, limiting access to the security administration and legal counsel, and encrypting all data sets stored on the system. Now, what is physical access abuse? Physical access controls can be abused. Masquerading can be used to using someone else's security ID to enter a facility. Backing can be used is where following someone through a secure gate or doorway without being identified or authorized person. The prevention techniques can be turnstile, which is a form of gate that prevents more than one person at a time from gaining entry and often restricts movement in one direction. Man traps can be used, which are double set of doors that is often protected by a guard or some other physical layout that prevents piggybacking and can trap individuals at the discretion of security personnel. CCTV monitoring and recording of the movement of personnel can also be used. And what is emanation security? So, electrical devices emanate signals or radiation that can be intercepted by unauthorized individuals. With the right equipment, an adversary can interpret them to extract confidential data. Safeguards should be used to protect against emanation attacks, and they are known as Tempest. So, Faraday cage can be used, which box, mobile room, or entire building designed with an external metal skin, often a wire mesh. This acts as an EMI absorbing capacitor that prevents electromagnetic signals from exiting or entering the area. Then white noise, which is broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide the presence of real emanation. Then there is control zones, which is the implementation of either a Faraday cage or a white noise generator or generation, or both to protect a specific area in an environment. The rest of the environment is not affected. What is HVAC? HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So the temperature and humidity should be maintained within reasonable limits. Positive pressure and drainage should be employed. Recommended humidity levels should be between 40 to 55%. Low humidity causes static electricity, and high humidity may cause corrosion. So recommended temperature range for a data center is 68 to 77 Fahrenheit. Now let's talk about power protection. Protecting power can be done in the following ways, like using UPSs, generators, standby power lines, or power line conditioners or regulators. So the type of interference or noise that can happen in an infrastructure system is electromagnetic interference. So EMI can be created by the difference between three wires, hot, neutral, and ground, and the magnetic field they create. Also, there can be radio frequency interference, where RFI can be caused by anything that creates radio waves. Fluorescent lighting is one of the main causes of RFI within buildings today. Now, what are the power issues? Interference interrupts the flow of an electric current, and fluctuations can actually deliver a different level of voltage than what was expected. So each fluctuation can be damaging to devices and people. So what is power excess? So spikes can happen where there is momentary high voltage, and surges can happen where there are prolonged high voltage. Then power loss can happen where faults where momentary power outage can happen, and blackouts where prolonged complete loss of electric power can happen. Then there is power degradation. Sag or dip, which is a momentary low voltage condition from one cycle to a few seconds. Brownouts, which are prolonged power supply that is below normal voltage, and inrush current, which is initial surge of current required to start a load. Then fire. What are the prevention, detection, and suppression methods? Fire prevention, detection, and suppression is a must for protecting personnel from harm, and this should be always important goal of any security protection system. In addition, protecting other assets and materials, especially that should also be a priority. The three corners of the triangle represents fire, heat, and oxygen. The center of the triangle represents the chemical reaction among these three elements. So different suppression mediums address different aspects of the fire. Water suppresses the temperature, soda acid and other dry powder suppress the fuel supply, CO2 suppresses the oxygen supply. Halon substitutes and other non-flammable gases interfere with the chemistry of the combustion and or suppresses the oxygen supply. The four primary stages of fire are stage 1, the incipient stage. At this stage, there is only air ionization but no smoke. Then there is stage 2, the smoke stage. In stage 2, smoke is visible at the point of ignition. Then the stage 3 of the flame stage. This is when a flame can be seen with the naked eye. And the stage 4 is the fire. This is considerably further down the time scale to the point where there is an intense heat buildup and everything in the area burns. Now let's talk about fire extinguishers. There are several types of fire extinguishers. Understanding what type to use on various forms of fire is essential to effective fire suppression. So the classes are A, B, C, D, and the types are common combustibles, liquids, electrical, and metal. So in common combustibles, the suppression methods are water or soda acid. In liquids, CO2, halon, soda acid can be used. For electrical, we can use CO2 or halon, and in metal, we use dry powder. Then there are water sprinklers, so typically simpler and less expensive but can cause water damage. So wet pipe systems, also known as closed head system, is always full of water. Water discharges immediately when suppression is triggered. Then there are dry pipe system which contains compressed air. Once suppression is triggered, the air escapes, opening a water valve that in turn causes the pipes to fill and discharge water into the environment. Then there are deluge systems, which is another form of dry pipe system that uses larger pipes and therefore delivers a significantly larger volume of water. Deluge systems are inappropriate for environments that contain electronics and computers. Then there are reaction systems, which is a combination of dry pipe or wet pipe systems. The system exists as a dry pipe until the initial stages of a fire are detected, and then the pipes are filled with water. The water is released only after the sprinkler head activation triggers are melted by sufficient heat. Then there are gas discharge systems, usually more effective than water discharge system. However, gas discharge systems should not be used in environments which people are located. Halon is an effective fire suppression compound, but it degrades into toxic gases at high temperatures and hence was banned. Owing to issues with halon, it is often replaced by more ecologically friendly and less toxic mediums like FM200, CE410 or CE308, NAF-S3, Fe13, argon or argonite, and Energen. Let's see what is system architecture. So, a system architecture refers to the fundamental organization of a system. It is the model that defines the structure and behavior of the system. So, system architecture describes the major components of the system and how they interact with each other, with the users, and with other systems. So, system architecture comes at the highest level in system development. System development refers to the entire life cycle of a system, including the planning, analysis, design, building, testing, deployment, retirement phases, etc. The system architecture description in ISO 42010 defined the following. The first one is architecture. Architecture is the fundamental organization of a system, its components, their relationships to each other and to the environment, and also the principles guiding its design and evolution. Then there is architecture description or AE, which is a collection of documents, document types to convey an architecture in a format. Then it describes what a stakeholder is, which is an individual, team, or organization or classes thereof with interest in or concerns relative to a system. Then it describes what a view is. View is a representation of a whole system based on a set of concern. And finally, a viewpoint, which is a specification of the conventions for constructing and using a view. Now, what is computer architecture? Computer architecture is a set of rules and methods that describes the functionality, organization, and implementation of computer system. It encompasses all the parts of the computer system that are necessary for it to function, like the CPU, memory chips, logic circuits, storage devices, input and output devices, security components, etc. The relationship between these components can be complex, and it is necessary they all function together to get a secure computer system. Now, let's see what is CPU architecture. A CPU is the electronic circuitry within a computer, carries out the instructions of a computer program by performing the basic arithmetic, logical, control, and input-output operations specified through instructions. So the central processing unit is the brain of the computer, and in the most general description possible, it fetches instructions from the memory and executes them. So the CPU contains registers that point to memory locations that contain the next instructions to be executed. The arithmetic logic unit or ALU in the CPU performs the mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought of as the brain of the CPU, and the CPU is the brain of the computer. Then the control unit manages and synchronizes the system while different applications, code, and operating system instructions are being executed. So the ALU and the control unit forms the CPU. Let's see what are process states. At any point in time, there will be many number of processes happening in a system, and they can be in the following states. So the processes can be either in the ready state where the process is waiting to send instructions to the CPU. It can be in the running state where the CPU is executing the instructions that the process or the program has given it. It can also be in the blocked or waiting state where the process is waiting for some data to be input. It can be in the supervisory state where the process must perform some actions that requires the privileges that are not in its current set of privileges. Then it can be finally in the stopped state where the process has completely given all the instructions to the CPU and the CPU has completed all the instructions and the process is finished or terminated. Now we have seen that the processes can be in the different states and multiple processes can run at the same time. So process isolation is something that needs to be discussed here. Process isolation is the fundamental function of most operating systems where it isolates or protects the system integrity by preventing one process from interacting or interfering with another so that the processes do not interfere with each other or the system's code or data, and prevents untrusted code from accessing protected resources. So process isolation is necessary to ensure that processes do not communicate in an insecure manner or negatively affect each other's productivity. The different practices in process isolation are encapsulation of objects. So encapsulation of objects is when a process is encapsulated, no other process understands or interacts with its internal programming code. For example, when process A needs to communicate with process B, process A only needs to know how to communicate with the interface of process B. Process A does not need to know how process B is working. Then there is time multiplexing. We have already said that many processes run at the same time and multiple processes use the same resources. So as said, the CPU must be shared among many processes. Although it seems as though applications are running simultaneously, the operating system is actually splitting up the time shares between each process, and this is called time multiplexing. Then there is naming distinctions where identifiable unique names are given for distinct processes so they can be identified. Processes are usually assigned process identification or PID values, which the operating system and other processes use to call upon them. And finally, there is virtual memory mapping, where virtual address mapping allows the different processes to have their own memory space. So the operating system ensures no process improperly interact with another process's memory. This provides integrity and confidentiality for the individual processes and their data, and overall a stable processing environment for the operating system. Let's see what are the different kinds of memory. The first one is random access memory. Random access memory is the hardware storage in a computing device where the operating system, application programs, and the data in current use are kept so that they can be quickly reached by the device's processor. So the random access memory is actually a temporary storage facility where it only stores the applications or the programs or data that is currently in use. So it is used for read or write activities of the OS and applications, and it directly affects the speed of the computer as the processor is directly reading from the RAM. RAM is made up of transistors and capacitors. Then there is read-only memory, where it is a type of non-volatile memory used in computers and other electronic devices. So the data stored in ROM cannot be electronically modified after the manufacture of the memory device. So the data can be written to it, but it cannot be modified. If the data is once written, it can only be read. It cannot be modified. So software that is stored in the ROM is often called firmware, and it is used in the startup of devices. Then there is cache memory. Cache memory is a type of fast, relatively small memory that is stored on computer hardware, commonly shortened to cache. It is classified as random access memory, which computer microprocessors can access more quickly than the regular RAM. So it is actually kind of a RAM only, but it is most commonly stored in the same chip as the processor, so that the processor can much faster access to the cache memory than the RAM. It improves the overall speed of the computer. Then there is virtual memory. So virtual memory is a feature in operating systems where it enables a computer to be able to compensate for shortages in the physical memory by transferring data from the random access memory to the disk storage. So Windows thing where we can actually use our secondary storage to extend the capabilities of our RAM. So that is a virtual memory. So we also call it as swap space, which is the reserved hard drive space used to extend the RAM capabilities. So when a program requests access to data in swap space, it is brought from the hard drive back into memory in specific units called pages. Now, what is a memory manager? A memory manager is a software utility that operates in conjunction with the operating system. It helps manage memory more efficiently than and provides additional features such as flushing out unused segments of memory and giving memory allocation to the required processes and all. All modern operating systems provide memory management. So following are the responsibilities of memory manager. So the first one is relocation, where it maintains the ability to swap memory contents from memory to secondary storage as needed. Then there is protection, where it provides a control to memory segments and restricts what processes can write to memory. Then there is sharing, where the manager allows the sharing of information based on the user's level of access. Then there is logical organization, where it provides for the sharing and support of dynamic link libraries. And finally, physical organization, which provides for the physical organization of memory. Now, memory protection. So memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer, and it is a part of the most modern instruction set architectures and operating systems. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated yet. The different practices followed to achieve this memory protection are segmentation, which refers to the dividing of a computer's memory into segments. A reference to memory location includes a value that identifies a segment and an offset within that segment. Then there is paging, where memory address space or segment is divided into equal size blocks called pages. It is possible for an unprivileged application to access a page that has not been explicitly allocated to it, because every memory address either points to a page allocated to that application or generates an interrupt called a page fault. Then there is address space layout randomization, or ASLR, where it randomly arranges the address space positions of key data areas of a process, including the base of the executable and the positions of the stack, heap, and library. This makes it difficult for an attacker to predict target addresses. Then there is executable space protection, which marks memory regions as non-executable, such that an attempt to execute machine code in these regions will cause an exception. So this helps to prevent certain buffer overflow exploits from succeeding. These attacks rely on some part of memory, usually the stack, being both writable and executable. If it is not, the attack fails. Now, what is system security architecture? So, system security architecture is an approach to system architecture from the point of view of security. So, security starts at the policy level and it is called security policy. So, with high level directives that provide the foundational goals for a system overall and the components that make it up from a security perspective is called a security policy. A security policy is a strategic tool that dictates how sensitive information and resources are to be managed and protected. So, the security policy describes discretionary access control based operating system. It provides role based access control functionality. It has the capability of protecting data classified at public and confidential levels. It does not allow unauthorized access to sensitive data or critical system function. It enforces least privilege and separation of duties. So in the 1972, the US government released a report that outlined foundational security requirements of computer systems. This resulted in the Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, which shaped the security architecture of almost all the systems in use today. So some of the core tenets of these requirements were the trusted computing base, security perimeter, reference monitor, and security kernel. Now, what is a security perimeter? So a security perimeter is basically a boundary that divides the trusted from the untrusted. For the system to stay in a secure and trusted state, communication standards must be developed to ensure that when a component within the TCP or the trusted computing base needs to communicate with a component outside the TCP, it cannot expose the system to unexpected security compromise. This type of communication is handled through interfaces. So CPU architects provides various rings for this, and the most trusted components go inside ring 0 and the less trusted components would go into the other rings. So strict and controlled communication has to be put into place to make sure the less trusted component does not compromise the more trusted component. And this control is usually happening through APIs. Now, what is a security kernel? So a security kernel refers to the central part of a computer security measures or the hardware, firmware, and software that implements the basic security procedures for controlling access to system resources. So the security kernel mediates all the access and functions between its subjects and objects. It is the core of the trusted computing base and is the most commonly used approach to building trusted computing systems. So the security kernel has three main requirements. The first one is that it must provide isolation for the processors carrying out the reference monitor concept, and the processor must be tamper-proof. It must be invoked for every access attempt and must be impossible to circumvent. Thus, the security kernel must be implemented in a complete and foolproof way. Then it must be small enough to be tested and verified in a complete and comprehensive manner. Now, what is trust and assurance? So, trust is like a belief that a computer entity or system will do what it should do to protect resources and be safe from attack. So, a system is set as trustworthy if there is sufficient credible evidence saying that the system will meet a set of given requirements. So this is more intended to define the functionality of the system. Whereas assurance is the degree of confidence that a system meets its security requirements based on specific evidence provided by the application of assurance techniques. It is much deeper than trust and states the system will work in a correct and predictable manner in each and every computing situation. This is more intended to define quality. So trust defines functionality and assurance defines quality. Now let's see what is certification and accreditation. So certification and accreditation is the process used to evaluate and approve a system for use. So first of all, what is certification? So certification is the technical review that assesses the security mechanism and evaluates their effectiveness. It may use processes to safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques. So the goal is to ensure that the system is right for the customer's purpose, and the certification is often an internal verification and is trusted only within the organization. Then what is accreditation? Accreditation is the formal declaration by the designated approving authority DAA that an IT system is approved to operate in a particular security mode using the given set of safeguards at an acceptable level of risk. Once accreditation is performed, management can formally accept the adequacy of the overall security performance of an evaluated system. Now let's see what is open system versus closed system. First of all, open system. So open systems are built upon standards, protocols, and interfaces that have published specifications. So the specifications are public or known to a large portion of the public, and it provides interoperability between products created by different vendors. And it also provides interfaces that enable each system to easily communicate with others and add-ons to hook to the system easily, which means that we can add our own separate devices that function with the system or which has much easier compatibility with the system. And in open systems, most of the systems in use today are open systems. Then there are closed systems. So closed systems use an architecture that does not follow industry standards, and due to this, interoperability and standard interferences are not employed to enable easy communication between the different types of system. And this also means that we cannot add compatible hardware or add-ons to the system. So these closed systems are proprietary, meaning the system can only communicate with the systems of similar architecture. And it can potentially provide more security to the system because it may operate in a more secluded environment than open environment. Now, what is a client-based system and a server-based system? So the first one is client-based. So client-based refers to built-in applications that can execute entirely on one user device. Example, text editors, painting tools, or all those tools that can run on one device are called client-based. So these are installed on a specific computer and the users can interact with it with no internet connectivity. The application may still reach out for updates or some form of social connectivity or something, but none of its core features require remote processing. And client-based systems tend to have weak or minimal authentication mechanism, and the data is usually stored in plain text. Then there is server-based system. Server-based systems requires that two or more separate applications have to interact with each other across a network connection. So example would be web-based systems. Now what is a distributed system? Any system in which the multiple computing nodes which are interconnected by a network and where exchange information is happening for the accomplishment of collective tasks. Such systems are called distributed systems. A client-server system is a specific kind of distributed system in which devices in one group act as clients for devices in the adjacent group. So distributed systems pose special challenges in terms of security simply because of the number of devices that are involved. Because there are a large number of devices that comes in the client side and in the server side. So and susceptible to attacks like man-in-the-middle attack. Now what is cloud computing? So cloud computing is the use of shared remote computing devices for the purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsourced to a third-party provider or provided in-house. So cloud computing is basically the sharing of resources over a network. And there are three models for cloud computing activities. They are software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. So the first one is software as a service, where the users of software as a service is allowed to use specific application that execute on the service provider's environment. So for example, any photo editor or video editor that works on your browser is actually working on the cloud. It is not using the resources that is present on your device. So it is a software as a service. Then there is platform as a service. In this model, the user gets access to a computing platform that is typically built on a server operating system. So here, the users are getting platforms or development environments where it can be used to web applications, etc. Then there is infrastructure as a service, where it provides unfettered access to the cloud devices, which you will need to subscribe under an IaaS model. It is like in your phone you have cloud storage. So it is actually giving you storage as a service. So storage is a kind of infrastructure. If in the real life you needed storage, you would have to buy physical hardware. But here we are getting that infrastructure via the cloud. So that is known as infrastructure as a service. Now what is database systems? So the two main database security issues are aggregation and inference. So the first one is aggregation, and aggregation happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but only have the permission to access components of this information or only parts of this information. So users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. So as they does not have the clearance to know. And then there is inference, where inference is the intended result of aggregation. So the inference problem happens when a subject deduces the full story from the pieces he learned through aggregation. So the user was able to get some of the pieces of the information through aggregation, and now he is deducing the full story. That is known as inference. Inference is the ability to derive information not explicitly available. To prevent aggregation and inference, the subject and any application or process acting on the subject's behalf need to be prevented from gaining access to the whole collection, including the independent components. Now, what are the attack prevention techniques on database system? So the first one is content dependent access control, which is based on the sensitivity of the data. So the more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there is context dependent access control, which means that the software understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. The database software would need to keep track of what the user is requesting. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there is partitioning a database, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be reduced or uncovered. Then there is noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are web-based systems? So, considering their exposed nature, websites are primary targets during an attack. It is essential for web developers that they provide maximum deterrence to attackers. So, web-based systems are all these systems that are available online. So, websites can be thought of an example of web-based system. So, websites are the primary targets during an attack because they are exposed to the public. So, some important principles have to be followed while developing these. The first one is simplicity. So, a clearer and simpler website architecture is the easier to analyze, and since it is easier to analyze, its security aspects can be very well implemented. Then there is input validation, where user-generated input fed into the website needs to be critically scrutinized. Then there is encryption, where it helps to secure the input or output operations of a web application. Fail securely, which is in the event of an error, website should behave in a predictable and non-compromising manner. Then finally, there is WAF or web application firewalls, which are systems that inspect the traffic going to or coming from a web application in order to filter out potentially malicious content. Now, mobile systems. Since mobile devices are basically small computers, most of the same security vulnerabilities, threats, and risks apply to them also. So they can be compromised by malware, sensitive data which can be stolen from them, denial of service attacks can take place, etc. So mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from the mobile device to computer system that may be directly connected to the corporate network. So if the mobile device is connected to a network in which your computer is also connected, the malware can jump from the mobile network. So enterprise mobile device security principles need to be implemented, and these include only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. Remote policies should be pushed to each device, and user profiles should be encrypted with no local options for modification. Data encryption, idle timeout locks, screensaver lockouts, authentication, and remote wipe should be enabled. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed applications should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced, and restrictions for social media sites should be implemented. Then endpoint security should be expanded to mobile endpoints, and 802.1x should be implemented on wireless voice over Internet protocol clients on mobile devices. Now, what is embedded systems? Embedded systems are usually built around microcontrollers, which are specialized devices that consist of a CPU, memory, and peripheral control interfaces. So microcontrollers have a very basic operating system, and the computing device most probably are embedded to a mechanical or electrical device or system. Examples are digital thermometers, washing machines, traffic lights, etc. The main challenge in securing these systems is that ensuring the security of the software that drives them. Many vendors build their embedded systems around commercially available microprocessors but use their own proprietary code that is difficult, if not possible, for a customer to audit. Now let's talk about Internet of Things or IoT. The Internet of Things is the global network of connected embedded systems which has a large number of devices ranging from smart bulbs to even vehicles. In IoT, each node is connected to the internet and is uniquely addressable. Most visible aspect of this explosion is in the area of smart homes, in which lights, furnaces, and even refrigerators collaborate to create the best environment for the residents. So, since all these things are connected to a network, there are a lot of security issues also which can come with them. The security issues are authentication. Most IoT devices are very poor authentication. Then there is encryption. So cryptography is typically expensive in terms of processing power and memory, both of which are very limited in IoT devices. So the fallout of this is that data at rest and data in motion can be vulnerable in many parts of the IoT. And finally, updates. Many IoT vendors does not provide functionality to automatically update their software and firmware when patches are available. Let us see what are industrial control systems or ICS. Industrial control systems consist of information technology that is specifically designed to control the physical devices in an industrial process. So these ICS exist on every factory floor to control conveyor belts, industrial robots, etc. They also exist in the power and water infrastructures to control the flow of these utilities. But unlike other information technology systems, these systems can directly cause physical harm to humans, and because of this, external attacks on these systems should be prevented. And for these reasons, securing ICS requires a slightly different approach than traditional IT systems. So these include programmable logic controllers, distributed control systems, supervisory control, and data acquisition. So the single greatest vulnerability in industrial control systems is their increasing connectivity to traditional IT networks. And the recommendations for their security include applying a risk management process to ICS, segmenting the network to place IDS or IPS at the subnet boundaries, disabling the unaided ports and services on all ICS devices, implementing least privilege through the ICS, use encryption wherever feasible, ensuring that there is process for patch management, and finally monitoring the audit trails regularly. Now let's see what are the common threats. So the first one is maintenance hooks. Maintenance hooks are a type of backdoor. So these are basically instructions which gives the developers easy access to code. But during the development phases, these can be very helpful. However, if they are not removed before the software goes into production or deployment, they can cause major security issues. So the preventive measures that can be taken are using an IDS or intrusion detection system to watch for any attackers using these backdoors. Then using a file system encryption to protect sensitive information, and also implementing auditing to detect any type of backdoor use. Then there are incremental attacks, which are attacks which happens in small increments. So the first one is data diddling, which occurs when an attacker gains access to a system and makes small random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, or other transactions, rather than obviously altering the file contents or damaging or deleting the entire files. Then there is salami attack, which is a systematic whittling at assets in accounts or other records with financial value, where every small amount is deducted from balances regularly and routinely. Then there is time of check or time of use attacks, TOC or TOU. This takes advantage of the dependency on the timing of events that takes place in a multitasking operating system. For example, if process 1 validates the authorization of a user to open a non-critical text file and process 2 carries out the open command, if the attacker can change out this non-critical text file with a password file while process 1 is carrying out its task, he or she has just obtained access to this critical file. Then there is race condition. When two different processes need to carry out their tasks on one resource, the processes usually need to follow the correct sequence. So if a system splits up the authentication and authorization steps, an attacker could be authorized before he or she is even authenticated. So the countermeasures for these include the first one, to protect against race condition attacks. It is best not to split up critical tasks that can have their sequence altered. This means the system should use atomic operations for access control function. To avoid the TOC or TOU attacks, the OS can apply software locks to the items it will use when it is carrying out its checking task. So if the user requests access to a file, while the system is validating the user's authorization, it should put a software lock on the file being requested. Then there is buffer overflow. So this occurs when programmers fail to validate the input data sufficiently, particularly when they do not impose a limit on the amount of data their software will accept as input. When the normal maximum size of the buffer is exceeded, the extra data collector is called overflow. Thus, this type of attack that results when someone attempts to supply malicious instruction or code as part of a program input is called buffer overflow attack. So the countermeasure is that designers must specify bounds for input data or state acceptable input values and limits on how much data will be accepted, passed, and handled when input is solicited. Developers must also follow such limitations when building code that solicits, accepts, and handles input. Now let's see what is cryptography. So cryptography is a method of storing and transmitting data in a form that only those it is intended for can read and process. Cryptography is an effective way of protecting sensitive information as it is stored on media or transmitted through untrusted networks. So the goal of cryptography is to make obtaining the information too work intensive or time consuming to be worthwhile to the attacker. So what are the cryptographic services? The first one is confidentiality. So this renders the information unintelligible except by the authorized entity. Then there is integrity, where data has not been altered in any unauthorized manner since it was created, transmitted, or stored. Then there is authentication. This verifies the identity of the user or the system that created the information. Then non-repudiation, which ensures that the sender cannot deny sending the message. Now let's see some cryptographic definitions. The first one is plain text. It is a form of data that can be understood either by a person or a document or by a computer executable code. Then there is ciphertext, which is encrypted form of data. Neither human nor machine can process this until it is properly decrypted. Then there is a crypto system, which is a system or product that provides encryption and decryption, and this can be created through hardware components or program code in an application. Then there is an algorithm, which is a hiding data in other media types so that the very existence of the data is concealed. Only the sender and the receiver will be able to see the message because it is secretly hidden. Encrypted messages can draw attention because it tells the bad guy this is something sensitive. So, because it is encrypted, it gives out the idea that it is sensitive. But a hidden message would not attract this type of attention. Even though the same secret message can be embedded into this image. So, steganography is a type of security through obscurity. The components involved in steganography are a carrier signal, data stream, or file that has hidden information inside it. Stegomedium, which is the medium in which the information is hidden. Then the payload, which is the information that is to be concealed and transmitted. Null or concealment cipher. A null cipher, also known as a concealment cipher, is an ancient form of encryption where the plain text is mixed with a large amount of non-cipher material. Today, it is regarded as the simple form of steganography, which can be used to hide ciphertext. In a null cipher, the plain text is included within the ciphertext, and one needs to discard certain characters in order to decrypt the message. Most characters in such a cryptogram are nulls, only some are significant, and some others can be used as pointers to the significant one. So the image given on the right side is an example. Now, running key cipher. So in classical cryptography, the running key cipher is a type of polyalphabetic substitution cipher in which a text, which is typically taken from a book which is agreed upon previously, and is used to provide a very long key stream. Usually the book to be used would be agreed ahead of time, while the passage to be used would be chosen randomly for each message, and this would be secretly indicated somewhere in the message. So an example would be if the plain text is fully at once and the line of text selected is from some book page 63 line 1, it would be taken like this, and the ciphertext would be taken from respective tables. Now, substitution cipher. So this is a method of encrypting by which units of plain text are replaced with ciphertext. So according to a fixed system, this will be done. The units may be single letters, pairs of letters, triplets of letters, mixtures of the above, and so forth. The receiver deciphers the text by performing the inverse substitution. Then there are monoalphabetic ciphers which uses fixed substitution over the entire message, and there are polyalphabetic ciphers that uses a number of substitutions at different positions in the message. Now, what is a transposition cipher? In a transposition cipher, the values are scrambled or put into different order. The key determines the positions the values are moved to. When implemented with complex mathematical functions, transposition can become quite sophisticated and difficult to break. So symmetric algorithms employed today use both long sequences of complicated substitutions and transpositions on messages. Let's see what is symmetric cryptography. In symmetric cryptography, the sender and receiver use two instances of the same key for encryption and decryption. So the key has dual functionality in that it can carry out both encryption and the decryption process. Symmetric keys are also called secret keys because this type of encryption relies on each user to keep the key a secret and properly protected. If an intruder were to get this key, they could decrypt any. The equation used to calculate the number of symmetric keys needed is n into n minus 1 by 2. The strengths of symmetric cryptography are that they are much faster because they are less computationally intensive than asymmetric functions, and it is harder to break if using a large key size. But the weaknesses are that it requires a secure mechanism to deliver keys properly, and each pair of users needs a unique key. So as the number of individuals increases, so does the number of keys. Also, the number of keys possibly making key management overwhelming. Then it also provides confidentiality but authenticity or non-repudiation. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? In these systems, each entity has different keys or asymmetric keys. The two different asymmetric keys are mathematically related. So if a message is encrypted by one key, the other key is required in order to decrypt the message. The pair of keys is made up of one public key and one private key. The public key can be known to everyone, and the private key must be known and used only by the owner. So here, if confidentiality is needed, the sender would encrypt the file with the receiver's public key. This is called a secure message format because it can only be decrypted by the person who has the corresponding private key. If authentication is needed, sender would encrypt the data with his or her private key. This provides assurance to the receiver that the only person who would have encrypted the data is the individual who has the private key. This is called open message format. Now, the strengths of asymmetric cryptography is that better key distribution than symmetric systems. It has better scalability than symmetric systems, and it can provide authentication and non-repudiation. The weaknesses are that it works much slower than symmetric systems, and this is mathematically very intensive. Now, let's see what are data encryption standards or DES. DEA is the algorithm that fulfills DES, which is just a standard. So, DES is the standard and DEA is the algorithm. But in the industry, we usually just refer to it as DES or data encryption standards. DES stands for data encryption architecture. It is based on symmetric key crypto system. It is a block encryption algorithm with fixed size 64-bit blocks. It uses 56-bit keys plus 8 bits of parity. It uses 16 rounds of transposition and substitution, and it is no longer considered strong enough. Now, what are DES modes? Block ciphers have several modes of operation. Each mode specifies how a block cipher will operate. One mode may work better in one type of environment for specific functionality, whereas another mode may work better in another environment with totally different requirements. So the modes are electronic codebook ECB, cipher blockchaining CBC, cipher feedback CFB, output feedback OFB, and counter CTR. Now let's see what are advanced encryption standards or AES. After the DES was used as an encryption standard for over 20 years, it was cracked in a relatively short time. So NIST came with a new standard called the Advanced Encryption Standard or AES. So here the block sizes that AES supports are 128, 192, and 256 bits. The number of rounds depends upon the size of the block and the key length. Both the key and the block sizes are 128 bits. There are 10 rounds. If both the key and the block sizes are 192 bits, there are 12 rounds. If both the key and the block size are 256 bits, there are 14 rounds. So this architecture works well when implemented in software and hardware in a wide range of products and environments. It has low memory requirements and has been constructed to easily defend against timing attacks. Now let's see what are the other symmetric algorithms. The first one is IDEA, International Data Encryption Algorithm. Stands for the algorithm which uses 64-bit blocks, 128-bit key, and 8 rounds of computation. These are used in email encryption software and pretty good privacy or PGP. Then there is Blowfish, which uses 64-bit block size, 32 448 bits in steps of 8 bits key size, and 16 rounds of computation. Then there is Twofish, which is a modification of Blowfish using 128-bit blocks and uses variable key length up to 456 bits. RC4, which is a type of string cipher. It has a variable key size and is used in the SSL and WE. RC5, which uses block sizes of 32, 64, or 128 bits with key length up to 2040 bits. And this is created as a candidate algorithm for AES. RC6, which uses key size of 128, 192, and 256 bits and has a block size of 128 bits. And this is based on RC5 and was also a candidate for AES. Now let's see what are hashing algorithms. So first of all, what is hashing? So hashing is actually matching data to a long string of numbers. So the goal of using a one-way hash function is to provide a fingerprint for the data or message. So strong cryptographic hash algorithm features are hashing algorithm should be collision free. It does not create the same hash value for two or more messages. The hash should be completed or over the entire message. The hash should be a one-way function, so messages are not disclosed by their values. And given a message and its hash value, computing another message with the same hash value should be impossible. The function should be resistant to birthday attacks. Now, what are the hashing algorithms? MD4, which is a one-way hash function that produces a 128-bit message digest value. It was used for high-speed computation in software implementations and was optimized for microprocessors, but it is no longer considered secure. Then there is MD5, which is the newer version of MD4. It still produces a 128-bit hash, but the algorithm is more complex, which makes it harder to break. Recent research has shown MD5 to be subject to collision attacks. Then there is SHA. SHA1 produces a 160-bit hash value or a message digest. This is then inputted into an asymmetric algorithm which computes the signature of a message. SHA1 was found to be vulnerable to collisions. Newer versions of this algorithm, collectively known as the SHA2 and SHA3 families, have been developed and released. They are SHA256, SHA384, and SHA512. Now, what is a birthday attack? So, a strong hashing algorithm does not produce the same hash for two different messages. If the algorithm does produce the same value for two different messages, this is called a collision. An attacker can attempt to force a collision, which is referred to as a birthday attack. This attack is based on the mathematical birthday paradox that exists in standard statistics. So, for example, how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that another person has the same birthday as you? The answer is 253. And how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that at least two people share the same birthday? The answer is 23. So there is a high probability of finding two people who share a birthday than of finding another person who shares your birthday. Or stated another way, it is easier to find two matching values in a sea of values than to find a match for just one specific value. Now let's see what are the attacks on cryptography. Ciphertext of the attacks. So here the attacker has the ciphertext of several messages. So each of these messages have been encrypted using the same encryption algorithm. The attacker's goal here is to discover the key used in the encryption process. This is the most common type of attack because it is very easy to get ciphertext by sniffing someone's traffic. And the hardest attack to be successful because the attacker has little to no information about the encryption process. Then there are non-plain text attacks. Here the attacker has the plain text and the corresponding ciphertext for one or more messages. The goal here is to discover the key that is used to encrypt the messages so other messages can be deciphered and read. Messages usually start with same type of beginnings and close with the same type of ending. The attackers has some of the plain text and capture an encrypted message. The rest is accomplished by reverse engineering, frequency analysis, and brute force attempts. Then there are chosen plaintext attacks. Here the attacker has the plaintext and the ciphertext, but can also choose the plaintext that gets encrypted to see the corresponding ciphertext. So how is this carried out is that the attacker can email a message to you that you think not only will believe, but will also panic about, encrypt and send to someone else. Meanwhile, attacker is sniffing your traffic and now has a copy of the plaintext of the message because he wrote it and a copy of the ciphertext. Then there is chosen ciphertext attacks. Here the attackers can choose the ciphertext to be decrypted and has access to the resulting decrypted plaintext. This is a harder attack to carry out compared to the previously mentioned attacks, and the attacker may need to have control of the system that contains the crypto system. Then there is differential crypto analysis. This is an attack that looks at crypted ciphertext pairs generated by encryption of plaintext pairs with specific differences and analyzes the effect and result of those differences. Turned out to be an effective and successful attack against DES and other block algorithms. Since the attacker chooses the different plaintext messages for this attack, it is considered a type of chosen plaintext attack. Then there is linear cryptanalysis analysis. The attacker here evaluates the input and output values for each S box. He evaluates the probability of input values ending up in a specific combination. He also identifies the specific output combinations. This allows him to assign probability values to different keys until one shows a continual pattern of having the highest probability. Then there are side channel attacks. In cryptography, we can review facts and infer the value of an encryption. So here an attacker could measure power consumption, radiation emissions, and the time it takes for certain types of data processing. With this information, he can work backward by reverse engineering the process to uncover an encryption key or sensitive data. The idea is that instead of attacking a device head on, just watch how it performs to figure out how it works. And finally, there is meet in the middle attacks. This term refers to mathematical analysis used to try and break a math problem from both ends. It is a technique that works on the forward mapping of function and the inverse of the second function at the same time. So the attacker works by encrypting from one end and decrypting from the other end, thus meeting in the middle. Let's see what is physical security. The purpose of physical security is to protect against physical threats. So the following physical threats are among the most common. They can be either natural or man-made. The first one is natural, and the threats include fire and smoke, flood, earthquake, storms, etc. Then there are man-made threats like vandalism, explosion or destruction, utility loss, personal loss, etc. What is server room security? Server rooms or data centers are restricted and protected rooms where your mission critical servers and network devices are housed. So centralized server rooms need not be human compatible. Server rooms should be designed to support optimal operation of the infrastructure and to block unauthorized human access or intervention. Server rooms should also be located at the core of the building. Server rooms should be located away from water, gas, and sewage lines. And the walls of your server rooms should also have 1 4 minimum fire rating. Now let's see what is work area security. The design and configuration of internal security, including work areas and visitor areas, should be considered carefully. So areas that contain assets of higher value or important should have more restricted access. For example, anyone who enters the facility should be able to access the restrooms without going into sensitive areas. But only network administrators and security staff should have access to the server room. Valuable and confidential assets should be located in the heart or the center of protection provided by a facility. Walls or partitions can be used to separate similar but distinct work areas. Such divisions deter casual shoulder surfing or eavesdropping. Floor to ceiling walls should be used to separate areas with different levels of sensitivity and confidentiality. Now, what is physical access control? So, a variety of technical controls are used as access control mechanisms to manage physical access. The first one is smart cards. So, these are credit card size IDs with an embedded magnetic strip or integrated circuit chip. They contain information about the authorized bearer that can be used for identification or authentication purposes. Some smart cards can even process information or store reasonable amounts of data in a memory chip. Then there are memory cards, which are machine-readable ID cards with a magnetic strip. Like a credit card, debit card, or ATM card, memory cards can retain a small amount of data but are unable to process data. Memory cards often function as a two-factor authentication control. Then there are proximity readers, which is a passive device, field-powered device, or a transponder. The proximity device is worn or held by the authorized bearer. When it passes a proximity reader, the reader can determine who the bearer is and whether they have authorized access.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Now let's discuss communication and network security. First of all, what is a network architecture? So a network architecture is the design of a computer network, or it is a framework for specifying how a network's physical components and their functional organization and configuration should be. It also defines how the operational principles and procedures are, and as well as the communication protocols that should be used. A sound architecture can be reused time and again, and since we intend our architectures to be reusable, it is imperative that we apply secure design principles when we implement them. Now let's see an architecture called the Open Systems Interconnection model. So the Open Systems Interconnection, or OSI model, is a conceptual model created by the International Organization for Standardization (ISO), which enables diverse communication systems to communicate using standard protocol. So simply, the OSI provides a standard for different computer systems to be able to communicate with each other. And the OSI model is a concept where all the working of the internal components are divided in abstract layers, and this abstraction layers subdivide the communication systems further into smaller manageable parts. So the OSI model's goal is to help others develop products that will work within an open network architecture, and this reference model was described by the ISO standard 7490. So these are actually protocols that work in every layer, and a protocol is a standard or set of rules that determines how systems will communicate across the networks. So the first layer is the application layer. So this is the layer that works closest to the user and provides file transmission, message exchanges, terminal sessions, etc. And this layer does not include the actual applications, but rather the protocols that support the applications. So this layer processes and properly formats the data and passes it down to the next layer within the OSI model. Some examples for the protocols working at this layer are the simple mail transfer protocol, hypertext transfer protocol, domain name system, internet relay chat protocol, and the line printer daemon protocol. Now the next layer is the presentation layer. So this layer is responsible for defining how information is presented to the user in the interface they are using. So this provides a common mean for representing the data. This layer is concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and is not concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and format of the data. So the common functions used here are protocol conversion, data translation, compression, encryption, character set conversion, etc. Usually, no protocols work at this layer. Example are ASCII, BMP, GIF, JPG, WAV, AVI, and MPEG formats. Now, session layer. So this layer is responsible for establishing a connection between the two applications, maintaining it during the data transfer, and controlling the release of this connection. So there are three different modes or three different types of connections. The first one is a simplex connection, where the communication only takes place in one direction, though in practice this is very seldom, which happens very rarely. Then there are half duplex connection, where communication takes place in both directions, but only one application can send information at a time. Here, so communication is taking place in both the directions, but information will be going in one direction at a time. Then there are full duplex, where communication takes place in both directions and both applications can send information at the same time. And some protocols that work at this layer are the password authentication protocol, point-to-point tunneling protocol, network basic input-output system, and remote procedure call. Now, transport layer. So this layer is responsible for providing host-to-host communication services. And this layer establishes a logical connection between the sending host and the destination host on a network. And this ensures that the data units are delivered free of errors. This also ensures that the data units are delivered in sequence, and also that there is no loss or duplication of data units. And this provides connectionless or connection-oriented services, and transport layer provides services to the session layer. For example, transmission control protocol and user datagram protocol. Now the network layer. So this layer inserts information into the packet's header so that it can be properly addressed and routed to the actual destination. And this defines the most optimal path the packet should take from the source to the destination, and provides logical addressing so that any endpoint can be identified. This layer handles the congestion in the network and defines how to fragment a packet into smaller packets to accommodate different media. This manages message routing, error detection, and control of node data traffic, and provides services to the transport layer. The examples are IP, OSPF, ICMP, and RIP. Now the data link layer. So this layer establishes the communications link between individual devices over a physical link or a channel. So the data link layer defines hardware that are physical or MAC addresses, as well as the communication process that occurs within a media type. It also formats the message into data frames and adds a customized header containing the hardware destination and source address. So there are two sub-layers in this data link layer. The first one is the logical link control layer, LLC, which controls the frame synchronization, error checking, and the flow. And there are media access control layers, which controls the way a system on the network gains access to the data and gets permission to transmit it. The examples are address resolution protocol, serial line internet protocol, and point-to-point protocol. Now, physical layer. So the physical layer defines the means of transmitting raw bits over a physical data link connecting network nodes, and it converts the bits into voltages or light impulses for transmission. It defines rules by which bits are passed from one system to another on a physical communication medium, and it defines the types of signaling such as analog or digital, electrical or optical, characteristics of signal, asynchronous or synchronous, simplex, full or half duplex, etc. It defines the topology of the network as well, whether it is star, bus and ring, etc. So the examples are EIA 232 and synchronous optical network, ISDN, DSL, SONET, etc. Now, what is a TCP or IP model? So we have already seen an OSI model. So this model, the transmission control protocol or internet protocol model, is a suite of protocols that governs the way data travels from one device to another. Besides TCP and IP, there are other protocols also here. So the internet protocol suite, commonly known as TCP or IP, is the set of communication protocols used in internet and similar computer networks. And the current foundational protocols in the suite are TCP and IP. This model is also called the DARP or the DOD model, consists of only 4 layers as opposed to the oversized model's 7 layers. So if we see, so these are the different protocols that happen in the different layers in the TCP or IP protocol. On the left side, we can see the O.S.I protocol model where there are 7 layers, and in the TCP or IP protocol, some of those layers are clubbed into one. For example, the application presentation and session in O.S.I model is just the application layer here, and the data link and the physical layer in the O.S.I is just the link layer. And in these layers, all these protocols mentioned happens in the different layers here. Now, let's see how the transfer data is structured. So, the message is formed and passed to the application layer from a program and sent down through the protocol stack. So, each protocol at these layers adds its own information to the message and passes it down to the next layer. So, this activity is referred to as data encapsulation. So, when a data needs to be transferred from the application layer to the different layers, so what happens is on each layer, different protocols are present, and these protocols adds its own information to the data, and the data can be split up into different packages, and it adds all these information to this data, and this is called data encapsulation. So encapsulation data is decapsulized in the way that is mentioned in the right side of the slide. So first of all, there will be different data frames, and then it will be packets, and then segments, and finally we can get the data. So what are these protocols that take place or sit in between these layers? So let's talk about one, the transmission control protocol or TCP. So the TCP is referred to as a connection oriented protocol because before any user data is actually sent, handshaking takes place between the two systems that want to communicate. So it's like when you're meeting a new person, we just shake hands with them. So before a proper transfer of data is happening, there is a TCP handshake that happens between the systems that are going to communicate or transfer data. So once the handshaking completes successfully, a virtual connection is set up between the two systems. So what happens at the TCP handshake? Here the TCP must set up a virtual connection between the two hosts before any data is sent. This means the two hosts must agree on certain parameters, data flow, windowing, error detection, and option. So this is what happens at the handshake, where the systems agrees on how the data should be sent, what are the parameters, what are the error detection processes, and other options. So the TCP application has HTTP or HTTPS, FTP, SSH, and SMTP. Now, the next protocol that we talk about is User Datagram Protocol or UDP. So UDP is also a transport layer protocol considered connectionless because it does not go through any handshake. So like the TCP, there is no handshake happening here. So what happens is UDP sends out messages without first contacting the destination computer and does not know if the packets were received properly or not. Whereas in a TCP connection or TCP setting, the computers will very well know if the data is reaching there because they are already agreeing on how the data will be reached and all those things. So the UDP application has DNS, DHCP, SNMP, and NTP. So we'll compare the differences between a TCP and UDP. So the properties that we are going to compare are reliability, connection, packet sequencing, congestion control, usage, and speed. So talking about reliability, in TCP, it uses AC keys to ensure all packets have reached. But in UDP, lost packets cannot be recovered and it does not have any AC keys. In connection, TCP is connection oriented, but UDP is not connection oriented. In packet sequencing, TCP uses sequence numbers to ensure that the packets are ordered, but in UDP there is no sequencing done and it does not ensure any proper ordering. And in congestion control, it uses Windows system to control congestion, but in UDP there is no congestion control. And in usage, it can use when reliable delivery is must, but UDP we cannot use when reliable delivery is a must, but it can be used when high amount of data is sent and speed is more important than reliability. And comparing about speed, the TCP has comparatively slow speed while the UDP has a relatively much faster and is very lightweight also. Now let's talk about ports. At the software level within an operating system, port is a logical construct that identifies a specific process or a type of a network service. So a port is identified for each transport protocol and address combination by a 16-bit unsigned number known as the port number. So Port numbers can be classified as the first one well-known ports, which are 0 to 1023, and these are used by all the well-known services like Telnet port 23, SMTP port 25, HTTP port 80, SNMP ports 161 and 162, FTP ports 21 and 20, etc. Then there are registered ports ranging from 1024 to 49151. So these ports can be registered with the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers, ICANN, for a particular use. Then there are dynamic ports ranging from 49152 to 65535, which are available to be used by any application on as intended base. Now, what is Internet Protocol? So, the Internet Protocol specifies that each node on a network must have a unique IP address. So, there are two versions of these IPs known as IPv4 and IPv6, where IPv4 uses 32 bits for its addresses, whereas IPv6 uses 128 bits. Thus, IPv6 provides more possible addresses with which we can work with. And then each data packet is assigned an IP address of the sender and the recipient as well. And each device receives the packet and makes routing decisions based on the packet's destination IP address. And IP addressing provides an unreliable datagram service. And IP addresses also includes network and the host as well. Now let's talk in detail about IPv4. So IPv4 network addresses are in 32 bits length and are expressed as dot decimal. For example, 198.168.0.100. Usually, if we have a modem and we need to configure the modem, we'll be typing an IP address similar to this. So there are two types here. First one is classful addressing, in which the address space is divided into 5 classes: A, B, C, D, and E. And each of these classes has a valid range of IP address. So class D and E are reserved for multicast and experimental purposes. Then there are classless addressing. This is an improved IP addressing system and it makes the allocation of IP addresses more efficient. It replaces the older classful addressing system based on classes. It is also known as classless interdomain routing or CIDR. Now, what are private networks and loopback? So, private networks, organizations are encouraged to assign private network IP addresses to nodes in its internal network. So, they are not routable over the internet. The address blocks reserved for private networks are 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255 and the remaining ones. And a loopback address is a special address used to signify a node's on address. So, loopback addresses 127.0.0.1 point back to the issuing computer. Now we'll talk in detail about IPv6. So IPv6 uses 128 bit space compared to the 32 bit space that IPv4 uses. And this increases the address space much more than what IPv4 allows. And this allows scoped addresses, end-to-end secure transmission and authentication. And this has more flexibility and routing capabilities and allows for QoS. An AnyCAD address can be used to send a packet to any one node in a group of nodes. And the new address space provides the potential for a maximum of 3.403 in 10 raised to 38 addresses. And IPv6 addresses are represented as 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons. Example is given below. Now, what is the IPv6's address structure? So, an IPv6 address is made up of 128 bits divided into 8 16-bit blocks, and each block is then converted into 4-digit hexadecimal numbers separated by colons. For example, given below is a 128-bit IPv6 address represented in the binary format and divided into 8 16-bit blocks. So, this is the 128-bit IPv6 address, and when we are converting it into hexadecimal equivalent of the IPv6 address, it comes out to be this one. So IPv6 provides some rules to shorten the address. The rule 1 is discard leading zeros. So in block 5, if we see there is 0063. So here the leading 2 zeros can be omitted and it can be just written as 63. Rule 2, if 2 or more blocks contain consecutive zeros, omit them all and replace with double colon sign as shown. So if there are consecutive zeros, then they can be omitted and they can be replaced with a double colon sign. So if you see here, you can see that after the 0060, there are consecutive zeros coming, so they are replaced with double colons. And in rule 3, if there are still blocks of zeros in the address, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So if there are groups of further zeros remain, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So this second block will be shrunk down to a single zero. Now, what are the different IPv6 address types? So, following are the major categories of IPv6 address. The first one is global unicast address. So, here a unique IPv6 address is assigned to a host interface, and these addresses have a global scope and essentially the same purposes as IPv4 public addresses. So global unicast addresses are routable over the internet. Then there are link local IPv6 addresses. So here an IPv6 address allows a communication between neighboring hosts that reside on the same link. So link local addresses have a local scope and cannot be used outside the link. And they always have the prefix FE80::10. And then there are loopback IPv6 addresses. So here an IPv6 address used on a loopback interface is called a loopback IPv6 address, and the IPv6 loopback address is 0:0:0:0:0:0:1, which can be noted as :1/128. And then there are unspecified addresses, which are IPv6 unspecified address, which are denoted with a couple of zeros, and which can be noted as :128. Now we'll discuss about the coexistence of IPv6 and IPv4. So the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 will not be something that is done overnight. So it will take some time, and a number of mechanisms have been developed to make the transition easy. So dual stack, where each device on the network is configured with both an IPv4 and an IPv6 address, is called dual stack. And the idea is that once all the devices have implemented IPv6, the IPv4 part of the network will be depreciated. Then there is 64 tunneling. So here it assigns a block of IPv6 address spaces to any host or network that has a global IPv4 address and encapsulates the IPv6 packets inside IPv4 packets for transmission over an IPv4 network using 6in4. So, and also routes traffic between 6 to 4 and native IPv6 networks. Then there is translation. So here a host with IPv4 address sends a request to an IPv6 enabled server on the internet that does not understand IPv4 address. So when the IPv4 host sends a request packet to the IPv6 server, the NATPT device or router strips down the IPv4 packet, removes the IPv4 header and adds IPv6 header and passes it to the internet. Now, what are multi-layer protocols? So, not all protocols fit nearly within the layers of the OSI model. So, this is particularly evident among devices and networks that were never intended to interoperate with the internet. The lack of these robust security features to protect the availability, integrity, and confidence of data is visualized here. So, the distributed network protocol or the DNP3 is where communication protocols designed for SCADA systems, particularly those within the power systems, and these are not general purpose protocols like IP, nor does it incorporate routing functionality. Instead of using the OSI model, it uses a simple 3-layer model called the enhanced performance architecture that roughly corresponds to layers 2, 4 and 7 of the OSI model. Then there are controller area network bus or CAN bus, and this allows microcontrollers and other embedded devices to communicate with each other on a shared bus and used in different automobiles. So these devices can control functions including steering, braking and throttling. So a CAN bus was never meant to communicate with anything outside the vehicle except for a mechanic's maintenance computer. So there never appeared to be a need for security features. Now what are converged protocols? So converged protocols are those that started off independent and distinct from one another, but over time converged to become one. So the first one is fiber channel over Ethernet, FCOE. So here, and this is an encapsulation method that allows fiber channel frames to ride over Ethernet networks. And nowadays, FCOE is used in some storage area networks. Then there are multi-protocol labeling switches, MPLs. MPLs are used to create VPNs over a variety of layer 2 protocols and is referred to as a layer 2.5 protocol. And this is considered as a converged protocol because it can encapsulate any higher layer protocol and tunnel to over a variety of links. Then Internet Small Computer System Interface. So this ISCSI is a technology that allows peripherals to be connected to computers. So the problem with this was that it has limited range. And the solution was to let this ride on TCP segments, so a peripheral device could be literally anywhere in the world and still appear as local to a computer. Then there is Voice over Internet Protocol. So this is a tunneling mechanism used to transport voice and or data over a TCP IP network. So VIIP has the potential to replace or supplement the PSTN, as is often less expensive and offers a wide variety of options and features. Let's talk about transmission media. So a transmission medium is a physical aspect in a network connection through which the data is moved. So broadly speaking, we use 3 different types of transmission media. The first one are electric wires that encode information as changes in the voltage level of an electric current. Typically, we use cables which are 2 or more wires encased within a sheet. Then there are optical fibers that transmit data that is encoded in the wavelength, phase or polarization of the light. The light is generated by either an LED or a laser diode. And as with electrical wires, we usually bundle multiple fibers into cables for longer distances. Finally, free space is the medium that we use for wireless communication. Any electromagnetic signal can travel through it even outside our atmosphere. And we tend to use mostly radio signals in free space, but every now and then you may find a system that uses lights such as infrared laser beam. So an example would be a TV remote that uses infrared beams to control the channel. We are actually transferring data through free space. Now, what are the transmission types? So a signal is an electromagnetic or electrical current that is used for carrying data from one system to another or through a network to another. So the signal is a function that conveys information about a phenomenon. So there are two types of signals. The first one is analog signal. These are continuous signal for which the time varying feature of the signal is a representation of some other time varying quantity. Example, analogous to another time varying signal. Then there are digital signals that are used to represent data as a sequence of separate values at any point in time. It can only take up one of a fixed number of values, and this type of signal represents a real number within a constant range of values. So analog signals can be kind of continuous, and digital signals can be thought of as discrete in a way. Now, what are the transmission types? So asynchronous and synchronous network technologies are the different types we use, and they provide synchronization rules to govern how systems communicate to each other. So asynchronous system, there is no timing component, and it surrounds each byte with processing bits, and the parity bit is used for error control. And each byte here requires 3 bits of instruction like start, stop, and parity. And in a synchronous type, here timing component for data transmission is very important, and it is used for data synchronization or transmission synchronization. Then there are robust error checking through cyclic redundancy checking, and these are used for high speed, high volume transmissions. And there is minimal overhead compared to asynchronous communication. Now let's compare the differences between a broadband and a baseband. So first one is a baseband. So these are typically used for digitally signaling over a single wire, and the digital signal used in a baseband transmission occupies the entire bandwidth of the network media to transmit a single data signal, and it is bidirectional. However, the sending and receiving function cannot occur at the same wire at the same time. And Ethernet networks use baseband transmission. For example, are 10 base T or 10 base FL. And using baseband, it is possible to transmit multiple signals on a single cable by using multiplexing. And broadband uses time division multiplexing, which divides a single channel into time slots. And then there is broadband. And broadband uses analog signals in the form of optical or electromagnetic waves over multiple transmission frequencies. And for signals to be both sent and received, the transmission media is split into 2 channels. Alternatively, 2 tables can be used also, one to send and one to receive transmissions. And multiple channels are created in the broadband system by using a multiplexing technique known as frequency division multiplexing, FDM. And FDM allows broadband media to accommodate traffic going in different directions on a single media at the same time. Now we'll see the different types of cabling that is used. So the first one is twisted pair. Here it consists of 2 insulated wires that are arranged in a regular spiral pattern. So here the wires can be shielded or unshielded, and it can span up to 100 meters, and then we need amplifying devices that are used to amplify the signals. So Cat5, Cat6 and Cat7 are the commonly used wires in these days. Then there are coaxial cables. So this consists of a hollow outer cylindrical conductor, and these are expensive and resistant to electromagnetic interference (EMI). So there are thin net cables that span distances of 185 meters and throughput of about 10 Mbps. And then there are thick net, also known as 10 base 5, where the span is 500 meters and the throughput is of 10 Mbps. Now finally, fiber optic cables. These carry data over glass as light waves. So this uses our principle of total internal reflection to carry light from one end to another. So the glass core is surrounded by a protective casing which is enclosed in inside an outer jacket. The higher transmission speed allows signals to travel over long distances. So since we are transferring data plus light, it can travel at the speed of light, which is very high. And it is much more secure than the UTP or coaxial cable. So there are 2 modes. The first one is single mode, where a small glass core is used to transfer data over a long distance. This is less susceptible to attenuation. And then there are multiple modes, where a large glass core can transfer more data, but only up to a shorter distance, because attenuation can happen here. Now, what are the problems we will face during cabling or when we use different types of cabling? So the first one is noise. So this is caused by surrounding devices or faults in the cable. Examples are motors, computers, fluorescent light, microwave ovens, etc. So the noise can come as electromagnetic interference, or when it's a optical fiber, it can be light sources also. Then there is attenuation. So attenuation is the loss of signal strength as the signal travels along a long wire. So attenuation increases with higher frequencies, and it can also be caused by cable breaks and malfunctions as well. Then there is crosstalk. So this occurs when electrical signals spill over the wires, and UTP is more vulnerable than the STP in crosstalk. Now we have seen the physical aspects of network like cabling and all. So we'll see how this cabling or how the physical wires or connections are used to set up a network known as network topology. So topology refers to the way a network is physically connected. And a difference actually exists between physical network topology and logical topology. A network can be configured as a physical star, but work logically as a ring, as in a token ring technology. So the first one is ring topology. Here, a series of devices are connected by unidirectional transmission links. And these links form a closed loop and do not connect to a central system. And each node is dependent upon the preceding nodes. And if one system fails, all other systems should negatively be affected because of this interdependence. Then there is bus topology. Here, a single cable runs the entire length of the network, and nodes are attached through drop points on the cable. So there is linear bus topology, where a single cable is there and nodes are attached, and there are tree topology, which has branches from the single cable as well. So the main cable itself becomes potential single point of failure, because since everything is connected to the main cable, and if somewhere a failure happens, everything can be affected. Then there is star topology. Here, all nodes are connected to a central device such as a switch, and each node has a dedicated link to the central device as well. So the central device is a potential single point of failure, and if one workstation fails, it does not affect other systems because there are dedicated connections between each device to the central device, and it is the most common topology in use today with Ethernet systems. Then there are mesh topologies. So here all systems and resources are connected to each other. So usually a network of interconnected routers and switches are used that provide multiple paths. And then there are full mesh connections where every node is directly connected to every other node. And then there is partial mesh where every node is not directly connected. Example, the internet. Now what is collision domain and broadcast domain? So collision domain. So this is part of a network where packet collisions can occur. So collisions occur when two devices send a packet at the same time on the shared network segment, and this can reduce the network efficiency. So on a hub port, each port is in the same collision domain. By contrast, each port on a bridge or a switch is in a separate collision domain. Then broadcast domain. So this is a domain in which broadcast is forwarded. And broadcast domain contains all devices that can reach other data, reach each other at the data link layer by using broadcast. And all ports on a hub or a switch are in the same broadcast domain, whereas all ports on a router are in different broadcast domains. Now we'll talk about media access technologies. Media access technologies set up the rules of how computers will communicate on a network and how errors are handled. These technologies reside at the data link layer of the OSI model. When the data or message reaches the data link layer, the protocol at this layer adds the necessary headers and trailers that will allow the message to traverse a specific type of network: Ethernet, token ring, FDDI, etc. So what is token passing? So a token is a 24-bit control frame used to control which computers communicate at what intervals. The token is passed from one computer to another, and only the computer that has the token can put frames onto the wire. The token contains the data to be transmitted and the source and destination information as well. And when a system has data it needs to transmit, it has to wait to receive the token. This type of media sharing method is used by token ring and FDDI technologies. Then there is carriers and sends multiple access with collision detection, CSMA or CD. So here computers listen for the absence of a carrier tone on the cable, which indicates that no other system is transmitting data. So if two computers sense this absence and transmit data at the same time, but a collision can take place. So if a computer observes collision, it will abort its transmission and alert all other stations. And all stations will execute a random collision timer to force a delay before they attempt to transmit data. This random collision timer is called the back-off algorithm, and Ethernets usually use CSMA or CD for media access. Then there is carrier sense multiple access with collision avoidance. So here each computer signals its intent to transmit data, and this tells other nodes to transmit data right now. So once the system identifies that the media is clear and it can put its data on the wire, it sends out a broadcast to all other systems telling them it is going to transmit the information. So here each system will wait a period before attempting to transmit data to ensure collisions do not take place. The wireless LAN technology 802.11 uses CSMA or CA for its media access functionality. Now we'll see what is Ethernet. So Ethernet is a L2 technology that enables several devices to communicate on the same network. And Ethernet uses a bus or star topology, and it is officially defined through the IEEE 802.3 standard. So here it is a contention-based technology where all resources use the same shared communication medium, and it uses the carrier sense multiple access with collision detection access method. It supports full duplex communication, and it can use coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cabling. Now, what is a token ring connection? So, a token ring is a local network media access technology that enables the communication and sharing of network resources. So, it was originally developed by IBM and then defined by IEEE 802.5 standard. And initially, it had the ability to transmit data at 4 Mbps, which was improved to transmit at 16 Mbps. And it uses token passing technology with a star configured topology. And physically, the topology can be star, but the signals and transmissions are passed in a logical ring. And each computer is connected to a central hub called a multi-station access unit. Now, what is a fiber distributed data interface? FDDI. So, this is a high-speed token passing media access technology with data transmit speeds of up to 100 Mbps. And this is usually used as a backbone network using fiber optic cabling. And FDDI also provides fault tolerance by offering a second counter-rotating fiber ring. And each node on the FDDI network has a relays that are connected to both the rings. So if a break in the ring occurs, the two rings can be joined. And before the fast Ethernet and gigabit Ethernet hit the market, FDDI was mainly used as campus and service provider backbones. And because the FDDI can be employed for distances up to 100 kilometers, it was often used in MANs as well. And a version of FDDI, copper distributed data interface, can work over UTP cabling also. Let's talk about network devices. Several types of devices are used in our local networks and wide area networks to provide intercommunication among computers and networks. And the different network devices vary according to their functionality, capabilities, intelligence, and the network placement. So some of the commonly used devices are bridges, switches, routers, and firewalls. So let's see what are bridges. So a bridge is a local area network device and works at the data link layer, therefore works with MAC addresses. And when a frame arrives at a bridge, the bridge determines the MAC address and forwards the frame to the correct port. So what is a forwarding table? So a bridge starts to learn how the network's environment is as soon as it is powered on and as the network changes. And it does this by examining frames and making entries in its forwarding tables. So the functions of bridges are it segments a large network into smaller, more controllable pieces, and it uses filtering based on MAC addresses, and it joins different types of networks while retaining the same broadcast domain, and it isolates collision domains within the same broadcast domain, and it can translate between protocol types. Now, what are switches? A switch is a multi-port bridging device with each port providing dedicated bandwidth to the device attached to it, and the switch employs full duplex communication. So one wire pair is used for sending and another pair is used for receiving, and the switches stops the sharing of network medium and the problems like collision and network contention. Today's L3 and L4 switches have more enhanced functionality than L2, like routing functionality, packet inspection, traffic prioritization, and QoS functionality, and these are also called multi-layered switches. Now, what are VLANs? Switches provide a security service called virtual LANs. So virtual LANs enables administrators to separate and group computers logically based on resource requirements, security, or business needs instead of the standard physical location. Now, what is VLAN hopping? So this is a type of attack where the attacker can send traffic from one VLAN into another. So switch spoofing is one type of attack where the attacker can have a system act as though it is a switch. The system understands the tagging values being used in the network and the trunking protocols and can insert itself between other VLAN devices and gain access to the traffic going back and forth between them. Then there is double tagging, where an attacker can also insert VLAN tags to manipulate the control of traffic at the data link layer. Now, what are routers? Routers are L3 or the network layer devices that are used to connect similar or different networks. For example, they can connect two Ethernet LANs or an Ethernet LAN to a token ring LAN. It has two or more interfaces and a routing table, and so it knows how to get packets to their destinations. And because routers have more network level knowledge, they can perform functions such as calculating the shortest and most economical path between the sending and receiving hosts. So the primary functions of routers are they create new headers for each packet and they build routing tables. They can filter traffic based on ACLs and they does not forward broadcast packets. Now let's talk about firewalls. So firewalls are used to restrict access to one network from another network or from the internet itself. A firewall device supports and enforces the company's network security policy. And a firewall may be a server running a firewall software product or a specialized hardware appliance. So what is a DMZ? Demilitarized zone is a network segment located between the protected and unprotected networks. And these DMZ usually contains web, mail and DNS servers, which must be hardened systems because they would be the first in the line of attacks. And what are the different types of firewalls? So there are packet filtering firewalls, stateful firewalls, proxy, and next generation firewalls. So we'll see what are the different types of firewalls in detail now. The first one is packet filtering firewall. So these are the first generation of firewalls that makes access decisions based upon network level protocol header values. And the device is configured with ACLs, which detect the type of traffic that is allowed into and out of specific networks. And the filtering here is done based on the source and destination IP address and the source and destination port numbers, protocol types, inbound and outbound traffic direction, etc. So packet filtering is a stateless inspection because the device does not understand the context that the packets are working with, and they are not effective at protecting against attacks that exploit application specific vulnerabilities. Then there are stateful firewalls. So a stateful firewall is one that monitors the full state of active network connections. This means that the stateful firewalls are constantly analyzing the complete context of traffic and data packets, seeking entry to a network rather than discrete traffic and data packets in isolation. So this maintains a state table that tracks each communication session, and it provides a high degree of security. It improves performance and it provides data for tracking connectionless protocols such as UDP and ICMP. So what is stateful? So stateful inspection firewalls unfortunately have been the victims of many types of DOS attacks, and several types of attacks are aimed at flooding the state table with bogus information causing the device to crash or freeze. So the stateful means that it is actually aware of the state of whatever is happening in the network, or it is able to constantly analyze the complete context of the traffic and data. Now, what is a proxy firewall? So a proxy firewall stands between a trusted and untrusted network and makes the connection on behalf of the hosts. And so proxy firewalls breaks the communication channel, and there is no direct connection between the two communicating devices. So there are circuit level proxies and application level proxies. So in a circuit level proxy firewall, it creates a connection between the two communicating systems, and it works at the session layer of the OSI model and monitors traffic from a network based view. So this type of proxy cannot look into the contents of a packet, thus it does not carry out deep packet inspection. SOX is an example of a circuit level proxy. And about application level proxy, it inspects the packet up through the application layer. It understands the packet as a whole and can make access decisions based on the content of the packet. Now, next generation firewalls. So these provide capabilities beyond a traditional stateful firewall. And while a traditional firewall typically provides stateful inspection of incoming and outgoing network traffic, a next generation firewall includes the additional features like application awareness and control, integrated intrusion prevention, and cloud delivered threat intelligence. So there are standard firewall capabilities like stateful inspection and integrated intrusion prevention, application awareness and control to seek and block risky apps. There is threat intelligence sources, there are upgrade paths to include future information feeds, and also techniques to address evolving security threats. Now, what are the firewall deployment methods? So, firewalls can be placed in several areas on a network, and they can protect an internal network from an external network and act as a choke point for all traffic. A firewall can also be used to segment and partition network sections and enforce access controls between them. Then, firewalls can also be used to provide a DMZ architecture. So, now we'll see what's the bastion host. So, this is a special purpose computer on a network specifically designed and configured to withstand attacks. The computer generally hosts a single application, for example, a proxy server, and all other services are removed or limited to reduce the threat to the computer. And different systems can be considered bastion hosts like mail, web, DNS, since many of these are placed on the outer edges of the networks. Now, what is a dual home firewall? So, a dual-homed firewall host architecture is built around the dual-homed host computer, which is a computer which has at least two network interfaces. So such a host could act as a router between networks, and these interfaces are attached to these networks. And the network architecture for a dual-home host firewall is simple, and the dual-home host sits between and is connected to the internet and the internal network. Now, what is a screened host? So this is a firewall that communicates directly with a perimeter or router and the internal network. So the traffic received from the internet is first filtered by an edge router, and the traffic that makes it past this space is sent to the screened host firewall, which applies more rules. The screened host firewall is the only device that receives traffic directly from the router. Now, what is a screened subnet? A screened subnet architecture adds another layer of security to the screened host architecture, and here instead of the firewall redirecting the traffic to the internal network, an interior firewall also filters the traffic. So the use of these two physical firewalls creates a DMZ. Now let's see what a proxy server is. So proxy servers act as an intermediary between the clients that want access to certain services and the servers that provide those services. So it can validate the request is safe and then send an independent request to the server on behalf of the user. So it may cache the response it receives from the server as well. So there are two types of. The first one is forward proxy, which is the one that allows the client to specify the server it wants to communicate with. And then there is reverse proxy, which appears to the clients as the original server. So the client sends a request to what it thinks is the original server, but in reality, this reverse proxy makes a request to the actual server and provides the client with the response. Now, what is a unified threat management or UTM? So the UTM appliance provides all the functionalities in a single network appliance like firewalls, anti-malware, anti-spam, intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system, content filtering, data leak prevention, and VPN capabilities. So the goals of UTM are simplicity, streamlined installation and maintenance, centralized control, and the ability to understand the network's security from a holistic point of view. Now, what is a content distribution network or CDN? So, a content distribution network CDN consists of multiple servers distributed across a large region, each of which provides content that is optimized for users closest to it. So, the different features of this content distribution network are performance. So, the shorter distance to users will not only reduce latency but also minimize the packet loss, resulting in a much better performance. Then there is availability. So here the requests are always routed to the nearest available location. So if one server is not available, requests are automatically sent to the next available server. Then there is security. So most CDNs should protect content providers and users by mitigating against a wide array of attacks, including DDoS attacks. And then there is intelligence. CDN can also offer valuable analytical information to discover trends about end user connectivity, device types, and browsing experiences across the globe. This data can give critical actionable insights and intelligence into their user base. Now let's talk about endpoint security. So an endpoint is any computing device that communicates through a network and whose principal function is not to mediate communications for other devices. So examples are desktops, laptops, servers, smartphones, tablets, POS terminals, IoT devices, etc. So endpoint security is the concept that each individual device must maintain a local security, whether or not its network or telecommunication channels also provide or offer security. So every system should have an appropriate combination of local host firewall, anti-malware scanners, authentication, authorization, auditing, spam filters, and intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems. Now, what is a honeypot? So a honeypot is a network device intended to be exploited by attackers with the administrator's goal being to gain information on the attack tactics, techniques, and procedures. So these honeypots would be having files which might seem to the attackers are very sensitive information, but would be actually diplomatic information placed by the administrator so that the attackers will be slowed down. And while they are trying to attack this, administration will be able to gain more insight about the attackers. So it usually sits in the DMC and attempts to lure attackers to it instead of to actual production computers. And to make it alluring to attackers, administrators may enable services and ports that are popular to exploit. Now, a honeynet is when two or more honeypot systems are used together, and honeypots needs to properly segmented from any other live systems on the network. Now, what is network access control, NAC? With exponential growth of mobile devices, it is critical to have the tools that provide the visibility, access control, and compliance capabilities. An NAC system can deny network access to non-compliant devices, place them in a quarantined area, or give them only restricted access to computing resources, thus keeping insecure nodes from infecting the network. So the benefits of an NAC are the first one, profiling, which recognizes and profiles users and their devices before malicious code can cause damage. Then there is guest access, where we can manage guests through a customizable self-service portal that includes guest registration, guest authentication, guest sponsoring, and a guest management portal. Then there is security posture check, which evaluates security policy compliance by user type, device type, and operating systems. And then there is also incident response, where it mitigates network threats by enforcing security policies that block, isolate, and repair non-compliant machines without administrator attention. Now, what is NAC 802.1x? So the IEEE 802.1x is an IEEE standard for port-based network access control, which is PNAC. It provides an authentication mechanism to devices wishing to attach to a LAN or WLAN. The IEEE 802.1x defines the encapsulation of Extensible Authentication Protocol EAP over IEEE 802, which is known as the EAP over LAN or EPOL. The EPOL was also modified for use with IEEE 802.1aE and IEEE 802.1ar to support service identification and optional point-to-point encryption over the internal LAN segment. 802.1x authentication involves three parties, which are the supplicant, the authenticator, and the authentication server. Now, let's see what is a software-defined networking is. So, SDN is an architecture designed to make a network more flexible and easier to manage. And SDN centralizes management by abstracting the control plane from the data forwarding function in the discrete networking devices. So there are two parts, which are the controller that enables centralized management, control, automation, and policy enforcement. And then there are APIs or protocols that relay information between the controller and the individual network devices. So the benefits of an SDN are simplifying operations, agile, programmable networks, and intent-based networking. Now, what are network protocols? So a network protocol is a set of rules followed by the network, and network protocols are formal standards and policies made up of rules, procedures, and formats that define communication between two or more devices over a network. Now, let's see what is the address resolution protocol, or ARP. So the ARP is a communication protocol used for discovering the link layer address, such as a MAC address associated with a given internet layer address, typically an IPv4 address. The ARP broadcasts a frame requesting the MAC address that corresponds with the destination IP address. And each computer on the broadcast domain receives this frame and all, but the computer that has the requested IP address ignores it. So the computer that has the destination IP address responds with its MAC address. Then what is ARP cache poisoning? So an attacker broadcasts false ARP messages over a LAN in order to link an attacker's MAC address with the IP address of a legitimate computer. Once a link has been established, frames meant for the original destination are sent to the hacker's computer first. Now, what is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP? DHCP is a network management protocol used on Internet Protocol networks, whereby a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device on the network. DHCP is a UDP-based protocol that allows servers to assign IP addresses to network clients in real time. Now we'll see what is DHCP snooping. So DHCP snooping ensures that DHCP servers can assign IP addresses to only selected systems identified by their MAC addresses. Also, advanced network switches have the capability to direct clients towards legitimate DHCP servers to get IP addresses and restrict rogue systems from becoming DHCP servers on the network. Now, what is Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP? The ICMP is used by network devices, including routers, to send error messages and operational information indicating success or failure when communicating with other IP addresses. So, it differs from transfer protocols such as TCP and UDP in that it is not typically used to exchange data between systems. The most common application of ICMP are ping and traceroute. So the ICMP based attacks are ICMP flood, which is a common DOS attack in which an attacker attempts to overwhelm a targeted device by ICMP echo requests. Then there is ICMP tunneling, which establishes a covered connection between client and server using ICMP echo requests and reply packets. So Loki is an application developed to perform such attacks. Now, what is a simple network management protocol? SNMP. The SNMP is an application layer protocol which uses UDP to monitor the network, detect network faults, and even used to configure devices. There are three components of SNMP. The first one is SNMP Manager, which is a centralized system used to monitor network. Then there is the SNMP Agent, which is a software management module installed on a managed device like PC, routers, switches, servers, etc. Then there is Management Information Base, which consists of information of resources that are to be managed, and this information is organized hierarchically. So security was one of the biggest weaknesses of SNMP until version 3, and the security approaches in SNMP v3 targets confidentiality, which is the encryption of packets to prevent snooping. Integrity is used to ensure that a packet has not been tampered while in transit, including an optional packet replay protection mechanism. And authentication, which is used to verify the messages from a valid source. What is a domain name service or a DNS? So the DNS is a method of resolving host names to IP addresses. So names can be used instead of IP addresses within the network environments. So many companies have their own DNS servers to resolve internal host names, and these companies also use the DNS servers at their internet service providers to resolve host names on the internet. So the DNS namespaces are split up administratively into two zones. The DNS server that holds the file for one of these zones is said to be the authoritative name server for that zone, and the DNS server that records the map hostnames to IP addresses refers to the resource records. Now let's see what are the DNS threats. So DNS spoofing or DNS cache poisoning is a form of threat in which it's a form of computer security hacking in which it corrupts the DNS data, and the corrupt data is introduced into the DNS resolver's cache, causing the name server to return an incorrect result record. Example, an IP address. This results in traffic being diverted to the attacker's computer. Then the mitigation is that it needs to use stronger authentication mechanisms, and DNS SEC implements PKI and digital signatures, which allows DNS servers to validate the origin of a message to ensure that it is not spoofed and potentially malicious. The registration issues are domain grabbing, which refers to the practice of registering internet domains with the intention of selling the ownership rights rather than keeping them for their own personal use. Then there is cyber squatting, which concentrates specifically on trademarks and proper names. The aim of registering legally protected terms as part of the domain name is to sell them to an actual rights owner for a higher transfer fee. What is email service? The electronic mail is a method of exchanging messages between people using electronic devices. The SMTP works as a message transfer agent and moves the messages from the user's computer to the mail server when the user clicks the send button. The SMTP also functions as a message transfer protocol between email servers. The post office protocol is an internet mail service protocol that supports incoming and outgoing messages, and the internet message access protocol is also an internet protocol that enables users to access mail on a mail server. Now, what is a simple authentication security layer? So this is a protocol independent framework for performing authentication. This means that any protocol that knows how to interact with SASL can use its various authentication mechanisms. POP3 and IMAP has the capability to integrate with SASL. Now, what are the threats to email? The first one is email spoofing, where it is a creation of email messages with a forged sender address. The core email protocols do not have any mechanism for authentication, making it common for spam and phishing emails to use such spoofing to mislead or even prank the recipient. Then there is email spam. While ordinarily spam is simply considered a nuisance, the true danger lies in the malware that can be delivered by spam. So the mitigation measures are SMTP authentication, which is developed to provide an access control mechanism. This comprises an authentication feature that allows clients to authenticate to the mail server before an email is sent. Then there is Sender Policy Framework, which is an email validation system designed to prevent email spam by detecting email spoofing by verifying the sender's IP address. The SPF allows administrators to specify which hosts are allowed to send email from a given domain by creating a specific SPF record in DNS. Then there are domain keys identified by mail, which allows email servers to digitally sign messages to provide a measure of confidence for the receiving server that the message is from the domain it claims to be from. Now, what is email security? So we'll discuss the methods that add security to an existing email infrastructure. The first one is secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions. So this implements email authentication through X.509 digital certificates and privacy through PKC's encryption. Two types of messages can be created using S or MIME. They are signed messages and envelope messages. A signed message offers integrity and center authentication, and an envelope message offers integrity, center authentication, and confidentiality. All major email vendors support this S or MIME. Then there is MIME Object Security Services, MOSS. So this is utilized for authenticity, confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation for email messages. It uses RSA, DES, and MD5 algorithms to support authentication and encryption services. There is also privacy enhanced mail, which is an email encryption mechanism that is used to allow authentication, integrity, and confidentiality. It uses RSA, DES, and X.509. Then there is Pretty Good Privacy, which is an asymmetric public-private key system that uses IDA algorithm to encrypt, decrypt, and digitally sign files and email messages. It is not standard, but is widely supported on the internet. Now, what is network address translation or NAT? So, organizations that use private IP addresses have the advantage of using a private addressing in a network while using the internet at the same time using NAT. So, the private ranges from addresses shown here. So, the different types of NAT are static NAT, which is a one-to-one mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address. Static NAT is useful when a network device inside a private network needs to be accessible from the internet. Then there is dynamic NAT, which is a mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address from a group of public IP addresses called a NAT pool. So dynamic NAT establishes a one-to-one mapping between a private IP to a public IP. Then there is port address translation, which is a type of dynamic NAT which can map multiple private IP addresses to a single public IP address by using a technology known as port address translation. Now, what are the routing protocols? So, a routing protocol specifies how routers communicate with each other to distribute information that enables them to select routes between any two nodes on a computer network. So there are two types of routing protocols. The first one is static routing protocol, which requires the administrator to manually configure the router's routing table. So if a link goes down, routers cannot tune themselves to use better route. Then there is dynamic routing protocol, which can discover routes and build a routing table. So routers use these tables to make decisions on the best route for the packets they receive. It can adjust routing table and based on the changes that take place to different routes. Now, what are the techniques used in routing protocols? The first one is distance vector routing protocol. This makes their routing decisions based on the distance and a vector, that is the number of hops and direction. It takes these variables and uses them to determine the best route for a packet. So RIP is an example of a distance vector routing protocol. Then there is link state routing protocol. This builds a more accurate routing table because they build a topology database of the network. So these protocols look at more variables than just the number of hops between two destinations. They use packet size, link speed, delay, network load, and reliability as the variables in their algorithms to determine the best routes for the packets to take. OSPF is an example of a link state routing protocol. Now, what are the different types of routing protocols? There are two types. They are interior routing protocols and exterior routing protocol. In interior routing protocols, they are divided into two further. The first one is routing information protocol, RIP, which is considered a distance vector protocol, which means it calculates the shortest distance between the source and destination, and it is considered a legacy protocol because of its slow performance and lack of functionality. Then there is open shortest path first protocol, which uses link state algorithms to send out routing table information. The use of these algorithms allows for smaller, more frequent routing table updates to take place. Authentication can take place with clear text passwords or hash passwords, or you can choose to configure no authentication on the routers. Then there is exterior routing protocols, which are connecting different AS. The first one is border gateway protocol, which enables routers on different ASs to share routing information to ensure effective and efficient routing between the different AS networks. Border gateway protocol is commonly used by internet service providers to route data from one location to the next on the internet. The BGP uses a combination of link state and distance vector routing algorithms. Now, what are intranets and extranets? So an intranet is a private network that allows employees and staff in an enterprise to securely share knowledge and information easily within the company or organization. So information, tools, directories and services available on the company's intranet are typically unavailable on the general public network. Then there is extranet, which is a private network that leverages internet technology and public telecommunication system to share part of a business information or information operations over a secure system with suppliers, vendors, partners, customers, or other businesses. An extranet is often considered part of a company's intranet that is extended to authorized users outside of the organization. Now, what is a wide area network? A WAN is a network that extends over a large geographical area for the primary purpose of communication. They are often established with leased telecommunication net circuits. So there are different networks based on topologies and technologies. Topologies, there are point-to-point and hub and spoke and mesh. And then there is, based on technologies, there are dedicated lines, frame relay, ADM, SDLC, HDLC, and MPLS. Now, what is channel service unit or data service unit? So they are required when digital equipment are used to connect a LAN to a WAN. A CSU or DSU is necessary because the signals and frames can vary between the LAN equipment and the WAN equipment used by service providers. The DSU device converts digital signals from routers, switches, and multiplexers into signals that can be transmitted over the service provider's digital lines. The CSU connects the network directly to the service provider's line. Now, what are leased lines or point-to-point links? So it is a single link that is pre-established for communications between two destinations. It is dedicated, meaning only the destination points can communicate with each other. They provide reliable and fast transmission but are expensive than other WAN technologies. So there are two types. The first one is T&D carrier, which are dedicated lines that can carry voice and data information over trunk lines. These lines use time division multiplexing. This was first used to digitize the voice over dedicated point-to-point high capacity connection line. Then there are optical carriers, which are high speed fiber optic connections measured in optical carrier transmission rates. And the transmission rates are defined by rate of the bit stream of the digital signal and are designated by an integer value of the multiple of the basic unit of rate. Now, what is switching? So circuit switching, virtual connection that acts like a dedicated link between two systems. ISDN and telephone calls are examples of circuit switching. So they are connection oriented virtual links and they have fixed delays and are mostly used for voice traffic. Then there is packet switching, where packets from one connection can pass through several different individual devices instead of all of them following one another through the same device. Example, internet and frame relay. Here the traffic is bursty in nature and it can have variable delays and carries data oriented traffic. Now, what is frame relay? So frame relay is a WAN technology that operates at the data link layer. It is a WAN solution that uses packet switching technology to let multiple companies and networks share the same WAN medium, devices, and bandwidth. This is an obsolete technology and is not much in use today. So there are virtual circuits and the types are permanent virtual circuit and switched virtual circuit. In permanent virtual circuit, it works like a private line for a customer with an agreed upon bandwidth available. When a customer decides to pay for the CIR, a PVC is programmed for that customer to ensure it will always receive a certain amount of bandwidth. Then in a switched virtual circuit, a circuit must be built dynamically and on demand. Once the connection is no longer needed, the circuit is torn down and the switches forget it ever existed. Now, what is an ATM? ATM stands for asynchronous transfer mode and it is another switching technology that uses cell switching method. So ATM is a high-speed network technology used for LAN, WAN and service provider connection. So ATM is a connection-oriented switching technology and creates and uses a fixed channel. Here data is segmented into fixed size cells of 53 bytes instead of variable size packets, and this provides for more efficient and faster use of the communication paths. And ATM sets up virtual circuits which act like dedicated paths between the source and the destination. And the ATM technology is used by carriers and service providers and is the core technology of the internet. The ATM was the first protocol to provide true QoS. Now, what is a point-to-point protocol? PPP. So, PPP is a data link protocol that carries out framing and encapsulation for point-to-point connections. PPP carries out several functions, including the encapsulation of multiple protocol packets. So, they include link control protocol that establishes, configures, and maintains the connection, network control protocols that are used for network layer protocol configuration, password authentication protocol, challenge handshake and authentication protocol, extensible authentication protocol, etc. that provides authentication. Now, what is multi-protocol label switching? MPLS is a routing technique in telecommunication networks that directs data from one node to the next based on short path labels rather than long network addresses, thus avoiding complex lookups in a routing table and speeding traffic flows. The labels identify virtual links between distant nodes rather than endpoints. MPLS can encapsulate packets of various network protocols, hence the multi-protocol reference on its name. The MPLS supports a range of access technologies including T1 or E1, ADM, frame relay, and DSL. Now, what is SD-WAN? The traditional wide area network architecture was limited to enterprise, branch, and data centers. With cloud-based application in the form of software as a service, infrastructure as a service, the wide area network architecture experiences an explosion of traffic accessing applications distributed across the globe. So, the wide area network expenses can rise with inefficient use of dedicated and backup circuits. The SD-WAN can deliver routing, threat protection, efficient offloading of expensive circuits, and simplification of the wide area network management. The benefits of it are better performance, improved security, and simplified management. Now let's talk about voice communication. So the different types of voice communication are public switch telephone network. So the regular phone system is based on a circuit switch voice centric network, and the PSTN uses circuit switching instead of packet switching. The signal system 7 protocols is what takes care of the connection and signaling. Then there is voice over internet protocol or VoIP. These are group of technologies for the delivery of voice communication and multimedia sessions over internet protocol network. It employs the session initiation protocol which sets up and breaks down the call session. It is a packet-oriented switching technology and hence latency delays are possible. It can support video and data transmissions to allow video conferencing and remote collaboration. And the components are an IP telephony device, call processing manager, a voicemail system, and a voice gateway. Now, what are VoIP attacks and threats? The first one is phishing, which is a fraudulent practice of making phone calls or leaving voice messages purporting to be from reputable companies in order to induce individuals to reveal personal information. Then there is spam over internet telephony, VoIP spam or SPIT, which is an unsolicited automatically dialed telephone call over VoIP. Then there are phreaking attacks. A phreaker is someone who breaks into the telephone network illegally, typically to make free long distance phone calls or to tap phone lines. So the tools used are black boxes, which are used to manipulate line voltages to steal long distance services, and they are often just custom built circuit boards with the battery and wire clips. Then there are red boxes that are used to stimulate tons of coins being deposited into a payphone. These are usually just small tape recorders. And there are blue boxes that are used to simulate 2600 Hz tones to interact directly with telephone network trunk systems. This could be whistle, a tape recorder, or a digital tone generator. And white boxes, which are dual tone multi-frequency generators, and it can be custom built devices or one of the pieces of equipment that most telephone repair personnel use. Now, what is VoIP security? So, VoIP security keeps patches updated on each network device involved with VoIP transmission. So, they call the call manager server, the voicemail server, and the gateway server, and identify unidentified or raw telephony devices and implement authentication so only authorized telephony devices are working on the network, and install and maintain stateful firewalls, VPN for sensitive voice data, and intrusion detection system. It disables unnecessary ports and services on routers, switches, PC, and IP telephones, and it employs monitoring that looks for attacks, tunneling, and abusive call patterns through IDS or IPS. Now, what is remote access. Remote access covers several technologies that enable remote and home users to connect to networks that will grant them access to resources needed for them to perform their tasks. For many corporations, remote access is a necessity because it enables users to access centralized network resources. It reduces network cost by using the internet as the access medium instead of expensive dedicated lines. The common remote access technologies are dial-up connections, ISDN, cable modems. What is a dial-up connection? The dial-up uses the facilities of the public Swiss telephone network to establish a connection to an internet service provider by dialing a telephone number on a conventional telephone line. A modem is used which modulates an outgoing digital signal into an analog signal and demodulates the incoming analog signal to digital signal. Dial-up connections take place over PPP, which has authentication capabilities. Warp dialing is scanning a list of telephone numbers, usually dialing every number in a local area code to search for modems, computers, and fax machines. And the security measures are disabling or removing modems if not in use, consolidating all modems into one location and managing them centrally, and implementing the use of two-factor authentications, VPNs, and personal firewalls for remote access connections. Integrated Services Digital Network (ISDN). The ISDN enables data, voice, and other types of traffic to travel over a medium in a digital manner previously used only for analog voice transmission. If a computer using a modem was configured to utilize ISDN, it would not need to convert the data from digital to analog, but would keep it in a digital form. It provides a digital point-to-point circuit switched medium and establishes a circuit between the two communicating devices. There are two kinds: the basic rate interface, which has two B channels for data transfer, and one D channel that provides call setup, connection management, error control, and caller ID. It has a bandwidth of around 144 kilobytes per second. Then there is a primary rate interface (PRI), which has 23 B channels and 1 D channel. Now, what is a digital subscriber line? The DSL is a modem technology that uses existing telephone lines to transport high bandwidth data such as multimedia and video to service subscribers. The DSL provides dedicated point-to-point network access. DSL connection is typically between a service provider central office and the customer site or on local loops created either within buildings or campuses. The term XDSL covers a number of similar yet competing forms of DSL, including ADSL. The ADSL stands for asymmetric DSL, which allows more bandwidth for downstream than upstream data flow. This asymmetric technology combined with always-on access makes asymmetric DSL ideal for users who typically download much more data than they send. Now, what is a virtual private network? So this is an encrypted connection over the internet from a device to a network. The encrypted connection helps ensure that sensitive data is safely transmitted, and it prevents unauthorized people from eavesdropping on the traffic and allows the users to conduct work remotely. So the different types are site-to-site that connects the corporate office to branch offices over the internet. Site-to-site VPNs are used when distance makes it impractical to have direct network connections between these offices, and dedicated equipment is used to establish and maintain a connection. Then there is remote access, which securely connects a device outside the corporate office. These devices are known as endpoints and may be laptops, tablets, or smartphones. And advances in VPN technology have allowed security checks to be conducted on endpoints to make sure they meet a certain posture before connecting. Now, what is point-to-point tunneling protocol? The PPTP is an obsolete method for implementing VPNs. The original goal was to provide a way to tunnel connections through an IP network. It uses a TCP control channel and a generic routing encapsulation tunnel to encapsulate PPP packets. The PPTP specification does not describe encryption or authentication features and relies on the PPP protocol being tunneled to implement all security functionalities. Now, what is Layer 2 tunneling protocol? L2TP. The L2TP tunnels PPP traffic over various network types, and thus it is not just restricted to IP networks. The L2TP does not actually provide much protection for the PPP traffic it is moving around, but it integrates with protocols that do provide security features. L2TP inherits PPP authentication and integrates with IPSEC to provide confidentiality, integrity, and potentially another layer of authentication. Now, Internet Protocol Security. Internet Protocol Security is a suite of protocols that was developed to specifically protect Internet Protocol traffic. The IPv4 does not have any integrated security. So, IPsec was developed to bolt onto IP and secure the data protocol transmit. So, the Security Association is a unidirectional agreement between the VPN participants regarding the methods and parameters to use in securing a communication channel. Through the Security Association and IP security, tunnel can provide the following security functions like privacy, content integrity, sender authentication, and non repudiation. Now, what are the IP security protocols? The main protocols that make the IPsec suite and their basic functionality are authentication header, which provides data integrity and authentication, encapsulation security payload, which provides confidentiality, Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol, which provides a framework for security association creation and key exchange, and finally Internet Key Exchange, which provides authenticated keying material for use with the Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol. Now let's see Internet Protocol security modes. The Internet Protocol security protocols like AHE and ESP can be implemented in a host-to-host transport mode as well as in a network tunneling mode. So in a transport mode, only the payload of the IP packet is usually encrypted or authenticated, and the routing is intact since the IP header is neither modified or encrypted. And in tunnel mode, the entire IP packet is encrypted and authenticated, and it is then encapsulated into a new IP packet with a new IP header. And tunnel mode is used to create virtual private networks for network-to-network communication. Now, what is TLS or Transport Layer Security? TLS is a widely adopted security protocol designed to facilitate privacy and data security for communications over the internet. And it is primarily used to encrypt the communications between web applications and servers, and it can also be used to encrypt other communications such as emails, messaging, and via IP or voice over internet protocols. And the TLS evolved from a previous encryption protocol called the Secure Socket Layer (SSL), which was developed by Netscape. And HTTPS is an implementation of TLS encryption on top of the HTTP protocol. And the functions of TLS are encryption, which hides the data being transferred from third parties; authentication, which ensures that parties are what they claim to be; and then integrity, which verifies that the data has not been forged or tampered with. Now, what is a TLS handshake? So, for a website or application to use TLS, it must have a TLS certificate installed on its origin server. And when a TLS connection is initiated, it uses a sequence known as the TLS handshake, where when a user navigates to a website that uses TLS, the TLS handshake begins between the user's device and the web server. And what happens using this handshake is they agree upon the protocols they will be using, what kind of data will be shared, how it will be shared, and all those things. And during the TLS handshake, the client and the web server specify which version of TLS they will use, decide on the ciphers used they will use, authenticate the identity of the server using the server's TLS certificate, and generate session keys for encrypting messages between them after the handshake is complete. Now, what is network encryption? So the first one is link encryption, where encrypts and decrypts all traffic at every point, not just the endpoints. So here, all data is in encrypted state while travels on its communication path. However, when it reaches a router or another intermediate device, it gets decrypted for routing purposes, and they are usually applied by service providers and is incorporated into network protocols. Then there is end-to-end encryption, which is a system for secure transfer of information where data is encrypted and decrypted only at the endpoints. So this prevents potential eavesdroppers like telecoms, ISPs, and even the companies running the specific communication service. The headers, addresses, routing information, and trailer information are not encrypted, enabling attackers to learn more about a captured packet and where it is headed. Now, what are the advantages of link encryption? So here all data is encrypted, including the headers, addresses, and routing information. And users do not need to do anything to initiate it. It works at a lower level in the OSI model. And it is usually faster as it can be implemented in hardware. Then for end-to-end encryption, it provides more flexibility to the user in choosing what gets encrypted and how. And each hop device on the network does not need to have a key to decrypt each packet. And this provides better overall security and less vulnerable points. Now, encryption at different layers. So end-to-end encryption happens within the applications. TLS encryption takes place at the session layer. PPTP encryption takes place at the data layer, and link encryption takes place at the data link and physical layers. Now let's talk about authentication protocol. Password authentication protocol, or PAP. So PAP is used by remote users to authenticate over PPP connections, and it provides identification and authentication of the user. The password and username credentials are sent over the network to the authentication server, and the authentication server has a database of user credentials. So PAP is one of the least secure authentication methods because the credentials are sent in clear text. Now, Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, CHAP. It uses a challenge or response mechanism to authenticate the user instead of passwords. So the client sends the authentication server a logon request, the server sends the client a challenge or nonce. So challenge is encrypted with the use of a predefined encryption key, and the encrypted challenge values returned to the server. The authentication server also uses the predefined encryption key to decrypt the challenge value. If the two results are the same, then the authentication is successful. So CHEP continues this challenge or response activity throughout the connection, and hence are not vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP. So EAP is a framework to enable many types of authentication techniques to be used when establishing network connections. It extends the authentication possibilities from the norm PAP and CSAP to other methods such as one-time passwords, token cards, biometrics, Kerberos, digital certificates, etc. EAP is in wide use today. Example, in IEEE 802.11, the WPA and WPA2 standards have adopted IEEE 802.1x with various EAP types as the canonical authentication mechanism. Now, what is wireless communication? So, wireless communication involves transmitting information via radio waves through the air and space. So, these signals are normally described in terms of frequency and amplitude. The frequency of a signal dictates the amount of data that can be carried and how far the data can be carried. The higher the frequency, the more data the signals can carry, but this comes only to a shorter distance. And in wireless, each device must instead share the allotted radio frequency spectrum with all other wireless devices, and this spectrum of frequencies is finite in nature. Wireless LAN technology uses CSMA or CSA, which is collision avoidance. Then there is spread spectrum. So these are methods by which an electromagnetic signal generated with a particular bandwidth is deliberately spread in the frequency domain, resulting in a signal with a wider bandwidth. So the purpose is to establish secure connections, increase resistance to natural interference, noises, jamming, etc., and preventing detection. So first one, frequency hopping spread spectrum. So this splits the total amount of bandwidth into smaller subchannels. FHS's algorithm determines the individual frequencies and their order, known as hop sequence. A hopping approach makes it difficult for eavesdroppers to listen. And this is used in first wireless standard, the 802.11, and can provide only 1 to 2 Mbps of throughput. Then there is direct sequence spread spectrum, DSSS. So this applies subbits to a message to generate a different format of data before it is transmitted. The receiving end uses these subbits to reassemble the signal into the original data format. And the subbits are called chips, and the sequence of how subbits are applied is called chipping code. The signal appears as random noise to anyone who does not know the chipping sequence. DSSS sends data across all frequencies at once, and it has a higher data throughput than FHSS, used in 802.11b, and provides a data throughput of up to 11 Mbps. Then there is orthogonal frequency division multiplexing, OFDM. So here it's a digital multi-carrier modulation scheme that modulates signals orthogonally or perpendicularly. OFDM is officially a multiplexing technology and not a spread spectrum technology, but it is used in a similar manner.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is SQL injection is a dash dash dash. Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are option 1, SQL injection is an object penetration technique. Option 2, SQL injection is a function penetration technique. Option 3, SQL injection is a database penetration technique. Option 4, SQL injection is a code penetration technique. Now think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one, and do put it out in the comment box below as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Then it is used for several wideband digital communication types such as digital television, DSL, 4G mobiles, etc. Now, what are the wireless deployment modes? So the first one, ad hoc or peer mode, which means that only two wireless networking devices, including two wireless network interface cards, can communicate without a centralized control authority. So the infrastructure modes are standalone mode, where a wireless AP connecting wireless clients to each other, but not to any wired resources. AP serves as a wireless hub. Then there is wired extension mode. Here, a wireless AP acts as a connection point to link the wireless clients to the wired network. Then there is enterprise extended mode, where multiple wireless APs are used to connect a large physical area to the same wired network. And bridge mode, which wireless connection is used to link two wired networks. This often uses dedicated wireless bridges and is used when wired bridges are inconvenient, such as when linking networks between floors or buildings. Now, service set identifier SSID. SSID is a sequence of characters that uniquely names a wireless local area network. An SSID is sometimes referred to as a network name. This name allows stations to connect to the desired network when multiple independent networks operate in the same physical area. The types are basic SSID, which is the name of a wireless network when used in an ad hoc or peer-to-peer mode communication, when a base station or WP is not used, and the value of BSSID is usually same as the MAC address of the AP. Then there is extended SSID, ESSID, which is the name of a wireless network when a wireless base station or WAP is used, which is the infrastructure mode. So how can we secure the SSID? So we can change the default SSID, we can use hidden SSIDs and use reliable authentication mechanisms. Now the WLAN standard IEEE 802.11. So IEEE 802.11, it is the part of IEEE 802, the set of local area networks protocol, and specifies the set of media access controls and physical layer protocols for implementing wireless local area network. The components of IEEE 802.11 are stations. So these stations comprises of all devices and equipments that are connected to the wireless network. So a station can be of two types. Can be wireless access point, which are generally routers that form the base stations, and then clients, which can be workstations, computers, laptops, or all other devices. Then there is basic service set BSS, which are a group of stations communicating at the physical layer level. And then there are extended service sets, which are set of all connected BSS, and the distributed system, which connects access points in the ESS. Now, wired equivalent privacy, WEP. So WEP is a security algorithm for original IEEE 802.11 standard, and its intention was to provide data confidentiality comparable to that of a traditional wired network. So the authentications are open system authentication, where the client does not provide credentials to AP during authentication. Any client can connect with AP. In effect, no authentication occurs. Subsequently, WEP keys can be used for encrypting data frames. At this point, the client must have the correct keys. Then there is shared key authentication, SKA. The WP key is used for authentication in a 4-step challenge response handshake, and the WP key is also used for encrypting the data frames using RC4. The major problems with the WP is that use of static encryption keys, ineffective use of initialization vectors, and the lack of packet integrity sequence. The WP is now considered insecure and is kind of obsolete. Now, Wi-Fi Protect Access, WPA. So, WPA was developed by the Wi-Fi Alliance to provide more sophisticated data encryption and better user authentication than WP. The improvements of WPA over WP are temporal key integrity protocol, which is adopted for WPA. So, the WEP used a static encryption key that does not change, but the temporal key integrity protocol employs a per packet key, which is dynamically generated for each packet and thus prevents the types of attacks that compromise WEP. Then there is message integrity check, which is included in the WPA, which is designed to prevent an attacker from altering and resending data packets. And the WPA also integrates 802.1x both authentication and EAP authentication methods. It still uses RC4 algorithm for the encryption purpose. Wi-Fi protected access to WPA2. WPA2 is also known as 802.11i and is presently the de facto standard for WLAN security. It provides encryption protection with the use of the AES algorithm in counter mode with CBC-MAC. And WPA2 defaults to CCMP but can switch down to TKIP and RC4 to provide backward compatibility with WPA. WPA2 supports EAP and allows for mutual authentication between wireless clients and servers. And the users can be authenticated by using passwords, tokens, OTPs, certificates, smart cards, or Kerberos. Bluetooth. So Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between wireless devices over short distances using radio waves. It works at the frequency of 2.4 GHz and the range is between 10 to 30 meters. So the attacks that can happen in Bluetooth are bluejacking, which allows an attacker to transmit SMS-like messages to your device. Bluebugging, which grants hackers some remote control over the features and functions of a Bluetooth device. And then there is blue snuffing, which allows hackers to connect with your Bluetooth devices without your knowledge and extract information. The countermeasures are to update the default PIN that we use, then not leaving our devices in discover mode, and turning off Bluetooth whenever not in use. Now, what are the wireless standards? So, the wireless networking equipment available supports various levels of industry communication standards. So, the standards range from 802.11a to 802.11b, 11G, 11N, and 11AC. And the frequency range for are 5 GHz, 2.4 GHz, 2.4 GHz, and 5 GHz, and then 5 GHz. The throughput also ranges from 54 megabytes to 1.3 Gbps, and the range also can change to different standards. Now, what are the WLAN attacks? So, first one is packet sniffing. So, since wireless traffic is sent over the air, it is very easy to capture. Encrypted data can be captured as well, but it is obviously much harder for an attacker to decipher the encrypted data packets. So this is packet sniffing. Then there is man-in-the-middle attack, where it is possible for hackers to trick communicating devices into sending their transmissions to the attacker's system. Then there is rogue access point. When an unauthorized access point appears on a network, it is referred to as a rogue access point. This can facilitate in other attacks like ARP poisoning, packet captures, and denial of service attacks. Then evil twinning. So evil twin is a fraudulent Wi-Fi access point that appears to be legitimate but is set up to eavesdrop or wireless on wireless communications. Then war driving, which is basically people driving around looking for vulnerable APs to attack, and people may even use drones to try and hack APs on higher floors of a building. Then MAC spoofing, which is spoofing a MAC address and bypassing the filtering control. Then WP or WP attacks, which are older encryption standards, and these are extremely vulnerable, so it is pretty easy to gain access to code in this case. So what are the best practices in WLAN? So change the default SSID, and each AP comes with a pre-configured default SSID value, so this should be changed. Then implementing WPA2 and 802.1x to provide centralized user authentication using separate VLANs for each class of users, just as we would do on a wired LAN. Then deploying a wireless intrusion detection system, physically putting the AP at the center of the building, logically putting the AP in a DMZ with a firewall between the DMZ and the internal network, allowing the firewall to investigate the traffic before it gets to the wired network, configuring the AP to allow only non-MAC addresses into the network, and carrying out penetration tests on the WLAN. Now, what are the network attacks? So the first one is denial of service, which is a cyber attack in which the perpetrator seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting service. So the different types of flooding. So this approach is simply to overwhelm the target computer with packets until it is unable to process legitimate user requests. For example, ping flood, SYN flood, etc. Then there is malformed packets, which are when trigger some abnormalities by sending malformed packets, example ping of death. Then there is distributed denial of service, which is identical to denial of service attack, except the volume is much greater. The attacker chooses the flooding technique they want to employ and then instructs an army of hijacked or zombie computers to attack at a specific time. Then there is ransomware, where the attacker encrypts all the user files in the target. The victim receives a message stating that if they want their files back, they have to pay a certain amount. So when the victim pays, they receive the encryption key together with instructions on how to decrypt their drives. Then there are sniffing or eavesdropping, which corresponds to theft or interception of data by capturing the network traffic using a sniffer. And when data is transmitted across networks, if the data packets are not encrypted, the data within the network packet can be read using a sniffer. Then masquerading, which is the act of pretending to be someone or something you are not to gain unauthorized access to a system. This usually implies that authentication credentials have been stolen or falsified in order to satisfy the authentication mechanisms. Then DNS poisoning or spoofing, when an attacker alters the domain name to IP address mapping in a DNS system to redirect traffic to a ROG system or to simply perform a denial of service attack against the system. Then DNS spoofing occurs when an attacker sends false replies to a requesting system, beating the real reply from the valid DNS server. And replay attacks, which are an offshoot of impersonation attacks and are made possible through capturing network traffic via eavesdropping. So replay attacks attempt to re-establish a communication section by replaying captured traffic against the system. You can prevent them by using one-time authentication mechanisms and sequenced session identification. And now drive-by download. So this occurs when a user visits a website that is hosting malicious code and automatically gets infected. This kind of attack exploits the vulnerabilities in the user's web browser. So the user visits the site and is redirected to wherever the attacker has his malicious code. This code will probe the user's browser for vulnerabilities and craft an exploit and payload for that user. Once infected, the malware goes into work, turning the computer into a zombie, harvesting user information and uploading it to the malicious site, or encrypting the contents of the hard drive in the case of a ransomware attack. So drive-by downloads are one of the most common and dangerous attack vectors because they require no user interaction besides visiting a website. So to protect users from this type of attack, ensure that all plugins are patched and they are disabled by default. Let's discuss Module 5, Identity and Access Management. Now, what is the IAM policy? IAM stands for Identity and Access Management Policy. The purpose of this policy is to define required access control measures to all organizations, systems, and applications to protect the privacy, security, and confidentiality of information technology resources. The policy defines the way users and programs are granted access, the roles and responsibilities, the governance process, and the ramification if there are any violations. Now, what is the IAAA? The IAAA stands for Identification, Authentication, Authorization, and Accountability and forms the pillars of access control. So, the first one is identification. This is the method by which a subject, user, program, or process claims to have a specific identity, that is a username, account, or email address. Then there is authentication, which is the process by which a system verifies the identity of the subject, usually by requiring a piece of information that only the claimed identity should have, example passwords, pins, etc. Then authorization, which is a function of specifying access rights or privileges of the subject to resources. And then finally there is accountability, the way to ensure subject is uniquely identified and the subject's actions are required. Now, what are directories? So, enterprises have some type of directory that contains information pertaining to the company's network, resources, and users. So, directories follow a hierarchical database format based on the X.500 standard and protocols like Lightweight Directory Access Protocol that allows subjects and applications to interact with the directory. In a Windows environment, user logins to a domain control which has a hierarchical directory in its database. The database is running a directory service, Active Directory, which organizes the network resources and carries out user access control functionality. Registration and proofing of identity. The process of verifying and authenticating identity of individuals is called registration and proofing of identity. It uses knowledge-based user attributes, document verification, wallet-based factors, ID verification, and national identity systems to confirm that a person logging in is who they say they are. So the registration is complex with more secure authentication methods. Example with biometric methods, registration may include capturing user fingerprint. Within an organization, new employees prove their identity with appropriate documentation during the hiring process. For online sites such as bank, a user first creates an account. The bank will ask the user to provide information that is known to the user and the bank, such as account numbers and personal information about the user, such as social security number. Then authoritative systems or record. The ASO acts as a source of truth or the location where the identity information originates and is maintained. Now let's see what a token device is. The token device is usually a handheld device that has an LCD display and possibly a keyboard. The token device and authentication service must be synchronized and in some manner to be able to authenticate a user. Synchronous synchronizes with the authentication service by using time synchronization or counter synchronization. Asynchronous is when it employs a challenge or response scheme to authenticate the user. The authentication server sends the user a challenge, a random value, also called a nonce, and the user enters this random value into the token device, which encrypts it and returns an OTP. Now, what are memory cards? So, memory card is only a card that has the capability to store information, usually in magnetic stripes. It cannot possess any information. So, the user needs to enter a PIN and then swipe the memory card against the reader. The memory card contains the user's password. This combination of the PIN and the password is verified by the authentication server. This is a two-factor authentication process as the correct user needs to have the card and needs to remember the correct PIN. The memory cards are mostly used for entering a company's building or facility and are also commonly used in ATMs. Now, let's see what are the techniques used in biometrics. Biometrics can be fingerprints, which are visible patterns on the fingers and thumbs, face scans, which are geometric patterns of faces for detection and recognition, retina scans, which focus on the pattern of blood vessels in the back of the eye. This is the most accurate form of biometric and the least acceptable biometric method as it can reveal medical conditions such as high blood pressure and pregnancy. Iris scans, this focus on the colored area around the pupil. So this is the second most accurate form of biometric authentication, more acceptable than retina scans because they don't reveal personal medical information. Iris remains almost same throughout the lifetime. Then there can be palm scans called palm topography. So this scans the palm of the hand for identification. Then hand geometry, which recognizes the physical dimensions of the hand. This includes the width and length of the palm and fingers. Voice pattern recognition, which relies on the characteristics of a person's speaking voice, known as a voice print. Signature dynamics, this recognizes how a subject writes a string of characters. And keystroke patterns, known as keystroke dynamics, measures how a subject uses a keyboard by analyzing flight time and dwell time. Now, what are the error ratings in biometrics? The most important aspect of a biometric device is its accuracy. So the errors in biometric devices can be classified as type 1 error. This occurs when a valid subject is not authenticated, which is a false negative. The false rejection rate is a ratio of type 1 errors to valid authentications. When a biometric device is too sensitive, type 1 errors are more Then there are type 2 errors, which occurs when a valid subject is authenticated, an invalid subject is authenticated. So this is false acceptance or false positive, and the false acceptance rate is the ratio of type 2 errors to valid authentications. When biometric devices are not sensitive enough, type 2 errors are more common. So there are something known as crossover error rates, which describes the point where FRR and FRA are equal. It describes the overall accuracy of a biometric system. Now, what is single sign-on? Single sign-on (SSO) is an authentication process in which a user is provided access to multiple resources by using a single set of login credentials. SSO components are identity provider, a source of truth which stores and manages user credentials and other identifying information. Then service provider, which provides service but rely on identity providers to assert the identity of a user. Now, how is SSO works? So the user requests access to desired application or website, and that application or website is from the service provider. So the service provider redirects the SSO request to identify or identity provider for authentication, and the identity provider sends back the SSO response to the service provider. On receipt of the SSO response, the user is granted access to login and access the resource or application. Users can now access all other resources from the service provider which are configured for SSO. Now, what are the techniques used in SSO? Directory service. This is a technology that allows resources to be named in a standardized manner and access control to be maintained centrally. Example, LDAP, NetID directory, and Microsoft Active Directory. Then thin clients. These are terminals that rely upon a central server for access control, processing, and storage. Kerberos. This is an authentication protocol that works on tickets to allow the nodes communicating over a non-secure network to prove their identity to one another in a secure manner. OAuth. This is an open standard authentication protocol that describes how unrelated servers and services can safely allow authenticated access to their assets without sharing single login credentials. OpenID allows you to use an existing account to sign into multiple websites without needing to create new passwords. Now, what is Kerberos? Kerberos is an authentication protocol that works in a client-server model and is based on symmetric cryptography. Kerberos is an example of an SSO system for a distributed environment. It is currently the default authentication method for Windows. The components are Key Distribution Center (KDC), which holds all users and services' secret keys. It provides an authentication service as well as key distribution functionality. The clients and services trust the integrity of the KDC. The KDC must have an account for and share a secret key with each principal. Then there is ticket, which is generated by the ticket granting service or the KDC and given to a principal when it needs to authenticate to another principal. Then the realm, the KDC provides security service for a set of principals. This set is called a realm in Kerberos. The KDC is the trusted authentication server for all users, applications, and services within a realm. Now, how does the Kerberos work? So the user enters username and password, and the Kerberos software on the user's computer sends the username to the authentication service on the KDC, which in turn sends user a ticket granting that is encrypted with the TGS's secret key. If user has entered her correct password, then this TGT is decrypted and user gains access to her local workstation desktop. User needs to send a job to the printer. Her system sends TGT to the TGS, which runs on the KDC. The TGS generates and sends a second ticket to the user, which is used to authenticate key. Although an authenticator which contains identification information on user, her system's IP address, sequence number, and a timestamp. The user's system receives the second ticket, decrypts and extracts the embedded session key, adds a second authenticator set of identification information ticket, and sends the ticket to the printer. The printer receives the ticket, decrypts and extracts the session key, and decrypts and extracts the two authenticators in the ticket. If the print server can decrypt and extract the session key, it knows the KDC created the ticket because only the KDC has a secret key used to encrypt the session key. If the authenticator information that the KDC and the user put into the ticket matches, then the printer server knows it received the ticket from the correct principal. Now, what are the weaknesses of Kerberos? The potential weakness of Kerberos is that KDC is a single point of failure. Kerberos needs all client and server clocks to be synchronized, and it does not provide authorization. The secret and session keys are temporarily stored on the user's workstation, and intruder to obtain these can easily get these. Then Kerberos is vulnerable to password guessing. KDC does not know if a dictionary attack is taking place. Now, what is access control? An access control mechanism indicates or dictates how subjects access objects. It uses access control technologies and security mechanisms to enforce the rules and objectives of an access control model. The types of access control models are discretionary, mandatory, role-based, rule-based, and attributes-based. These models are built into the core or the kernel of the different operating systems and possibly their supporting applications. Now, what is discretionary access control or DAC? The DAC restricts access to objects based on the identity of subjects or groups to which they belong. The controls are discretionary as subject within a certain access permission can pass that permission on to any other subject. The most common implementation of DAC through ACLs, which are dictated and set by the owners and enforced by the operating system. The DAC systems provide a lot of flexibility to the user and administrators, and they provide weaker security control. So if a virus is installed, it can work under the security context of the user. So most of the operating system you may use dealing with are based on DAC controls such as all Windows, Linux and Mac OS. Then there is mandatory access control, MAC. In MAC, users do not have the discretion of determining who can access objects. The OS greatly reduces the amount of rights, permission, and functionality a user has for security purposes. So the users cannot install software, change file permissions, and add new users. Much structured and is based on a security label system. They are used in environments where information classification and confidentiality is vital, like military, governments, etc. Then they are very limited user functionality, and it's a lot of administrative overhead and very expensive and are not user friendly. Then there are role-based access controls or RBAC. So RBAC is a method of restricting access based on the roles of individual users within an enterprise. RBAC lets employees have access rights only to the information they need to do their jobs and prevents them from any other access. So a role is assigned permissions and subjects in that role are added to the group. So if users move to another position, they are moved in the permissions group for that position also. And it makes administration of thousands of users easier in an organization. This is the most used form of access control and enforces separation of duties and prevent authorization creep. Then there is rule-based access control. Then there is RBRBAC. RBRBAC uses specific rules that indicate when and what can and cannot happen between a subject and an object. Before a subject can access an object in a certain circumstance, it must meet a set of predefined rules. For example, if the user is accessing the system between Monday and Friday and between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., then it is allowed. And it allows to define specific and fine-grained control. Many routers and firewalls use rules to determine which types of packets are allowed into a network and which are rejected. Then what is attribute-based access control or ABAC? ABAC uses attributes of any part of a system to define allowable access. These attributes can belong to subjects, objects, actions, or contexts. Some attributes types are subjects, clearance, position title, department, years within the company, training, member of the project team, location, etc. can be the attributes. For objects, they can be classification, files pertaining to a particular or project, HR records, location, security system components, etc. For actions, it can be review, approve, comment, archive, configure, restart, etc. And context, it can be time of the day, project status, fiscal year, ongoing audit, etc. Now, what is access control mechanism? Access control mechanisms can be designed to adhere to the properties of the model by machine implementing using protocols, architecture, or formal languages such as program code. Methods are access control matrix, capability tables, access control list, content-dependent access control, constrained user interfaces, etc. Now, what is an access control matrix? So, an access control matrix is a table of subjects and objects indicating what actions individual subjects can take upon individual objects. The access rights can be assigned directly to the subjects or to the objects. Then there are capability tables and access control lists. The capability table access rights a certain subject has on specific objects, and it can be the capabilities in the form of a token, ticket, or keys, and it corresponds to rocks of the matrix. Then there are access control lists, which are lists of subjects that are authorized to access specific object, and they define what level of authorization is granted. The authorization can be specific to an individual, group, or role, and this corresponds to columns of the matrix. Now, what is content-dependent access control? Content-dependent access control is a technique where the access to objects is determined by only the content within the object. This is commonly used to control access to database systems and provide customized views to the users. So, also used when corporations employ email or web filters that look for specific strings such as confidential, SSN, top secret, or verify the content for any malicious URL. Now, context-dependent access control. So, if access to an object is controlled based on certain contextual parameters such as location, time, sequence of responses, access history, and so on, then it is known as context-dependent access control. In this type of control, the value of the asset being accessed is not the only primary consideration. Example, a stateful firewall receives a SYN or ACK and there was not a previous SYN. The firewall understands this is not right and discards the packet. Constrained user interface. Constrained user interface restricts the user's abilities by not allowing them to request certain functions or information or to have access to specific system resources. Types are menus and shells, database views, physically constrained interfaces, etc. Now, remote access control protocols. There are certain protocols which have been developed to allow remote access control for the subjects by providing all services like authentication, authorization, and accounting. They usually provide a centralized way to control AAA or across the organization. Commonly used remote access protocols are Radius, TACACS, and Diameter. Now, what is Radius? So, remote authentication dial-in user service is a networking protocol that provides centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting management for users who connect and use a network service. It operates on the port UDP 1812 and it is an open protocol that any vendor can use. The steps used are user initiates authentication to the network access server, NAS prompts for username and password, user replaces with the credential, Radius client sends the credential to the Radius server, and the Radius server responds with accept, reject, or challenge. Now, what is TCACS? The Terminal Access Control System is a family of protocols handling remote authentication and related services via centralized server. The TCACS uses either TCP or UDP port 49 by default. The XTACACS separates the AAA functions out into the separate process. The TCACS Plus is an entirely new protocol. It uses TCP and encrypts username, password, and authorization accounting details, supports MFA, and is Cisco proprietary. Now, what is Diameter? So, Diameter is an authentication, authorization, accounting protocol for computer networks and evolved from the earlier Radius protocol. So, Diameter is not backwards compatible but provides an upgrade path for Radius. The main features in Diameter but that Radius lacks are support for SATP, capability negotiation, application layer acknowledgements, and extensibility. So, in an applications, Diameter are used for Diameter mobile IP for applications, Diameter network access server applications, Diameter extensible authentication protocol applications, and Diameter session initiation protocol applications. Now, what is federated identity management? Federated Identity Management (FIM) is an arrangement between multiple enterprises to let subscribers use the same identification data to obtain access to the resources of all the enterprises in the group. Users can authenticate to one domain and then access the resources in the other domain without having to perform a separate login process. So, single sign-on is an important component of identity federation, but it is not the same as identity federation. What is the working of federation? So, the high-level flow of identity federation is the user navigates to the application of the service. The service provider requires the user to be authenticated at the IDP. The unauthenticated user is redirected to the login page of the IDP, and the user authenticates with the IDP. If the user credentials are properly validated, the user is authenticated and provided an access token. The user goes back to the application with obtained access token, and the application allows the user to access the application. Languages and protocol for IDM. A challenge with multiple companies communicating in a federation is finding a common language. They often have different operating systems, but they still need to share a common language. The federated identity system solves this problem by making use of the following: security assertion markup language. This is an open standard for exchanging authentication and authorization data between parties such as identity provider and service provider. Service provisioning markup language (SPML). This is used for exchanging user, resource, and service provisioning information between cooperating organizations. Service provisioning markup language. The SPML is a framework based on XML designed for exchanging user information for federated identity single sign-on processes. It is based on the directory service markup language, which can display LDAP-based directory service information in an XML format. When a new employee is hired at the company, that employee usually needs access to a wide range of systems, servers, and applications. SPML allows for all these accounts to be set up and managed. SPML is made up of three main entities: the requesting authority (RA), the entity that is making up the request to set up a new account or make changes to an existing account, the provisioning service provider, the software that responds to the account request, and the provisioning service target, the entity that carries out the provisioning activities on the requested system. Now, security assertion markup language (SAML). SAML is an XML standard that allows the exchange of authentication and authorization data to be shared between security domains. SML transactions use extensible markup language for a standardized communication between the identity provider and the service provider. Now, what is Simple Object Access Protocol or SOAP? SAML data is transmitted using Simple Object Access Protocol. SOAP is a messaging protocol specification for exchanging structured information in the implementation of web services in computer networks. Its purpose is to provide extensibility, neutrality, verbosity, and independence. OpenID. OpenID is an open standard for user authentication by third parties. It is a lot like SAML, except that the user's credentials are maintained not by their company but by a third party. OpenID 1.0 defines three roles: end user, who wants to be authenticated in order to use a resource; relying party, a server that owns the resource that the end user is trying to access; and OpenID provider, IDP, example Google, in which the end user already has an account and which will authenticate the user to the relying OAuth 2.2. OAuth is an open standard for authorization, not authentication, to third parties. If you ever signed up to a new application and agreed to let it automatically secure source new contacts via Facebook, then you have likely used OAuth 2.0. It defines 4 roles: clients, so the processes that request access to a protected resource. It could also be a web service like LinkedIn that makes requests from another web service like Google. Resource server, the server that controls the resource that the client is trying to access. Authorization server, the system that keeps track of which clients are allowed to use which services or resources and issues access tokens to those clients. Then the resource owner, who owns a protected resource and is able to grant permissions for others to use it, typically an end user, but could be an application or service as well. OpenID Connect. OpenID Connect, OIDC, is an authentication layer built on the OAuth 2.0 protocol. It allows transparent authentication and authorization of client resource requests. It is used to allow a web application to authenticate an end user using a third-party IDP, but also get information on that user from that IDP. Identity as a service. IDaaS is a type of software as a service used to provide SSO, federated IDM, and password management services. Most IDaaS vendors are focused on cloud-centric systems. It is also possible to use on-premises solutions as well. On-premises IDaaS or IDM system is one in which all needed resources remain under your physical control. This makes sense in cases where networks are not directly connected to the internet, such as those of some critical infrastructure and military organization. Then there are cloud-based IDaaS. These are IDM systems which are cloud-native and are commonly used by corporates and smaller businesses. Example, Azure AD, Okta, OneLogin, etc. What is access control? Access control is the selective restriction of access to a place or some resource, while access management is the process which describes this access control. So it is a security mechanism that controls how users and systems communicate and interact with each other or other systems and resources. So they protect systems and resources from unauthorized access. So access is the flow of information between a subject and an object, where subject is an active entity that requests access to an object, example, a user, program, a process, etc. An object is a passive entity that contains information or needed functionality, example, a computer, database, file, etc. Now let's see what is one-to-one and one-to-many. The first one is one-to-one. In one-to-one, it is the measurement of an identity against a single claimed identity. The conceptual question here is this person who he claims to be? So, example, if Bob provides his identity and credential set, this information is compared to the authentication database. And then there is one-to-many identification, in which 1 to n or many measurements of single identity is compared against multiple identities. The conceptual question here is, who is this person? Rather than is he who he claims to be, here the question is, who is this person? So an example would be fingerprint based authentication system. So if there are fingerprints found at a crime scene, the cops would run them through their database to identify the suspect. Here one fingerprint is measured against a plethora of fingerprints stored in the database. Now let's see what is identification. Identification is the starting point for all access control, or without proper identification, it will not be possible to grant resources to any person or identity. The main object of identification is to bind a user to appropriate controls based on his or her identity. The characteristics of identification is that each value should be unique for user accountability. A standard naming scheme should be followed. The value should be non-descriptive of the user's position or tasks, and the value should not be shared between users. Now, what is authentication? So, once the person has been identified through the user ID or the similar value, she must be authenticated, which means she must prove who he or she says they are. Then, there are three general factors which can be used for authentication. The first one is something that a person knows, authentication by knowledge, something that a person has or owns, that is authentication by ownership, and something that a person is, that is a person's characteristic. So that is authentication by characteristic. Now let's see what are authentication factors. The first one out of three are type 1, which is something a person knows, or authentication by knowledge. So that can be passwords, pins, your mother's maiden name, or the combination to a law. So usually this is the least expensive method to
implement. But the downside is that the attacker may acquire this knowledge and gain unauthorized access. Then the type 2 is something a person has or something a person owns, which is authentication by ownership. Here it can be key, swipe cards, access cards, badges, etc. This is the most common technique used for accessing facilities and sensitive areas. But the downside here is that this item can be lost or stolen, which could also result in unauthorized access. Then the type 3 is something that is specific to a person, which is a characteristic to only that person. So that is authentication by characteristic. It is based on features like biometric features like fingerprints, face, retina scan, etc. It is based on a physical or attribute and it's called biometrics. So this is the most complicated and expensive to implement, and this is one of the toughest one to crack. Now let's see what is multi-factor authentication or MFA. So MFA is an authentication method that requires the user to provide 2 or more verification factors to gain access to a resource such as an application, online account or a VPN. It is like 2-factor authentication and all. So MFA is a core component of a strong identity and access management policy. Rather than just asking for a username and password, MFA requires 1 or more additional verification factors. This decreases the likelihood of a successful cyber attack. It's like 1 lock, 2 locks are better than 1 lock. So it's the same concept. So it is also important to consider user experience while designing authentication solutions. So it is also essential that the locking mechanism is not too complicated for the users. Now let's see what is identity and access management. Identity and access management is the use of different products to identify, authenticate and authorize users through automated means. So usually this includes user account management, access control, credential management, single sign-on, etc. Identity and access management allows organizations to create and manage digital identities life cycles in a timely and automated fashion. So the common challenges for these are: what should each user have access to? We have to determine what each user can get into. Approves and allows these access. Who's the one governing these things? How do we keep up with our dynamic and ever-changing environment? The access control system can keep on changing, and how should we keep up with that? What is the process of revoking access? When should a person be not allowed to get into something? How is access controlled and monitored centrally? And how do we control access for our employees, customers, and partners? The next one is Web Access Management or WAM. Web Access Management is a form of identity management that controls access to web resources, providing authentication management, policy-based authorizations, auditing, and reporting services. The steps used here are: the user sends in credentials to a web browser or server, and the web server requests the WAM platform to authenticate the user. The WAM authenticates against the LDAP directory and retrieves authorizations. User requests to access the resource, and the web server verifies that the object access is authorized and allows access. So it's like if the user has this authorization, then the user will be able to complete his request. The WAM software is the main gateway between users and the corporate web-based resources. It is commonly a plugin for a web server, so it works as a front-end process. Now let's see what is a password. So the most common authentication technique is the use of a password with type 1 authentication. That is something that you know. So passwords are actually a weak security mechanism because of the following reasons. The first one is that it is mostly static in nature, so it's not changing. Once you set a password, people tend to use the password for much longer periods. Also, users often choose passwords that are easy to remember and therefore easy to guess or crack. Randomly generated passwords are hard to remember, thus many users write them down. So when you write them down, the possibility of a third person getting it is even higher. Passwords are sometimes transmitted in clear text or with easily broken encryption protocols. And the password databases are something stored in publicly accessible online locations. And brute force attacks can quickly discover weak passwords. Now, we'll see what a strong password is. A strong password is sufficiently long and uses multiple character types such as uppercase letters, lowercase letters, letters in general, numbers, and special characters. So organizations often include a written password policy in the overall security policy, which defines the maximum age requires users to change their password periodically, such as every 45 days, and the password complexity, which refers to how many character types it includes, the password length, which refers to the minimum number of characters that the password should have, and the password history, which remembers a certain number of previous passwords and prevents the users from reusing a password in the history. Now we see what are the password types. The first one is password phrases. A passphrase is a string of characters like a password, but that has a unique meaning to the user. So passphrases are often basic sentences modified to simplify memorization. So example is IP at SSCD, the CIS SPE exam. So this is something that has some meaning to the user, but it is made complex so that other people won't be able to identify this, but it will be simple for the user to remember this as it is meaningful to him or her. Then there is cognitive passwords. This is a series of questions about facts or predefined responses that only the subject should know. Authentication systems often collect the answers to these questions during the initial registration of the account. So these questions can be like, what is your birth date? What is your mother's maiden name? What is the name of your first boss? What is the name of your first pet? What is your favorite sport, etc. These are questions only the subject or the person trying to have the access will be knowing. So when you use these questions, it can be used as an authentication method. Now we'll see what are the types of password attacks. The first one is sniffing or replay attack. Here, what happens is listening to the network traffic to capture password and reusing it later. Then there is access the password file, where usually it is done on the authentication server. The password file contains many users' passwords, and if compromised can be the source of a lot of damage. Then there are brute force attacks, which is performed with tools that cycle through many possible character, number and symbol combinations to uncover a password. So if you use weaker passwords, brute force attack will be able to crack them much easier. Then there are dictionary attacks, where files of thousands of words are compared to the user's password until a match is found. Then a rainbow table, where an attacker uses a table that contains all possible passwords already in a hash format. And then there is social engineering, in which an attacker falsely convinces an individual that he or she has the necessary authorization to access specific resources. Now, what is a one-time password or OTP? A one-time password or OTP is also called a dynamic password. It is a good authentication purpose because it is implemented by a dedicated token device with a small screen. It has a smartphone application or a service that sends an SMS message. The best feature here is that since it is dynamic, it cannot be used multiple times. So there will be usually a time period attached with this OTP password, like 15 minutes, after which this becomes obsolete. So it is very strong or very secure than the static passwords that we use. OTPs avoids many shortcomings that are associated with traditional password-based authentication like replay attacks. So replay attacks is where someone gains their access to the passwords and reuses it. But if someone gains access to your OTP, after the time period is over, no one can use that. Now let's see what are smart cards. So smart cards provide processing power to the information stored inside the card. So these smart cards have inbuilt microprocessors and integrated circuits, and they provide two-factor authentication as information stored inside the card can be locked with a PIN also. So this information is stored in an encrypted form and can be programmed to detect any tampering to the cards. The types of smart cards can be the first one, contact card, which has gold seal and needs to be inserted in the card reader, and this will supply the power and data to the IO chip. And then there is contactless cards, which has an antenna on perimeter, and EM fields of the reader generates energy to power the internal chip of the card. It's like RFID and all those things. And there are two contactless cards also, which are hybrid. There are two chips for contact and contactless function, and there are COMPI, which is a single chip for both contact and contactless functionalities. Now, what are the attacks on smart cards? The first one is fault generation attack. We are introducing a computational errors in the cards to uncover encryption stored in them. And then some methods also include changing the voltage, clock rate, temperature fluctuation, etc. Here an attacker analyzes the encryption process with an induced error against the correct results and reverse engineers the encryption process. Then there are side channel attacks where they uncover the sensitive information using an unconventional technique. So here differential power analysis examines the power emissions during processes. Electromagnetic analysis examines the frequencies emitted, and timing records how long a specific process takes to complete. Then there are software attacks. Here, attacks involve input of instructions into the card to extract information, primarily account information. So examples are POS machines used to swipe money. It is non-intrusive in nature. Then there is micro probing, where these attacks are more intrusive. So they use needles and ultrasonic vibrations to remove the protective covering of the circuit. Once removed, data can be extracted by directly tapping into the read-only memory chips. Now, what are biometrics? So it is something based on your characteristics. So biometrics verifies an individual's identity by analyzing a unique personal attribute or behavior. which is one of the most effective and accurate methods of verifying identification. Biometrics is way more expensive and complex than other types of identity verification process. So the types include physiological, which is what you are, traits that are physical attributes unique to a specific individual, example, fingerprint. Then there are behavioral also, which is what you do. So these are based on characteristics of an individual, like signature dynamics and all those things. Now let's see what is session management. So what is a session? A session is a temporary and interactive information interchange between two or more communicating devices. So sessions are typically stateful, meaning that at least one of the communication parties need to hold current state information. So if the session is an authenticated one, as in the previous two examples, then authentication happens at the session management, where it is the process of establishing, controlling, and terminating sessions. Three common triggers for session terminations are timeout, inactivity, and anomaly. Now let's see what is authorization. So authorization is the process of specifying access rights or privileges to resources. The key concepts here include access control list or ACL. So this list specifies the subjects who are granted access and the operations allowed on object. Then there is default to 0, where access control should always start with 0 access. And then administrators can allow various accesses based on the organization's security policy. Then least privilege or need to know. So here the subject is given rights and access to specific information depending on the subject's duties and requirements only. Then there is authorization creep. This occurs when an employee works for an organization and moves from one department to another and is assigned new access rights and permissions, but with all permissions being reviewed. And now what are permissions, rights, and privileges? First one, permission. So it is a property of an object such as a file. So it says which agents are permitted to use the object and what they are permitted to do, whether they are only able to read it or if they can modify it, etc. Then there is rights. So this primarily refers to the ability to take an action on objects. For example, a user might have the right to modify system time on a computer. So only some users will be able to have these rights. For example, there are privileges which allows an agent to access an object that it does not have permission to access, and privileges which allow an agent to perform maintenance functions such as restart the computer. Identity and access lifecycle. So identity and access have a life cycle that begins with provisioning of an account, goes through a series of periodic reviews, and finally deprovisioning. This is true not only for people but also for systems. So what are the stages in this? The first one is provisioning. This happens when a new user or a system is added to an organization. Then user access review. User access level should be reviewed periodically to check for any inconsistency. So here it includes extended vacation or sabbatical, hospitalization, long-term disability with an unexpected future return, investigation for possible wrongdoing, unexpected disappearance, etc. Then system access review. Here system account access reviews should also occur periodically or when certain conditions are met. And finally deprovisioning. So this is the process of revoking access. It is important to transfer ownership of its resources to someone else. Now what is digital identity? Digital identity can be a collection of attributes which includes the department's role in the company, shift time, clearance, etc. Entitlements, which includes resource availability, authoritative rights, etc. And traits, which includes biometric information like height, sex, etc. So the directory of IDM system has all of this identity information centralized, which is why it is so important. A federated identity is a portable identity and its associated entitlements that can be used across business boundaries. What is accountability? So auditing capabilities ensure users that are accountable for their actions, and this verifies that the security policies are enforced and can be used as investigation tools. So this stores the audits securely, use right tools to keep the size of the logs under control. Logs must be protected from any unauthorized changes, and train the right people to review the data, and captures activities of all high privileged accounts. So audit trails can be reviewed manually or through automated tools like security information and event management. So event management gathers logs from various devices, servers, firewalls, routers, etc. and correlate the log data and provide an analysis capabilities. What is unauthorized disclosure? So information can be disclosed unintentionally when one falls prey to attacks such as social engineering, object reuse, covered channels, malicious code, and electrical airwave sniffing. So here object reuse. What is object reuse? Object reuse issues pertain to reassigning to a subject media that previously contained one or more objects. So sensitive data should be classified by the data owner before allowing someone to use previously used media. which should be erased or deghost. So if media holds sensitive information and cannot be purged, steps should be used to properly destroy it. Then what is emanation security? All electrical or electronic devices emit electrical signals. These signals can hold important information, and if an attacker buys the right equipment and positions himself in the right place, he could capture this information from the airwaves and access data transmission. So what is tempest? It is a term for external electromagnetic radiation from data processing equipment and the security measures used to prevent that. Faraday cage, this is usually an outer covering or a metal mesh to prevent the radiation from escaping. White noise is a uniform spectrum of random electrical signals. In control zone refers to security perimeter to protect against unauthorized access to data. Here we have to discuss what intrusion detection systems or IDS are. So intrusion detection is the process of detecting an unauthorized use of or attack upon a computer or network infrastructure. So there are three types. First one is signature based IDS, where pattern matching like an antivirus software is used, and here we cannot identify new attacks. Only signature based attacks can be used, and signature database has to be updated. Then there are anomaly based. Here behavioral based system that learns the normal activities of an environment. Here this can detect new attacks also. This is also called behavior or heuristic based attacks. So statistical anomaly based creates a profile of normal and compares activities to this profile. Protocol anomaly based identifies protocols used outside of their common bonds, and fabric anomaly based identifies unusual activity in the network. And finally there is rule based. Here a use of if or then rule-based programming within expert system, and use of an expert system allows for artificial intelligence characters also. This also cannot detect new attacks. Then what is an intrusion prevention system? So an intrusion prevention system is a threat prevention technology that examines network traffic flows to detect and prevent vulnerability exploits. So exploits usually come in the form of malicious inputs to a target application or service. So IPS are usually placed in line of the network traffic and are capable to take an immediate action to block and exploit. Now what is honeypot? So honeypot is a computer security mechanism set to detect or deflect or in some manner counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information system. It consists of data that appears to be legitimate and seems to contain information or a resource of value to attackers, but actually is isolated and monitored and enables blocking or analyzing the attackers. And what is honeynet? So two or more honeypots on a network form a honeynet. Typically, a honeynet is used for monitoring a larger or more diverse network in which one honeypot may not be sufficient. Now let's see what are the threats to access control. The first one is brute force attack. Here, this consists of an attacker submitting many passwords or passphrases with the hope of eventually guessing correctly. The attacker systematically checks all possible passwords and passphrases until the correct one is found. So the countermeasure for this is to provide stringent access control methods that would make brute force attacks less successful, employ an IDS to watch for suspicious activity, set lockout thresholds, and perform brute force attacks to find weaknesses and hanging models. Then there is dictionary attack. Here, it is a form of brute force attack only, where the technique for defeating a cipher or authentication system mechanism by trying to determine its decrypting key or paraphrase by trying thousands of millions of possibilities, such as words in a dictionary or previously used password, etc. And these are often from lists obtained from past security breaches. The countermeasure here is to encrypt the passwords, employ one-time password tokens, use special characters or strict rules for passwords, rotate the passwords frequently, employ an intrusion detection system to detect suspicious behavior, use dictionary cracking tools to find weak passwords chosen by users, and protecting the password files. Now what is phishing? So phishing is a social engineering attack with the goal of obtaining personal information, credential, credit card numbers, or financial data. Peer phishing is when a phishing attack is crafted to trick a specific target like CXX and not a large generic group of people. So the countermeasure here is to review the address bar to see if the domain name is correct. For any financial transaction, a TLS connection should be set up, and one should not click an HTML link within an email. Type the URL out manually instead, and do not accept email in HTML format. What is farming? So farming redirects a victim to a seemingly legitimate yet fake website. The attacker carries out something called DNS poisoning, in which a DNS server resolves a host name into an incorrect IP address. The benefit of farming attack to the attacker is that it can affect many victims without the need to send out emails, and the victims usually fall for this more easily since their requests requesting to go to a website themselves. The countermeasure here is that the DNS servers should deploy DNS SEC, be wary of any abnormal redirections, and making sure that the website is using CLS connections, HTTPS, and verifying the certificate and CA.
Security assessment and testing. So first of all, we'll see what is security assessment program. So security assessment and testing programs perform regular checks to ensure that adequate security controls are in place and that they effectively perform their assigned function. So these are just processes that takes place to make sure that every security control is in place. So the components of a security assessment program are security tests, security audits, and security assessments. Now, what is a security test? So a security test verifies that a control is functioning properly. So these tests include automated scans, tool-assisted penetration tests, and manual attempts to undermine security. Security testing should take place on a regular schedule. So the factors that affect security testing are criticality of the systems and applications protected by the tested controls, sensitivity of information contained on tested systems and applications, likelihood of a technical failure of the mechanism implementing the control, likelihood of a misconfiguration of the control that would jeopardize security, risks that the system will come under attack, difficulty and time required to perform a control test, and impact of the test on normal business operations. Now, what is a security assessment? So, a security assessment is a series of planned tests that are somehow related to each other. So, they provide comprehensive reviews of the security of the system, application, or other tested environment, and it can review or it gives the review of the threat environment, current and future risk, and the value of the targeted environment. So, the outcome of a security assessment is the report, an assessment report addressed to the management that contains the results of the assessment in non-technical language and concludes with specific recommendations for improving the security of the tested environment. Finally, what is a security audit? So security audits are like security assessments but must be performed by independent auditors. So these are performed with the purpose of demonstrating the effectiveness of controls to a third party, and they provide an impartial, unbiased view of the state of security controls, and the audience may include a board of directors, government regulators, and other third parties. There can be different kinds of audit. The first one is internal audit. This is performed by an internal audit staff and are intended for internal audiences only. So there is a high possibility of conflict of interest here, and there is no or very low cost involved. Then there are external audits. So these are performed by outside auditing firms and they are intended for external audiences. Here there is high degree of external validity as auditors have no conflict of interest, and this is usually higher cost or high cost is involved in these kinds of audits. Now let's see the security audit process. Usually the steps followed in a security audit process are: the first one is determining the goals, then we are involving the right business unit leaders, then determining the scope because not everything can be tested, then choosing the audit team, which may consist of internal or external personnel, planning the audit to ensure that all goals are met on time and on budget, then conducting the audit as per plan and documenting any deviations, documenting the results and communicating the results to the right leaders. Now let's see what is Statement on Auditing Standards number 70. SA 70, Statement on Auditing Standards number 70, was developed by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA. So these include guidance to external auditors on generally accepted auditing standards to audit a non-public company entity and issue a report. The SA 70 report retired in 2011 and replaced by the Service Organization Control Report or SOC reports. The assurance needs of the users of outsourced services are more clearly addressed in SOC or the Service Organization Control reports. Now, what is the Service Organization Control? SOC stands for Service Organization Control, and these are for service organization reports which are designed to help service organizations that provide services to other entities build trust and confidence in the service performed and controls related to the service through a report by an independent CPA. Service organizations like data centers, credit processing organizations provide outsourcing services that affect the operation of the enterprise and hence require an extensive audit. Each type of SOC report is designed to help service organizations meet specific user needs. The types of service organization control reports are SOC1 report, SOC2 report, and SOC3 report. Now let's see what is SOC1 report. This is report on controls at a service organizations relevant to user entities, internal control, or financial report is prepared according to the Statement on Standards for Attestation Engagement number 16 and is an enhancement to the previous standard for reporting on controls, the SASMD. There are two types. The first, type 1, evaluates and reports on the design of controls put into operation on a certain date, and type 2 includes the design and testing of controls to report on their operational effectiveness over a period, usually 6 months. So use of these reports is restricted to the management of the service organization, user entities, and user auditors. Now what is SOC2 report? So this report on controls relevant to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, or privacy. There are two types. The type 1 report on management's description of the service organization system and the suitability of the design of controls, and type 2 report on management's description of a service organization system and the suitability of design and operating effectiveness of controls. The SOC2 is based on trust principles, security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. Now, what is the SOC3 report? So, these reports are designed to meet the needs of users who need assurance about the controls at a service organization relevant to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, or privacy. They do not have the need for all the knowledge necessary to make effective use of the SOC2 report because they are generally used reports and SOC3 reports can be freely distributed. Now, what is vulnerability assessment? Vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of security weaknesses in an information system. It evaluates if system is susceptible to any non-vulnerabilities, assigns severity levels to those vulnerabilities, and recommends remediation or mitigation if and whenever needed. The goals of a vulnerability assessment are evaluating true security posture of an environment, identifying and prioritizing vulnerabilities, testing how systems react to certain circumstances and attacks, and identifying the testing ramifications. Vulnerability assessment should not be a one-time project and should run as a continuous program. Following aspects can be tested in a vulnerability assessment. The first one is personnel. So here we can review employees and employee tasks and thus identify vulnerabilities in the standard practices and procedures. So risks that cannot be reduced through physical and logical controls can be assessed through this step. Then administrative control can be put in place also. Then there is physical vulnerability assessment. Here we review the facility and perimeter protection mechanisms. For instance, we check do the doors close automatically, if there are fire suppression system available, etc. Physical controls can be put in place during this or with the help of this assessment. Then there are system and network assessment. Here we identify non-vulnerabilities in the systems, network, and any other technical control in the place. And this is the usually most common form of vulnerability testing, and this is used for putting in place technical controls. Now, what is network scans? Network scans can be different types like network discovery scan, network vulnerability scans, etc. The first one is network discovery scan. This is searching for systems with open ports which do not probe for vulnerabilities. And the techniques used are TCP, SYN, TCP connect, XMA scan, etc. The tools include Nmap. Then there is network vulnerability scan. Here we probe the network for presence of non-vulnerabilities. So the tools contain databases of non-vulnerabilities and Nessus, OpenVAs, etc. This can run as unauthenticated or authenticated scans. Now, what are web vulnerability scans? This is the process of testing, analyzing, and reporting on the security level and or posture of a web application. It uses special purpose scanners that analyze web applications for non-vulnerability. The use cases are discovering vulnerabilities not visible to network vulnerability scanners but web vulnerability scanners, and then scanning any new application before moving to production, scanning any modified application before it goes into production, and scanning all applications on a scheduled recurring basis. The tools used can be Aconetics, Qualys Guard, Burp Suite, web application scanners, etc. Now, what is penetration testing? So, penetration testing is the process of simulating attacks on a network and its systems at the request of the owner or senior management. The set of procedures and tools designed to test and possibly bypass the security controls of a system are used in penetration testing. And the goal here is to measure the organization's level of resistance to an attack. And the management approvals are very critical during these. And the scope should also be very well defined before testing. and Metasploit is a commonly used tool in penetration testing. Now, what are the different types of penetration tests? The first one is blind test. So here the tester only has publicly available data to work with. Network security team has no prior knowledge, of this test to defend against an attack. Then there are double blind tests. Here blind test to both the tester as well as the security team. We evaluate the security levels and responses of the security team. A realistic demonstration of likely success or failure of an attack can be achieved here. Then there are targeted tests, which involves external and internal parties carrying out a focused test on a system or function. Now, what is the pen and one test approach? The first one is black box or zero knowledge. Here, the tester has no prior knowledge of the system, and this best simulates an external attacker. But the drawback here is that it may not detect all vulnerabilities. Then there is a white box or full knowledge attack. Here, the tester has complete knowledge of the system, and the tester can target specific controls and features. This provides a more complete results, but this may not represent it or give an idea of an external hacker. Then there is gray box or partial knowledge. Here the tester has some information about the systems, and this is used to guide tactic towards areas that need to be thoroughly tested, and this provides best of the both worlds kind of testing. Now let's talk about software testing. So software testing is a method to check whether the actual software product matches the expected requirements and to ensure that the software product is defect free. It involves execution of software or system components using manual or automated tools to evaluate one or more properties of interest. Benefits include cost effectiveness, because testing any IT project on time helps to save money for the long term. Then security. So people are looking for trusted products, and it helps in removing risks and problems earlier if we test earlier. Then there is quality. Testing ensures that the quality of product delivered is kept intact to the customers. Then there is customer satisfaction. The main aim of any product is to give satisfaction to customers, and regularly testing product can improve the features the customer gets and thus improve their satisfaction. Now, what are the different types of software testing? The first one is functional testing, which includes unit testing, integration testing, user acceptance testing, and interoperability. Then there are non-functional testing, which includes the performance, reliability, load, etc. And then there is maintenance, which includes regression and maintenance testing. Now let's see what is code review. Code review is the foundation of software assessment programs. So during a code review, also known as a peer review, developers other than the ones who wrote the code reviews it for defects. Code reviews may result in approval of an application's move into a production environment, or they may send the code back to the original developer with recommendations for rework of issues detected during the review. Code review, fag inspection. Fag inspection is a formal code review process of trying to find defects in documents such as the source code or formal specification during various phases of the software development process. This level of formality is normally found only in highly restrictive environments where code flows may have catastrophic impact. Now let's see the different software testing methods. The first one is static testing. Here, this kind of testing evaluates the software without running it. So this usually makes use of automated tools designed to detect common software flows, and developers have access to static analysis tools to use them throughout the design, build, and testing processes. And static analysis does not reveal logical errors and design flaws. Then there is dynamic testing. This evaluates the software in a runtime environment. The only option flowing application developed by someone else is dynamic testing, and testers may not have access to the source code. And dynamic testing can involve the use of synthetic testing also. This is effective for compatibility testing, detecting memory leakages, identifying dependencies, etc. Now, what is fuzz testing? Fuzz testing is a dynamic testing technique, and this applies invalid input, either random or specifically crafted to trigger non-software vulnerabilities, and then monitors the performance of the applications for software crashes, buffer overflows, etc. ZERF is one of the commonly used tools. Then there is mutation fuzzing, which takes the previous input values from actual operational software and manipulates it to create fuzzed input. Then there is generational fuzzing or intelligent fuzzing. So this develops data models and creates new fuzzed input based on an understanding of the types of data used by the program. Now let's see interface testing. Interface testing is performed to evaluate whether systems or components pass data and control correctly to one another. It is to verify if all the interactions between these modules are working properly and errors are handled properly. So the interface types can be application programming interfaces or APIs, which offer a standardized way for core modules to interact with each other. Then user interfaces, which include the graphic user interface and command line interfaces. Then physical interfaces, which exist in some applications that manipulates machinery, logic controllers, or other objects in the physical world. Now, regression testing. Regression testing confirms that a recent program or code change has not adversely affected the existing or partial selection of already executed test cases, which are re-executed to ensure existing functionalities work fine. The techniques used are retest all, regression test selection, and test case prioritization. Use case testing. So, use case testing is a software testing technique that helps to identify test cases that cover entire systems on a transaction by transaction basis from start to end. Use case testing helps to identify gaps in software application that might not be found by testing individual software components. And use cases are related to one another in a variety of ways called associations and are represented using the Unified Modeling Language or UML. Misuse case or abuse testing. Misuse case testing tries to evaluate software from the perspective of an attacker. It is closely related to penetration testing but should be performed at different stages of the software development process. Under the UML, threat actors are represented as stick figures with shaded heads and their actions are depicted as shaded ovals. The benefits of this kind of testing is that the model is easy to understand and use, and the measures are immediately visible because risks and countermeasures are visualized, and the risk can be recognized customer specifically and per user case basis. Then there is test coverage analysis. So test coverage is defined as a technique which determines whether our test cases are covering the application code and how much code is exercised when we run those test cases. It is impossible to completely test any piece of software. There are simply too many ways that software might malfunction or undergo attack. Test coverage analysis to estimate the degree of testing conducted against the new software. Test coverage is equal to use cases tested by total use cases. The benefits is that it can identify gaps in requirements, test cases, and defects at an early level and code level. It can prevent defect leakage while testing components. Now let's see log management. Log management comprises an approach to dealing with large volumes of computer-generated log messages, audit trails, event logs, etc. And log management generally covers log collection, centralized log aggregation, long-term log storage and retention, log analysis, log search, and reporting. Now, what is log review and analysis? So, log analysis is the process of reviewing and understanding computer-generated records called logs. It helps to gain insight into the inner workings of the system. Logs are generated by network devices, OS, applications, etc. A log consists of a series of messages in time sequence that describes the activities going on within a system. The use cases of logs are to comply with the internal security policies and outside regulations and audits, to analyze data breaches and other security incidents, and troubleshoot systems, computers, or networks. Techniques used include manual, which is the periodic review by system owners for any regressions, and automated reviews, which uses tools like SIEM for aggregation and correlation. Log tampering prevention. So logs acts as a source of truth and should be tamper-proof to make sure that there is sufficient confidence in corresponding reports. So prevention can be like remote logging, which is putting a log file into another device while protecting it from being tampered in a compromised system. Simplex communication. This is one-way communication between the reporting device and the central log repository. Replication, which is generating multiple copies of log data and keeping them in different locations. Then write once media, which is using write once media, which can prevent any modification to log files. And cryptographic hash, which is a powerful technique for ensuring unauthorized modifications are easily noticed. Now we see synthetic versus real user monitoring. So synthetic monitoring is a way of actively monitoring your website as well as checking that it's working and performing at its optimal level. Synthetic monitoring doesn't track actual users on your website, instead uses scripted transactions. The pros are that they are proactive and predictable, but the cons are that this may not capture all user actions. Then there is real user monitoring, which takes an opposing approach to synthetic monitoring, in that it passively monitors how real users interact with the website instead of actively tracking a site's performance. The pros are that these are based on real user actions, but the cons are that they are reactive, irregular, and it can have varying results. Now, what are key performance indicators or KPI? Key performance indicators refer to a set of quantifiable measurements used to gauge a company's overall long-term performance.
ISO 27004 provides guidelines to evaluate the information security performance and the effectiveness of an ISMS in order to fulfill the requirements of ISO 27001. It establishes monitoring and measurement of information security performance, monitoring and measurement of the effectiveness of an ISMS, including its processes and controls, analysis and evaluation of the results of monitoring and measurement. Now let's see what are the important terms in key performance indicators. The first one is factor, which is an attribute of the ISMS that can be described as a value that can change over time. Example, number of alerts generated by an intrusion system, etc. Then there are measurements, which are values of factors at particular point in time. Example, 356 IDS alerts in the last 24 hours. Then baseline, which is an arbitrary value for a factor that provides a point of reference or denotes that some condition is met by achieving some threshold value. Example, IR teams will investigate 100 events or less in any given month. Metric, which is a derived value that is generated by comparing multiple measurements against each other or against a baseline. Example, ratio of verified incidents to IDS alerts during a 30-day period. Indicator, which is an interpretation of one or more metrics that describes an element of the effectiveness of the ISMS. In other words, indicators are meaningful to management. Example, threshold ratio of no more than 30% false or undetected events has been met for a reporting period.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is dash dash is the technique used for tricking users to disclose their username and passwords through fake pages. Now, the options that we have for this particular question are social engineering, cookie stealing, banner grabbing, and phishing. Think thoroughly and mention which out of these four options stands out as a right answer to this particular question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Now let's see what is resource provisioning. So the major element of the security operations is provisioning and managing resource throughout their life cycle. This includes multiple types of assets such as hardware, software, physical, virtual, and cloud-based assets. The types of resources are hardware, media, software, virtual assets, and cloud resources. Now, what are hardware inventories? Organizations use databases and inventory applications to perform inventories and track hardware assets through the entire equipment lifecycle. Barcode systems are available that can print barcodes to place on equipment. The barcode database includes relevant details on the hardware such as the model, serial number, and location. Radio frequency identification (RFID) can also be used to track hardware from distance. RFID method is expensive but significantly reduces the time needed to perform an inventory. Before disposing of equipment, it should be properly sanitized to remove all data to ensure that unauthorized personnel do not gain access to sensitive information. Media management. Media includes tapes, optical media such as CDs and DVDs, portable USB or Firewire devices, external SATA drives, internal hard drives, solid state drives, and USB flashes. So when media includes sensitive information, it should be stored in a secure location with strict access controls to prevent losses due to unauthorized access. Additionally, any location used to store media should have temperature and humidity controls to prevent losses due to corruption as well. The metrics used to manage media lifecycle are mean time to failure, MTTF. This sometimes represented in the number of times media can be reused or number of years you can use it before it fails. Then there is mean time between failure, MTBF, the amount of time expected to elapse between failures of an item that personnel will repair, such as the computer server. Then there is mean time to repair, MTTPR. This is how long it will take to get a failed product running again. Software licensing. Organizations pay for software and license fees are routinely used to activate the software. The activation process often requires contacting a licensing server over the internet to prevent piracy. Software licensing also refers to ensuring that systems do not have unauthorized software installed. Many tools are available that can inspect systems remotely to detect the system's details. This helps to identify unauthorized software running on systems and helps an organization ensure it is in compliance with software licensing rules. The best practices here are application whitelisting, using gold masters, enforcing the principle of least privilege and automated scanning. Managing virtual assets. Organizations are consistently implementing more and more virtualization technologies due to the huge cost savings available. They are virtual machines and software defined networks, and although virtualization can simplify many IT concepts, it is important to remember many of the same basic security requirements like patching and backups still apply. Managing cloud based assets. Cloud based assets include resources that an organization accesses using cloud computing. Organizations typically lease cloud-based resources from outside, but they can also host them within the organization. One of the primary challenges is that these resources are outside the direct control of an organization, making it more difficult to manage the risk. There are varying levels of responsibility for assets depending on the service model, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. The cloud deployment model also affects the breakdown of responsibility of the cloud-based assets, private clouds, public clouds, hybrid clouds, and community clouds. Similar to on-premise resources, the cloud resources also needs to be managed and tracked throughout their life cycle to maintain required security posture. Now let's see what are the steps in incident management. Incident response is a practice of detecting a problem, determining its cause, minimizing the damage it causes, resolving the problem, and documenting each step of the response for future references. So the flowchart would go like, first it will be detection, then there will be a response, then mitigation, reporting, recovery, remediation, lessons learned, and in the future it will come back to detection and the whole process will be repeated. Now, in the first step is detection. So, the commonly used methods to detect potential incidents are intrusion detection and prevention systems, alerts administrators when an item of interest occurs. Anti-malware software often display a pop-up window to indicate when it detects malware. Automated tools regularly scan audit logs looking for predefined events, and end users sometimes detect activity and contact IT administrators. IT professionals are usually classified as first responders or for incidents, and they are the first ones who on the scene and have knowledge on how to differentiate typical IT problems from security incidents. Now, the second step is response. After detecting and verifying an incident, the next step is to respond. Organizations have a designated incident response team, sometimes called a computer security incident response team, CSIRT. The organization activates the team during a security incident. Triage process will ensure that only valid alerts are promoted to investigation or incident status. False positive or incorrect alerts are identified and removed. Information is collected to investigate its severity and set priorities on how to deal with the incident. Incidents are categorized according to their severity level of potential risk, the source, whether it is internal or external, its rate of growth, and the ability to contain the damage. More data is gathered to try and figure out the root cause of the incident. Now, the next step is mitigation. Mitigation steps attempt to contain an incident. One of the primary goals of an effective incident response is to limit the effect or scope of an incident. So we try to minimize any further loss or damage from this incident so that you can begin to recover and remediate. We'll prioritize the mitigation of the most critical assets, followed by the mitigation of less important assets. We'll do isolation and containment, which can limit the exposure of your organization and prevent further damage. And the response team needs to take its last forensic samples prior to commencing mitigation activities. Reporting. This refers to reporting an incident within as well as individuals outside the organization. The level or scope of reporting will depending upon the impact of incident. Organizations often have a legal requirement report to report some incidents outside of the organization as well. If a data breach exposes PII, the organization must report it. Reports generally include summary of the incident, indicators, related incidents, actions taken, chain of custody for all evidence, impact assessment, identity and comments of incident handlers, and the next steps to be taken. The recovery stage, this is the process of restoring a pre-incident condition. Recovery and repair activities include repairing or replacing hardware, reinstalling or reconfiguring operating system or application software, removing unwanted programs and data, restoring damaged or missing data from the backup media. So the main thing to be concerned here is that an attack or defense system should never be trusted because you do not necessarily know all changes that have taken place and the true extent of the damage. So some malicious code could still be hiding somewhere and systems should be rebuilt to ensure that all of the potential bad stuff has been erased. In the remediation step, personnel look at the incident and attempt to identify what allowed it to occur and then implements methods to prevent it from happening again. This includes performing a root cause analysis. At the conclusion of the remediation phase, you have a high degree of confidence that this particular attack will never be again successful against your organization. Ideally, you should share your lessons learned in the form of IOAs and IOCs with the community so that no other organization can be exploited in this manner. And finally, in lessons learned, this is the final and is often skipped as the business moves back in a normal operation. But it's critical to look back and heed the lessons learned. A lessons learned meeting with all the involved parties after a major incident, optionally periodically after lesser incidents as resources permit, provides a chance to achieve closure with the respect to an incident by reviewing what occurred, what was done to intervene, and how well intervention worked. A follow-up report for each incident provides a reference that can be used to assist in handling similar incidents in future. Logging. Logging records events into various logs and monitoring reviews these events. Combined logging and monitoring allow an organization to track, record, and review activity, providing overall accountability. The logs will commonly record details such as what happened, when it happened, where it happened, who did it, and sometimes how it happened. When you need to find information about an incident that occurred in the recent past, logs are a good place to start. A strong identification authentication mechanism is a prerequisite for accountability, otherwise, it's easy for someone to impersonate another. The types of logging. The first one is security logs. They record access to resources such as files, folders, printers, and so on. For example, they can record when a user accessed, modified, or deleted a file. Many systems automatically record access to key system files. Then there are system logs, which record system events such as when a system starts or stops, or when the services start or stop. Logs that detect when the system reboot or when services stop can help administrators discover potentially malicious activity. Application logs, they record information for specific applications. Application developers choose what to record in the application log. For example, a database developer can choose to record when anyone accesses a specific or data object such as tables or views. Firewall logs record events related to any traffic that reaches a firewall. This includes traffic that the firewall allows and traffic that the firewall blocks as well. Change logs record the change request, approval, and actual changes to a system as a part of an overall change management process. These are useful to track approved changes. They can also be helpful as a part of a disaster recovery program. For example, after a disaster, administrators and technicians can use change logs to return a system to its last known state, including all applied changes. Protecting logs. If attackers can modify the logs, they can erase their activity, effectively nullifying the value of the data. The files may no longer include accurate information and may not be admissible as evidence to prosecute attackers. So, it's important to protect log files against unauthorized access and unauthorized modification. The protection techniques that we use are storing copies of logs on a central system, assigning strict access permission to log files, and strict policies mandating backup of log files. Now let's talk about monitoring techniques. Log analysis. This is a detailed and systematic form of monitoring in which the log information is analyzed for trends and patterns as well as abnormal, unauthorized, illegal, and policy violating activities. Log analysis isn't necessarily in response to an incident, but instead a periodical task which can detect potential issues. Security Information Event Management (SIEM). So many organizations use a centralized application to automate monitoring of systems on a network. These tools provide real-time analysis of events occurring on systems throughout an organization. They include agents installed on remote systems that monitor for specific events known as alarm triggers. And when the triggers occurs, the agents report the event back to the central monitoring software. Most SIEMs are configurable, allowing personnel within the organization to specify what items are of interest and need to be forwarded to the SIEM server. SIEMs have agents for just about any type of server or network device, and in some cases, they monitor network flows for traffic and trend analysis as well. Monitoring techniques. The first one is sampling. This is a process of extracting specific elements from a large collection of data to construct a meaningful representation or summary of the whole. In other words, sampling is a form of data reduction that allows someone to glean valuable information by looking at only a small sample of data in an audit trail. Then there is clipping level. This sets certain thresholds for specific errors or mistakes allowed and the amount of these occurrences that can take place before it is considered suspicious. Clipping levels are widely used to audit events to establish a baseline of routing system or user activity. The monitoring system raises an alarm to signal abnormal events only if the baseline is exceeded. Then there is traffic analysis and analysis. They are a form of monitoring that examine the flow of packets rather than actual packet contents, and this is sometimes referred to as network flow monitoring. Then there is egress monitoring. Egress monitoring refers to monitoring outgoing traffic to prevent data exfiltration, which is the unauthorized transfer of data outside the organization. And finally, data loss prevention (DLP). These systems attempt to detect and block data exfiltration attempts. These systems have the capability of scanning data, looking for keywords and data patterns. The types are network-based DLP, which scans all outgoing data looking for specific data, placed on the edge of the network to scan all the data leaving the organization. And then there are endpoint-based DLP, which scans files stored on a system as well as files sent to external devices such as printers and USB drives. Electronic discovery. E-discovery pertains to legal counsel gaining access to electronic information during the pre-trial discovery phase of civil legal proceeding. The general purpose of discovery is to gather potential evidence that will allow for building a case. Electronic discovery differs from traditional discovery simply in that e-discovery seeks ESI or electronically stored information, which is typically acquired via forensic investigation. Given the potentially vast quantities of electronic data stored by organization, e-discovery can prove logistically and financially cumbersome. Appropriate data retention policies as well as perhaps software and systems designed to facilitate e-discovery can greatly reduce the burden felt by the organization when required to provide ESI for discovery. Now, what are admissible events? To be considered admissible events or evidence, it must be, it must meet these requirements. The evidence must be relevant and material to determining a fact. The evidence must be complete and should represent the whole truth of an issue. The evidence must be competent, meaning it must have been obtained legally. Evidence that results from an illegal search would be inadmissible because it is not competent. The evidence should be reliable, and reliable evidence means it is factual and non-circumstantial. Now, what are the types of evidence? The first one is real evidence. Real evidence consists of things that may actually be brought into a court or law. This may include items such as a murder weapon, clothing, or other physical objects. In a computer crime case, real evidence might include seized computer equipment such as keyboard with fingerprints on it, or a hard drive from a hacker's computer system. Depending on the circumstances, real evidence may also be conclusive evidence such as DNA that is incontrovertible. Then there are testimonial evidence, which include direct expert opinion and hearsay. Direct means oral testimony that proves or disproves a claim based on their own direct observation. Then in expert opinion, the witness has been accepted by the court as an expert in a certain field and may offer an opinion based on the other facts presented and their personal knowledge of the field. And in hearsay, the witness cannot testify as to what someone else told them outside the court. Computer log files that are not authenticated by a system administrator can also be considered as hearsay evidence. Then there are documentary evidence. So this includes any written items brought into court to prove a fact at hand. This type of evidence must also be authenticated. For example, if an attorney introduces a computer log as evidence, they must bring a witness, system administrator, into court to testify that the log was collected as a routine business practice and is indeed the actual log that the system collected. So there are two times here, the best evidence and parallel evidence. The best evidence is when a document is used as evidence in a court proceeding. The original document must be introduced. Copies or descriptions of original evidence on a secondary evidence will not be accepted as evidence. And in parallel evidence, when an agreement between parties is put in a written form, the written document is assumed to contain all the terms of the agreement and no verbal agreements may modify the written agreement. Now, there are conclusive evidence property, which is irrefutable and cannot be contradicted, and this overrides all other evidence. And then there are secondary properties, which is copy of evidence or oral description. It is not reliable and strong. Then circumstantial evidence. This can prove intermediate fact to infer or assume the existence of another fact, and the case cannot rest on circumstantial evidences alone. And then there are corroborative, which proving an idea or point with the help of supporting evidence and used as supplementary tool and cannot stand on its own. Now, what are the different types of analysis types? The analysis type can be network analysis, media analysis, software analysis, and hardware analysis. In network analysis, it can be traffic analysis, log analysis, and path tracing. In media analysis, it can be disk imaging, timeline analysis, and registry analysis. In software analysis, it can be reverse engineering, malicious code review, and exploit review. And finally, in hardware analysis, there can be personal computers, smartphones, tablets, or embedded computers. Now, forensic investigation in process. So, the forensic investigation moves in the direction as from identification, preservation, collection, examination, analysis, and presentation. So, all the other steps that comes in between have properly shown in this table. Now, what is chain of custody? In legal context, it refers to the chronological documentation or paper trail
that records the sequence of custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of physical or electronic evidence. The chain of custody shows how the evidence was collected, analyzed, transported, and preserved to be present in court. The major components are the location of evidence when it was obtained, time at which the evidence was obtained, the identification of individuals who discovered the evidence, the identification of individuals who secured the evidence, the identification of individuals who controlled evidence, and the individuals who maintained possession of that evidence. Now, what is redundant array of disks or RAID? RAID or RAID is a technology used for redundancy and or performance improvements that combines several physical disks and aggregates them into logical arrays. The redundancy and speed are provided by breaking up the data and writing it across several disks so different disk heads can work simultaneously to retrieve the requested information. The two things to note here are parity and stripping. The parity is the control data that is spread across each disk so that if one disk fails, the other disk can work together and restore its data. And stripping is a technique to write data on multiple disks together. This activity divides and writes the data over several drives. The performance is increased because more than one head is retrieving data at the same time. Now, what are the different RAID levels? In RAID 0, also called stripping, it uses two or more disks and improves the performance, but it does not provide fault tolerance. Minimum two disks are required. In RAID 1, also called mirroring, it uses two disks which both hold the same data. If one disk fails, the other disk can take over. Minimum two disks are required here as well. RAID 5, also called stripping with parity, it uses three or more disks with the equivalent of one disk holding parity information. Any single disk fails, the RAID array will continue to operate, though it will be slower. Then the RAID 6, which extends RAID 5 by adding another parity block. It uses block level stripping with two parity blocks distributed across all member disks, and minimum 4 disks are required here. And RAID 10, also known as the RAID 1 plus 0 or a stripe of mirrors, and is configured as two or more mirrors configured in a striped configuration. It will continue to operate even if multiple disks fail if at least one drive in each mirror continues to function, and the minimum number of disks required here are 4. Trusted recovery. Trusted recovery provides assurances that after a failure or crash, the system is just as secure as it was before the failure or crash occurred. Depending on the failure, the recovery may be automated or it might require manual intervention by an administrator. Systems can be designed so that they fail in a fail-secure state or a fail-open state. A fail-secure state will default to a secure state in the event of failure, blocking all access. A fail-open system will fail in an open state, granting all access. The choice is dependent on whether security or availability is more important after a failure. In the context of physical security, the terms fail-safe and fail-secure are used. Specifically, a fail-safe electrical lock will be unlocked when power is removed, but a fail-secure electrical lock will be locked when power is removed. For example, emergency exit door will be configured to be fail-safe so that the personnel are not locked inside during a fire or other emergency. Now, what is recovery strategy? When a disaster interrupts your business, your disaster recovery plan should kick in nearly automatically and begin providing support for recovery options. The DRP should be designed so that the first employees on the scene can immediately begin the recovery effort in an organized fashion, even if members of the official DRP team have not yet arrived on site. The business unit and functional priorities. Business units within the highest priority must be recovered first, identifying and prioritize critical business functions as well as so you can define which functions you want to restore after a disaster or failure and in what order. And then crisis management. Here, individuals like security guards, technical personnel should be fully trained in disaster recovery procedures and know the proper notification procedures and immediate response mechanism. And all of the employees should receive some basic level of training on how to respond in a crisis. Now, what is trusted recovery? Trusted recovery provides assurances that after a failure or crash, the system is just as secure as it was before the failure or crash occurred. Depending on the failure, the recovery may be automated or it might require manual intervention by an administrator. The systems can be designed so that they fail in a fail-secure state or a fail-open state. A fail-secure system will default to a secure state in the event of failure, blocking all access. And a fail-open system will fail in an open state, granting all access. The choice here is dependent on whether security or availability is more important after a failure. In the context of physical security, the terms fail-safe and fail-secure are used. Specifically, a fail-safe electrical lock will be unlocked when power is removed, but a fail-secure electrical lock will be locked when power is removed. For example, emergency exit doors will be configured to be fail-safe so that personnel are not locked inside during a fire or other
emergency. So some common criteria of evaluation defines 4 types of trusted recovery. The first one is manual recovery. If a system fails, it does not fail in a secure state. Instead, an administrator is required to manually perform the actions necessary to implement a secured or trusted recovery after a failure or system crash. Then there is automated recovery. The system can perform trusted recovery activities to restore itself after failure. For example, a hardware RAID provides automated recovery against the failure of a hard drive, but not against the failure of the entire server. Then there is automated recovery without undue loss. This is like automated recovery in that a system can restore itself after a failure. However, it includes mechanisms to ensure that specific objects are protected to prevent their loss. A method of automated recovery that protects against undue loss would include steps to restore data to other objects. And finally, function recovery. Systems that support function recovery can automatically recover specific functions. This state ensures that the system can successfully complete the recovery for the functions, or that the system will be able to roll back the changes to return into a secure state. Alternate processing sites. One of the most important elements of the disaster recovery plan is the selection of alternate processing sites to be used when the primary sites are unavailable. When choosing any alternate processing site, be sure to situate it far away enough from your primary location that it won't be affected by the same disaster that disables your primary site, but it should be close enough that it is easy to reach for employees. Cold sites. Cold sites are standby facilities large enough to handle the processing load of an organization and equipped with appropriate electrical and environmental support systems. However, a cold site has no computing facilities pre-installed and has no active broadband communication links. The advantage of cold site is it is relatively low cost and there is no computing base to maintain and no monthly telecommunication bill when the site is idle. The drawback is a tremendous lag between the time the decision is made to activate the site and the time when the site is ready to support business operations. Now, what is alternate processing sites and hot sites in alternate processing sites? A hot site is the exact opposite of the cold site. A backup facility is maintained in constant working order with a full competent complement of servers, workstations, and communication links ready to assume primary operations responsibilities. The servers and workstations are all pre-configured and loaded with appropriate operating system and application software. The data on the primary servers is periodically or continuously replicated to corresponding servers at the host site, ensuring that the host site has up-to-date data. Then advantage of hot site is that it can be activated almost immediately, and however the cost is extremely high. So maintaining a hot site essentially doubles an organization's budget for hardware, software, and services, and requires the use of additional employees to maintain the site. Warm sites. Warm sites occupy the middle ground between hot and cold sites. They always contain the equipment and data circuits necessary to rapidly establish operations. However, warm sites do not typically contain copies of the production data. The main requirement in bringing a warm site to full operations is the transportation of appropriate backup media to the site and restoration of critical data on the standby servers. Activation of a warm site typically takes at least 12 hours from the time a disaster is declared. And finally, mobile sites. Mobile sites consist of trailers, trucks, or other easily located units. They include all the environmental control systems necessary to maintain a safe computing environment. Larger corporations sometimes maintain these sites on a flyover basis, ready to deploy them to any operating location around the world via air, rail, sea, or surface transportation. Mobile sites are usually configured as cold sites or warm sites. Now, service bureaus. Service bureau is a company that leases computer time. Service bureaus own large server farms and often fields of workstations. Any organization can purchase a contract from a service bureau to use a portion of their processing capacity. Cloud computing. Many organizations now turn to cloud computing as their preferred disaster recovery option. Strong, ready-to-run images in cloud providers is often quite cost-effective and allows the organization to avoid incurring most of the operational cost until the cloud site activates in a disaster. Mutual assistance or reciprocal agreements, and here two organizations pledge to assist each other in an event of disaster by sharing computing facilities or other technological resources. MAAs are difficult to enforce, and confidentiality concerns often prevent businesses from placing their data in the hands of others. Backup techniques comparison. The methods are backup speed, restoration speed, and storage speed in full, differential, and incremental. All the comparison is given in this table. Software escrow arrangements. A software escrow is a service that helps protect all three parties or different parties involved in a software license by having a neutral third-party escrow agent holding the source code, data, and documentation until a mutually agreed upon event occurs. The escrow agent keeps a copy of the source code and possibly other materials which it will release to the customer only if specific circumstances arise, mainly if the vendor who developed the code goes out of business or for some reason it is not meeting its obligations and responsibilities. Recovery versus restoration. Recovery and restoration are separate concepts. Recovery involves bringing business operations and processes back to a working state. Restoration involves bringing a business facility and environment back to a workable state. The recovery team is assigned to implement and maintain operations in the recovery state, and the salvage team is assigned to restore the primary state to the operational capacity. Recovery team members have a very short time frame in which they can operate, and if the recovery team fails to restore business process within the MTD or RTO, then the company fails. While the salvage team's job is to restore the company to its full operational capabilities in the original location. If the original location is no longer in existence, a new primary spot is selected. The salvage team must ensure that the reliability of the new infrastructure, and this is done by returning the least mission critical processes to the restored original site to stress test the rebuilt network. As the restored site shows resiliency, more important processes are transferred. Let's talk about barriers. Barriers define how an area should be designed in order to affect or deny access. The objectives of barriers are to define a secure perimeter, keep intruders out, and cause delays in intrusion. Then, fences. Fences are perimeter identifiers that are designed and installed to keep intruders out. Types of fences include chain link, barbed wire, barbed tape, or concertina wire. Walls and bollards. Walls are man-made barriers but generally are more expensive to install than fences. The types are block, masonry, brick, and stone. Bollards are small concrete pillars outside a building. Example, traffic bollard. Perimeter Intrusion Detection System or PIDS. The perimeter sensors alert the security when any intruders attempt gaining access across the open space or attempt breaching the fence line. Open terrain sensors include infrared, microwave systems, time domain reflectometry, and video content analysis and motion path analysis. The typical features are that they reliably detect and deter would-be intruders. They avoid complexity by minimizing nuisance alarms, and they are cost effective for smaller remote sites and offer scalable integration options. Lightning. A perimeter fence is the first layer of defense since most disturbances occur under darkness. Adding perimeter lighting is an essential part of every security plan. Lighting has to deter and detain individuals who would attempt to breach a secure perimeter. The benefits are that they provide security personnel visual assessment at night. They provides real and psychological deterrent against intruders. Increases the effectiveness of guard forces and CCTV. Provides illumination where the natural light is insufficient and inexpensive to maintain, and reduces the need for security personnel. Security operation concept. So what is security operation? Security operations pertains to everything that takes place to keep networks, computer systems, applications, and environments up and running in a secure and protected manner. Operations take place after the system is developed and implemented. This includes continual maintenance of the environment. So the security operation reflects due care and due diligence. So implementing the common security operations concepts along with performing periodic security audits and reviews demonstrate a level of due care and due diligence that will reduce senior management's liability when a loss occurs. Now, what are administrative controls? The first one is need to know. This imposes the requirement to grant users access only to data or resources they need to perform some assigned works or tasks. So this need to know is commonly associated with security clearances, such as a person having a secret clearance. However, the clearance does not automatically grant access to the data. So if he needs access to the data, it requires authorization. Now the next one is least privilege. So here subjects are granted only the privileges necessary to perform the assigned work or task and nothing more than that. So limiting and controlling privilege based on this concept protects confidentiality and data integrity. It relies on the assumption that all users have a well-defined job description. So everyone will be given access that is required only within their description. They will not get access for doing anything more than what their job requires. Then entitlement. Entitlement refers to the amount of privileges granted to users, typically when first provisioning an account. And finally, aggregation check, which refers to the amount of privileges that users collect over time. It is the violation of least privilege principle. So as you already said, people won't get accesses more than what is required for their job. So sometimes people can switch between departments and their privileges can get accumulated. So it will be checked regularly to see that they are not having more than what is required.
Then separation of duties. So this ensures that no single person has total control or total authority over a critical function or system. This is necessary to ensure that no single person can compromise the system or its security. Instead, two or more people must conspire or collude against the organization, which increases the risk for these people. So two-person control is something that comes under this, and this requires the approval of two individuals for critical tasks. And the other one is split knowledge, where information or privilege required to perform an operation will be divided among two or more users. This ensures that no single person has sufficient privileges to compromise the security. Then segregation of duties. This is similar to separation of duties, but it also combines the principle of least privilege. The goal here is to ensure that individuals do not have excessive system access that may result in a conflict of interest. For example, network team managing the IT security. Then job rotation. So here employees are rotated through their jobs, or at least some of the job responsibilities are rotated to different employees. So using job rotation as a security control provides peer review and reduces fraud, and also enables cross training. Then mandatory vacation. So many organizations that serve in sensitive data require employees to take mandatory vacations in 1 week or 2 week increment. This provides a form of peer review and helps detect fraud and collusion. So when this employee is on vacation, some other people will be filling in their roles, and they can check that everything is in place. Then monitoring special privileges. So accounts granted elevated privileges are often referred to as privileged entities that have access to special higher capabilities inaccessible to normal users. So if misused, these elevated rights and permissions can result in significant harm to the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of the organization and its assets. Because of this, it is important to monitor privileged entities and their access. Let's see what is configuration management. Configuration management helps ensure that systems are deployed in a secure, consistent state and maintains this state throughout their lifetime. So configuration management is a process for maintaining computer systems, servers, and software in a desired consistent state. It's a way to make sure that a system performs as it is expected to changes which are made over time. So every company should have a policy indicating how these changes take place within a facility, who can make the changes, and how the changes are approved, and also how the changes are documented and communicated to other employees. So before making these changes, there is something known as baselining. So baselining is a starting point. Within the context of configuration management, it is the starting configuration for a system. It can be also defined as a threshold or the minimum security requirement that every system should follow. Then all these changes that are made are added on top of this baseline. Administrators often modify the baseline after deploying systems to meet different requirements. However, when systems are deployed in a secure state with a secure baseline, they are much more likely to stay secure. Now, what is change management? Change management is the systematic approach and application of knowledge, tools, and resources to deal with change. It ensures that appropriate personnel review and approve the changes it goes into production. As you already said, configuration management also, a baseline is first of all set up and then it is improved upon changes. So this management of these changes is known as change management. Common tasks within a change management process are requesting for the change, reviewing it, approving or rejecting it, scheduling and implementing the change, and finally documenting the changes. Now let's see what are the differences between change management and configuration management. So first of all, change management. This is a business process aimed at regulating the changing nature of business activities such as projects. This, while IT and security personnel are involved in change management, they are usually not in charge. Then for configuration management, this is an operational process aimed at ensuring that the controls are configured properly and are responsive to the current threat and operational environment. For example, versioning control, CI/CD pipelines, etc. As an information security professional, you would likely lead in configuration management but simply participate in change management processes. Now, what is patch management? So, patch is a term for any type of code written to correct a bug or vulnerability or improve the performance of existing software. So, it's like patching, we say patching the rubber tires. So, we are only solving the problem at hand. So, patches are sometimes referred to as updates, quick fixes, and hot fixes. Security administrators are primarily concerned with security patches, which are patches that affect the vulnerability of a system.
So these patch management programs ensures that systems are kept up to date with current patches. So they also include evaluating the patches, testing the patches, approving the patches, deploying the patches, and verifying that the patches are properly deployed. Now, vulnerability management. So vulnerability management is the process of identifying these vulnerabilities, determining the risk they pose to the organization, and applying the proper security controls that will bring those risks acceptable level. So we can never say that we can completely eradicate all the risks. So everything will have some amount of risk, but what we have to do is keep the risks at an acceptable level. So vulnerabilities exist not only in software but also in business processes and in people. So in software, how do we determine these vulnerabilities? So what we do is we prepare, and how we prepare is we determine the scope and schedule the scans, usually do automated and scans, and this happens outside of the regular hours of operation. Then we remediate or we take corrective action for the detected issues, and finally we document, which ensures that the assumptions, facts, and decisions are preserved to inform future decisions. Then process vulnerabilities. So process vulnerabilities exist where there is a flaw or weakness in a business process. A good way to find process vulnerabilities is to periodically review existing processes using a red team. And finally, vulnerabilities in human or people. So over 90% of security incidents can be traced back to a person doing something they shouldn't have, maliciously or otherwise. A common approach to managing people vulnerabilities is social engineering assessments. Incident management. Despite the best efforts of IT and security professionals, incidents do occur. Primary goal of incident response is to minimize the impact on the organization. So incident is any event that has a negative effect on the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of the organization's assets. So when we talk about incident in computer security, it commonly refers to an incident that is the result of an attack or the result of a malicious or intentional action. Examples are attempted network intrusions, attempted denial of service attacks, any detection of malicious software, unauthorized access of data, and violation of security policies. Now let's see what are the preventive measures. So first one is firewalls. Firewalls can prevent many different types of attacks. Network-based firewalls protect entire networks, and host-based firewalls protect individual systems. Then there are anti-malware software. So viruses, worms, and other malwares are the most common security incidents. A primary countermeasure is anti-malware software. Then there are intrusion detection and prevention systems. So intrusion detection and prevention systems observe activity, detect attacks, and provide alerts. They can often block or stop these attacks. Then removing unused services. So if a system does not need a service or protocol, remove it. Attackers cannot exploit a vulnerability in a service or product that is not running in a system. And then keeping the systems and applications up to date. So vendors regularly release patches to correct bugs and security flaws, but these only help when they are applied. So patch management ensures that systems and applications are kept up to date with relevant patches. Now we'll see what are the different types of attacks. The first one is denial of service attack or DOS. So this attacks prevent a system from processing or responding to legitimate traffic or requests for resources and objects. So a common form of a DOS attack will transmit so many data packets to a server that it cannot process them all. Other forms of DOS attacks focus on the exploitation of a non-fault or vulnerability in an operating system, service, or application. Then there are distributed denial of service attacks. These attacks occur when multiple systems attack a single system at the same time. For example, a group of attackers could launch coordinated attacks against a single system. And distributed reflective denial of service or DRDoS is an attack which is a variant of DOS. It uses a reflected approach to an attack. It doesn't attack the victim directly, instead manipulates traffic or a network service so that the attacks are reflected back to the victim from other sources. Examples are Smurf attack, DNS cache poisoning, etc. Now, SYN flood attack. This is a common DOS attack. It disrupts the standard three-way handshake used by TCP to initiate communication sessions. In this attack, the attackers send multiple SYN packages but never complete their connection with an ACK. So the mitigation is for SYN cookies is one method of blocking this attack. When the system receives an ACK, it checks the SYN cookies and establishes a session. Another method of blocking this attack is to reduce the amount of time a server will wait for an ACK. Now, what is a Smurf attack?
This is another type of flood attack. It floods the victim with internet controlled message protocol echo packets. The attacker sends the echo request out as a broadcast to all systems on the network and spoof the source IP address. All these systems respond with echo replies to the spoofed IP address, flooding the victim with traffic. Nowadays, smurf attacks are rarely seen as it is becoming common to disable ICMP on firewalls, routers, and even many servers to prevent any type of attacks using ICMP. Then Fraggle attacks. So these are similar to Smurf attacks. However, instead of using ICMP, a Fraggle attack uses UDP packets over UDP port 7 and 9. The Fraggle attack will broadcast a UDP packet using the spoof IP address of the victim. All systems on the network will then send traffic to the victim, just as with a Smurf attack. Then ping flood. So ping flood floods a victim with ping request. This can be very effective when launched by zombies within a botnet as a DDoS attack. Common way systems handle this today is by blocking ICMP traffic. Active intrusion detection systems can detect a ping flood and modify the environment to block ICMP traffic. Then there are botnets. So the computers in a botnet are like robots, often called zombies, and will do whatever attackers instruct them to do. A bot herder is typically a criminal who controls all the computers in the botnet via one or more command and control centers. So computers often join a botnet after being infected with some type of malware. Bot herders commonly use computers within a botnet to launch a wide range of attacks, send spam and phishing emails, or rent the botnets out to other criminals as well. Then ping of death. So this attack employs on oversized ping packet. So ping packets are normally 32 or 64 bytes. The ping of death attack changed the size of ping packets to over 64 KB, which was bigger than what many systems could handle. So when a system receives this ping packet larger than 64 KB, it results in the crash or instability of the system. Then teardrop. So here an attacker fragments traffic in such a way that the system is unable to put data packets back together. Large packets are normally divided into smaller fragments when they are sent over a network. And the receiving system then puts the packet fragments back together into their original state. However, a teardrop attack mangles these packets in such a way that the system cannot put them back together. And land attacks. So land attacks occur when the attacker sends spoofed SYN or SYN packets to a victim using the victim's IP address as both the source and destination IP addresses. This tricks the system into constantly replying to itself and can cause it to freeze, crash, or reboot. Zero-day exploit. A zero-day exploit refers to an attack on a system exploiting a vulnerability that is unknown to others. So mitigation of this involves ensuring systems are not running unneeded services and protocols to reduce a system's attack surface, enabling both network-based and host-based firewalls to limit potentially malicious traffic, and also using intrusion detection and prevention systems. Man in the middle. So this occurs when a malicious user is able to gain a position logically between the two endpoints of an ongoing communication. There are two types. One involves copying or sniffing the traffic between two parties, which is basically a sniffer attack. The other type involves attackers positioning themselves in the line of communication where they act as a store and forward or proxy mechanism. Now let's see what is an intrusion detection or intrusion prevention system. So intrusion detection monitors information and real-time events to detect abnormal activity indicating a potential incident or intrusion. Intrusion detection system automates the inspection of logs and real-time system events to detect intrusion attempts and system failures. An intrusion prevention system includes all the capabilities of an intrusion detection system, but also can take additional steps to stop or prevent intrusions. And the responses are passive, which means notifications can send to administrators via email, text, or pager messages or pop-up messages. And in active, they modify the environment using several methods like modifying ACLs to block the traffic. Intrusion detection and prevention behavior or detects malware behavior using two common methods, that is knowledge-based and behavior-based. So the first one is knowledge-based. Here, this is the most common method, also called signature-based detection or pattern matching detection. It uses a database of known attacks developed by the IDS vendor. The drawback here is that it is effective only against known attack methods. So we have already stored the known attacks in a database and we are checking with the known attacks. So if a new attack or slightly modified version of the known attack comes, it often goes unrecognized. Then there is behavior-based detection, also called a statistical intrusion detection or anomaly detection, and heuristic-based detection as well. So here,
The detection starts by creating a baseline of normal activities and events on the system. Once it has accumulated enough baseline data to determine normal activity, it can detect abnormal activity that may indicate a malicious intrusion or event. A behavior-based IDS can be labeled an expert system or a pseudo-artificial intelligence system because it can learn and make assumptions about events. The primary drawback of this system is that it often raises a high number of false alarms, also called false alerts or false positives. So depending upon the deployment, IDS are commonly classified as host-based and network-based. So in a host-based IDS, it monitors activities on a single computer, including process calls and information recorded in the system, application, security, and host-based firewall logs. It can often examine events in a more detail than a network-based IDS can, and it can pinpoint specific files compromised in an attack. It can also track processes employed by the attacker. The benefits of host-based IDS over network-based is that it can detect anomalies on the host system that the network-based cannot detect. However, it is most costly to deploy and manage. In a network-based IDS system, it monitors and evaluates the network activity to detect attacks or event anomalies. It cannot monitor the content of encrypted traffic but can monitor other packet details. A single network-based IDS can monitor a large network by using remote sensors to collect data at key network locations that sends the data to a central management console. An intrusion prevention system is a special type of active IDS that attempts to detect and block attacks before they reach target systems. It's sometimes referred to as an intrusion detection and prevention system as well, IDPs. A distinguishing difference between IDS and an IPS is that IPS is placed in line with the traffic. In contrast, an active IDS that is not placed in line can check the activity only after it has reached the target. The active IDS can take steps to block an attack after it starts but cannot prevent it. Now, what are firewalls? A firewall is a system designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from a private network. It can be implemented in either hardware or software form or a combination of both. Firewalls prevent unauthorized internet users from accessing private networks connected to the internet, especially intranets. Now we'll see what are the different generations in firewall. Basic firewalls. See, these basic firewalls filter traffic based on IP addresses, ports, and some protocols using protocol numbers. Then there is a second generation firewalls. This add additional filtering capabilities. For example, an application level gateway firewall filters traffic based on specific application requirements, and circuit level gateway firewalls filter traffic based on communication circuit. Then there are third generation firewalls. So stateful infection firewalls and dynamic packet filtering firewalls, which includes in them. These filter traffic based on its state within a stream of traffic. And then next generation firewalls. This functions as a unified threat management device and combines several filtering capabilities. It includes traditional functions of a firewall such as packet filtering and stateful inspection. However, it is also able to perform packet inspection techniques, allowing it to identify and block malicious traffic. It can filter malware using definition files and whitelist and blacklist. It also includes intrusion detection and or intrusion prevention capabilities. Now, what is penetration testing? A penetration test mimics an actual attack to identify what techniques attackers can use to circumvent security in an application, system, network, or organization. It includes vulnerability scans, port scan, packet sniffing, DDoS attacks, and social engineering techniques. It's also important to get approval from senior management before testing and stick to the scope. So the techniques used are, first one is black box testing by zero knowledge. So here the team knows nothing about the target site except for publicly available information such as domain name and company address. An attack by a zero knowledge team closely resembles a real external attack because all information about the environment must be obtained from scratch. Then there is a white box testing by full knowledge. Here the team has full access to all aspects of the target environment. They know what patches and updates are installed and the exact configuration of all relevant devices. So if the target is an application, they would have access to the source code. So white box testing is commonly recognized as being more efficient and cost effective in locating vulnerabilities because less time is needed for discovery. Then there is gray box testing by partial knowledge. So here the team has some knowledge of the target performs and they perform gray box testing, but they are not provided access to all the information. They may be given information on the network design and configuration details so that they can focus on attacks and vulnerabilities for specific targets. Now, what are honeypots and honeynets? So, honeypots are individual computers created as a trap for intruders. A honeynet is two or more network honeypots used together to simulate a network. They look and act like legitimate systems, but they do not host data of any real value for an attacker. Administrators often configure honeypots with vulnerabilities to attempt intruders into attacking them. They may be unpatched or have security vulnerabilities. The goal is to grab the attention of intruders and keep the intruders away from the legitimate network that is hosting valuable resources. Honeypot also gives administrators an opportunity to observe an attacker's activity without compromising the live environment. In some cases, the honeypot is designed to delay an intruder long enough for the automated IDS to detect the intrusion and gather as much information about the intruder as possible. Now, let's see what is enticement versus entrapment. So, placing a system on the internet with open security vulnerabilities and active services with non-exploits is enticement. Enticed attackers make their own decisions to perform illegal or unauthorized actions. And entrapment, which is illegal, occurs when the honeypot owner's activity solicits visitors to access the site and then charges with unauthorized intrusion. So let's see what is a pseudo flaw. So false vulnerabilities or apparent loopholes intentionally implanted in a system to tempt attackers are known as pseudo flaws. So they are often used on honeypot systems to emulate well-known operating system vulnerabilities. Padded cells like a honeypot is like a honeypot, but it performs intrusion isolation using a different approach. When an IDS detects an intruder, that intruder is automatically transferred to a padded cell. It is a simulated environment that offers fake data to retain an intruder's interest, like a honeypot. Warning banners. Warning banners inform users and intruders about basic security policy guidelines. They typically mention that online activities are audited and monitored and often provide reminders of restricted activities. In most situations, wording in banners is important from a legal standpoint because these banners can legally bind users to a permissible set of actions, behaviors, and processes. Monitoring. Monitoring is a necessary function to ensure that subjects, such as users and employees, can be held accountable for their actions and activities. Monitoring and reviewing audit trails provides accountability for the users. Legislation often requires specific monitoring and accountability practices. This includes laws such as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and the European Union privacy laws that many organizations must abide by. Now, what is investigation? Whether an incident or a non-disaster, a disaster or a catastrophe, we should treat the systems and facilities that it affects as potential crime scenes. This is because what may at first appear to have been a hardware failure, a software defect, or an accidental fire may have in fact been caused by a malicious actor targeting the organization. So when a potential computer crime takes place, it is critical that the investigation steps are carried out properly to ensure that the evidence will be admissible to the court if things go that far and that it can stand up under the cross-examination and scrutiny that will take place. So the types of investigation are operational investigation. So operational investigation examine issues related to the organization's computing infrastructure and have the primary goal of resolving operational issues. Operational investigations have the lowest standards for collection of information. Then criminal investigations. So criminal investigations typically conducted by law enforcement personnel investigates the alleged violation of criminal law. So these investigations may result in charging suspects with a crime and the prosecution of those charges in a criminal court. So most of these cases must have the evidence that proves the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil investigation. Civil investigations typically do not involve law enforcement but rather involve internal employees and outside consultants working together on a legal team. So they prepare the evidence necessary to present a case in a civil court, resolving a dispute between two parties. Most of these cases do not follow the beyond a reasonable doubt standard of proof. Instead, they use the weaker preponderance of the evidence standard. Then there is regulatory investigation. Here, government agencies may conduct regulatory investigations when they believe that an individual or a corporation has violated administrative law. So regulatory investigations vary widely in scope and procedure and are almost always conducted by the government agents. Digital forensic. Digital forensics, sometimes known as digital forensic science, is a branch of forensic science encompassing the recovery and investigation of material found in digital devices, often in relation to cybercrimes. So the goal of digital forensics is to examine digital media in a forensically sound manner with the aim of identifying, preserving, recovering, analyzing and presenting facts and opinion about the digital information. So this comes into action if something, if a crime happens where digital devices are involved. that what is digital evidence. So digital evidence must be handled in a careful fashion so it can be used in different courts no matter what jurisdiction is prosecuting a suspect. The Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, SWGD, lists the following principles. So the first one is, when dealing with digital evidence, all the generic forensic and procedural principles must be applied. Upon the seizing of digital evidence, actions taken should not change that evidence. If it is necessary for a person to access original digital evidence, the person should be trained for the purpose. All activity relating to the seizure, access, storage, or transfer of digital evidence must be fully documented, preserved, and available for review. An individual is responsible for all actions taken with respect to digital evidence while the digital evidence is in their possession. Any agency that is responsible for seizing, accessing, storing, or transferring digital evidence is responsible for compliance with these principles. Now let's see what are the categories of computer crime. Computer crimes are generally classified as one of the following types. They can be military and intelligence attacks, they can be business attacks, financial attacks, terrorist attacks, grudge attacks, and thrill attacks. Disaster recovery planning or DRP. DRP steps in where BCP leaves off. When a disaster strikes and a business continuity plan fails to prevent interruption of business activities, the disaster recovery plan kicks in to see the business restored to full operating capacity in its primary operating facilities. Although the IAC Square CISSP curriculum draws a distinction between these two areas, most organizations simply have a single team and plan to address both business continuity and disaster recovery concerns. In many organizations, the single discipline known as business continuity management encompasses BCP, DRP, and incident management under a single umbrella. Now, what are the types of disasters? So, disasters can be natural or man-made. The natural disasters include earthquakes, floods, storms, fires, and other regional events. Man-made disasters can be fires, terrorism, power outages, hardware or software failures, theft or vandalism, and other utility failures. Now, what is system resilience and fault tolerance? So, fault tolerance is the ability of a system to suffer a fault but continue to operate. Fault tolerance is achieved by adding redundant components such as additional disks within a redundant array of inexpensive disk array or additional servers within a failover clustered configuration. Whereas system resilience refers to the ability of a system to maintain an acceptable level of service during an adverse event. This could be a hardware fault managed by fault tolerance components, or it could be an attack managed by other controls such as effective intrusion detection and prevention systems. Technical controls that add to system resilience and fault tolerance directly affect availability. One of the core goals of the CIA security triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is this. A primary goal of system resilience and fault tolerance is to eliminate single points of failure. Now, what are failure and recovery metrics? Maximum tolerable downtime, MTD. This is the maximum period for which the organization's key processes and functions are unavailable, after which the organization would suffer significant losses or may even go out of business. These are generally measured in minutes, hours, days, depending on the nature of the business. Then there is recovery point objective or RPO. Here, data or workloads resulting from disrupting events. So this is usually expressed in units of time. Then recovery time objective or RTO. This refers to maximum time allowed to recover business or ITS systems. This is expressed in time such as minute, hours, or days. And then there is work recovery time WRT, which is the time required to configure a recovered system. This consists of systems recovery time and work recovery time as well. Protecting servers. So fault tolerance can be added for critical servers with failover clusters. A failover cluster includes two or more servers, and if one of the server fails, another server in the cluster can take over its load in an automatic process called failover. Now, protecting power resources. So fault tolerance can be added for power resources with uninterruptible power supply like UPS, a generator, or both. In general, a UPS provides battery supplied power for a short period of time between 5 and 30 minutes, and a generator provides long-term power. The goal of a UPS is to provide power long enough to complete a logical shutdown of a system or until a generator is powered on and providing stable power. Recovery strategy. When a disaster interrupts your business, your disaster recovery plan should kick in nearly automatically and begin providing support for recovery options. DRP should be designed so that the first employees on the scene can immediately begin the recovery effort in an organized fashion, even if members of the official DRP team have not yet arrived on site. So the business unit and functional priorities are: business unit with the highest priority must be recovered first, and the identifying and prioritization of critical business functions as well as definition of functions you want to restore after a disaster or failure and in what order should be
restored. Crisis management. Here, individuals like security guards, technical personnel, etc. should be fully trained in disaster recovery procedures and know the proper notification procedures and immediate response mechanisms. All other employees should receive some basic level of training on how to respond in a crisis. Emergency communications. So organizations should regularly communicate internally as well as with outside world during crisis. Secondary communication methods like SMS should be used if primary methods are not available. It is important to communicate the status to stakeholders so that humors don't kick in. Then workgroup recovery. When designing a DRP, plan for restoration of workgroups to the point that they can resume their activities in the usual manner should be there. It is sometimes best to develop separate recovery facilities for different workgroups. Larger organizations may have difficulty finding recovery facilities capable of handling the entire business operation. So this is another example of circumstance in which the independent recovery of different workgroups is appropriate. Now, what is database recovery? Organizations rely on databases to process and track operations, sales, logistics, and other activities vital to their continued viability. Three main techniques are used to create off-site copies of database content. First one is electronic vaulting. So, database backups are remote site using bulk transfers. So, there may be a significant delay between the time you declare a disaster and the time your database is ready for operation with the current data. To activate a recovery site, technicians will need to retrieve the appropriate backups from the electronic vault and apply them to the soon-to-be production service at the recovery site. As with any type of backup scenario, be certain to periodically test your electronic vaulting setup. Then there is remote journaling. Here, data transfers are performed in a more expeditious manner. Data transfers occur in a bulk, but they occur on a more frequent basis, usually once every hour. Remote journaling sets up transfer copies of database transaction logs containing the transactions that occurred since the previous bulk transfer. Transaction logs transferred to the remote site are not applied to a live database server but are maintained in a backup device. So when a disaster is declared, technicians retrieve the appropriate transaction logs and apply them to the production database. Then there is remote mirroring. This is the most advanced and expensive database backup solution. Here, a live database server is maintained at the backup site. A remote server receives copies of the database notification at the same time they are applied to the production server at the primary site. So mirrored server is ready to take over an operational role at a moment's notice. Now let's talk about training and awareness. It is essential that we provide training to all personnel who will be involved in the disaster recovery effort. The level of training required will vary according to an individual's role in the effort and their position with the company. So orientation training for all new employees should be given. Initial training for employees taking on a new disaster recovery role for the first time. Detailed refresher training for disaster recovery team members should be given. And brief awareness refreshers for all other employees should be given. This can be accomplished as a part of other meetings and through a medium like email newsletters sent to all employees. Now, documentation. So the disaster recovery plan should also be fully documented. Be sure that it is implemented and the necessary documented programs and modifying the documentation as changes to the plan and business occur. DRP should be treated as an extremely sensitive document and be provided to individuals on a compartmentalized, need-to-know basis only. Individuals who participate in the plan should understand their roles fully. The key DRP team members and senior management should have access to the entire plan and understand the high-level implementation details. A disaster may render your intranet and network unavailable. Be sure you maintain an adequate number of printed copies of the plan at both the primary and alternate sites and maintain only the most current copy. Now, let's see testing. So every disaster recovery plan must be tested on a periodic basis to ensure that the plan's provisions are viable and that it meets an organization's changing need. There are 5 types of testing techniques. The first one is read-through test. The read-through test is one of the simplest tests to conduct, but it is also one of the most critical. In this test, you distribute copies of disaster recovery plans to the members of the disaster recovery team for review. So this ensures that the key personnel are aware of the responsibility, have the knowledge refreshed, and it also provides individuals with an opportunity to review the plans for obsolete information and update any items that require modification because of changes that happened in the organization. Then there is structured walkthrough. This is also referred to as a tabletop exercise. Here, members of the disaster recovery team gather in a large conference room and role play a disaster scenario. Usually, the exact scenario is known only to the test moderator who presents the details to the team at the meeting. The team members then refer to their copies of the disaster recovery plan and discusses the appropriate responses to the disaster. Then there is a simulation test. Here the DRP team members are presented with the scenario and asked to develop an appropriate response. Unlike tabletop exercise, some of these responses measures are then tested. So this may involve the interruption of non-critical business activities and the use of some operational personnel. Then there are parallel tests. So these represent the next level in testing and involve relocating personnel to the alternate recovery site and implementing site activation procedures. The employees relocated to the site perform their disaster recovery responsibilities just as they would for an actual disaster. The only difference is that the operations at the main facility are not interrupted. Then there are full interruption tests where it involves actually shutting down operations at the primary site and shifting them to the recovery site. For obvious reasons, full interruption tests are extremely difficult to arrange and it should be fully approved by the management. Personal safety. The single most valuable asset for an organization is its people. So what are the factors that should be taken in consideration for their safety? So the first one is emergency management. So this is a common tool for ensuring the safety of personnel during emergencies, which is the occupant emergency plan. The OEP describes the actions that facility occupants should take in order to ensure their safety during an emergency. This plan should address the range of emergencies and it should be integrated into the security operations of the organization. Then there is duress. Duress is the use of threats or violence against someone in order to force them to do something they don't want to do. A popular example of a countermeasure for duress is the use of panic buttons by bank tellers. The button is hidden where an assailant can't see it, but where the teller can easily and discreetly activate it to warn the police. Then travel. Determine the threat landscape at the destination. Some organizations provide country-specific briefings that are regularly updated and required for all traveling staff. It is also important to know the location and contact information for the nearest embassy or consulate. In case of emergency, these offices provide a variety of important services. Now, what is perimeter safe? So, perimeter defenses help prevent, detect, and correct unauthorized physical access. The goal is to control access into the facility, and it should employ defense in depth concept with layered architecture for barriers. The center or the highest protective area has the highest level of security, and security systems are designed utilizing multiple barriers called rings of protection, and layered design can reduce the likelihood of a successful attack. Access control system. The primary function of an access control system is to allow only authorized personnel inside the control area. The goal of an ACS program is to limit the opportunity of a crime to be committed. The components are card readers, electric locks, alarms, computer systems, etc. What are the types of ACS? So the first one is access cards. These are different types of access card like magnetic stripe card, proximity card, smart cards, etc. Then there are biometrics. These include fingerprint, facial image, hand geometry, voice recognition, etc. Then there are closed circuit television. These are the collection of cameras, recorders, switches, keyboards, and monitors that allow viewing and recording of events. Then there are guards. Guards or office patrol inspects property to protect against fire, theft, vandalism, terrorism, and illegal activity. There are also guard dogs, which are physical controls that serve as detective, preventive, and deterrent controls. Now, finally, we see building and campus security. So, the following are the different means that ensure building security. First one is doors. So, solid core, hollow core, and glass doors can be used. Then there are locks, which are rim, mortise, and cipher locks are used. Piggybacking, which is man trap and turnstile. Windows that are bulletproof and laminated. Interior intrusion detection systems, which can be used infrared and ultrasound. And finally, escorting and visitor control. Let's talk about software development security.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
So first of all, we can see what is quality of code. So code quality defines code that is good, that is either high quality, or code that is bad, which is low quality. So this quality that we say whether it is good or bad is all subjective. So which means that different teams may use different definitions based on their context. So code that is considered high quality may mean one thing for one developer, while it may mean something different for another. So the code quality is very important and it impacts the overall software quality, and the quality impacts how safe, secure, and reliable your code base is. So a good code should do what it should do. It should follow a consistent style. It should be easy to understand. It should be well documented, and it should be properly tested. Now let's see what is secure software design. So it is critical to include security controls at every stage of the software development or the software development lifecycle. This not only improves the overall quality and stability, but also reduces the cost in the longer run. So if you look below, you can see what are the different security controls that are put in the different stages in the software development lifecycle. So if you see, the software development lifecycles ranges from the requirement and analysis, design, construction, and finally to deployment, support, and disposal. And in each stage, there are different security measures like security planning, risk assessment, security architecture, security authorization plan, assessment of the system security, verifying the fixes, security deployment, etc. Now, what are the secure core practices that should be followed? So, the Open Web Application Security Project describes certain practices which are considered the best while coding. So, these are input validation, output encoding, authentication and password management, session management, access control, cryptographic practices, error handling and logging, data protection, communication security, database security, file management, and memory management. Now we'll see what are the difference between functionality and security. So there is actually a common belief that security is inversely proportional to functionality, which means that if we make the security so stringent, it affects the functionality of the software very badly. But this is not very true. So developers usually want to get a function up and working. Security takes a backseat under the pressure of approaching deadlines and tight budget. But developers need to find a happy medium between the necessary functionality and security requirements. The golden rule here is that simplicity always improves security. Now, what is a software development lifecycle or SDLC? So, SDLC is putting repeatable and predictable processes in place that helps ensuring the functionality, cost, quality, and delivery schedule requirements are met. So, SDLC is a list of practices that are put at every stage of the software development that make sure that the software is ready when it is required and it has all the necessary requirements also. The different stages in software development lifecycle are: the first one, which is requirements gathering. Here we determine why, what, and whom for the software is created. Then there is design, where we deal with the how of the software, that is how the software will accomplish the goals identified. Then there is the development stage, where the programming happens to meet specifications laid out in the design phase. The testing phase, where we verify and validate to ensure that the software works as planned and the goals are met. And then the operations and maintenance stage, where the software is deployed and then it is ensured that it is properly configured, patched, and monitored. Now let's see how security is implemented at the different stages in the SDLC. So if we see in the top, we can see the different stages that like requirement gathering, design, development, testing, operation, and maintenance. And in all these columns are the different security controls that are put in place on the different stages. So if you see requirement gathering, so we in the stage we'll assess the risk, security risk, we'll assess what the privacy risk, and we'll also find what is the acceptable risk level. In the design stage, we'll attack surface analysis and we'll do threat modeling also. In the development stage, we'll do automated case tools and we'll do static analysis. In the testing stage, we do dynamic analysis, fuzzing, manual testing, unit integration acceptance, etc. And in the operation and maintenance stage, we do the final security review. Now, software development methodologies. So, selecting the right tools or the right development methodology for your product organizations depends largely on the team size, goals, timeline, cost, as well as many other factors. So, the common methodologies are waterfall, prototyping, spiral, rapid application development, and agile development. So we'll see them one by one. The first one is a waterfall model. So the waterfall model is a breakdown of project activities into linear sequential phases, where each phase depends on the deliverables of the previous one and corresponds to a specialization of tasks. So if you see, it is like a waterfall, water flowing down. So all the different tasks are separated into linear sequential phases. So this is a less iterative and flexible approach as progress flows in largely one direction. So this is, since this is linearly broken down, the progress always flows in one direction, that is downwards, like a waterfalls. So the different phases involved in this model are: first one, the conception, initiation, analysis, design, construction, testing, and finally deployment and maintenance. So this is a linear model in which the progress always goes in the downward direction. Now we'll see what is prototyping. So a prototype is a sample of software or code or a model that can be developed to explore a specific approach to a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So what we do here is, if the requirements are given to us and we need to make a software for the requirements, but we know that making the actual software would be very costly, and if something goes wrong we have to spend more on it to make that right. So before something like that happens, we make a prototype with less cost, with the less resources, so that we can show what we can deliver to them. So prototyping is a sample only, not the actual software. So this is a specific approach used to solving a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So the different types of prototyping are rapid prototypes. So here the development team quickly creates a prototype to test the validity of the current understanding of the project requirements. Then there are evolutionary prototypes, which are built with the goal of incremental improvement. So instead of being discarded after being developed, it is continually improved upon until it reaches the final product stage. And finally, operational prototype, which is an extension of the evolutionary prototype method, and it improves the quality of the prototype as more data is gathered. But the operational prototype is designed to be implemented within a production environment as it is being tuned. Now we'll see what is the spiral model of development. The spiral methodology uses an iterative approach to software development and places emphasis on risk analysis. So the spiral model allows new requirements to be addressed, and it also allows for early testing, and the feedback based on test is integrated into the next iteration. So if you see the right side, you can see that the process actually goes in a spiral. So initially, the first stage would be the identifying and resolving the risks or the requirements. Then we'll do the development and test. So from the development and testing, we'll know what the next iteration should be. We'll plan the next iteration. We'll determine the objectives. We'll again go to identifying and resolving. So it keeps on spiraling. So the main advantages are we can address new requirements and we can test. Early testing is happening. We are not testing after identifying everything and developing the whole thing. We are not testing after that. We are continuously testing. And the feedback based upon test is integrated into every iteration after this. So the phases involved in this spiral mode are determining the objectives, risk analysis, development and test, and planning the next iteration. Now what is rapid application development, or RAD? So RAD relies on the use of rapid prototyping than on extensive upfront planning. So the planning of how to improve the software is interleaved with the process of developing the software, which allows for software to be developed quickly. So rather than planning, here a rapid prototyping approach along with planning combined is used. So while the prototype is being developed, the planning is also happening. So this allows for a faster development of the software. So the RAD was developed because by the time software was completely developed following other methodologies, the requirements changed and the developers had to start all over again. So it can happen that sometimes we know the requirements and we are developing the software, but after the software has been developed, something has happened to the market, or due to some reason the requirements might get changed or new requirements might get added. So we need to do more development. So this rapid application development is done so that you can avoid this. You can produce the software much faster than other methodologies. Now, agile methodologies. So agile is a term that is used to describe software development approaches that employ continual planning, learning, improvement, collaboration, evolutionary development, and early delivery. So it encourages flexible responses to change. So the core agile values are actually 4 of them, and they are team interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. So rather than using process and tools, team interactions are more used, and rather than comprehensive documentation, working software is used, and rather than using contract negotiation, customer collaboration is valued, and finally we are not strictly following a continuous plan, but we are responding to changes in the requirements. So that is what agile development is. So the principles in agile development are: the first one is our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery delivery of valuable software. And they welcome changing requirements, even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. And then delivering the working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. And then business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So continuous collaboration is happening. Then building the projects and motivated individuals. So giving them the environment and the support they need and trust them to get the job done. And agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. And the working software is the primary measure of progress. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. And continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. And the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective and then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Now, let's see what are the different methods in agile development. So, the common agile approaches are: the first one is Scrum, and this concentrates specifically on how to manage tasks within a team-based development environment. And Scrum allows the empowering the development team and advocates working in small teams. Then there is extreme programming, and this advocates frequent release of the product in short development cycle, and it introduces a checkpoint where any customer requirements can be easily implemented. And then there is Kanban. This is a Japanese word which means a card containing all the information needed to be done on the product at each stage along its path to completion. So this is quite adopted in software testing method, especially in agile testing. Now, what is the ideal model? The ideal model realizes a methodological infrastructure framework to guide organizations in planning and implementing effective process improvement programs for CMMI and alike initiatives. So the different phases in an ideal model are: the first one, initiating. So this represents laying the groundwork for a successful improvement effort. And then diagnosing. This determines where you are relative to where you want to be. And then establishing. So this is planning the specifics of how you will reach the objectives. And acting, which refers to doing the work according to the plan. And finally, learning, which is learning from the experience and improving the ability to adopt new improvements in the future. Now, what is a Gantt chart and PERT? So Gantt chart. So the first one, Gantt chart, is a horizontal bar chart commonly used in project management, which is a visual view of the tasks scheduled over time. So it provides a graphical visualization of schedules that helps to plan, coordinate, and track specific tasks or elements in a project. So this is actually a visual representation of the tasks in a horizontal table or a horizontal bar chart. So it gives you a visual approach to planning. So it gives you a real-time view of the process or the progress and what are the process to be done. Then there is PERT chart, which is a program evaluation and review technique. So this is a project management tool which is used to schedule, organize, and coordinate tasks within a project. And this is used to analyze the tasks involved in completing a given project and the time needed to complete each task and to identify the minimum time needed to complete the total project. Now, what is DevOps? So DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations together. So earlier, in organizations, the development team and the operations team were different. So the development team would be developing the software and the operations team would be managing how the software is delivered to the client and all. So, but since these teams were different, the communication between them might not happen properly every time. And by the development team completes the development of the software, the requirements of the client must have changed and the operations team need to convey this to the development team and they need to make changes again. So it takes time for the complete development. So rather than having these two in separate teams, it was decided that it would be better if they were in a single team. So development team and operation teams were combined into a single team, which came to be known as the DevOps team. So this aims to shorten the software development lifecycle and provide continuous delivery in high software quality. So DevOps is complementary with agile software development, and several DevOps aspects come from agile methodology only. So these DevOps has a huge positive impact on security because in addition to quality assurance, the IT teammates will be involved in every step of the process. So multifunctional integration allows the team to identify potential defects, vulnerabilities, and friction points early enough to resolve them proactively. Now, what is a capability maturity model integration or CMMI? So CMMI is a process and behavioral model that helps organizations streamline process improvement and encourage productive, efficient behaviors that decrease risks in software, product, and service development. So the different maturity levels in a CMMI model are the first one, which is the initial level. So here the development process is ad hoc or even chaotic. So the management procedures and plans are not used. There is no assurance of consistency and quality is unpredictable. But in the repeatable maturity level, a formal management structure, change control, and quality assurance are in place. So the company can properly repeat processes throughout each project. So the company does not have formal processes model defined. And in the defined model, here formal procedures are in place that outline and define processes carried out in each project. And the organization has a way to allow for quantitative process improvement. Then there is the managed level where the company has formal processes in place to collect and analyze quantitative data, and the metrics are defined and fed into process improvement programs. And finally, the optimizing level where the company has budgeted and integrated plans for continuous process improvement. So if we see in the initial level, the processes are unpredictable and they are poorly controlled or coordinated and they are reactive. But in the managed level, here the processes are planned, documented, performed, and monitored and are controlled at the project level, but they are often reactive also because there is no proper plan in place. So processes are in the defined level, processes are well characterized and understood. Processes, standards, procedures, tools, etc. are defined at the organizational level. And here it is proactive. And then in the quantitatively managed level, processes are controlled using statistical and other quantitative. The process performance are continuously improved through incremental and innovative technological improvements. Now let's see what is change management. So change management is a collective term for all approaches to prepare, support, and help individuals, teams, and organizations in making organizational change. So we are actually thinking about change and how the change is managed in an organization. So drivers of change may include the ongoing evolution of technology, internal reviews of processes, crisis response, customer demand changes, acquisitions, and mergers. So these changes can come from different directions or different sources, like the change in technology that is being used, the updation of technology, then reviews of processes. So some processes which were used earlier need to be changed into newer ones to meet the newer market demands. Then crisis response. So there has been some kind of a crisis happening in the organization, and then some change has to be brought in so that the crisis can be solved. The customer demand changes. So the customer demand is changing, or the customers that the company is serving is changing. The customer base is changing. So with that, the company's processes also needs to change. And then changes can also come from acquisitions and mergers also. So change control is a process of controlling the specific changes that takes place during the life cycle of a system and documenting the necessary change control activities. So what happens here is we'll first make a formal request for a change, then analyze the request, and then record the change request, submit the change request for approval, develop the change, and finally report results to the management. Now we are seeing change management. Let's see what is configuration management. So this is a process for maintaining computer systems, servers, and softwares in a desired, consistent state. So configuration management is a way to make sure that a system performs as expected to the changes that are made over time. So configuration management systems lets you decide or lets you consistently define system settings as well as build and maintain those systems according to the baseline settings. So the configuration management tools include classifying and managing systems by groups and subgroups, centrally modifying the base configurations, rolling out new settings to all applicable systems, automating the system identification, patches, and updates, identifying the outdated, poor performing, and non-compliant configurations, prioritizing actions, and access and applying the prescriptive remediation. Now, what is code repository? So software development is actually a collaborative effort, and large software projects require different teams of developers who may simultaneously work on different parts of the code. So code repository is actually is an important tool here, and this provides functions like centrally storing the point of source code. Then it provides version controlling, it allows for bug tracking, it allows for web hosting, and it also helps in the release management. Examples of code repositories are GitHub, Bitbucket, SourceForge, etc. So here the code that different teams are developing or collaborating over can be centrally stored. So everyone can access this code from a central location. And here version control can be kept. So version controlling is actually keeping different versions of the code. So the different teams are developing different aspects of the code and new features might be added. So version controlling helps identifying the version of the code and what features it has and what are the new features added in the newer version, all those things. Then bug tracking can be enabled, web hosting, and finally the releasing of the code also helps. Code repositories also helps in the releasing of the code. So it is critical to deploy appropriate security measures for the code repositories because they contain one of the most important assets of any organization. Now, what are service level agreements or SLA? So using service level agreements is an increasingly popular way to ensure that organizations providing services to internal or external customers maintain an appropriate level of service agreed on both by the service provider and the vendor. So SLAs are just basically agreements that the organization makes with its customers, saying that they will provide the service as they approved or as they said they will provide. So for the issues that are commonly addressed in SLAs are system uptime. So as a percentage of overall operating time. So if the service you are using is in the form of a system, the system should be up for a long period of time or as per the agreement. Then maximum consecutive downtime, peak load, average load, responsibility of diagnostics, and failover time. So service level agreements also commonly include financial and other contractual remedies that kick in if the agreement is not maintained. What is a software escrow? A software escrow is a service that helps protect all parties involved in a software license by having a neutral third-party escrow agent hold source code, data, and documentation until a manually agreed upon event occurs. So here, what happens is a third-party escrow agent holds the source code, data, and documentation until a mutually agreed upon event occurs. So the escrow agent keeps a copy of the source code and possibly other materials, which it will release to the customer only if specific circumstances arise, mainly if the vendor who developed the code goes out of business or for some reason it is not meeting its obligations and responsibilities. Now let's see what are the secure coding practices. So the Carnegie Mellon University's Software Engineering Institute's top 10 secure coding practices are validating inputs, heeding the compiler warnings, architect and design for security policies, keeping it simple, default deny, adhering to the principle of least privilege, sanitizing data sent to other systems, practicing defense in depth, using effective quality assurance techniques, and adopting a secure coding standard. Now let's see what are the programming languages. So a programming language is a vocabulary and set of grammatical rules for instructing a computer or computing device to perform specific tasks. So just like the natural language we use to communicate with someone or instruct someone to do something, we can use programming languages to instruct a computing device to perform specific tasks. The description of a programming language is usually split into the two components, that is the syntax and the semantics. The syntax refers to the proper form. So it's like in our English language there is grammar. So syntax is like grammar, or it is a structure in which a sentence should be made. So syntax refers to the structure in which a certain line of code should be made, and semantics refers to the meaning of the line, or what it means to the compiler, or what it means to the computing device. So programming languages can be classified into low-level languages and high-level languages, and the low-level languages can be further classified as first generation and second generation, whereas the high-level languages can be further classified as third, fourth, and fifth generation languages. So we'll see what are the categories in programming languages. The first one is machine language, which is first generation language. So this is a format that the computer's processors can understand and work with directly. So here there is no need for any conversion happening. So the machine can directly understand this language. So the machine code is represented in a binary format, ones and zeros, and is the most primitive form of programming language. So this here there is no need for any compiler or any device to convert the code into a machine understandable form or machine executable form. So this is directly understandable by the machine. And then the second generation is the assembly language. So this is a low level programming language and is the symbolic representation of machine level instructions. So it uses ADD, push called mnemonics to represent complicated binary codes, and this uses programs called assemblers which automatically converts this assembly code into the necessary machine compatible binary language. So assembly language is a step up from binary language, but it is still very complicated, a very complicated language, and here it uses a certain code which is converted by assemblers to the machine understandable form. Then there are high level languages, which is the third generation language. So these use abstract statements, and these are easier to work as their syntax is similar to human languages. So here the main advantages is that they use words which are understandable to humans. So it helps in remembering the syntax and writing proper code, and it also helps in the readability of the code. And they are processor independent, and they use compilers and interpreters. Then there are very high level languages, which are the fourth generation of languages. So here it further enhances the natural language support, and it focuses on highly abstract algorithms that allow straightforward programming implementation. And for the fifth generation is natural language. This is based on problem solving using constraints given to the program rather than using an algorithm written by a programmer. Now let's see what are assemblers, compilers, and interpreters. So assembler. So the assembler is a program that translates code written in assembly language into machine understandable code. So the source program is an input of the assembler that contains assembly language instructions, and the output generated by the assembler is the object code or the machine code understandable by the computer. Then there are compilers, which reads the complete source program written in high level languages in one go and translates it into an equivalent program in machine language, and this is called a compiler. So C, C++, C#, Java, etc. have compilers in them, and they once we write a code or program in this language, the compiler evaluates the whole thing in one go and translates it into an object or a machine understandable form. And these compilers are also the ones that tell us if there are any errors in our syntax. And then there are interpreters. So here the translation of single statement of source program into machine code is done by the language processor, and it executes it immediately before moving on to the next line, and this is called an interpreter. So here what happens is, if we have written different lines of code here, an interpreter does this where it goes to every single line, it checks if the line is correct or not, and it executes the line. So if there is an error in the statement, the interpreter terminates its translating process at that statement and displays an error message. Examples are Perl, Python, MATLAB, etc. So what happens here is that these languages have interpreters, and how an interpreter works is it goes line by line. So if it finds an error in one line, it stops there. So the disadvantage of these kinds of interpreters are that you cannot find all the errors in the program in one go. Rather than that, you have to run the interpreter multiple times so that it finds every error in. But whereas a compiler reads the whole thing in one go and finds out all the errors. So error debugging or error correction is much easier with a compiler than with an interpreter. Now we'll see a side-by-side comparison of a compiler versus an interpreter. So the first one, compiler. A compiled program is compiled only once, but an interpreter does this where an interpreter code is compiled each time the program is run. And in a compiler, it translates high-level instructions directly into machine language, and an interpreter translates high-level instructions in an intermediate form only. And the compiled programs run faster, whereas interpreted programs run slower than the compiled programs. And in compilers, it searches all the errors of a program and lists them, whereas interpreter checks the program statement by statement or line by line for errors. And in compiler, it generates the error message only after scanning the whole program, while as an interpreter, it continues translating the program until the first error is met, in which case it stops. So in an interpreter, if it sees the first error, it will stop there and tell us that there is another error and we have to correct it, and then it will go check again, and if it sees another error, it just repeats the process. Whereas a compiler scans through the whole code and reports us all the errors in one go.
Now, what is a Java virtual machine? So, Java virtual machine is when we have a Java source file and we give it to Java compiler and it converts it to a class file and it gives it in the virtual machine. There is an interpreter and the interpreter converts the whatever the instruction is there and it gives to the operating system. Now, what is a garbage collection? So, in computer science, garbage collection is a form of automatic memory management, and the garbage collector attempts to reclaim garbage or memory occupied by objects that are no longer in used by the program. So, the advantages of the garbage collection is that it reduces the dangling pointer bugs and it reduces or eliminates issues due to memory leak, and it improves or it gives an efficient implementation of data structures.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is a security event that compromises the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of an information asset. And the options that we have for this particular question are incident, trademark, breach, or due care. Think thoroughly and mention which option stands out as the right option out of these given four options for this particular question. And also don't forget to mention one or two liner explanation about the same in comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
Now, what is object-oriented programming or OOP? Object-oriented programming is a computer programming model that organizes software design around data or objects rather than functions and logic. So, an object can be defined as a data field that has unique attributes and behavior. So, object-oriented programming is a programming approach which stands very close to real-life situations where we have data stored in certain classes and objects are instances of those classes. For example, if a bank account is there, so all the details of a particular account, like the account number, the balance in the account, the name of the account holder, these are all information that is stored in a class, and every account is an object which represents all these data. So every account is an instance of the details in the bank account class. So this is very real life example which connects to object oriented programming. So the concepts in object oriented programming are: the first one, inheritance. This is when one object acquires all the properties and behaviors of a parent object, and it is known as inheritance, and it provides code reusability. So there can be classes where some classes have features which are related to other classes. So in this cases, we do not need to make a new class in itself. Rather, we can inherit the features from the parent class, and this is called inheritance. Then there is polymorphism. Here, one task is performed in different ways. It's known as polymorphism. For example, to draw a shape which can be done in a circle can be drawn, a triangle can be drawn, or a rectangle can be drawn. A common example is like we can use functions with the same name but with different parameters given to them in different ways. So it is a one function, but it can do different tasks when the right parameters are given to them. Then there is abstraction. So abstraction is hiding the internal details and showing the functionality. For example, a phone call. We don't know what is happening internally, but only we are knowing is that we are getting a phone call, we are taking the call and we are speaking, but we are not aware of what is happening in between. Then there is encapsulation, which is binding or wrapping the code and data together into a single unit so that it can be kept together. So Java class is an example of encapsulation. Now let's see what is cohesion and coupling. So cohesion is the indication of the relationship within the module. So it is a concept of intra-module. Cohesion has many types, but usually highly cohesion is good for software. So cohesion represents what are the relationships within different modules of the code, or it is a concept of intra-module, how modules are connected to each other. Then coupling. So in coupling, it is an indication of relationship between modules. It is a concept of inter-module, or the coupling has only many types that usually low coupling is good for software. Data modeling and data structure. So first of all, data modeling. So it is an abstract model that organizes elements of data and standardizes how they relate to one another and to the properties of real world entities. So data models can sometimes be referred to as data structures, especially in the context of programming languages.
whereas data structures is a data organization, management, and storage format that enables efficient access and modification. It is a collection of data values, the relationship among them, and the functions or operations that can be applied to the data. Now, what is an application programming interface or API? An application programming interface is a computing interface that defines interactions between multiple software intermediaries. So it defines the kinds of calls or requests that can be made, how to make them, the data formats that should be used, the conventions to follow, etc. So in today's world, there are multiple applications that are on our devices or on the web or any such applications there can be. So these applications need to communicate with each other, and application programming interfaces are defined how these communications can happen. So how the call should be made between different applications. So what kind of data can they transfer between them? What are the conventions to be followed when such communication is happening? So these things are defined by the APIs. So APIs enable modular programming, allowing users to use the interface independently of the implementation. Now we'll see the differences between a SOAP API versus a REST API. So SOAP stands for Simple Object Access Protocol, and REST stands for Representational State Transfer. So SOAP is a protocol, whereas REST is an architectural style, and SOAP uses service interfaces to expose the business logic, whereas REST uses URA to expose the business logic. And then SOAP defines in the standards to be strictly followed, whereas REST does not define too much standards like SOAP. And SOAP requires more bandwidth and resources than REST, and REST requires less bandwidth than SOAP. And SOAP defines its own security, whereas RESTful web services inherit security measures from the underlying transport. SOAP permits XML data format only, while REST permits different data formats such as plain text, HTML, XML, JSON, etc. Now let's talk about the security in APIs. So API security is the protection of the integrity of APIs, both the ones you own and the ones you use. So some of the best practices are using tokens. So here we are establishing trusted identities and then controlling access to services and resources by using tokens assigned to those identities, using encryption and signatures. So encrypting your data using methods like TLS are used here, and this requires signatures to ensure that the right users are decrypting and modifying your data and no one else is doing this. Identify vulnerabilities. So here we are keeping up with our operating system, network drivers, and API components. So we are keeping everything updated using quotas and throttling. So placing quotas on how often your API can call and track its use over history. So if you use the Google Maps API to get some information about some places and all, so there are limits to which they can use. It's like 2,500 requests per day or something like that. So using quotas and throttling helps to keep your APIs safe. Then using an API gateway. API gateways act as the major point of enforcement for API traffic. A good gateway will allow you to authenticate traffic as well as control and analyze how your APIs are used. Now, what is distributed computing? So, distributed development architectures allow applications to be divided into pieces called components. So, here the examples of software systems based on distributed objects are Common Object Request Broker Architecture or CORBA, Java Remote Method Invocation JRMI, Enterprise Java Bean EJB, Distributed Component Object Model DCOM. So the Object Request Broker ORB is created for finding objects, initiating objects, and sending requests to the object. Examples are Java-based systems. And then what are Object Request Brokers or ORB? So Object Request Brokers act as the locators and distributors of objects across networks. Example, Component Object Model, Distributed Component Object Model, Common Object Request Broker Architecture. Now what is Component Object Model or COM? So component object model is a model that allows inter-process communication within one application or between applications on the same computer system. It locates objects on a local system. It allows objects written in different OOP languages to communicate. Example, object written in C++ can send messages to object written in Java. It is designed to hide the details of individual objects, and it was developed by Microsoft. Now, what is distributed component object model or DCOM? So DCOM enables applications to use components on the same system, while DCOM enables applications to access objects that reside in different parts of the system, while a COM only enables applications to use components on the same system. And this locates objects over a network, and it supports communication among objects on different computers, and it allows the application to be distributed at sensible locations. It includes object linking and embedding, and DCOM uses globally unique identifiers to uniquely identify users, resources, and components within an environment, and it was developed by Microsoft. And Common Object Request Broker Architecture, or CORBA. Common Object Request Broker Architecture is an open vendor object broker framework developed by Object Management Group, or OMG. So the Object Request Broker manages all communications between the components and enables them to interact in a heterogeneous and distributed environment. The ORB works independently of the platforms where the objects reside. It is the middleware that allows the client-server communication to take place, and ORB provides communication between different objects, and it provides portability for applications. It defines an industry standard that enables programs written in different languages to interface and communicate. Examples are that CORBA can enable Java code to access and use objects whose methods are written in C++. Object linking and embedding, OLE. Object linking and embedding is a Microsoft technology that facilitates the sharing of application data and objects written in different formats from multiple sources. So, linking establishes a connection between two objects, and embedding facilitates application data insertion. It provides a way to share objects on a local computer and to use COM as their foundation. The OLE enables objects to be embedded into documents, and the capability of one program to call another program is called linking. Now, let's see what is mobile code. So, code that can be transmitted across a network to executed by a system or a device on the other end is called mobile code. So, code that can move across a network to be executed by different devices. So, mobile code has been a regular vector for attacks for years and is considered very risky. So, since this code is mobile, it goes through different networks, it is more vulnerable to attacks. Some examples are Java applets. So Java applets were small applications written in Java programming language, or another programming language that complies to Java bytecode and delivered to users in the form of Java bytecode. So JVM creates a virtual machine for an applet to run, which provides an environment called a sandbox. This virtual machine is an enclosed environment in which the applet carries out its activities. ActiveX is a depreciated software framework created by Microsoft that adapts its earlier component object model and object linking and embedding technologies for content downloaded from a network, particularly from the World Wide Web. So the problem with ActiveX controls was that it shared the privilege levels of the current user on a system. A malicious ActiveX control would have sufficient privilege to compromise the system security and other systems connected through it. Now, what is a service-oriented architecture, or SOA? Service-oriented architecture, SOA, is a style of software development where services are provided to the other components by application components through a communication protocol over a network. The properties of service-oriented architecture are that it logically represents a business activity with a specified outcome. It is self-contained. It is a black box for its consumers, and it may consist of other underlying services. What are the components of SOA? So the first one is Simple Object Access Protocol, or SOAP. This is an XML-based protocol that encodes messages in a web service environment. It actually defines an XML schema of how communication is going to take place. So the SOAP XML schema defines how objects communicate directly. Then there is Web Services Description Language, WSDL, which provides a machine-readable description of the specific operations provided by the service. Then there is Universal Description, Discovery and Integration, UDDI, which is an XML-based registry that lists available services. It provides a method for services to be registered by service providers and located by service consumers. So this is the SOAP SOA components diagram. Now, what is web security? Web application security is the one that deals specifically with security of websites, web applications, and web services. At a higher level, web application security draws on the principles of application security but applies them specifically to internet and web systems. So the common prevention systems include web application firewalls, DDoS mitigation, DNS security, user awareness, and vulnerability or penetration tests. Web application security principles. So the 10 principles are: first one is minimizing attack surface area, establishing secure defaults, the principle of least privilege, the principle of defense in depth, fail security, don't trust services, separation of duties, avoid security by obscurity, keeping security simple, and fixing security issues correctly. Now, what are the vulnerabilities in web environment? The first one is administrative interfaces. So administrative interfaces should be at least as secure or if not more than the web application or service they are hosting. The issues here is that hard coding authentication credentials into the links to the management interfaces can make it riskier. So enabling the remember password option and not changing default credentials. The best practices here are using a stronger authentication mechanism, controlling which systems are allowed to connect and administrate the system, and out-of-band management, a separation channel of communication. Authentication and access control. So most of the web application deploys some sort of authentication mechanism, example banks, e-commerce, etc. And they want to achieve the right balance between user experience and security. So the threats here are brute force attacks, social engineering, credential stuffing, etc. And the best practices are multi-factor authentication and using a transport layer security. Then input validation. So the testing input received by the application for compliance against the standard defined within the application is called input validation. And this ensures only properly formed data is entering the workflow. It can be as simple as strictly typing a parameter and as complex as using regular expressions of business logic to test. Input validation should happen as early as possible in the data flow. The types are client-side validation, which is an initial check and an important feature of good user experience by catching invalid data on the client side. Then there are server-side validation where we take whatever is sent by the client and conduct additional checks on the backend server. Now, what is session management? So managing several thousand different clients connecting to a web-based application is a huge challenge. And commonly used method of managing client sessions is to assign unique session IDs to every connection. But threats here can be replay attacks and session hijacks. And the best practices are the use of timestamps, tamper-proof cookies, and TLS. Now, what are the top 10 security risks as per OWASP or the Open Web Application Security Project? So they are, first one is injection, then there is broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML external attacks, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with non-vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. Now, what is SQL injection? So SQL injection is a type of an injection attack that makes it possible to execute malicious SQL statements. So the attackers can use SQL injection vulnerabilities to bypass application security measures. And they can go around authentication and authorization of web page or web application and retrieve the content of the entire SQL database. And they can also use SQL injection to add, modify, and delete the records. The prevention methods are parameterizing your queries instead of directly embedding user input, escaping the characters that have a special meaning in SQL, and pattern checking your parameters, and restricting access to sensitive tables with database permissions. Cross-site scripting. XSS or cross-site scripting attacks are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. So here an attacker can use XSS to send a malicious script to an unsuspecting user. The end user's browser has no way to know that the script should not be trusted and will execute the script. The prevention is to filter input on arrival, encode the data on output, and use appropriate response headers, also using content security policy. So the different types of XSS attacks are reflected XSS, which is the simplest variety of cross-site scripting. It arises when an application receives data in an HTTP request and includes the data within the immediate response in an unsafe way. Then there are stored XSS, also known as persistent or second-order XSS, which arises when an application receives data from an untrusted source and includes that data within its later HTTP responses in an unsafe way. Then there are DOM-based XSS, which arises when an application contains some client-side JavaScript that processes data from an untrusted source in an unsafe way, usually by writing the data back to the DOM. Now, cross-site request forgery, CSRF. So this is an attack that forces an end user to execute unwanted actions on a web application in which they are currently authenticated. With a little help of social engineering, such as sending a link via email or chat, an attacker may trick the users of a web application into executing actions of the attacker's choosing. So the characteristics are, it involves sites that rely on a user's identity, it exploits the site's trust in that identity, it tricks the user's browser into sending HTTP requests to a target site, and it involves HTTP requests that have side effects. So what is database management? Database management allows one to organize, store, and retrieve data from a computer. And database management also describes the data storage, operations, and security practices of a data administrator throughout the lifecycle of the data. So the database security controls are access control, auditing, authentication, encryption, integrity controls, backups, and application security. What is a DBMS, or a database management system? A DBM is a suite of program. It's actually a collection of programs used to manage large sets of structured data with ad hoc query capabilities for many types of users. It also controls the security parameters of the database. The various features of a DBMS are: it ensures consistency among the data and that is held on different servers throughout the network. It allows for easier backup procedures, and it provides transaction persistence. It provides recovery and fault tolerance. It allows the sharing of data within multiple users, and it provides security controls that implement integrity checking, access control, and the necessary level of confidentiality. Now, what are database models? The database models defines the relationship between different data elements, and it detects how data can be accessed, and also defines the acceptable operations, the type of integrity offers, and how the data is organized. So there are different types of database model. The first one is a relational model. This uses attributes or columns and tuples or rows to organize information, and this presents information in the form of tables. And here the primary key is a field that links all the data within a record to a unique value. So an example for a relational database would be our registers in our schools that we use to take our attendance in. So in here we can see the roll numbers on first column, the names, and whether we are present on or not, and all these things are there. So if we take the roll number or our name as a primary, the roll number as a primary key, if the whole school is having unique roll numbers, it can be used to connect different relational databases as well. Then there are hierarchical database models, which combines records and fields that are related in a logical tree structure. So parents can have one child, many children, or no children. These are used for mapping one-to-many relationships, and they are commonly used in implementation in Windows Active Directory. Then there are network models, which are built upon hierarchical data models and allows each data element to have multiple parent and child records as well. This is a redundant network-like structure instead of a strict tree structure. Then there are object-oriented data models, which are designed to handle a variety of data types like images, audios, documents, and videos, etc. And objects can be created when needed, and the data and procedures go with the object when it is requested. It has classes to define the attributes and procedures of its objects. Then there are object relational data models, which is a relational database with a software front end that is written in an object-oriented programming language. So if there is a front end that provides the procedures that can be carried out on the data, then an application that accesses this database does not need to have the necessary procedures. Now, what are the database programming interfaces? Open Database Connectivity, or ODBC. This is an API that allows an application to communicate with the database either locally or remotely. The application sends requests to the ODBC API, and the ODBC tracks necessary database-specific driver for the database to carry out the transaction. Then there are object linking and embedding database, OLEDB. So this separates data into components that run as middleware on a client or server. It provides a low-level interface to link information across different databases and provides access to data no matter where it is located or how it is formed. Then there are ActiveX data objects, or ADO, and this is also an API that allows applications to access backend data systems, and so this has a set of ODBC interfaces that exposes the functionality of data sources through accessible objects. ADO uses the OLEDB interface to connect with the database, and these are commonly used in web applications and other client or server applications. Then there are Java Database Connectivity, JDBC, and this is an API that allows a Java application to communicate with the database. So this is database independent connectivity that between the Java platform and the databases. It is a Java API that enables Java programs to execute SQL statements. Now let's see a relational database. A relational database is a collection of data items with predefined relationship between them. These items are organized as a set of tables with columns and rows. Tables are used to hold information about the objects to be represented in the database. So the different features of a relational database include candidate keys, which are the subset of attributes that can be used to uniquely identify any record in a table. So no two records in the same table will ever contain the same values for all our attributes composing a candidate key. Then there are primary keys, which are attributes in a relational database that is used to uniquely identify the records. Each table has only one primary key, and the relational database management systems disallows the insertion of multiple records with the same primary key. Then foreign keys are used to ensure or enforce relationship between two tables, also known as referential integrity. Referential integrity ensures that if one table contains a foreign key, it corresponds to a still existing primary key in the other table in the relationship. So if you see these two databases, in the second table, the primary key course ID is also there in the first table. So it is a foreign key which can be used to connect the second table to the first table. Now, what is database normalization? The process of structuring a relational database in accordance with a series of so-called normal forms in order to reduce data redundancy and improve data integrity is called database normalization. The purpose of database normalization is to free the collection of relations from undesirable insertion, update, and deletion dependencies, and to reduce the need for restructuring the collection of relations as new types of data are introduced, and to make the relational model more informative to the users. The types include INF, first NF, second NF, and third NF. Database integrity. Data integrity is the maintenance and assurance of data accuracy and consistency over its entire life cycle, and is a critical aspect to the design, implementation, and usage of any system that stores, processes, or retrieves data. So that there are different types, and the first one is semantic integrity, which makes sure the structural and semantic rules are enforced. These rules pertain to data types, logical values, uniqueness constraints, and operations that could adversely affect the structure of the database. Then there are referential integrity, which happens if all foreign keys reference the existing primary keys. So there should be a mechanism in place that ensures no foreign key contains a reference to a primary key of a non-existent record or a null value. Then there is entity integrity, which guarantees that the tuples are uniquely identified by primary key values. If it does not have a primary key, it cannot be referenced by the database. Database transactions and ACID. Relational databases support the explicit and implicit use of transactions to ensure data integrity. So each transaction is a discrete set of SQL instructions that will either succeed or fail as a group. So the database transactions have four characteristics: ACID, or atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. The first one, atomicity, means that the database transaction must be atomic. That is, they must be an all or nothing affair, or if any part of the transaction fails, the entire transaction must be rolled back. Then there is consistency, which means that all transactions must begin operating in an environment that is consistent with all of the database's rules. For example, all records have a unique primary key. When the transaction is complete, the database must again be consistent with the rules. Then isolation means that all transactions operate separately from each other. If a database receives two SQL transactions that modify the same data, one transaction must be completed in its entirety before the other transaction is allowed to modify the same data. Then there is durability, which is the database transaction must be durable. That is, once they are committed to the database, they must be preserved. Database security issues. The first one is aggregation, and this happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but does have the permission to access components of this information. So the users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. Then there is inference, where the users should have the ability to deduce or assume information from observing a non-sensitive piece of information. So this contrasts with the aggregation, in which several pieces of data are used to form an assumption. Database security mechanism. So the first one is content-dependent access control. So this are access decisions depending upon the value of an attribute of an object itself. So if the attribute of the object is required in many applications, and it is based on the sensitivity of the data. The more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of the individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there are context-dependent access control, which is a system understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. So the system must keep track of precious or previous access items by the user and understand what sequence of access steps are allowed. Then poly-instantiation, which aims to make a copy of one object and modify the attributes of the second copy. It allows the relation to contain multiple rows with the same primary key. The multiple instances are distinguished by their security levels. Database security mechanism. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there are partitioning, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be deduced or uncovered. Noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are knowledge-based systems? A knowledge-based system, KBS, is a computer program that reasons and uses a knowledge base to solve complex problems. So a knowledge-based system has two distinguished features, that is a knowledge-based and an inference engine. And the knowledge-based systems can be classified broadly into two types, that are expert systems and neural networks. What are expert systems? Expert systems seek to embody the accumulated knowledge of experts on a particular subject and apply it in a consistent fashion to future decisions. So every expert system has two main components, the knowledge base and the inference engine. The knowledge base contains the rules known by an expert system, and the knowledge base seeks to codify the knowledge of human experts in a series of if or then statements. And the inference engine analyzes information in the knowledge base to arrive at the proper decision. So expert systems can play an important role in analyzing emergency events, stock trading, and other scenarios in which emotion sometimes gets in the way of logical decision. Then there are neural networks. So a neural network is a series of algorithms that endeavors to recognize underlying relationship in a set of data through a process that mimics the way the human brain operates. So in this sense, neural networks refers to systems of neurons, either organic or artificial in nature. So a neural network works similar to the human brain's neural network. A neuron is in a neural network is a mathematical function that collects and classifies information according to a specific architecture. The network bears a strong resemblance to the statistical methods such as curve fitting and regression analysis. Now, what is malicious software? So, malware or malicious software is any software intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, server, client, or computer network. So, the types include viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware, spyware, adware, etc. So, the countermeasures to malicious software are antiviruses, firewalls, intrusion prevention systems, training, etc. By contrast, software that causes unintentional harm due to some deficiencies typically described as a software bug only. Now, what are viruses? A computer virus is a type of computer program that, when executed, replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So, the life cycle of a virus includes the dormant phase, where the virus program is idle during this stage. So the virus program has managed to access the target user's computer or software, but during this stage, the virus does not take any action. Then there are the propagation stage. So in this stage, the virus starts propagating, which is multiplying and replicating itself. And the triggering phase, which is in which a dormant virus moves into this phase when it is activated and will now perform the function for which it was intended. And then the execution phase. This is the actual work of the virus, where the payload will be released, and it can be destructive, such as deleting files from the disk, crashing the system, or corrupting files. What are the different types of viruses? The first one is a macro virus, which is written in Visual Basic or VB script and is platform independent. So macro viruses infect and replicate in templates and within documents. These are easy to write and are used extensively in commonly used products. Then there are boot sector virus, which infects the boot sector of a computer. So they have part of their code in the boot sector, which can initiate the viruses when a system boots up, and the rest of their code in sectors on their hard drive marked off as bad. So because the sectors are marked as bad, the operating system application will not attempt to use these sectors. Now, what is a stealth virus? So these viruses hides the modification that's made to the files or boot records. So when an anti-malware program attempts to read an infected file or sector, the original uninfected form will be presented instead of the actual infected form. It is a virus that hides its track after infecting a system. Then there are polymorphic viruses, which produces varied but operational copies of itself. This is done in the hopes of outwitting a virus scanner. So the polymorphic virus can use different encryption schemes requiring different description routines. So a polymorphic virus has the capability to change its own code, enabling the virus to have hundreds or thousands of variants. A multi-part virus or multi-partite virus has several components to it and can be distributed to different parts of the system. For example, a multi-part virus might infect both the boot sector of a hard drive and the executable files as well. By using these kinds of viruses, it can spread more quickly than a virus using only one vector. Then there are script viruses, which are files that are executed by an interpreter. The virus will carry out the payload that the virus writer has integrated into the script. Scripts are just another infection vector caused by malware writers to carry out their evil ways. Now, what are worms? So worms are different from viruses in that they can reproduce on their own without a host application and are self-contained programs. So worms are just little programs, and like viruses, they are used to transport and deliver malicious payloads. One of the most famous computer worms is Stuxnet, which is targeted stream and supervisory control and data acquisition software and development, or SCADA. Now, what is a rootkit? So, a rootkit is a malicious software that allows an unauthorized user to have privileged access to his computer and to restrict areas of its software. A rootkit may contain a number of malicious tools such as keyloggers, banking credential stealers, password stealers, antivirus disablers, and bots for DDoS attacks. Rootkit detection is difficult because a rootkit may be able to subvert the software that is intended to find it. What are spyware and adware? So spyware is a type of malicious software or malware that is installed on a computing device without the end user's knowledge. It invades the device, steals sensitive information and internet usage data, and relays it to advertisers, data firms, or external users. Then there are adwares, often called as advertising supported software by its developers, and these are software that generates revenue for its developer by automatically generating online advertisements in the user interface of the software or on a screen presented to the user during the installation process. Now, what is a botnet? A botnet is several internet connected devices, each of which is running on one or more boards. Botnets can be used to perform DDoS attacks, steal data, send spam, and allow the attacker to access the device and its connection. The owner can control the botnet using command and control software. The word botnet is a portmanteau of the words robot and network. A logic bomb.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.
A logic bomb is a piece of code inserted into an operating system or software application that implements a malicious function after a certain time limit or specific conditions are met. So these logic bombs are often used with viruses, worms, and Trojan horses to time them to do maximum damage before being noticed. They perform actions like corrupting or altering data, reformatting a hard drive, deleting important files, etc. A Trojan horse. A Trojan horse is any malware which misleads users of its true intent. So they spread by some form of social engineering, for example, where a user is duped into executing an email attachment. Although their payload can be anything, many modern forms act as a backdoor containing a controller which can then have unauthorized access to the affected computer. Unlike computer viruses, worms, and raw security software, Trojans generally do not attempt to inject themselves into other files or otherwise propagate themselves.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is how to prevent injection vulnerability in web application. The option we have for this particular question are use of SAP API, use of security headers, use of HTTPS TLS protocols, or input validation. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is right one in the comment section with 1 or 2-liner explanation.
Now we'll see what are anti-malware programs. An anti-malware program is a software that protects the computer from malware such as spyware, adware, and worms. It scans the system for all types of malicious software that manage to reach the computer. An anti-malware program is one of those best tools to keep the computer and personal information protected. So the different types of detection methods by an anti-malware program are: first one is signature-based detection, where it involves your antivirus having a predefined repository of static signatures that represent known network threats, and these threats are different from one another because of their unique coding. Then there are heuristic-based detection, where the anti-malware program analyzes the overall structure of the malicious code, evaluates the code instructions and logic functions, and looks at the type of data within the virus or worm. It collects a bunch of information about this piece of code and assesses the likelihood of it being malicious in nature.
Let's start with subjective questions. Now let's get into our first question. The first question is, what is a CIA trade? Now, CIA Triad is a model designed to handle policies for information security within an organization. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is a collection of rules that limits access to information. Integrity means it assures the information is trustworthy and reliable. Availability provides reliable access to data for authorized people. It is the most important part of an organization to work and increase their business. Now let's get into our second question. Compare symmetric and asymmetric encryption. It has different purposes. Symmetric uses a single key to encrypt and decrypt information, while asymmetric uses a pair of public and private keys to encrypt and decrypt information. Symmetric encryption performs faster, while asymmetric encryption performs slower. Some algorithms that symmetric uses is AES, RC4, DES, Quad, 3DES, Blowfish, etc. And examples of asymmetric algorithms are Diffie-Hellman and RS. The purpose for symmetric encryption is it's preferred for transferring huge data, while in asymmetric is used for exchanging secret keys very safely. Our next question is, what's the difference between hashing and encryption? Let's look at the answer. Both hashing and encryption are used to convert readable data into an unreadable format. The significant difference is that encrypted data can be transferred into original data by decryption, whereas hashed data cannot be processed back to the original data. Our next question is, what's the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? The answer for this is, I'll tell you first about vulnerability testing. It's a process to define, detect, and prioritize the vulnerabilities in computer systems, network infrastructure, applications, etc., and gives the organization the required information to fix the flaws. While penetration testing, which is also called as pen testing or ethical hacking, it's a process of testing a network, system, application, etc. to identify vulnerabilities that attackers could exploit. My next question is, what's a three-way handshake process? People who know networking might have guessed it the right answer. A three-way handshake process is used in TCP protocol for transmission of data in a reliable way between the host and the client. It uses three kinds of packets. The first one is sync packet. The client wants to establish a connection with the server and sends a segment with SYN to the server if the server is up and has open ports. Then the server responds to the client request with sync acknowledge signal bits that send it has open ports. And finally, the client acknowledges the response of a server and sends an ACK packet back to the server. Our next question is, what are the types of port scanning? Now we all know there are ports in computers, right? A port scanning is an application designed for identifying open ports and services accessible only on host network. Security administrators mostly utilize it for exploiting vulnerabilities and also by hackers for targeting victims. Some of the most popular scanning techniques are ping scan, TCP connect, TCP half open, stealth scanning, and UDP. Our next question is, what is more secure, SSL or HTTPS? Now SSL is a secure sockets layer. It's a secure protocol that provides safer conversation between two or more parties across the internet. It works on top of the HTTP to provide security. While HTTPS, it means Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, is a combination of HTTP and SSL to provide a safer browsing experience with encryption. In terms of security, SSL is more secure than HTTPS. Now our next question is very basic that every networker should know. What are the 7 layers of the OSI model? Now the main objective of the OSI model is to process the communication between two endpoints in a network. I'll start from layer 1, that's physical layer. It transfers the computer bits from one device to another through the network. It also controls how physical connections are set up to the network and also bits represented into signals while transferring either optical, electrical or radio waves. The second layer we have is data link layer. It handles the flow of data to and fro in the network. It also controls problems that occur due to bit transition errors. The third layer we have is network layer. It is used to transfer data to and fro through another network. Transport layer is used for sending data across a network and also offers error checking practices and data flow controls. Session layer determines the period of a system that awaits for another applications to respond. Presentation layer manages encryption and decryption of data required for the application layer. It translates or formats data for the application layer based on the syntax of application that accepts. The final layer we have is application layer. It allows users to communicate between network application when required to perform network related operations. Now let's get into our next question. This is very important for cybersecurity and networking people. What is the use of Address Resolution Protocol, aka ARP? Now ARP is a protocol specially used to map IP address to physical address such as Ethernet addresses. It translates 32-bit addresses to 48 bits addresses and vice versa. This is needed because the most common level of IP we use today is 32 bits long and MAC addresses are 48 bits long. Our next question is how to reset or remove the BIOS password. Now there are many ways to reset or remove BIOS password. You must have seen similar picture like this in your PCs or in your laptops. You have to enter password there and then the hard disk allows you to get into the computer. Now the ways are by removing the CMOS battery, by using software, by using the MS-DOS command, or by using motherboard jumper, or by using backdoor BIOS passwords. Now we use tools for this, which you are going to learn when you learn cybersecurity. The next question is explain traceroute. Traceroute is a tool that shows the packet path. It lists all the points that the packet passes through. Traceroute is used mostly when the packet does not reach the destination. It's also used to check where the connection breaks or stops, or to identify the failure. Now if you see in this command prompt, I tried to trace route google.com and it shows me how many hops I have to reach the Google server. The next question we have is, what is a VPN? Now VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. A VPN connection establishes a secure connection between you and internet. It's a network connection method for creating an encrypted and safer connection. This method protects data from interference, snooping, and censorship. Next we have define the process of salting. What is the use of salting? Now salting is that process to extend the length of passwords by using special characters. To use salting, it's very important to know the entire mechanism of salting. The use of salting is to safeguard passwords. It also prevents attackers testing known words across the system. For example, what you see on your screen. We have a user password that's happy face. We add some salt value to it and we get an hash algorithm. Then again we use salt into it and then we get a hash value. Now even if hacker tries to hack your password, he can see the hash value but not the user password. The next question we have is, what is black box testing and white box testing? Black box testing is a software testing method in which the internal structure or program code is hidden. Example, when you search something on Google by using keywords. And white box testing is a software testing method in which internal structure of the entire program is known by the tester. For example, when you input to check and verify loops in any program. The next question we have is, what is IP and MAC addresses? IP address is the acronym for Internal Protocol Address. An Internet Protocol Address is used to uniquely identify a computer or device such as printers, storage disk, or a computer network. For example, we have IP address as 192.64.25.124. MAC address is the acronym for Media Access Control Address. They are used to uniquely identify network interfaces for communication at the physical layer of network. We have an example for MAC address 9C355B5F4CD7. Now these are the format what IP address looks like and what MAC address looks like. The next question we have is, explain Honeypot and its types. Honeypot is a decoy computer system which records all the transactions, interactions, and actions with the users. Honeypot is classified into two categories, production honeypot and research honeypot. Production honeypot is designed to capture real information for the administrator to access vulnerabilities. They are generally placed inside production network to increase the security. Research honeypot is used by educational institutions and organizations for the sole purpose of researching the motives and tactics of the black hat community for targeting different networks. The next question we have is, what is WEP cracking? Web is a secured layer. In order to crack web, we need to first capture the large number of packets. That means we can capture a large number of IVs. Once we have done that, we will use tools like AirCrackNG. These attacks will be able to use statistically attacks to determine the key stream and web key for the target network. This method is going to be better when we have more than 2 packets and our chances of breaking the key will be very higher. The next question we have is, list out various methods of session hijacking. So we have 4 methods of session hijacking. The first is using packet sniffers, cross-site scripting, IP spoofing, and blind attack. The next question we have is, explain the difference between stream cipher and block cipher. Stream operator operates on a small plain text units while block cipher works on very large block data. Stream requires very less code while block requires a large amount of code. Stream cipher can be used only once, whereas block cipher can be used at any number of times. Stream cipher is used on SSL or secure socket layer, while block cipher is used to encrypt file and database. Stream cipher is used on hardwares, while block cipher is used on softwares. Now let's move on to our next question. What is remote desktop protocol? Let me show you an image first. Have you come across image like this, guys? If you are not, go on your run command and then type remote desktop connection and press enter. You will come to this screen. RDP is developed by Microsoft, which provides graphical user interface to connect two devices over a network. The user uses RDP client software to serve this purpose, while other device must run RDP server software. This protocol is specifically designed for remote management and to access virtual PCs, applications, and terminal server. It's time for multiple choice questions, guys. Now in this section, I need you guys to answer before I give you the answer. Which of the following tool is used for Wi-Fi hacking? Any guesses? Well, the correct answer is AirCrack-NG. Our second question is, which of the following is a popular IP address and port scanner? I think you guys can guess it. It's Angry IP Scanner. There are dash types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. How many types of scanning are there, guys? There are 3 types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. The next question is, which of the following is the most important activity in system hacking? Is it covering tracks, escalating privileges, cracking passwords, or information gathering? The correct answer is cracking passwords. It's very difficult, right? Moving on to our next question, which of the following is the first computer virus? It's Creeper, Blaster, Sasser, or none of the above. I know you guys know it. So the correct answer is Creeper. Our next question is, which of the following option is used to protect data against passwords? Now this is a security question. Authorization, authentication, encryption, or non-repudiation. The correct answer is, it's encryption. What does TCP IP stands for? Is it option A, B, C, or none of the above? The correct answer is Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol. Now our next question is, why would a hacker use a proxy server? Any reasons? To create a stronger connection with the target, to create a ghost server on the network, to obtain a remote access connection, or to hide malicious activity on the internet. The correct answer is to hide malicious activity on the network. That's why hacker uses a proxy server. Moving on to our next question, which of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? Is it DDoS, phishing, soliciting, or both A and C? The correct answer is DDoS attack is considered as the class of computer threats. Moving on to our final question. In Wi-Fi security, which of the following protocol is more used? WPA, WPA2, WPS, or both A and C? The correct answer is WPA2.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in cybersecurity by EICT Academy IIT Guwahati. You will get to learn the most important concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security in this course. You'll get to learn from IIT faculty and industry experts. Reach us out to know more.